Chapter 1 Crossinjin Toth 60s. In 1968, the members of Linja village, under the guidance of their leader, were fervently engaged in a race against time to harvest their crops, after a borough arduous labor, the fruits of their toil were refinally and each member exerteth ire at most to ensure the sustenance of their families. Even Lin Lassie, the laziest man in the village, put forth him odds to 50%, typically. He would hardly muster even 20% of his strength. In fact, on most days, his work points would scarcely match those of a 10-year-old child. As thus weltering heat burned upon him, Lin Lao Sisilin Lyrisidlin from a classic, glancing around until Asias landed on his wife, Li Chuanqing how was laboring not for away, her beyondron a brief exchange oblinces conveyed here shared understanding. Suddenly, Li Chunxing let out a small exclamation, drawing the attention of those nearby. Lin Lao Sistel Philista fed a handful of peanuts into his pocket. Chuanqing, what's the matter? Someone inquired. Oh, it's nothing. A large caterpillar crawled onto Mifutan Tukobite. I just squashed it, Li Chunxing replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the others dismissed it after old bugs were Yakamanus and St. Hefields, hardly worth of us. The Lin family, known for their diligence and capability, hadn't lay an exception. Lin Lassie, Thesloffolsen, his redeeming quality washishin semi appearance farandilla fetchers, yet, in these times, good looks were of little consequence. A man must bear through it off his family's livelihood, and merry attractiveness was off the practicalis. Lin Laozi had married Oith equal indolent, both of team biting up enchant for idleness. Fortunately, they were together had they paired with Marie industrious individuals, they would have surely been a blight upon society. At last, Fedamito Leavework arrived, and Lin Laosa sprang back to life, swiftly shouldering Li Chunxing still sandashing away, leaving the other women to catch a glimpse of his retreating figure. Despite being a man, Lin Lao's days labor could hardly evil fate of a woman have preferred to linger amongst womenfolk. Ah, Chuanqing, look at your husband, he truly no shoto care for you, even coming governed of echiarha, remarks done oft women as they finished work can begin to stretch their stiff body as after a long day of repetitive toil. Many had witnessed Lin Lao Sisiction San Terneto des Li Chuanqing. Li Chunxing was well aware for his band's merits dish but his usual look of diligence, he did show affection for her and their children, a fact she appreciated. Thutcha thought this, would not voice it aloud checked her response worth without needing to proclaim it, in veo perhaps you should our respan help I was well. Oh, I cold possibly, my husband, Lin Xuanju, works hard for his points and disquity exhausted, you must hurry home to prepare dinner, reply at the wama named Wamawawa. Li Chunxing scoffed slightly earning full work points washered lie a remarkable fiat, Wamawawa felt superior, convinced that her respond was for better than Lin Laosi. The competitive spirit among women flared du poit was especially about Fachingaho, such displays of affection were a commonplace, as if the very husband were equally considerate. Just then, Lin Chuanxiu finished work, his face as Luangashi approached, Xuanju, Caldio help Muthmiho, Li Chunxing called out. Walking with the group of men, Lin Chuanzu had seen his wife Abuthan one tension of speaking, up in hearing Garrequest, heffled through it oft heatus agazes from Theatherman, which made him uncomfortable. He grumbled, what's wrong with your hands, you're holding jit just fin why should I carry it for you? Wang Wawa was left speechless, Harrius would in disbelief. Feeling embarrassed, she noticed Li Chunxing approaching and, fearing she might overhear Inlo's face, hurriedly walked away without saying a word. Li Chuanqing, however, paid no attention to her, deliberately lingering in her way home. By time she arrived, Grandma and the other three daughters in La Hadolriadi prepared the meal, as Grandma personally oversaw such important tasks. Sister-in-law Qingxiaolian, seeing Li Chunxing sway back home, inquired, fourth sister-in-law, where were you was in to work today? I didn't see you, today, along with these condantered sisters-in-law, went to Pickern and Mafation hands were stinging from the thorns. The implication was clear thick Nutha Valyoff returning me early after such arduous labor. Sister-in-law Joseaxian immediately exploded, mother, fourth sister-in-law just came home to a Fortner, where ill daughters-in-law here, yet her work has been far heavier than hers, where nearly exhausted, you can show favoritism, mother. Sister-in-law son Sibian Hohojaven birth to 2 daughters, Folt like him regost in the household, her voice often unheard, up in hearing thick emotion, she simply lowered her head and continued working silently. Grandma Kudi solidas earned the thoughts of Harry Unjust daughter-in-law Wanchathar a sharp glance Ali Udoazit, do you expect they sold Badiof mean to survival, fourth family Hansa dinner is over, y'all wash the pots and dishes, and then head to Thiver to doth the laundry. Li Chunxing remained unfazed, understood, mother. There is no such thing as I work during the autumn harvest am nearly exhausted myself since I vegevent the order, ildo hot need stove don elda stanskin sisters-in-law, or he is satisfied with the tasks assigned be thetum leader, if so, why not speak to him tomorrow and request to be assigned with him? Sister-in-law Qingxiaolian, uninterested in engaging with the straightforward fourth sister-in-law, felt satisfied that her objective had been achieved in dishwashing her laundry for her, and constorist after dinner. Taking advantage of Grandma Lin's momentary distraction, Li Chunxing quick light and shadapasuf cured me tan papadite into hermuth. Oh, how delicious it was. She paid naminto the numerous scores awaiting here in the kitchen, would quod be plentiful javenti large household dan the many garments needing washing. But it didn't matter after all, she had her good sister-in-law sister, Li Chungzing Grezol Toteker Temian Santaredutoft Hikachin, Omla Tolakayas with her daughter as stepped outside. With a hint of shamelessness, she felt a twinge of embarrassment over her early erecto feeding alone. But under the circumstances, it was in la nature the cured meat was irresistible, and with so many people einthjard, there was no way to discreet light take it outside keeping geiten hermuth was these of option. In the yard Linsisi her hair to sled beethwind, clutched incredibly fresh peanut share father had stealthily given her, staring wide to thermother, her parents were a truly unique. Before Linzixi could gather her thoughts, Grandma Linkle Fordner, and in an instant, she was lifted off her feet and spun around by Lichuinching, Araving Gathad and Inktable. Themiel Wazel so portion be Grandma Lin. The strong laborers received Twostemed buns each. Thwomen received Oni Buniac while it Hishil Drengothel Fabuniac. Those Ohower still hung Raikud ha boiled sweet potatoes. In the center of tea table were etwa soft stir-fried vegetables, on off which contained cured meat. Cured meat were raretriate, typically unavailable over during Thebish autumn harvest, with labor intensive and demanding. Grandma Lin had decided to bring it out and nourish the family. On Seth the meals were reserved, a flurry of caustic started towards the cured meat, and in an instant Thebel was emptied. Lin Lausch and Li Chungzing managed to grab 4-piece Sentinel, their eldest son, second son, and little daughter shared 2 pieces, nearly finishing them before they could even savor the task. The couple kept an epice for themselves, ensuring their children were cared for without neglecting their needs. Chapter 2 transformed into dreadful relative of protagonist. Lin Laozi took a small bite off steamed cured meat, followed by a hearty mouthful of steamed bun, relishing the flavors, inadvertently noticed his little daughter, staring at their bun with a sorrowful expression. His daughter, born prematurely, had always been frail, although she was even, she appeared more like a 5 or 6 year old, feeling a pang of sympathy. He leaned closer to her and whispered, "I fiad don't want to it, yawning force yourself, later, I'll ask your grandmother to make you some estimated custard." Upon hearing her father's words, Linzixis snapped backtory. Fafshasat quiet layethadable, Hermand was racing, piecing together fragments of conversation and realizing that she had somehow crossed over from the modern world into Annabelsatinth 1960s. Curiously, Sheshared the Samaname, Linsisi, but was significantly younger than Harilathi counterpart. The protagonistic of the story was Lindongji, Thisekanda Tirofurter Daunt, who, after a near-drowning incident, found herself reborn with a vow to avoid the miserable fate of her past life. She was determined to ensure her parents and sister lived well and to make those who had bullied her pay for their transgressions. The narrative unfolded with the protagonist confronting various adversities, transforming her inept parents, securing education for herself, and helping her familiar in their first fortune, ultimately leading them toward a prosperous life. Her resilient spirit captivated the lead, resulting in a blissful family life and a perfect ending. When Linzixi had initially read this book, she had often scoffed at the portrayal of the protagonist's family as insatiable but indolent, miralaches draining the life out of the protagonist's family. They seemed to act as if they had lost their wits, persistently setting traps for the protagonist, watching their born heroine triumph over the mad being immensely satisfying. How'd have imagined that she would end up here, becoming the very dreadful daughter of that family. The thought of the impending tragic fate left Linzixi feeling gutter despondent. She had just received her acceptance letter from Murdream University, finally achieving her academy goals. Eager to relax, she had signed up for all-known local tour group, intending to take on upon Thebes. After practicing countless exam questions, her hernier lightning fromstras, she had somehow and dedupen a book. Growing up in a relatively well-off family, her parents were busy with work and were present, yet she lacked for nothing materially. Raised by her grandparents, how had her grandchildren, she often felt like an outsider, especially with her parents absent. As long as he didn't quarrel with her older siblings over toys, she would receive flating praise. Seeing her parents in a few demi year, she often longed for their company. When they did visit, it was either a broken promise or forgetfulness, leading to a growing sense of disappointment and eventual indifference. If it weren't for the gifts sent by her parents during her birthdays and holidays from 2 different provinces, she might have forgotten she even had parents. As Waldron became more aware, she began to suspect that their parents had divorced. Otherwise, how could they live in 2 different cities? Even if they were remotely separated, their relationship seemed to cold. Since if Jolts were keeping secrets from her, she decided to play along, pretending she was unaware. At the very least, she lacked for nothing materially, always shaving the best of everything. Later she confirmed with her grandparents that her parents had indeed divorced and formed new families, each having children of their own, leaving Harris the extraneous own. Daddy, if Sixido is Twantherban, then I'll eat him still hungry, Linnan said, having finished his bun and knowing there remaining gone. Had overheard his father mention that would prepare a custard for his sister, which meant she wouldn't be able to eat the bun. The speaker was Linzix's second brother, Linnan, who was 2 years senior, at 9 years old. In the book, he was depicted as fundamentally bad, a troublemaker who spent spend his days with a group of children either hunting birds or fishing or engaging in petty theft. Essentially, he was universally disliked. A Schegerwolder hein Hereteth, a family dubious legacy, becoming the second most notorious troublemaker in Linjia village. After Lin Nan got into trouble, Lin Dong, eldest brother, who was 10 years old, sought revenge on the protagonist, Lin Dongji, without regard for the consequences. Eventually, with female lead's assistance, Lin Dong met his demise. In summary, the family's fate was grim. Lin Sisi, consumed by jealousy over Lin Dongji's relationship with female lead, repeatedly attempted to seduce him with her beauty, only to be humiliated by him in return. Ultimately, she was manipulated into marrying an abusive man who was both unattractive and impoverished. As her siblings faced their own misfortunes, Lin Laotian Li Chengxing's later years were filled with despair. Contemplating the bleak future, Lin Zixi clenched her fists, wishing that she could simply wake up from this nightmare, believing that it was just a dream and said be her upon the tour bus. If she woke, everything would revert to normal. Seeing a sister still holding the bun, her little face scrunched open up, Lin Nan assumed she was reluctant to part with it. Sister, if you can manage to eat, then go ahead, no that can on it, you need to well to stay healthy, I'll just have you a sweet potato instead. Without a word, Lin Zixi hand Thebu over to Lin Nan. Thank you, sister, tomorrow I'll bring you some bird eggs, Lin Nan exclaimed, his face lighting up with a grin. Lin Zixi watched Dasha be met with joy over a mere non remembered to thank her. Perhaps she wasn't entirely lost after all. After finishing his meal, Lin Dong discreetly slipped Twokendias to Lin Zixi before darting away. Lin Nan received an angrind, Hazaya squinting with delight. Sister, eat up, big brother gave us these candies, they're so sweet, heroic no shortage of them. As Lin Nan should, his cheeks bulging, had admired Lin Dong for his ability to procure treats. Lin Zixi would Twokendies in her hand and peanuts in her pocket, realizing that their family had a bite off stuffing hair with goodies whenever there was a disagreement. Schunder stewed that and Thycera, a single piece of candy or a handful of peanuts was a valuable treasure. Despite Lin Nan's gluttony, he didn't seem envious of the candies she held. What till intentions could agree to little boy possibly herber? Encouraged by Lin Nan, Lin Zixi unwrapped enough the candies in took a bite. Lin Nan sheiks buff a duple turnately assured Lin Zixi to doth same. However, check as he toiner his childish antics, pretending not to hear us please. Chapter 3 Contradictions. Li Chuanqing was acutely aware that her daughter had eaten nothing. With a swift jab of her elbow, she nudged Lin Laosi. Understanding her cue, Lin Laosi hastily finished his meal and went to inform Old Lady Lin about the plan to prepare a steamed egg custard for their daughter. Old Lady Lin had given birth to 6 children in her lifetime, 4 sons and 2 daughters. Uncle Lin Jiangwo and Aunt Qin Xiaohua had 3 children together, 1 son, Lin Feng, who was 17 this year, and 2 daughters, the elder Lin Lichuan, aged 16, and the younger Lin Lixia, aged 13. Uncle Lin Jianmen and Aunt Jia Shoushang had 1 son and 1 daughter. Their daughter Lin Lixia was 15 years old, while their son Lin Shou was 13. Uncle Lin Jianqi and Aunt Sun Sipan had 2 daughters. The elder, Lin Lidong, and the younger, Lin Dongji, aged 12 and 10, respectively. Lin Laosi, whose full name was Lin Jianye, was married to Li Chuanqing, and they had 2 sons and a daughter. Lin Dong, Lin Nan, and Lin Shi. Lin Degu, the eldest daughter of the Lin family, was widely recognized throughout Linjia village for her fortunate marriage, having wed into a commune where she enjoyed the benefits of commodity grain. Her husband, hailing from a well-off family, only added to Old Lady Lin's satisfaction with her daughter's advantageous match. It was quite a remarkable feat for a rural girl to marry into a commune. Though there was a slight blemish, her husband had a minor physical disability, a slight limp that was not readily apparent unless one observed closely, especially as he was known to walk briskly. The villagers remained oblivious to this detail, which was not intentionally concealed. Lin Degu and her husband returned each year for the new year with their children, and no one seemed to notice. Old Lady Lin was not naive enough to disclose such matters to others. If not for the limp, it was unlikely he would have married a country girl. The husband's family had considered the long-term implications, fearing that their son's disability might lead to him being looked down upon by a wife who was also accustomed to a life of commodity grain. With a heartfelt desire to protect their son, they sought a wife who was both visually appealing and possessed a stable temperament, capable of managing a household. Coincidentally, the relative who facilitated this match had connections to Old Lady Lin's family, making the union possible. Lin Degu was a spirited individual, adept at managing both domestic and external affairs. A couple of years later, she gave birth to a pair of twin sons, and her in-laws held her in high regard. Through her in-laws' influence, Lin Degu secured a position at the match factory, albeit as a temporary worker, which incited envy among many in the village. Securing even a temporary position was no small feat, as it required connections within the factory. Otherwise, one would struggle to find an opening. Old Lady Lin had another daughter, Lin Shueme, who was half a year older than Lin Degu's daughters. She attended junior high school in the commune and returned home every weekend. Lin Cece marveled at how large the Lin family was. Before her arrival, her own family had been quite small. She had lived with her grandparents until their passing, after which she was left in the care of a nanny who managed her daily meals. Other families in the village were similar to the Lin family. The prevailing belief was that having many children brought blessings, and with a larger household, even outsiders dared not bully them. Lin Cece needed time to gather her thoughts, contemplating what she would do if she could never return. Given the hostility from the reborn protagonist and her family, it seemed unlikely that she could forge any friendly relations. Even if she extended an olive branch, they might not reciprocate. She had no intention of trying to ingratiate herself. Her mind was not so deranged. Although the protagonist had yet to be reborn, she understood the impossibility of such a scenario. Upon her arrival, Lin Cece felt as though she were not merely living within the confines of a book. The people surrounding her were imbued with their own personalities and thoughts, not mere figments of imagination. Each individual was the protagonist of their own world, and she aspired to seize control of her own life. She resolutely refused to follow the scripted narrative of the book. The path ahead was hers to forge. There was no need for trepidation, only the courage to move forward. Let the reborn protagonist walk her own sunlit path while she traversed her own narrow bridge, ideally without interference from one another. If the reborn protagonist continued to harbor resentment from her past life and saw trouble, Lin Cece would not cower in fear. Staying true to her character, she would not instigate conflict, yet she was unafraid of it. Lin Cece was confident in her ability to avoid trouble, but managing her parents and brothers posed a challenge. She could not devise a suitable plan on the spot. It would be absurd to confront them with the truth that they were mere cannon fodder in a narrative, or that Lin Dongji, the 10-year-old daughter of her third uncle, was soon to be reborn. They would likely dismiss her as a madwoman or assume she was possessed. In any case, they would not believe her. She set herself the task of altering her parents and brothers as much as possible before the protagonist's rebirth. This seemed daunting, yet not entirely impossible. Patience was key. As she absent-mindedly observed a girl of similar height approaching from the entrance, carrying a basket filled with pigweed. She noted the girl's slight frame, her dirty face obscuring her features, and her unkempt hair. Aunt Sun Sipin came over to relieve her of the burden, exclaiming, "Dongji, why are you back so late today? Have you seen your sister? Your grandmother has prepared your meal in the kitchen. Hurry and go eat." Lin Cece's heart skipped a beat. This must be the protagonist. No wonder she had failed to spot the girl who matched the protagonist's description during dinner. "My sister is behind. She caught a lot of bugs to feed the chickens," Lin Dongji replied, setting down her basket. As she walked past Lin Cece, she caught sight of her and shot her a fierce glare, demanding, "What are you staring at?" So, it seemed that even before her rebirth, their relationship was not particularly amiable. Lin Cece felt a sense of relief. She would not have to expend unnecessary effort in trying to befriend the protagonist, as she had no inclination to seek favor with someone who bore her a cold shoulder. Lin Nan rushed over, positioning himself protectively in front of Lin Cece, displaying an air of brotherly concern. "Hey, you little brat, why are you bullying my sister?" he challenged. Aunt Sun Sipin hurriedly approached. "Nan, your sister isn't bullying your sister. She's just playing with her." After a moment, she turned to Lin Dongji. "Dongji, apologize to your sister." Lin Dongji stubbornly insisted that she had done nothing wrong, claiming that Lin Cece had looked down on her first. "It's fine, Auntie," Lin Cece interjected, tugging at Lin Nan's sleeve. "Second brother, let's go back inside." Lin Dongji glanced at Lin Cece's clothing, which, although patched, was relatively clean compared to her own muddy appearance. The 10-year-old was already aware of notions of beauty and ugliness. "I don't need your false kindness." "You ungrateful," Lin Nan retorted angrily. Li Chuanqing approached, carrying a bowl of egg custard. Lin Nan quickly reported to her, "Mom, Lin Dongji is bullying Cece." Li Chuanqing immediately took offense, defending her child. "Sister-in-law, you really need to keep a better eye on your daughter. If not, I, as her aunt, can certainly assist in that regard. Your fourth brother and Dong Dong are out, but if they were here, they could help teach your daughter a lesson. My Cece is a preemie, delicate and frail. Raising her has not been easy. Dongji is the elder sister. She should be caring for her, not bullying her." Aunt Sun Sipin quickly appeased her. I understand. Fourth sister-in-law, don't worry, I will have a serious talk with Dongji. You needn't worry about the kitchen chores, I will take care of it." Lin Dongji was indignant, feeling that in such situations, her own mother rarely defended her. Even Aunt Sun Sipin, who was usually lenient, seemed to prioritize her own child. Why didn't her mother do the same? Although she harbored resentment, she ultimately recognized her mother's exhaustion from her daily toil. After working all day, her mother would collapse onto the bed at night, her back aching, yet she still insisted on taking on more work. "Mom, you've been working all day. Aren't you tired? Why are you doing her chores?" Aunt Sun Sipin quickly covered her mouth to silence her. Li Chuanqing handed the bowl to Lin Nan, instructing him, "Take your sister inside to eat." "Sister-in-law, if you can't teach your daughter proper manners, I will take it upon myself to show her. Does she not understand that I am her fourth aunt, her elder?" "Fourth sister-in-law, remember, children don't always understand." "Dongji, quickly apologize to your fourth aunt." Aunt Sun Sipin's tone turned stern, signaling that she was serious this time. Old Lady Lin's voice rang out from within the house. "What's all this ruckus? If you don't want to be here, then just leave." Chapter 4: The First Manifestation of the Raven's Mouth. "I'm sorry." "Is that enough? Are you satisfied?" Lin Dongji stubbornly tilted her head back. Li Chuanqing chose not to engage in a petty argument with her. "Third sister-in-law, there are still clothes, I'll go wash them," Sun Sipin quickly interjected. Li Chuanqing felt a sense of contentment. She had not intended to undertake such chores, so it was a stroke of luck that the third sister-in-law had volunteered to help her. Upon returning to the house, Lin Nan immediately rushed over. "Mom, did you stand up for my sister?" Seeing Lin Cece absent-mindedly eating her egg custard, Li Chuanqing understood her thoughts and smiled with pride. "Of course, who do you think your mother is? I won't be at a disadvantage. The tasks assigned by your grandmother were willingly taken on by your third aunt. She is truly kind-hearted." "Mom, you're amazing. Next time, I'll learn from you. I don't want to gather firewood either." Lin Nan praised enthusiastically. "Your mother is quite clever. If you don't want to go, you must find a way to avoid it. Whether you can get out of it depends on how astute you are," Li Chuanqing replied with a sense of pride rather than shame. Lin Cece felt a wave of frustration. Could this mother and son not learn something sensible? Did they really think the situation wasn't serious enough? Wait a moment, something felt off. Lin Cece racked her brains. When exactly did the protagonist experience her rebirth? Oh no, it was due to the despicable fourth aunt from the book pushing her chores onto the third household. The protagonist had accidentally fallen into the water while helping her mother wash clothes and, after being rescued, realized she had been reborn. At that time, Lin Dongji had fallen into the water and, upon waking, had hinted to the villagers that it was because she was helping the lazy fourth aunt wash clothes. Overwhelmed by the number of garments and fatigued after working all day, she had slipped. This incident was indeed true and did not intentionally tarnish the reputation of the third household. The task of washing clothes had been assigned to Li Chuanqing but was then passed on to Sun Sipin. Lin Dongji had fallen into the river while assisting her mother in washing clothes for Li Chuanqing, so there was no way to dissociate the matter from the third household. In Lin's village, a significant portion of the residents shared the Lin surname, all descended from a common ancestor, and soon they began to criticize Li Chuanqing and Lin Laosi as a couple. Lin Laosi and Li Chuanqing's already poor reputation was further tarnished. It was also due to Lin Laosi's failure to maintain good relationships with others. He had often taken advantage of everyone else's kindness. Once this matter surfaced, aside from Lin Laosi and Lin Tailao being worried about their youngest son, the rest merely watched the spectacle unfold. Lin Cece's mind was racing. What should she do? Should she allow the plot to unfold as it may? Would she just sit back and watch as Lin Laosi and Li Chuanqing were treated like pariahs, pointed at by others? Her older brothers would also be whispered about at school. If they couldn't bear it and ended up picking fights, they would subsequently face harsh reprimands from their teachers, further exacerbating their already lackadaisical approach to their studies. With their parents and older brothers in trouble, she would not fare any better. Moreover, despite their flaws such as their penchant for laziness and trickery, her parents and brothers were not utterly irredeemable. She could overlook these minor shortcomings due to her familial bond, especially since they treated her well and would protect her in times of crisis. They were more than deserving of her loyalty. Li Chuanqing's parenting style with her son was quite lax. While she was considerably more attentive to her delicate daughter. Noticing her daughter's dazed demeanor, she inquired with concern, "What's wrong, Cece?" Lin Cece's mind was racing. Since there are so many clothes for third aunt to wash, why don't we all go and help? Cece has grown up now and can lend a hand. With mom, me, and third aunt working together, it will be much quicker. Had those two troublesome boys suggested such a thing, Li Chuanqing would have been unable to restrain herself from delivering a sharp reprimand, calling them foolish for wanting to take on extra work rather than letting others assist. However, when her daughter spoke, Li Chuanqing found it endearing and innocent. She affectionately ruffled her round little head and gently replied, "Your third aunt is quite efficient. She washes clothes far more thoroughly than I do. Our presence would only complicate matters for her." Looking into her daughter's bright, clear eyes, Li Chuanqing felt a sudden urge to impart some wisdom. Otherwise, her little girl might grow up thinking that hard work wasn't necessary, resulting in her becoming a liability rather than a help. She couldn't allow that. Lin Cece understood that changing Li Chuanqing's mindset would not be a simple task, especially since her older brother Lin Nan was already casting disdainful glances in her direction, as if to say, how could he have such a foolish sister? Lin Cece chose to ignore him. He simply didn't understand. The weight of saving the family rested heavily on her young shoulders, and it was a burden she found quite distressing. What if third aunt sprains her ankle or falls on her way to wash the clothes? Everyone will know it's because you bullied her into doing your chores that she fell, and they will laugh at you. Li Chuanqing felt a sense of relief. No wonder people say daughters are their mother's little treasures. She had feared she was failing as a parent, that her daughter was turning out poorly, but it seemed her concern for her mother's reputation was genuine. Her tone softened further. That won't happen. Your third aunt is not a child. How could she possibly fall or sprain her ankle? Rest assured, no one would dare mock your mother. Just as Li Chuanqing finished speaking, a loud crash echoed from outside. Ouch! Those resting inside the house rushed out to see what had occurred. Li Chuanqing, along with Lin Nan and Lin Cixi, joined the fray. What happened? Oh dear, third sister-in-law, how on earth did you fall? Second aunt Zhao Shouxiang exclaimed in astonishment, rushing over to help her up. Her room was closest to the entrance, and Sun Sipin had fallen right at the doorstep. Zhao Shouxiang had a loud voice, and as Li Chuanqing and her two children approached, they quickly grasped the situation. The noise they had heard was merely the sound of a wooden basin falling to the ground, with clothes scattered nearby. Lin Dongji and her sister Lin Lidong were in the process of picking up the dirty clothes. Sun Sipin, assisted by Zhao Shouxiang, remarked, second sister-in-law, I don't know what happened, I was walking just fine when suddenly I twisted my ankle and fell. She was puzzled, as she had been holding the wooden basin carefully and had been paying attention to her surroundings. It was flat ground with no rocks or anything to trip over. Third sister-in-law, move your foot gently, we must ensure you haven't injured anything, Lin Duoliang said. Lin Tailao snorted derisively, what a fragile person you are. How can you sprain your ankle on flat ground? Go back and rest, we have a mountain of work to do for the autumn harvest tomorrow. Lin Dongji cautiously glanced at Lin Tailao, summoning her courage to say, Grandma, my mother might have hurt her foot. We should find a doctor in the village to check. What does a child know? Do we need to see a doctor for a simple fall? Doctors don't work for free, you know? Our family's money doesn't grow on trees. I have some medicinal wine at home, just rub it on and rest for the night, and you'll be fine, Lin Tailao dismissed without a second thought. Li Chuanqing, not giving it much thought, assumed that Sun Sipin had done this intentionally. How convenient for her to fall just as she was supposed to help wash clothes. Perhaps she was merely pretending to avoid her responsibilities. With that in mind, she couldn't help but speak with a hint of sarcasm, third sister-in-law, you really need to be more careful. Of all times to fall, why right at the doorstep? I must say, you certainly have a knack for getting yourself into trouble on such flat ground. What else can you manage to do? Chapter 5 We are exceptional, who do we fear? Qin Shelian remarked, hasn't the task of washing clothes been assigned to the fourth sister-in-law? Why then is the third sister-in-law carrying a wooden basin out? Indeed, we can all attest that our mother allocated the chores to the fourth sister-in-law. Fourth sister-in-law, are you once again shirking your responsibilities and passing the work onto the third sister-in-law, causing her to stumble? Regardless, you should at least show some concern for her efforts, yet instead, you mock her coldly. Truly, fourth sister-in-law, you are heartless. Zhao Shouxiang, upon hearing her sister-in-law's words, felt increasingly that Li Chuanqing was being exceedingly unreasonable. Lin Dazhu, Lin Jiangwo, and Lin Er, Lin Jianmen, were well aware of the character of the fourth sibling and his wife, and they silently echoed Zhao Shouxiang's sentiments. However, as men, they found themselves unable to interject amidst the women's discourse. Lin San, Lin Jianxi, hesitated, unsure of what to say. Participating in a quarrel among women would merely reveal his pettiness and triviality. He deemed the matter inconsequential, not something worthy of contention. Lin Jianxi was the most taciturn among the brothers, honest and straightforward, his reputation standing in stark contrast to that of Lin Si. Among the brothers, he was also the strongest. During the off-season, he consistently accrued full work points, especially now that farming was in full swing. Whenever Lin San was mentioned, people couldn't help but praise him, diligent and hardworking, a true stalwart in the fields, albeit a man of few words. Some good-natured folks jokingly referred to him as the diligent ox of the Lin family. Big sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, please ask the third sister-in-law if I am the one who pushed the work onto her? She was the one who volunteered to help me with the laundry. My daughter, Nan Nan, was present at the time and can testify to this, as can the third sister-in-law's family during the winter solstice. As the blame shifted towards her, Li Chuanqing recalled her daughter's words with fondness, realizing how perceptive her little girl was. Indeed, she had not been in vain for nurturing her. Lin Nan promptly chimed in, my father always says to discern between the near and far, to know whom to be close to. Out in the world, our entire family, the Lins, must stand together. We must not allow outsiders to bully us, but at home, naturally, we are close to our parents and siblings. Lin Cixi observed her mother's ability to argue even when ignored, further solidifying their family's notorious reputation. She embodied the notion that regardless of whose fault it was always their fault, they were exceptional, and what was there to fear? Lin Cixi was now Li Chuanqing's daughter, reliant on her mother for sustenance and love. Human hearts are often biased. Even though she recognized her mother's exceptional nature, she could not publicly undermine her mother's authority, lest she bring shame upon her. Isn't it because Aunt Four is being unreasonable that my mother took the initiative to offer help? Lin Dongji scoffed. Sun Sipin dared not offend Li Chuanqing, who was unaware of Lin Xi's obstinate nature. Having gained the upper hand, she might retaliate against their family later. Dongji, do not speak carelessly. The big and second sister-in-law were the ones who offered to assist the fourth sister-in-law with the laundry. This incident is entirely my oversight. Did everyone hear that? Stop perpetually wronging me. I am truly more wrong than Doi. As long as everyone knows I am wronged, that is sufficient. I am magnanimous and will not hold it against you. With the rightful party defending her, Li Chuanqing's arrogance immediately surged. She declared, "Fine, third sister-in-law, since you've injured your foot, return and rest up. I shall wash the clothes myself. However, do remember to return once your foot has healed. Had you not offered to help me, I would have already completed the task by now. Look, it is already pitch dark, all because of your delay." Sun Sipin quickly acquiesced. "Fourth sister-in-law, do not worry, I will certainly return. I truly apologize for the inconvenience. I am truly magnanimous." Li Chuanqing resignedly gathered the basin at her waist. Feng Xiao and Zhao Xiaoxiang were left speechless, observing her attitude. Was this how one solicited favors? She could turn black into white with her words, and as for the third family's affairs, they were utterly hopeless. Even when in the right, they were busy apologizing and seeking forgiveness. Lin Nan and Lin Cixi hurried to follow their mother. Lin Cixi recalled the goodwill extended by the first and second families towards the third, which had greatly moved the female protagonist, who had received substantial support from both families after her rebirth, along with their offspring. Only the fourth family bore the brunt of misfortune, for they were the quintessential bullies of the protagonist's family. Clenching her little fists, Lin Cixi reassured herself that it was all right. A good beginning had already been made. Uncertain how it came to pass that the third aunt had fallen today, she mused whether her words had somehow conjured this outcome. Today, she had successfully thwarted Lin Dongji from accompanying the third aunt to the river for laundry, thus preventing her from falling in. Would she find another opportunity to be reborn? Li Chuanqing sighed deeply as she pounded the clothes with a stick, lamenting that the work had initially been assigned to others, yet now it was her burden to bear. Had she known, she would have uttered a few sweet words to placate the old lady when the task was distributed. Previously, the chores assigned to her had been managed by Sun Sipin, including sweeping, washing, cooking, and weeding. She had never thought much of it, but upon reflection, the third sister-in-law had indeed helped her considerably. At worst, she could craft a pair of insoles for the third sister-in-law in return. By the riverside, only a few individuals remained. Mornings and evenings were the most bustling times when groups of women would gather to wash clothes. Wang Huahua, not far off, had intended to engage Li Chuanqing in conversation, but seeing her preoccupied, she refrained from calling out, as she needed to hurry home to tend to her young children. Li Chuanqing's sour mood persisted until Lin Si returned accompanied by Lin Dong and his father. Lin Si entered, prompting Li Chuanqing to light a candle, eyeing the two suspiciously and sniffing the air. "What have you two been up to? What's that smell?" Lin Si chuckled. "No doubt, my wife has an excellent nose, just like mine." Without further ado, he produced an oil paper package from his bosom, proudly exclaiming, "Roasted rabbit, Dongzi and I found it in a trap on the mountain. We thought it would be a bother, so we roasted it and brought it home, seasoned with just a pinch of salt. The aroma is divine. Look how intact this roasted rabbit is. Neither Dongzi nor I have stolen a bite." He swallowed hard, unable to contain his hunger. Li Chuanqing's mouth watered as she gazed longingly at the roasted rabbit, her eyes practically glowing. Lin Si and Lin Dong were equally captivated. After all, this was a delectable piece of meat. "Mom and Dad, wake up Nan Nan and Shishi to eat together," Lin Dong suggested, realizing it was getting late, and it would be best to have something in their stomachs soon. Li Chuanqing replied, "Dear husband, Nan Nan and Shishi are sleeping so soundly, shall we not let them rest?" Lin Si concurred, "Indeed, Dongzi, your mother speaks wisely." The roasted rabbit was not overly large. "Are you both certain that if Lin Nan awakens and discovers we are indulging in this feast without him, you can placate him?" Lin Dong inquired, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Lin Si and Li Chuanqing contemplated the scenario. Better to avoid that situation altogether. Their youngest son was usually easygoing, except when it came to food. If it was his, he was indifferent to quantities. If he discovered they had been sneaking bites, it would be impossible to pacify him. Lin Dong's comments stemmed from past experiences. Lin Si and Li Chuanqing had often found themselves in such predicaments. Their eldest son had always been sensible, never crying or causing a scene. When their firstborn was young, they often forgot they had a child, only remembering after finishing their meals that he had not been brought along. However, with the arrival of their second child, things changed. They attempted to raise him as they had the first, but the methods proved ineffective. This child could create quite the ruckus, crying as if the heavens were collapsing. Consequently, villagers often believed Lin Si was not just incapable of discipline but also excessively punitive. Hearing the child's wails, many would approach Lin Si, advising him against being too harsh on his offspring. Children are mischievous, a little scare is sufficient. After all, they are your own flesh and blood. One mustn't be too severe, lest one inadvertently cause harm. Chapter 6. In midnight snacking. When someone came to advise them, Lin Laosi and Li Chuanqing were concerned that their second son was making a fuss and shouting around, fearing that it would create an unfavorable reputation. Although they were indifferent to their reputation, it sounded unseemly to hear their own child claim that the adults were indulging themselves while neglecting the children. From that moment on, Lin Laosi and Li Chuanqing made it a point to share all their delicious food with the two brothers, equally distributing among the family of 4. Later, with the arrival of Lin Sisi, they became a family of 5. Lin Laosi established a rule that henceforth, no one in the family was allowed to indulge alone, every blessing must be shared. Lin Nan was roused from his slumber, bewildered, rubbing his eyes. "Mom and Dad, why aren't you asleep yet? Did I wet the bed?" Hastily, he checked beneath him, relieved to find everything dry. It would be quite embarrassing for someone of his age to have an accident. He then asked, "Elder brother, you're awake too? I didn't wet the bed, could it be Sisi who did?" What is that smell, brother, take a whiff." Lin Dong did not respond but instead pointed towards the roasted rabbit on the table. "Wow, no wonder it smells so good," Lin Nan exclaimed, genuinely astonished. Upon opening his eyes to the sight of the roasted rabbit, he momentarily thought he was dreaming and considered pinching himself to confirm. However, he hesitated, not daring to hurt himself. Even if it were a dream, it was a delightful one, and he feared waking up in pain. Lin Laosi and Li Chuanqing called out to Lin Sisi with much gentleness, noticing her eyelids fluttering as she resisted waking up, coaxing her softly a few more times. In her slumber, Lin Sisi was lost in a beautiful dream, completely unwilling to awaken. In her dream, school had commenced, and she was filled with anticipation as she approached the university, its sign clearly visible from afar. Upperclassmen were bustling about, welcoming the new students. As she dragged her suitcase closer, a handsome and sunny senior approached her, and she thought, "Here begins my wonderful university life. Darling, wake up quickly, there's something delicious to eat." "I don't want to go back. I want to attend university, not be a nuisance." "Fourth brother, your ears are sharp. Listen to what our daughter is mumbling," Li Chuanqing said, unable to decipher Lin Sisi's words. Lin Laosi leaned in, and upon hearing, he chuckled, "Our daughter wants to go to university. No wonder she is our girl, she is bound to achieve great things. I'm sure she'll excel in her studies and enjoy a better life than her aunt." He eagerly promised, "Go ahead, as long as you can get in, your parents will support your education." Slowly, Lin Sisi opened her eyes, greeted by the sight of wooden beams and earthen walls. It dawned on her that it had merely been a dream, a delightful one at that, and she wished to remain in that dream state. "Ah, dear, you're awake, quickly, come see what your father has brought back," Lin Laosi said with a smile, proudly presenting a rabbit leg. "Here, dear, enjoy." Lin Sisi numbly accepted it, the enticing aroma making her stomach grumble with hunger. Resigned, she took a large bite, nearly biting her tongue in the process, and instantly forgot everything else. In truth, her current condition was rather pitiable. Born in an era of scarcity, she had rarely tasted anything good, and her body lacked nourishment. This rabbit meat was a rare treat. Lin Laosi and Li Chuanqing relished their meal, while the two brothers, Lin Dong and Lin Nan, were equally enthusiastic. Lin Dong, merely a 10-year-old child, found it commendable that he could wait for his siblings to join him in eating. Lin Nan, aware of the origin of the roasted rabbit, was inspired. Previously, he had only ventured into the woods with friends to gather bird eggs or catch small fish in the river, meager pursuits that hardly satisfied his appetite. Now he thought, "Tomorrow, I will head to the mountains to see if I can find any game, but if I do, I will roast it just like this." Lin Dong disregarded his brother's naive enthusiasm, thinking that if wild game were so easily found, he would be gathering it every day. Upon hearing this, Lin Sisi became agitated. Her books had mentioned that her second brother frequently skipped classes to forage for bird eggs and fish, and now he was planning to search for game in the mountains as well. It seemed he was more dedicated to avoiding school than anything else. "Second brother, the mountains are dangerous, you cannot go. Be careful of wild boars, they can be quite aggressive," she cautioned. However, Lin Nan's resolve was not easily swayed by his sister's warning, especially as he savored the rabbit meat, further solidifying his determination to explore. Lin Laosi and Li Chuanqing said nothing. Having grown up running the mountains themselves, they simply advised him to avoid venturing too deep and to stick to the foothills. In the dead of night, the family gathered together to share the roasted rabbit, feeling immensely satisfied. Lin Nan licked the grease from his fingers and sighed, "If only we could have meat every day, how wonderful that would be." Lin Laosi chuckled, "You dreamer, such lofty thoughts, you're shooting off fireworks without a fuse. What does Dad mean? Is he casting spells?" Lin Nan asked, scratching his head in confusion. Lin Dong stifled a laugh. "Dad is asking how you came up with that idea." Lin Nan was left speechless. Li Chuanqing and Lin Sisi could not help but burst into laughter. Lin Laosi fetched some water for his wife and children to wash their hands and faces before cleaning up the bones and tossing them far away outside, closest to the door. Zhao Xiushang sat up, leaning out the window to peek, inadvertently waking Lin Jianmen. She whispered, "Husband, do you think Laosi is having some fine food with his wife in there? Why are they still awake at this hour, making a ruckus? What good food could he possibly have? Regardless of what he has, will it be shared with you?" Lin Jianmen replied lazily, keeping his eyes closed. Zhao Xiushang pouted, "How could I possibly know? He surely has something good. All the good things from our family have been coaxed away by him, and you know our parents dote on him the most. He won't save any good food until midnight. It'll just go in one end and out the other. Good bones one last in a doghouse. Stop overthinking it. I'm tired after a long day, and you aren't sleepy, but I am." Lin Jianmen turned over and resumed sleeping. Zhao Xiushang mumbled to herself, listening to Lin Jianmen snoring thunderously. She wanted to wake him to tell him to stop snoring, fearing he might get angry since she had already kicked him awake once. Reluctantly, she turned over to sleep on her side, unable to shake her curiosity about what delicious food Laosi had prepared the next morning. While it was still dim outside, Lin Laotai's voice rang out, calling people to rise with the sounds of national treasures. Lin Laosi, irritated, buried his ears in his pillow, still drowsy from the late night. Li Chuanqing sat up, feeling despondent, wondering when this life would ever come to an end. The bustling day began with the crowing of roosters and barking of dogs, rousing everyone to work. Lin Laotai, accompanied by her granddaughter, prepared breakfast, which would soon be taken to the fields for everyone to eat. For the coming month, they would be in a rush to harvest, and so, with every moment counting, Lin Laotai began organizing the day's tasks. The eldest daughters, Lin Lichuan, Lin Lixia, and Lin Liqiu from the first and second households, went to deliver meals to the fields. Lin Lidong from the third household prepared pig feed, while Lin Dongji fed the chickens. Afterward, the two went to gather pig fodder and collect firewood. In the fourth household, Lin Dong and his friends went to the granary to check the rice, calculating their work points. Lin Nan was also tasked with gathering firewood, not only for immediate use but also to begin stockpiling for the winter. Finally, it was Lin Cc's turn. Lin Laotai locked eyes with her, her voice firm as she commanded, "Go gather rice." Chapter 7. The incongruous grandmother breakfast consisted of a porridge made from corn and sweet potatoes, accompanied by wild vegetables. The adults added a cornbread bun, while the children did not receive any. Lin Sisi managed to drink half a bowl of porridge, leaving a small amount that she could not finish for Lin Nan. Lin Nan felt reassured that his sister was worth the trouble, saying, "Sister, just wait, I will bring you something delicious." "Is Sisi at home, Lin Grandma? We want to call her to join us in gathering rice," inquired the neighboring sisters. Xiaohua and Xiaolan, the elder sister, Xiaolan, was of the same age as Lin Sisi, while Xiaohua was her younger sibling. Xiaolan carried her one-year-old brother, Yuzhen, on her back. Lin Grandma maintained a cordial demeanor towards the outside world, her frown lifting slightly. "Ah, it's Xiaolan and Xiaohua. Sisi is here." Upon hearing the voices, Lin Sisi emerged from the house. "Sisi, go to my room and fetch your small basket," Lin Grandma instructed. Lin Sisi responded cheerfully and skipped off to retrieve the basket. For a fleeting moment, Lin Grandma's typically sharp and austere expression softened. The small basket sat on the table, easily visible to Lin Sisi. As she entered inside, she discovered a handkerchief that contained half a piece of peach crisp. After inspecting it, she carefully wrapped it back up and placed it in the basket. Lin Grandma, still maintaining her fierce demeanor, reminded her, "If you get hungry later, remember to eat the peach crisp that your father saved for you." "Thank you, Grandma," Lin Sisi replied sweetly, hiding her surprise. She was somewhat incredulous. Although her father, Lin Laosi, was loving, he clearly did not exhibit such thoughtfulness often. The contradictory nature of Lin Grandma was somewhat endearing. "Sisi, today we are going to the west field to gather rice. Xiaohua and I just heard from some passing adults that there aren't any children over there, so we are sure to collect a good amount, right, Xiaohua?" Xiaolan eagerly shared the news, seeking her sister's affirmation to validate her claim. Xiaohua, the younger sister, was accustomed to following her elder sibling and nodded in agreement. "All right, we will follow Xiaolan's lead," Lin Sisi said, feeling a sense of trust in Xiaolan's suggestion, as she was unsure where to gather rice. Lin Sisi observed that Xiaolan was slightly taller than her, and despite carrying her younger brother, she moved swiftly. In modern times, children of 6 or 7 years old were often spoiled by their families, but here, they were expected to care for younger siblings and contribute to household chores, effectively taking on responsibilities akin to those of an adult. Xiaolan led the way to the field. See, I wasn't lying to you. Let us hurry and gather the rice. If we dawdle, others will discover this spot and we won't be able to collect anything. Lin Cixi nodded in agreement. Thank you for bringing me here, Xiaolan. Having never been thanked before, Xiaolan felt a rush of warmth as her cheeks flushed. She believed that bringing Lin Cixi to this field was the right choice, affirming that she had not misjudged her friendship. Lin Cixi was deserving of her kindness. It's nothing, you gave me half a piece of candy last time, she replied modestly. After exchanging a few words, the three children dispersed, each taking their own little patch of land. Technically, there were 4 of them, with Xiaolan carrying her 1-year-old brother on her back. Upon reaching the location, Xiaolan set her brother down to play at the edge of the field. Lin Cixi, who had grown up with her grandparents, recalled how, whenever there was leftover food in her bowl, her grandmother would recount tales of their generation, enduring hardships and scarcity, where even white steamed buns were considered a luxury. At that time, Lin Cixi had merely regarded it as a story, but now, after unexpectedly traversing to this era, she could truly grasp the meaning behind her grandmother's words. 1 grain of rice weighed 9 jin and 4 liang. Should she be fortunate enough to return to modernity, she vowed never to waste food again. After gathering for a while, Lin Cixi frowned as she examined her small basket, which held only a meager layer of rice, barely enough to cover the bottom. When she crossed paths with Xiaolan and Xiaohua, Xiaolan praised her for gathering a good amount, her tone reminiscent of how she would commend her younger sister, Xiaohua, clearly trying to encourage her. Lin Cixi diligently searched her memory for her grandmother's stories about her childhood, hoping to uncover useful insights. Suddenly, she recalled her grandmother mentioning that when she was young, gathering rice and wheat ears could sometimes lead to the fortunate discovery of a field mouse's nest, resulting in abundant rewards. During autumn harvests, not only were people busy stockpiling food, but small creatures were also preoccupied with gathering provisions for the winter. Her grandfather, tending to his small patch of greens nearby, would occasionally interject, boasting that he had been exceptionally skilled at locating field mouse burrows in his youth. It was this talent that had impressed her grandmother, convincing her to marry him, as he could pilfer the mice's food and prevent her from going hungry naturally. This was a playful exaggeration. Her grandfather enjoyed teasing her grandmother. There were many amusing anecdotes. For instance, the field mice's burrows were ingeniously constructed, interconnected, and divided into various functional areas, including a bathroom, storage room, and even a nursery. Lin Cixi recalled laughing at the idea that field mice led quite refined lives, living in cleanliness and comfort. Deciding to test her recollections, she thought it might yield useful results. At the very least, there was no harm in trying. The field had gradually attracted several children, who had nearly finished gathering rice. The edges of the rice paddies were lined with raised earth, and the outer boundaries were large mounds of soil, topped with various weeds. Field mice traveled in straight lines, and their repeated transportation of grains would inevitably leave traces behind. Lin Cixi patiently observed, walking slowly as she picked up a small stick to probe what appeared to be a field mouse burrow. Onlookers assumed she was merely playing. After several attempts, as the sun grew increasingly fierce, Lin Cixi nearly gave up. However, she finally unearthed a burrow and was delighted to find some rice ears inside. Generally, field mice stored whatever type of grain was found near their burrows. Since this was a rice field, it made sense that the burrow contained rice ears. Although the quantity was modest, Lin Cixi felt a surge of joy. It validated her method as effective. Xiaolan approached her, announcing it was time to head home for dinner and asking if she would join. Lin Cixi eagerly shared her discovery of the field mouse nest with Xiaolan, mentioning that there were likely many more burrows along the raised earth. Xiaolan assumed that Lin Cixi intended to catch field mice to improve her circumstances, noting that any living creature was fair game for food. Even grasshoppers and frogs were edible, no matter how small. Lin Cixi glanced at Xiaolan's basket, which contained more than hers, and similarly, Xiaohua's basket was fuller as well. Xiaolan placed her brother back in the carrying basket and slung it over her shoulder. They would first trade their gathered rice for work points. Although the exchange would not yield much, even a small amount of coarse grain was commendable, and accumulating work points could lead to a substantial figure over time. Lin Cixi exchanged her haul for 1 work point and rushed home to boast to Lin Grandma. Having come to understand that Lin Grandma was not as fearsome as she appeared, Lin Cixi no longer felt intimidated. The little girl beamed with pride, exclaiming, "Grandma, I gathered a lot of rice today and traded it for a work point." Chapter 8, A Prophetic Tongue. Old Madame Lin maintained her stern demeanor, perhaps accustomed to it, as her face rarely displayed any other expression. With a faint she resumed rubbing the corn in her hands, neither approving nor disapproving. Lin Cixi chattered on about the amusing incidents from her day spent gathering rice, praising the industriousness of her neighbors, Xiaolan and Xiaohua. Gradually, old Madame Lin's expression softened, contrasting sharply with her earlier coldness and harshness. She appeared much gentler. Lin Cixi felt a sense of satisfaction, realizing she had correctly deduced the old lady's quirks. This little matriarch was endearingly cantankerous. In the kitchen, Lin Dongji was aiding in the meal preparation. After washing the vegetables, he stepped out to fetch water and caught sight of Lin Cixi playfully circling old Madame Lin, feigning sweetness. In a fit of irritation, he placed the vegetable basket down with a thud and plopped himself onto a stool by the stove. He carelessly tossed in a few handfuls of firewood, huffing as he pumped the bellows, mumbling about the family's sycophants, who had the audacity to complain about work points. After completing her chores at home, she could earn 2 work points just by gathering pig fodder, yet here they were, slaving away like old oxen, exerting the most effort, yet receiving no rewards in the way of delicacies. Seething with frustration, Lin Dongji couldn't help but voice a few complaints to her sister, Lin Xiaodong. Startled, Lin Lidong quickly glanced toward the yard, cautioning, "Dongji, mind your words, or grandmother won't let you eat. Our mother often says that as girls, we should not waste good food." "Sister, mother is just trying to placate us. What's wrong with being a girl? Lin Cece is a girl too, and she gets to eat egg custard. I saw it with my own eyes, and there was even a drop of sesame oil in it. In the end, it's just that grandmother favors her." Lin Dongji's face was a mask of indignation. Lin Lidong dared not respond further. When their grandmother got angry, her glare was as sharp as a knife, enough to frighten anyone. Typically, she wouldn't even dare to speak to her grandmother, wishing only to remain unnoticed, like a mere specter. She had witnessed the earlier harmonious scene between the grandmother and granddaughter and genuinely admired Lin Cece. She felt no envy over the affection Lin Cece received from their grandmother. She could not have borne it herself. By noon, no one returned home for lunch. The 3 older girls from the main and secondary households had brought food in the morning but stayed behind to work. They hurriedly finished their meal before fetching bowls and water to take back to the fields. Lin Dong came back to eat, trading off with a few other children who had been watching the grain field. Even after the family had finished their meal, Lin Nan did not return. Ever mischievous, he had often done this before. Like many children in the village, he would only return when hunger struck, having grown accustomed to the wild outdoors without worry for safety. The village children were all adept at swimming and often bathed or fished in the river. For some unknown reason, Lin Cece felt an incessant twitch in her right eyelid. When Xiao Lan and Xiao Hua came to invite her to gather rice ears, she declined, preferring to wait for her second brother to return before going. Lin Dongji first ventured to collect a bundle of firewood and then headed off to cut pig fodder. The family was busy, and Lin Cece's idleness was irksome to Lin Dongji, who, knowing she couldn't rouse Lin Cece, mustered the courage to approach their grandmother, requesting that Lin Cece join her. "When did it become your place to command me, you little brat? Such a shallow-minded child will amount to nothing as she grows. Everyone should mind their own business. I know what I'm doing." Predictably, Lin Dongji was scolded to tears, leaving with her basket on her back. Lin Cece could only sigh, inadvertently increasing the animosity directed towards herself. It seemed the female lead had now also fallen into the old lady's disfavor. Not waiting any longer, Lin Cece grabbed her small basket, preparing to head out. She felt somewhat foolish for making a fuss. After all, Lin Nan had grown up safely in the story, so surely nothing dire awaited him. "Goodbye, grandmother." Old Madame Lin's expression was long and drawn as she grunted in response to the girl's words, her triangular eyes glancing at the little girl, who was slumped with a downcast demeanor, her twin pigtails drooping, unlike her earlier cheerful self when she had left in the morning. Just as Lin Cece stepped beyond the threshold, she spotted Lin Nan returning, carried back by a boy who appeared to be around 17 or 18. Lin Cece dropped her basket and hurried over, exclaiming, "Second brother, what happened to you?" Upon closer inspection, she noticed cuts on Lin Nan's face, as if he had been scratched by branches, and his clothes appeared as though they had been rolled in mud. Lin Nan grinned, ready to explain, but upon hearing a noise, old Madame Lin approached, causing him to shrink his neck and fall silent. After confirming that Lin Nan was not gravely injured, she expressed her gratitude to the boy carrying him, whom she recognized as Su Chang, the second son of the team leader. "Thank you, Qingzi, for bringing my little monkey back." "What happened?" "No need for thanks, Mom. I just happened to be on the outskirts of the mountain when I encountered Lin Nan, who was being chased by a wild boar. Fortunately, it was a young one. If it had been an adult, Lin Nan wouldn't have just come back with these minor scrapes." "What, a wild boar?" Both old Madame Lin and Lin Cece's eyes widened in shock. Lin Nan had already been placed on the bench inside the house. Realizing the scrutinizing gazes from his grandmother and sister, he couldn't help but shiver. Despite the warmth of the early September sun, he was chilled by his grandmother's glare. Su Cheng added, "Indeed, under normal circumstances, wild boars don't come down from the mountains at this time of year. There's plenty to eat up there. I've never heard of them descending. I recall my grandfather once said that during his youth, a wild boar came down to steal grain, causing quite a ruckus. That was many, many years ago during winter when food was scarce. I suspect this young boar was separated from its group and accidentally wandered to the outskirts while Lin Nan happened to be there." The unspoken conclusion was clear to both old Madame Lin and Lin Cece. Given Lin Nan's current state, it was evident that the wild boar had attacked him, but he wasn't foolish. He had gone up the mountain to hunt for small game like hares or chickens, but this was a wild boar, albeit a juvenile, yet not small enough to disregard. A mere 9-year-old boy, terrified, had run back in a panic, startling the wild boar, which had also been thrown into confusion, causing it to charge recklessly. "Grandmother, you won't believe it. I had the worst luck today. It was as if that wild boar was waiting for me. As soon as I entered the mountain, we locked eyes, and I was so scared I sat down right there. Just as I came to my senses, the wild boar charged at me, and while I was running, it kept butting my backside. I was so frightened I ran in circles while it just kept bumping into me." Old Madam Lin unceremoniously swatted Lin Nan's head. "You little rascal, you'd best behave from now on. Today, you were fortunate to have run into Qingzi, otherwise, you'd have been in for a rough time." Lin Nan nodded repeatedly. "Thank you, Brother Qingzi." "You foolish boy, don't call him brother. He is younger than you should call him uncle," Old Madam Lin corrected. Lin Nan quickly complied. "Thank you, Uncle Qingzi." Su Cheng chuckled, understanding the importance of manners. "Ma'am, I'll take my leave now. I should inform my father. That wild boar must have sensed our hard work during the autumn harvest and decided to lend us a hand." Chapter 9 Harvest. Indeed, the arrival of this wild boar is quite fortuitous. Upon hearing these words, Grandma Lin chuckled. After a long autumn harvest, one could be thoroughly exhausted, with little sustenance in the belly despite the fatigue weighing down their bodies. Everyone was striving to improve their meals. With no oil or meat, how could they enhance their fare? It merely amounted to eating a bit more than usual. Before departing, Su Cheng Lin remarked, "I shall inform my father that this little wild boar was discovered by Lin Nan, and when it comes time to divide the meat, I hope to receive a larger portion." Grandma Lin looked at Su Cheng with a gaze brimming with affection, and Lin Nan could not help but pat his arm, goosebumps rising on his skin. Such tender affection from his grandmother was a rare fortune for most. Lin Sisi was amused by Lin Nan's antics, stifling her laughter with her hand. Unaware, Grandma Lin continued to praise Su Cheng, declaring him a fine child with great prospects. "This meat was procured at the expense of my own endeavors, Grandma. You must allow me an extra bite when the time comes," Lin Nan quickly interjected, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Such a cheeky child would surely take any opportunity afforded to him. Grandma Lin merely waved her hand dismissively. "We shall see if we can even catch it. Let us first focus on dividing the meat." Having assessed that her little grandson was otherwise occupied, she turned to her chores. It was indeed the season of harvest, and both adults and children were busily engaged in communal tasks, while also tending to their own plots of land. Grandma Lin, having once bound her feet in her youth, moved at a slower pace and could not undertake excessively strenuous work. However, she was adept at tasks such as husking corn, separating grains, and picking cotton and peaches, activities she could manage comfortably. Lin Nan sighed deeply, gazing up at the sky with his elder brother relatively unscathed. Lin Sisi felt a sense of relief as she prepared to venture out with her small basket. Xiao Lan and Xiao Hua had informed her that they would be changing locations in the afternoon. She planned to return to the field where she had found the field mouse burrows earlier that day. In the morning, she had been fortunate to discover a spot with few children, but she doubted her luck would hold for the afternoon. Collecting rice ears was a matter of seizing the opportunity. The first to spot them would take them away. Lin Sisi was not inclined to engage in competition with the other children. Gathering rice ears and beans was tacitly permitted, as they could be exchanged for points, and while the quantities were modest, taking them home without exchange was also acceptable, knowing that the children could not collect much, especially with so many from the village participating. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Sisi arrived at the western field, and as she had suspected, no one was there to collect. Perhaps other children had come by, seen that the area had been thoroughly picked, and opted for a different location. The absence of others was a boon. Here, she could work undisturbed. Lin Sisi employed the same method as in the morning, but after 2 successive failures, both due to the cleverly concealed burrows made by the field mice, she couldn't help but marvel at their cunning. The more elusive the mice seemed, the more determined she became in her search. "Ah, at last, I've found it, buried so deep, yet I have unearthed it." The burrow she discovered this time was significantly larger than the one in the morning, yielding a considerable number of rice ears, all neatly severed from the stalks by the field mice, as if exhibiting a touch of obsessive precision. Lin Sisi was as jubilant as a little hamster with this discovery. Her confidence soared. Just this one burrow provided nearly half a basket of rice ears. Though modest in size, it was still a substantial haul, surpassing her entire morning's efforts. By the afternoon, she had found 2 burrows rich with grain. As she meticulously extracted the rice ears from the burrow and placed them in her basket, she returned the soil to its original state, preparing to head home. Before leaving, Lin Sisi gathered a few handfuls of grass to place atop her bounty. In these times, grain was precious, and discretion was wise. Turning around, she noticed a young boy had arrived in the field, his clothes patched more than her own, standing slightly taller than her, suggesting he was a bit older. This particular plot had undoubtedly been scoured multiple times, and seeing only a few grains in the boy's hands indicated his harvest had been meager. Lin Sisi couldn't help but grin, revealing her cleverness. She was surely the most successful of her peers. Children as astute as she were indeed rare. Not recognizing the boy, she observed him intently searching the ground, and since they were strangers, she had no intention of engaging in conversation as she walked past with her basket. Upon returning home, she found Grandma Lin laboring in the yard. Occasionally glancing towards the entrance, Lin Cece scampered over, lifting the grass from atop her basket like a treasure. "Grandma, look at how many rice ears I've gathered." Earlier, Grandma Lin had seen Xiao Lan and Xiao Hua return home with a meager layer of rice ears in their basket, and she had expressed her frustration about the multitude of children collecting rice ears that afternoon. Some had even attempted to snatch from her, resulting in a scuffle that left her covered in dirt. Fortunately, her sisters had accompanied her, providing mutual support, and though they hadn't gained much, they had avoided significant losses. Seeing her granddaughter's sweet smile and confirming that she was unharmed, Grandma Lin's expression softened slightly as she turned her gaze towards the basket. Upon seeing its contents, she was taken aback. "Did you collect all of these?" "Yes, indeed, Grandma. Am I not impressive?" Lin Cece beamed, flashing her teeth. Grandma Lin said nothing but took the basket aside. The two of them stood at the center of the yard, directly facing the entrance, wary of passersby who might take notice. Lin Nan, hearing the commotion, emerged from the house with a toothy grin. Though each step appeared laborious initially, upon returning home, he had not felt such pain. Perhaps the familiarity of home had eased his fears, allowing the discomfort to manifest more acutely. With only his grandmother present, he dared not speak freely, feeling increasingly stifled in his home. Upon hearing his sister's voice, he could barely contain his eagerness to join her. At home, the household was run by the elderly couple, Grandpa Lin and Grandma Lin, without any division of property. The rice ears they had gathered could yield nearly half a bowl of rice, a considerable amount. Grandma Lin, wary of envy from outsiders, had tucked the rice ears away. When Lin Cece saw her brother emerge, she rushed over. "Second brother, how are you? Are you feeling better?" In front of his sister, Lin Nan bravely shook his head, claiming to feel much improved, yet, having glimpsed the rice ears tucked away by Grandma, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaodong and Lin Dongji, the two sisters from the third household, returned home carrying firewood and pig fodder. With everyone else occupied in the fields, Grandma Lin was left to prepare a meal for the two sisters. Lin Cece assisted her. Lin Nan, unable to contribute much, found that even slight movements exacerbated his discomfort, yet he remained steadfast at the kitchen door, concerned that Lin Dongji might pick on his younger sister. His sister, being young and somewhat naive, might not recognize when someone was bullying her, leading to significant troubles for their family. Grandma Lin hastily prepared the meal with her three granddaughters as darkness fell outside, eager to finish before the day's labor concluded. Lin Dongji, feeling disgruntled, worked with gritted teeth, especially as she and her sister bore the weight of firewood and pig fodder, their backs bending under the load. Meanwhile, Lin Cece and her brother shared light-hearted banter, their clothes remaining clean, which suggested they were idling away at home. Observing her sisters, who were covered in dirt from their labors, Lin Dongji felt a deep sense of injustice. Why was it that she was required to toil while others could enjoy leisure at home? Though younger, she had already been helping her sister collect firewood and tend to the pigs at Lin Cece's. It seemed profoundly unfair. They were all part of the same family, all grandchildren of the same grandparents, yet the disparities were staggering. Grandma and Grandpa Lin were clearly biased. Chapter 10. Dreaming. The first to dash home after work was still Lin Laoxi. He appeared listless while laboring, as if he might faint from exhaustion at any moment. Yet, at the sound of the quitting gong, he sprang into action, racing home with the speed of lightning. Upon entering the house, he called out, "Mother, your son is on the verge of starving and collapsing." Day in and day out, the first person he sought after returning from work was his mother. Without needing her to say a word, Lin Laoxi swiftly darted into the room, where he spotted half a piece of peach pastry on the table. A grin crept across his face. It was evident that the old lady cared for him. He gingerly took a bite of the pastry, catching the crumbs with his other hand. It was fragrant and flaky, and after savoring that single bite, he unhesitatingly tucked the remainder into his pocket, making sure not to waste a single crumb that had fallen into his palm. Wiping his mouth, Lin Laoxi stepped out of the old lady's room, just as the others who had been working began to return home one after another. Lin Daxiao rolled up her sleeves in the courtyard, preparing to wash her hands. Spotting Lin Laoxi emerging from the old lady's room, she chuckled, "Laoxi, you're the quickest on your feet in our family. We've only just arrived home, and you've already rested your legs." Lin Erceo, who was about to head to the kitchen, turned back, her gaze sweeping over Lin Laoxi's mouth. His lips were a bright red, unmistakable evidence that he had indulged in a treat. "Laoxi, what were you doing in our mother's room? Don't tell me you've been sneaking food without us." Lin Laoxi chuckled, unperturbed. "Erceo, what are you insinuating? When have I ever hidden food from you? Do you possess some peculiar habit of staring intently at your brother-in-law's mouth in broad daylight? Fortunately for me, it's just me. Anyone with a bit of modesty would be embarrassed under your gaze." But tell me, Urseo, upon close inspection, isn't my mouth more comely than Urges, although both of us share the same parents, somehow I seem to have inherited their finer traits. Honestly, don't you think I'm more handsome than Urge? Lin Laosi was quite the dandy, widely acknowledged in the village for his delicate features. However, despite his good looks, he was utterly inept, and beauty alone could not sustain him. With Lin Laosi's lazy demeanor setting a precedent, villagers seeking suitors for their daughters prioritized practicality over appearance. Honest, diligent, and capable men were the first choice. After all, marrying a man meant ensuring daily sustenance, and the community regarded Lin Laosi as merely a product of his family's largesse, without which he could hardly support himself. Lin Urseo was infuriated by Lin Laosi's insolence. Why was her life so wretched? Her mother-in-law showed favoritism, and her brother-in-law was a scoundrel. Unable to argue or retaliate, she felt a pang in her heart. Lin Urge was well aware of his wife's continuing frustrations with Laosi. It was not the first time she had suffered at his hands, yet she never seemed to learn from her experiences. He directed her, Urseo, go check on how the cooking is coming along in the kitchen. With a glare directed at Lin Laosi, Lin Urseo departed for the kitchen. Lin Laosi sulked, Urge, keep your wife in check. She seems to have nothing better to do than to fixate on me. Lin Urge washed his hands, maintaining a neutral stance. Well, you certainly haven't made it easy for her to ignore you. Lin Laosi chuckled to himself, thinking that it was Urseo who had initiated the provocations. No one had yet been born who could truly best him in wit. Lin Laotai had long since overheard the commotion, fully aware of her youngest son's antics, and chose to remain silent. Dinner was once again served by Lin Laotai, starting with old Lin, followed by her sons. Lin Laosan was not home, so his portion was set aside. Next came the daughters-in-law, and finally the grandchildren. The old lady was relatively fair in her distribution of food. Though the daughters-in-law outwardly accepted her authority, they knew she favored her youngest son and daughter, yet she did not intentionally mistreat them. In a village where privacy was scarce, everyone was acutely aware of each other as circumstances. Some families treated their daughters-in-law like beasts of burden, expecting them to bear children while also handling household chores, relegating them to the back of the line during meal distribution, often left with little more than broth. Conversations blossomed at the dining table. Lin Laosi and Li Chuanqing had learned about the situation regarding Lin Nan while working in the fields, where they overheard that wild boars had been spotted at the mountain's edge, and the team leader had organized a hunt, dispatching one able-bodied man from each household. Lin Laosan had been chosen from the Lin family. This only deepened Lin Dongji's sense of injustice, especially as her parents toiled tirelessly, while their family bore the brunt of the hardships at home. Of late, Lin Dongji had been plagued by dreams that left her feeling furious and upset upon waking. Though she struggled to recall the specifics, it seemed unreasonable that their family should constantly give without complaint, and despite her parents' sacrifices, their efforts went unappreciated. The imbalance between their contributions and the rewards felt profoundly unjust. Naturally, no one took heed of Lin Dongji's thoughts. Everyone was weary from a day's labor and simply wished to retire to bed. Lin Laotai assigned the household chores, and once completed, they could enjoy a bath and rest. Lin Sisi assisted Lin Nan back to their room, where Lin Nan's groans elicited ruthless laughter from his older brother, Lin Dong. Were it not for Lin Sisi intervening, the two might have come to blows. Li Chuanqing was tasked with scrubbing pots, initially considering passing the chore to Lin Sansa, but Lin Sansa was already busy with laundry. Li Chuanqing recalled the previous incident involving laundry and opted to take care of the pots herself. In this weather, clothes washed at night dried quickly by morning, ready for wear. Li Chuanqing hurriedly called the children to bathe. Lin Sisi prepared the water indoors, mixing it with a bit of hot water and a touch of soap. Li Chuanqing was frugal with the soap, reserving it for herself and Lin Sisi alone, as Lin Laosi and his two sons, being male, had no need for it. Lin Dong had just returned from the river, fresh and clean, and required no further washing. Lin Nan, feeling discomfort in his rear, requested Lin Dong to help dampen a towel so he could wipe himself down in the courtyard. Li Chuanqing, in a flurry, urged the children to bathe, tossing the soiled clothes into a large basin outside, anxious that Lin Sansa would take the basin before she had a chance to discard the dirty garments. After washing, Lin Sisi donned a set of clothes that were far more tattered than what she had worn during the day, resembling a patchwork of fabric, with the upper portion adorned in vibrant colors and the lower half in dull gray cloth, all quite worn. The once bright colors of the top half had faded significantly. At night, the dimness of the house made it less noticeable, as they seldom lit candles, relying instead on the moonlight that filtered through the windows. After Lin Sisi finished bathing, Lin Laosi was permitted entry into the room, producing the remaining peach pastry from his pocket. Under the scrutinizing gaze of several pairs of eyes, he divided it into 5 equal pieces, ensuring fairness in the distribution. Lin Nan, with keen eyes, held up his piece to the window, exclaiming, "Father, this piece you've given me looks like it has a bite mark." Lin Laosi's demeanor grew tense, for that piece had been saved for him by his mother. "What bite mark? If you don't want it, then don't eat it." Chapter 11 Hidden Skills. Drowning Lin Nan, clutching a peach crisp, sidled away, exclaiming, "Eat, I shall eat." With that, he popped a small piece into his mouth. Lin Cece gazed at the peach crisp in her small palm, recalling her father's earlier demeanor. The bite marks Lin Nan had seen were undoubtedly from him. Despite having only spent a few days together, she had come to understand her parents quite well. Lin Cece, feeling somewhat disinclined to eat the peach crisp, observed Lin Nan devouring it as though it were a delicacy, and thus handed it to him, saying, "Here, second brother, you can have it." "Little sister, you truly won't eat?" "If not, I shall eat it all," Lin Nan replied, swallowing with exaggerated eagerness. Without uttering a word, Lin Cece surrendered the peach crisp to him. Lin Nan grinned foolishly. "Sister, you are so kind. In the future, whenever I have something delicious, I will share it with you." Lin Dong, witnessing his foolish younger brother, could hardly bear to watch, and turned to Lin Laosi, saying, "Father, are we going up the mountain today?" Lin Laosi shook his head. "No, it's too soon since our last trip. In a few days, when your third uncle returns, there will be too many people on the mountain today, making it easy to be discovered." As Lin Nan contentedly munched on his peach crisp, he looked at his father and older brother with a puzzled expression. "Dad, what are you and brother up to?" Lin Laosi replied, "We are going to find a wild boar's den. Do you want to come?" Lin Nan quickly shook his head, recalling the painful experience of being nudged by a boar. Lin Cece could not help but ponder the meaning behind their conversation, particularly how Lin Nan, the glutton, genuinely believed they were searching for a boar's den. Remembering the roasted hare they had feasted upon after their midnight excursion to the mountains, she mused whether her father, despite his laziness, might indeed be a hidden hunting expert, merely pretending to be idle to avoid suspicion. If that were the case, they could frequently enjoy meat in the future. Lin Cece felt a surge of excitement. Could it be that her father possessed hidden skills not mentioned in the books? In her mind, he suddenly towered at an imposing height of 2 meters 8. Lin Laosi sensed his daughter's peculiar gaze, wondering if it was merely a trick of the dim light. Lin Cece pleaded, "Dad, will you take me with you next time you go up the mountain? I want to go too." Lin Laosi assessed her short legs and promptly refused. "No, you run too slowly with those short legs. Rest assured, I will bring something back for you, just like last time." Lin Cece pouted in disappointment. Was her stature truly that short? It was only natural for her age, and she would surely grow into long legs in due time. Besides, shouldn't he the prey be the ones running? Lin Dong could not bear to see his little sister disheartened. She ought to be cheerful every day, with their parents and himself around to support her. When his second brother had spoken, he had remained silent, knowing that the impetuous second brother was not suited for pre-discussion before embarking on tasks. Sharing secrets with his sister was harmless. She was far more perceptive than the gluttonous second brother. Leaning closer, Lin Dong whispered, "Little sister, you must keep this a secret. Dad intends to go up the mountain to scavenge. If anyone discovers how slowly you run, you might get caught." Lin Cece's eyes widened in surprise. While it was cleverly termed scavenging, it was clear that they were simply stealing someone else's catch. Her father and brother were indeed going to pilfer another's prey, cloaked in the faade of righteousness. She had almost thought her father had hidden skills, but now, after hearing her brother's explanation, the image of her father towering at 2 meters 8 dissipated, leaving him just an ordinary man. Lin Laosi noticed his daughter's gaze remained strange, previously filled with admiration but now tinged with disdain. As this thought crossed his mind, he quickly shook his head, dismissing it. Surely, he was simply fatigued. How could his sweet little girl harbor contempt for him? Curious about what his brother and sister were discussing, Lin Nan pressed for answers, but when his brother remained tight-lipped, he turned to Lin Cece. However, she, having just been cautioned by her brother to keep quiet, covered her mouth with her small hand and shook her head. Suddenly, an urgent shout rang out amidst the chirping of insects and croaking of frogs on that fateful night. "Oh no! The daughter of the Lin family, the third branch, has fallen into the water." Startled, the occupants of the house leapt from their beds as if propelled by a spring. Lin Cece, with her keen ears, felt a taut string snap in her mind upon hearing the news. Here it came, the moment the female protagonist fell into the water. It was over. The day they had dreaded had finally arrived. The good days for their once remarkable family were at an end. Lin Laosi, usually reticent, tossed aside his smoking pipe and slipped on his cloth shoes, followed closely by Lin Laotai. As the elderly couple emerged, others from the various households also rushed out. The bearer of the news was the wife of the village captain, Su Cheng's mother, who had escorted Lin Nan back from the mountain. Lin Laotai, her temples throbbing from the earlier uproar, urgently inquired, "Su Aunt, what happened? Who fell into the water?" The captain's wife, Su Aunt, replied, "It's your third branch's daughter. She was washing clothes by the river with her mother when she accidentally fell, and luckily, there were many people washing clothes nearby. Your village's Su Shun's wife is a good swimmer and managed to fish her out. I happened to be passing by and rushed over to inform you. It seems she inhaled some water, so you should hurry over and check. If necessary, go to the clinic. Thank you, Su-Aunt. We'll head over right away, please come by for some sweet water another day, Lin Laotai responded. Su-Aunt waved her hands, no need, the child is the priority. You must hurry. Lin Laosi made a decisive call, eldest son, go fetch the cart, second and fourth brothers, you two are young and quick, run ahead to check, and we will follow shortly. What caused her to fall into the water? I wonder if it was the beginning of winter or winter solstice, Lin Erbo's wife mused aloud as they walked. The younger generation, not being immediate family, were nameless to the captain's wife, and the occasion was not suitable for idle chatter. A throng of people made their way silently toward the riverbank. Apart from Lin Nan, who was still nursing his sore backside, the entire family had gathered. At first, Lin Cece held her mother Li Chuanqing's hand, but her short legs couldn't keep pace, prompting her mother to scoop her up. Li Chuanqing had a peculiar thought, unable to articulate it coherently. Upon reaching the riverbank, they beheld a dense crowd gathered in a tight circle. In those times, without much in the way of entertainment, when news of someone falling into the water spread, the villagers, who had just spent an exhausting day, suddenly found their aches forgotten, eager for a spectacle. The crowd was too dense for them to squeeze through. Lin Laotai called out, "That's my child." The crowd instinctively parted, creating a pathway. If not for the fact that the girl in distress was a family member, they might have thought the Lin family were mere onlookers, just like the rest. Now that it was known that the drowning victim was a family member, the crowd hastily cleared the way, having heard that the young girl had nearly drowned and was now turning blue from asphyxiation. "My daughter, you're awake. You scared your mother half to death. What would I tell your father if something happened to you?" Lin Sanhua's wife, Sun Sibian, wept as she clutched Lin Dongji's upper body. Chapter 12. Watching the drama, Lin Dongji's complexion was pale, her body soaked through, and she coughed up a few mouthfuls of water. Aunt Lin San, Sun Sibian, hurriedly patted Lin Dongji's back, using the corner of her garment to wipe her mouth. Both mother and daughter were drenched. Lin Lidong was equally affected. She was terrified by her sister's fall into the river earlier and remained in a state of shock, her heart racing so violently it felt as though it might leap into her throat. Lin Laojiu exclaimed, "Father, mother, you have arrived. Dongji is fine, she has regained consciousness." Old Lin nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Dong held Lin Cece's hand as they approached, standing protectively beside her to shield her from the crowd. Lin Cece peeked around Lin Dong's slender frame, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Lin Dongji. Their eyes met, and she sensed a mixture of resentment, hatred, and a hint of weariness in Lin Dongji's gaze, an expression far too mature for someone of her age. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, a multitude of emotions was conveyed. Suddenly, Lin Dong's youthful silhouette obstructed Lin Cece's view. A warmth spread through her heart. Her elder brother was dependable and would always step up when needed. Grandma Lin remarked, "How could you let Dongji fall into the water? Thankfully she has awakened. Let us not dwell on that, we must take her home. Lying on the ground is too cold. We shall clean her up, change her into dry clothes, and let her rest." Aunt Lin San, Sun Sibian, had never experienced such kindness from her mother-in-law before. With the wind blowing, her mind became clearer, and fearing her daughter would be blamed, she quickly reassured, "Mother, it was my clumsy hands. Li Dong and Dongji came to help me with the laundry, and it was an accident that Dongji slipped and fell into the river. Please take her home first, let Li Dong assist her in changing into clean clothes. I will finish the laundry and return shortly, it won't delay anything." Grandma Lin's forehead creased, it sounded as if she were the cruel mother-in-law in this narrative. Although she held a bias towards her youngest son and daughter, she did not consider herself unreasonable. Despite her favoritism, she believed she could manage the situation. Lin Debianai, who was perceptive, recognized that San Daimiai was likely to have angered her mother-in-law. Who wouldn't he be upset? San Daimiai was diligent, yet her stubbornness made her blind to the nuances of the situation. With so many people around and the family not solely reliant on her, if the matriarch instructed her to return home, she should comply. The laundry could be handled by others, there were priorities to consider, and given the circumstances, no one could voice a complaint. San Daimiai, take Dongji, and return with mother. You needn't concern yourself with the laundry. I, along with Air Daimiai and C Daimiai, will handle it. This work is simple for us, and given the perilous nature of Dongji's situation, I would feel uneasy leaving her in Li Dong's care. It is far better for you to ensure the child's well-being than to fret over chores. Lin Erbainai, Jia Xiaoxian, and Li Chuanqing quickly concurred. Aunt Lin San, Sun Sibian, observed her mother-in-law's changing expression, realizing her clumsiness had provoked her ire. Upon hearing her sister-in-law's words, she refrained from further comment, meekly expressing her gratitude before following along. She too was concerned for her daughter. Despite being the second daughter, she was still her flesh and blood. Watching Dongji's expression shift from dazed to terrified after regaining consciousness, she understood her daughter had been genuinely frightened. Li Chuanqing, preoccupied with her own thoughts, chose not to say much and continued with the laundry. The surrounding crowd gradually dispersed as the excitement waned. Lin Dong led Lin Cixi, waiting for Li Chuanqing to finish before they departed together. Lin Laozi had just returned with the family, transporting Lin Dongji along. They had a cart, so there was no need to carry her. However, in their haste, they hadn't laid down any bedding on the cart, so Aunt Lin San, Sun Sibian, took a seat, with Lin Dongji perched on her lap. Aunt Lin San was restless, with her father-in-law and mother-in-law walking alongside. She felt anxious sitting on the cart, concerned that his sister might be frightened. Lin Dong gently patted her round little head. He too had been startled by Lin Dongji's expression earlier, unable to fathom why she looked at him and his sister in such a manner after her fall. It was an accident. It wasn't as if he and his sister had pushed her in. One might think from her expression that they had been the cause. The laundry was nearly finished, with Lin Debianai, Lin Erbainai, and Li Chuanqing completing the task swiftly. Once done, Li Chuanqing shook the water from her hands and called for Lin Dong and Lin Cixi to return home. Lin Erbainai watched Li Chuanqing depart, muttering, "She runs so swiftly. She is the fastest when it comes to food and even quicker when it's time to avoid work. Old Four's wife is like a rabbit. No, she should be compared to a loach." Lin Debianai moved her lips but said nothing. The second family was the most prone to grumbling, which was utterly futile, as it neither changed circumstances nor relieved them from their duties. Upon returning home, Lin Nan was still awake, his eyes wide as saucers, eagerly awaiting Lin Dong and Lin Cixi to share the latest gossip. Unable to witness the commotion firsthand, Lin Nan was restless. Lin Laozi had returned early, and when Lin Nan inquired, he received a curt response: "Oh, someone fell into the water, but they're awake now and resting at home," and that was it. Such a dry recounting left Lin Nan disappointed. As soon as Lin Dong and Lin Cixi arrived, Lin Nan seized them, eager to glean the details. Lin Cixi remained quiet, thinking, her second brother should tread carefully. The fruit of gossip often requires repayment. Li Chuanqing, initially burdened with her thoughts, quickly forgot them upon hearing Lin Laozi mention that the village had caught a wild boar, and her anticipation for meat overshadowed all else. Regardless of the circumstances, she was determined to indulge in a feast. Even though the wild boar was small, it was still substantial, and the village elders were keen judges, estimating it to weigh at least 100 pounds. A fully grown wild boar could weigh nearly 300 pounds, whereas the fattest domestic pig typically weighed around 150 pounds. 200-pound pigs were a rarity, at least in their production team. Tomorrow, the collective effort of the village would culminate in the slaughter of the pig, with the meat distributed based on participation, ensuring that those who did not contribute would receive none. The Lin family had many members but limited space, with Lin Dong and Lin Nan lacking their own rooms. Sleeping at the very edge, Lin Cixi lay on the con, wide awake, listening intently to her parents' casual banter. Today had been a harrowing experience for her second brother, who had been chased by a wild boar. He had been pestering his elder brother for details, but Lin Dong had brushed him off with a few vague words, and soon enough, he had drifted into a deep and blissful sleep. Lin Dong, feeling restless, turned over and pulled the thin quilt, lumpy with cotton, over his head, quickly succumbing to sleep as well. "Wife, the children are asleep. It has been several days since we." Lin Cixi felt her frustration mounting. She did not wish to overhear her parents' private conversations, for she was not the naive child she once was. Chapter 13 Eavesdropping. Fourth brother, the autumn harvest is terribly exhausting. "Look, my face is sunburned and peeling. Why don't we have another child? The eldest and second are grown, and Cixi is also getting bigger. Let's have a beautiful little girl just like Cixi. A boy would do too. We could name him Lin Bei, and a girl Lin Bei Bei, then we would have all directions covered in our family. If I were pregnant, I wouldn't have to toil in the fields. Although I would still be occupied with house chores, at least I could steal a moment of leisure. In the fields, no matter how one tries to slack off, one must endure a whole day under the scorching sun." Li Chuanqing knows this well, having given birth to Lin Dong, Lin Nan, and Lin Cixi just like that. A forced to eavesdrop, Lin Cixi thought to herself, this is so typical of Li Chuanqing, a reflection of her capabilities. This couple truly has a knack for naming. Lin Bei Bei, how effortlessly they roll off the tongue. It makes one ponder how challenging it is in later times to name a child, flipping through dictionaries in search of the perfect name. Lin Laozi genuinely did not desire another child to argue with him. Even now, he struggles to fairly divide a single piece of peach pastry into 5 parts. Bringing another child into the mix would mean dividing it into 6, and would he even get to eat? He thought this inwardly, of course not daring to voice it, lest his wife become upset. "Wife, let's postpone the idea of having more children for now. Let's endure this year. It's not the right time. Even if you were to find out you were pregnant, the autumn harvest would already be over, and what good would that do? You would still have to work. Let us wait until next year, and plan ahead to coincide with the summer and autumn harvests. Think long-term. Wouldn't it be more beneficial than conceiving before the autumn harvest?" Li Chuanqing found his reasoning quite sound. "Fourth brother, you truly are remarkable, thinking so far ahead. As for who wishes to eavesdrop on such conversations, let them be. She had no desire to listen, for there is no limit to the absurdity of human discourse. Lin Cixi closed her eyes, expecting to be sleepless over the monumental event of Lin Dongji's rebirth after falling into the river, yet she found herself drifting into slumber swiftly. After a night of pleasant dreams, Lin Laodai called for everyone to rise in the morning, rousing Lin Cixi from her sleep. She recalled almost being forced to eavesdrop the previous night and felt a wave of embarrassment. Thankfully, she had not overheard anything inappropriate, for she feared the consequences of such knowledge. Today, the workers were particularly enthusiastic, not only in their household but in others as well. This enthusiasm was undoubtedly linked to the imminent butchering of wild boars and the distribution of meat. The last time they divided pork was during the New Year, and it had been so long that they had forgotten the taste of meat. With meat to eat, life seemed to hold promise. However, the portions would not be bountiful. The wild boar weighed about 100 pounds, and after removing the entrails, there wouldn't be much left for each individual. A large family might share just a pound of meat. Some were already calculating whether, in addition to the meat, they might also request some bones, which could be boiled into broth with some vegetables, offering a delightful flavor. Bones could be simmered multiple times to extract every bit of goodness, maximizing their value. The labor of the autumn harvest was demanding, leaving little time for members to gather and witness the spectacle of pig slaughtering, which was somewhat regrettable. Children recovered quickly. Yesterday, Lin Nan had complained of pain from moving too much but awoke today full of energy. With Lin Nan feeling better, Lin Laodai dared not allow him to gather firewood again, fearing he might entertain thoughts of venturing up the mountain. It was sheer luck that he had escaped when confronted by the wild boar. Another encounter might cost him his life. Although wild boars do not continuously descend from the mountains, what if Lin Nan had merely been fortunate? It was quite the stroke of luck. Others could tread the path to the mountain without ever encountering a wild boar. What a coincidence that he met a wild boar on his ascent. This was no small fortune that he could not be allowed to roam alone again. Someone must keep an eye on him, and Lin Cixi was the perfect choice. She could watch over Lin Nan to prevent him from wandering off and also gather rice grains, achieving two tasks in one. Lin Cixi accepted the task distributed by Lin Laodai, and after breakfast, she and Lin Nan each took a basket and set off. Aside from Lin Nan and Lin Dongji, the distribution of labor remained largely unchanged from yesterday. Lin Dongji was allowed to rest at home for the day after her fright yesterday, with her chores reassigned to Lin Lidong, who would prepare pig feed and mix it with chicken feed, as well as gather a basket of pig fodder. Lin Dongji did not even come out for breakfast. Her sister Lidong brought food to her in the room. On the way, Lin Cixi and Lin Nan encountered their neighbors, sisters Xiaolan and Xiaohua. Lin Cixi invited them to join in gathering rice grains, but the sisters declined. They revealed that they planned to collect soybean seeds instead, as there were too many children gathering rice grains, and their parents forbade them from doing so, directing them instead to pick soybean seeds. Parting ways, the children exchanged a few words before separating. Lin Cixi continued along the ridge she had explored yesterday. Lin Nan observed his sister poking around with a stick along the ridge and assumed she was merely playing. Conveniently, he too had no desire to gather rice grains. If worse came to worst, he could return home and let their grandmother scold him. He would simply tell her that he wanted to play. After all, he was often scolded by her. Every time he went to gather firewood, he would sneak off to play for a while first, returning just before mealtime to collect some firewood to fulfill his obligation. His grandmother's scoldings were always more bark than bite, and he had grown accustomed to it. With this resolution in mind, he decided to take the blame upon himself later. "Brother, I found something. You should find something to dig with too." Lin Nan smiled helplessly and, without saying anything, picked up a stick to join his sister in her playful digging. As they dug, they stumbled upon rice grains. Lin Nan grew increasingly perplexed. Lo and behold, there were plenty of rice grains. "Brother, what are you dawdling for? Get them into the basket." Lin Cixi urged him, noticing her brother was frozen in place. "Ah, I'm on it." "Wow, sister, there are so many rice grains here. How did you know they would be here?" Lin Nan quickly began collecting the grains into his basket. Lin Cixi explained that this was a field mouse's burrow, and these grains were stored by the field mouse for winter. Field mice tend to store food in multiple locations, and this was just one of them. The grains were intact, as the field mouse had only bitten them off the stalks but had not had the chance to consume them before they were unearthed by them. Lin Nan stood tall, puffing out his chest with pride, and exclaimed, "Sister, you are truly clever. No wonder you are my sister. Your mind works so well. I thought you were just playing earlier." Lin Cixi remained speechless. Under Lin Cixi's quiet gaze, Lin Nan sheepishly scratched the back of his head. From then on, Lin Cixi took the lead in finding holes while Lin Nan focused on digging. Their roles were clearly defined, with Lin Cixi using her wits and Lin Nan relying on his strength, and they worked together harmoniously. "Brother, do you want to take it back home for a moment? The basket will be full soon, and it wouldn't be good if someone sees it." Lin Cixi noted that Lin Nan's small basket was nearly full. Lin Nan nodded. "Yes, I'll head back once I finish picking these." Sister, you are amazing, look how much we've gathered. When we return, we must ask grandmother to treat us to a meal of white rice. Since arriving here, Lin Cece had not yet enjoyed a meal of white rice. The thought of fragrant, steaming rice made her mouth water. Second brother, whether I get to eat white rice depends on you. Chapter 14 Exemplary Professionalism. Upon seeing the basket that Lin Nan had returned, Grandma Lin brushed aside a layer of weeds that covered it, revealing a bounty of rice ears underneath. When Lin Nan mentioned that the clever little girl, Shishi, had gathered them, Grandma Lin recalled how just a couple of days prior, the child had been chattering in her ear about seeking out field mouse burrows. She had not paid much heed at the time, but it turned out that the little girl was quite resourceful. Observing her grandson's cheerful demeanor, Grandma Lin quickly seized the opportunity to express her desire for a hearty bowl of white rice. Grandma Lin set aside the freshly gathered rice ears alongside those collected by the little girl previously, handing Lin Nan the now empty basket. In response to her grandson's request, she neither acquiesced nor declined, simply stating that they would discuss it later. "Nai, I wish to have some rock candy," Lin Nan said with a sheepish grin. Drawing from his past experiences, he knew that given his grandmother's favorable mood, the request for rice might be a stretch, so he aimed for something more attainable first. Lin Nan was rather clever when it came to matters of food. Grandma Lin, on her tiptoes, fetched 2 pieces of rock candy from the house, cautioning him, "Share one with your sister, and don't you dare sneak any." "Nai, you need not worry. I would never pilfer from Shishi. You're the best, Nai. When I grow up, I will treat you to white rice every day, never any brown rice, and I shall buy you heaps of rock candy." "You can have whatever you desire," Lin Nan declared, accepting the candy with a grin that crinkled his eyes into slits. He was overjoyed, but the candy was far too much for him to consume alone. Such sweet promises were not new to Grandma Lin. She had heard them from her elder son in his youth and now from her grandson, yet, who could resist the charm of sweet words? A hint of softness broke through her stern expression as she waved him off. Time passed, and soon half the morning had slipped away. Lin Nan returned to share the rock candy with his sister, and the pair filled half a basket more before preparing to head home. By the time they arrived, the pigs that the villagers had cooperatively caught were already slaughtered, and Grandma Lin was returning home with a basket in hand. Upon spotting the basket filled with meat, including a substantial bone, Lin Nan eagerly approached and exclaimed, "Nai, are we having meat for lunch?" For once, Grandma Lin's usual stern demeanor softened into a rare smile as she playfully scolded, "Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is food. You're grown now, yet you're still less composed than your sister." This was the first time Lin Shishi had witnessed her grandmother smile. Typically, the old woman wore a serious expression. Unfortunately, Lin Nan did not get to enjoy the meat he had eagerly anticipated at lunch. However, Grandma Lin did prepare a hearty stew with the bone and plenty of winter melon, which was quite fragrant in its own right. The adults laboring outside did not return for lunch. The daughters from the main and secondary households came back to collect their meals, and upon seeing the day's offerings, their weary faces brightened with smiles. After distributing the food, Lin Li Dong noticed the absence of his sister, Lin Dongji, and mustered the courage to say, "Nai, Dongji hasn't rested well yet. I'll take her meal to her. As long as she has breath, she can crawl out and eat." Is she really turning into a spoiled princess, serving her food in her room while she shirks her duties? She fell into the water. What of it? Is that such a grave matter? The water in the river is hardly cold. She merely drank a few sips. It's not like she caught a chill. Just a while ago, she had the strength to go to the toilet but not to join us for a meal? "We don't raise idlers in this household," Grandma Lin chastised vehemently. Lin Li Dong, intimidated by his grandmother's fierce glare, shrank back and refrained from saying more. Grandma Lin was already embodying the role of a harsh matriarch to perfection, fully equipped with an exceptional degree of professionalism, beginning her critiques of the female lead, who would eventually rise to confront her challenges. However, for the time being, Grandma Lin would not be at a loss. Lin Shishi, lost in thought, busily scooped rice into her mouth, savoring the delightful stew made from the large bone and winter melon, which was far more delicious than the usual stir-fried wild greens. Her demands had now diminished. She relished the simple winter melon soup, nearly wishing to lick the bowl clean. Though Lin Nan and his sisters did not lick their bowls, they did rinse out their bowls with water and drank it. Once everyone had finished eating, Lin Dongji arrived tardily. Grandma Lin, with an unpleased expression, served her a portion of food. Lin Dongji remained unfazed, seemingly oblivious to her grandmother's displeasure as she commenced her meal. From the moment Lin Dongji entered the room, Lin Shishi felt as though she were being scrutinized, akin to an unseen presence observing her. Lin Shishi was acutely aware that it was Lin Dongji watching her. There was something disconcertingly out of sync about Lin Dongji. Her demeanor did not match her age, and while a 10-year-old girl should exude liveliness and innocence, when Lin Dongji looked at others, it felt as though an old woman were gazing back, which was somewhat unsettling. It was uncertain whether it was Lin Dongji's overt scrutiny or something else, but Grandma Lin also noticed the peculiar shift in Lin Dongji. As she prepared to examine her granddaughter more closely, Lin Dongji nonchalantly averted her gaze. Grandma Lin, convinced she had merely imagined it, commanded, "After you finish your meal, clean up the dishes. We do not harbor those who live off others' labor. Considering your recent mishap, I've spared you from chores today, but you must contribute to the household. You will cook dinner tonight." "Nai, your reasoning is flawed. What do you mean by living off others? I do not live off anyone. My father works a full day, my mother earns 8 credits daily, and my sister continuously toils. Can the 3 of them not support me alone? Besides, I do not eat much, and you have never been generous enough to give me delicacies like eggs," Lin Dongji retorted, only clearing her own dishes and leaving the rest untouched. Grandma Lin, incensed, felt as if the world had turned upside down. Never before had anyone dared to speak back to her in this household. Lin Lidong was on her way to fetch water for the chickens when she abruptly overheard her sister arguing with Grandma Lin, nearly dropping the water ladle in shock. Was her sister courting danger? Grandma, what is going on? Let me handle it. This girl, Dongji, must have taken in too much water from falling in the river yesterday. Don't hold it against her." Lin Lidong hastily interjected, pulling Lin Dongji away. Lin Dong had sensed something amiss since last night when Lin Dongji had regained consciousness by the riverbank. Her gaze had been unsettlingly intense, fearing that his absence might lead to his younger siblings being bullied. He had whisked Lin Nan and Lin Shishi away, thus Lin Shishi had missed the scene of conflict between Lin Dongji and Grandma Lin. Chapter 15. Feigning illness upon her rebirth, Lin Dongji found herself at odds with the old matriarch. It was unnecessary to ponder the narrative. One could easily surmise that her prior relationship with the matriarch was far from cordial. Perhaps, in her heart, she harbored not only resentment towards the 4th branch but also towards the matriarch herself. After all, the matriarch's favoritism towards the 4th branch and her cherished granddaughter was glaringly apparent. Strangely enough, Lin Cece had yet to meet her younger aunt, who was just beginning her junior high school journey. Wasn't it the season for autumn harvest breaks? Why hadn't her aunt returned? The village's students were all on holiday. This was customary during the busy farming season. Upon leaving home, Lin Dong continued his journey to the granary, while Lin Cece and Lin Nan busied themselves gathering rice stalks. In the afternoon, the initial excitement had worn off for Lin Nan, and she persistently urged Lin Cece to accompany her to collect bird eggs, promising to cook them for her. Lin Cece resolutely declined. Lin Nan, embodying a relentless spirit, chattered on about her tree-climbing prowess and her successful egg-collecting escapades, boasting that none of her friends could match her skills. She extolled the delights of eating bird eggs, highlighting their nutritional value and the fun involved. Lin Cece recognized that Lin Nan's words were somewhat exaggerated, yet for a fleeting moment, she felt tempted. Nevertheless, she remained steadfast in her refusal. Seeing his sister unmoved, Lin Nan did not relent, continuing to persuade her. "Sister, how about I go fishing in the river? I can roast some fish for you. It's quite simple, just a sprinkle of salt is all it needs to be delicious." The mere thought of roasted fish made Lin Nan's mouth water. It had been ages since he had savored its flavor. Lin Cece swallowed hard. She too craved such delights, but her body was honest about its needs. The only decent dish available today was the bone stew with winter melon, and her body yearned for nourishment, as did everyone in this era. "No, we cannot go fishing in the river. It can be quite dangerous, brother. I would rather go hungry than place you in harm's way." "What danger could there possibly be in fishing? I can swim like a dog, and I do so quite swiftly," Lin Nan argued, increasingly aware of the sweltering heat and yearning to jump into the river to cool off. "What if a fish bites you? Even if you can swim, there are deep spots in the river." Lin Nan erupted in laughter at his sister's naive concerns, clutching his belly in mirth. Oh, sister, I once thought you were clever, but you are being rather foolish. Fish don't bite people, they only fall victim to my appetite." Lin Cece, annoyed at being the butt of his jokes, stomped her foot in mock indignation. "Brother, be careful. I might just tell Grandma and Mom that you aren't working diligently. We should gather more rice stalks and later demand a proper meal of white rice from Grandma. That would be far more practical. I don't believe for a second that you can catch fish with your bare hands. You're merely looking for an excuse to play. Bird eggs are rare treasures. The lower branches have already been stripped bare by others. You shan't fool me. Humph, I am clever enough." Realizing he could not deceive his sister, Lin Nan acknowledged her cunning. "Sister, it appears you still do not understand our parents. They would think us foolish for working so hard." Lin Cece, though difficult to digest, her brother's words held a kernel of truth. After all, their parents had always taught them that one must be astute. To learn the art of laziness, where opportunities were scarce, one should still seek to conserve energy. Work should be done slowly, while food should be consumed quickly. Almost swayed by Lin Nan's reasoning, Lin Cece soon regained her composure. She understood that her labor was not merely for the sake of productivity but to demonstrate her capabilities to her family and the matriarch. Though young, she was capable of contributing. Economic foundations determine the upper structure. Productivity dictates one's voice. After all, who truly listens to the life lessons of a person who has achieved nothing? Brother, will you accompany me in gathering rice? I long for white rice. Moreover, you heard what Xiaolan and Xiaohua mentioned this morning. The older children are snatching the rice stalks they collect, which is why they resorted to gathering beans. What if I am bullied in your absence? Lin Cixi adopted a slightly pleading tone, having played the child for so long that she felt she truly was one. Do not worry, sister. With me here, no one would dare to bully you, Lin Nan assured her, thumping his chest in promise that he had no intention of leaving his sister alone. His earlier persuasion was merely to encourage her to join in the fun. Thus, Lin Nan accompanied Lin Cixi, and together they collected a significant amount of rice stalks. Once the rice was harvested, only the barren fields remained during their gathering. A few onlookers cast curious glances in their direction, pondering what the two children were up to. After all, the rice stalks had already been scoured by multiple groups of children, leaving little to be found. After observing for a while, they concluded that the children were merely shirking their responsibilities. Feeling satisfied with their haul and noting that the sun was setting, Lin Cixi decided it was time to head home. Though she approached her tasks earnestly, she also knew her limits. After a long afternoon of work, she had digested her midday meal and needed to replenish her energy. At home, Lin Grandma lay in bed, clutching her chest and exclaiming in distress. Upon seeing Lin Cixi and Lin Nan, her expression softened slightly. Grandma, what ails you? Are you unwell? Should I fetch father from the fields? Lin Cixi inquired, hoping her fears were unfounded. She suspected the matriarch was merely putting on an act, as the old woman had risen quite nimbly to retrieve the basket, showing no signs of illness. Lin Nan also expressed concern, and compared to the earlier thoughtless granddaughter, Lin Grandma felt considerably comforted by the presence of her obedient grandchildren. Grandma, look at how industrious my sister and I are. I've noticed that others haven't gathered as much as we have this morning. Our legs are nearly worn out. Grandma, I'm a bit hungry. Is there anything to eat? Lin Nan stated, leading into his request. Lin Grandma unlocked the only cabinet in the house and retrieved a twisted pastry, dividing it into halves for the two children. Thank you, Grandma. Thank you, Grandma. All right, go play, but eat in the room. Don't let anyone steal your treats, Lin Grandma advised. As Lin Cixi savored the pastry, she understood why her father always made a beeline for her grandmother's room upon returning home. It was a treasure trove of delicious treats. According to Lin Nan, the delectable goodies in their grandmother's room were brought by their Aunt Lin, who had married into the commune and now worked temporarily at the local match factory. She was widely regarded as the most successful daughter-in-law in the village, often bringing gifts back for her mother. However, most of the treats from Lin Grandma's stash had found their way into the mouths of the fourth branch and Lin Cixi's younger aunt. Lin Nan, drooling with anticipation, reminisced about how every autumn harvest, Aunt Lin would return to her parents' home bearing meat to replenish their supplies, especially vital during the laborious harvest season. Each time Aunt Lin visited, it was a time of great joy and pride for Lin Grandma. Chapter 16 A Family Rift. As the evening descended, it was once again Lin Laosi who returned home first after work. As was his custom, he hurried to Lin Laotai's quarters in search of some food. Today, upon entering the room, Lin Laosi was taken aback to see his mother lying on the bed, pounding her chest. In a state of alarm, he exclaimed, "Mother, what ails you?" Lin Laotai, without revealing the cause of her distress, continued to thump her chest, lamenting, "Oh, the misfortunes of my life, day in and day out. I toil for this family, raising 6 children with great hardship. After nurturing my sons and daughters, and now my grandchildren, what do I receive in return? My granddaughter has turned out to be a disloyal wretch." Lin Laosi blinked in surprise. It had been many years since the old lady had resorted to such theatrics. Presently, the daughters-in-law were all obedient to her, diligently carrying out their tasks without causing any trouble. Who could have incited such a commotion? It was indeed unusual. One by one, the workers returned home, startled by the scene, each conducting a self-examination to ascertain whether they had unwittingly angered the old lady. After confirming that it was not their household at fault, they entered the courtyard with a newfound sense of ease. Lin Cixi and Lin Nan emerged from the house, prompting Lin Erbainai to inquire, "Cixi and Nancy, have you two been mischief-makers and angered your grandmother?" Before the children could respond, Li Chuanqing swiftly defended them, saying, "Second sister-in-law, what are you implying? My Cixi and Nan are the most well-behaved children. Why not consider your own offspring? I would suspect my own children if they were home, but they are all out working in the fields today." "It is only your 2 little ones who remain here," replied Lin Erbainai. "Then it cannot be my children either. How do you know it was the children who caused the trouble? Perhaps it is you, dear sister-in-law, who is at fault." Li Chuanqing retorted with quick wit. "That is even less possible. Who in our family does not know that I am the most obedient to my mother? When she instructs me to go east, I do not venture west. When she tells me to pull weeds, I certainly do not plow the fields." Lin Erbainai's words were defiant on the surface, yet internally she felt a twinge of guilt. Could it be that her mother had discovered her secret stash of $5? This substantial sum was a secret she had kept from everyone, even her husband and children, fearing that they might inadvertently disclose her hidden fortune. But how could her mother possibly know about her $5? Had she rummaged through her room, lost in her thoughts, Lynn Urbani had no desire to continue the argument with her sister-in-law. She stealthily retrieved her hidden money from the house, relieved to find it intact, unable to resist. She kissed the cloth pouch containing her savings. She needed to safeguard it well, as it was intended for her son's future bride. Though it was not much, she intended to save more. Unfortunately, her mother-in-law was always vigilant, making it nearly impossible for her to access any funds. The families in the main house, the second house, and the third house were all on edge, startled by the old lady's outburst. From the main house, Lynn Lauta's voice rang out, "Old San, bring your family in." The gathered crowd speculated that it might be the first or second household summoned, but hardly anyone considered the third house. Each family had its own hidden agendas, yet the third house had always been submissive to the elders, never harboring ulterior motives, diligently contributing to the well-being of the extended family. Lin Sanbua and his wife, Sun Sibian, exchanged bewildered glances, both honest and straightforward, without so much as a glance at one another. When Lin Lautu invited them into the room, they dusted themselves off and complied. "Old San, your daughters are causing your mother great distress. Look at how upset she is," Lin Lautu remarked, expressing his dissatisfaction by tapping his smoking pipe. "What is the matter, mother?" Lin Sanbua, Lin Jianxi, responded, perplexed. "What do you mean, what is the matter? Why don't you inquire about your daughters, you ungrateful son? I raised you with blood, sweat, and tears, and after all I have done for you, your precious daughters have made me ill with worry. Now, your daughters are exceedingly willful, and I, this old lady, am rendered powerless to manage them. Soon, they will be ordering me about as if I were their servant." Lin Laotai's voice trembled with indignation as she wiped her eyes with a handkerchief. Lin Sanbua, Lin Jianxi, exclaimed, "Mother, is it the eldest or the second daughter? I will summon them at once to apologize on your behalf." Sun Sibian, alarmed, held her breath. She suspected it to be the second daughter, who had, after all, spent the night in troubled dreams. Though she could not quite decipher the words spoken, the fierce expression on her face had startled Sun Sibian. She initially thought her daughter had merely experienced a fright, but little did she know that today would bring forth such a significant incident. Having never dared to cross her mother-in-law since joining the Lin family, Sun Sibian was bewildered by her daughter's newfound audacity. This was not the behavior she had previously exhibited. Before Lin Sanbua could summon the daughters, the door to the main house swung open. "I overheard father calling for me, so I came over. It has nothing to do with my sister, so there's no need to summon her," Lin Dongji declared, adopting a demeanor of bravado. She casually added, "Father, what do you require of me? You must apologize to your grandmother and promise to behave henceforth, doing whatever she asks of you." Lin Sanbua replied tersely, caught between his mother and daughter, feeling the pressure from both sides. "I refuse. Why should I apologize? Grandmother shows favoritism. Father, I will not tolerate this. Grandmother bullies me, and you side with her." Lin Dongji retorted defiantly, her neck rigid with indignation. She could not shake the memory of her previous life, where her grandmother's whims had led to her tragic fate, fostering a deep-seated resentment toward the cruel matriarch. Her gaze, filled with disappointment, bore into her father. Despite her anger, she felt a pang of affection for him. That he had always been this way, unwavering in his insistence that she apologize without regard for her feelings, while failing to protect his own child. Even her rather eccentric fourth uncle understood the importance of standing up for his offspring. Lin Laotai, exasperated, exclaimed, "Old San, do you see this? This is the daughter you have raised, who holds no respect for her elders. I see now that even you, as her father, are unable to discipline her. You accuse me of favoritism. Have I denied you food or clothing? If I show favoritism, what of it? I will favor whomever amuses me. Must I allow you, a mere child, to dictate how I should behave? It seems this household cannot accommodate her. She is far too headstrong. Then let us separate. I shall not rely on your support. My own parents will take care of me," Lin Dongji declared defiantly. Before her words had fully settled, a resounding slap echoed across the room, landing heavily upon her face. Lin Sanbua, in a fit of rage, stared at his own hand, realizing he had struck too forcefully in his fury, a twinge of regret gnawing at him, yet he was still incensed by his daughter's obstinacy. Lin Dongji's face burned with pain as she clutched her cheek in disbelief. "Father, how could you strike me? Am I not your daughter? Dongji, what has come over you? Speak not such nonsense. Are you feverish? You must be. Your mind is muddled. I implore you, daughter, heed my words, or you shall be the one to suffer." Sun Sibian's heart ached for her daughter, nearly overwhelmed by the audacity of her words. While it was true that families rarely separated nowadays, the prospect of doing so was still daunting. Though they all lived under one roof, the daily minutiae of life were unavoidable. The challenges faced by a smaller household, particularly in times of hardship, were far greater without the support of an extended family. Chapter 17 The exchange of brides and past events. Old Lady Lin was so incensed that her fingers trembled. Alright, let us just divide, so you won't have to look at this old woman any longer. Old Man Lin, with a serious demeanor, struck the edge of the table with his smoking pipe and inquired, "Third son, is the division of the family your decision or the children's?" "Father, there will be no division," Lin Sanbo replied in a low, rumbling voice. Lin Sanbo's wife, Sun Sipin, was almost paralyzed with fear, exclaiming, "Father, mother, the child is delirious from the fever and is speaking nonsense. I will take her inside and cool her down with cold water." "Father, mother, we shall not divide the family." Sun Sipin, who usually refrained from sweet talk, was so startled by her daughter's absurd ramblings that she had learned the art of eloquence. This farcical scene ultimately drew to a close. That evening, in her fury, Old Lady Lin did not prepare dinner. Instead, it was the sisters-in-law who returned from work and collaborated to cook the meal. Lin Erboy's wife was equally shaken by the day's events and, as a result, refrained from her usual complaints while cooking. After toiling from dawn till dusk, returning home to find no food and having to drag her weary body to prepare dinner was quite disheartening. In contrast, on most occasions, Old Lady Lin would have prepared a meal, and while she might show some favoritism, it was still somewhat acceptable, as it meant having ready-made meals after work. It seemed necessary to soothe the old lady for future convenience. Old Lady Lin went to bed without dinner. Old Man Lin, having labored throughout the day, was ravenous when he returned from work and, feeling aggrieved, found his meal lacking in comfort. Today, he was also somewhat irked by the third family's daughter and took his bowl outside to eat alone. Dinner was particularly quiet. The adults wore solemn expressions, which directly influenced the mood of the children. The children, adept at reading the atmosphere, rarely fought over food. After dinner, the sisters-in-law joined forces to tidy up. Once several families returned to their respective rooms and closed the doors, each couple began to whisper among themselves, sharing their thoughts on the day's events. In the main house, Lin Dabo's wife was temporarily opposed to the idea of division. Why? Naturally, it was because the eldest son and daughter of the main family were reaching marrying age, and the daughter required a dowry, which entailed a significant expense. The eldest son, now of age, would need to build a house, and marrying a wife would incur yet another considerable cost. If they did not divide, the dowry and the house would naturally be shared, which was one of the benefits of staying united. However, division also had its advantages, such as her gaining control over the household without the constant clamor of a large family. Yet, ultimately, the drawbacks outweighed the benefits. Even if they divided the property, how much could the in-laws possibly contribute? At the very least, it would be divided into 5 shares, one for each family, and the in-laws would need to reserve a portion for their own expenses. How much could they realistically expect to receive? It seemed unlikely to be substantial. The second family was not idle either. During dinner, they had refrained from speaking, fearing to invoke Old Lady Lin's wrath and provoke a reprimand. Lin Erbo's wife was nearly bursting with frustration, as she was usually the most talkative. Today, amidst the clamor for division in the main house, she felt a twinge of temptation. For the second family, division could indeed be advantageous. She and her husband were both hard workers, and with 2 children over 10 years old, they were practically contributing labor. If they were to divide, their industriousness would ensure they could provide for their children. However, the notion of division was daunting. Given the presence of the in-laws, family matters were not so easily severed. The atmosphere in the third family was heavier. Lin Sanbo's wife, Sun Sipin, sat on the con, wiping her tears, her face clouded with worry. "Second daughter, what has come over you today? How dare you speak so boldly? Whatever your grandmother instructs you to do, you must comply. Why oppose her? It is truly worrisome, not just in our family, but look at any household. Do children not assist their elders? Do not blame your grandmother, she has her hands full with a large family. You've now offended your grandparents. What shall we do?" Lin Sanbo raked his hair in frustration, squatting silently against the wall. At this point, Lin Dongji realized her recklessness. Division was a significant matter, not something she could merely provoke. Nevertheless, she felt no regret. She would no longer indulge anyone, including her grandparents. "Mother, I simply find it unfair. Why must our family do all the laborious and dirty work, and Auntie constantly bullies you, offloading her chores onto you? Why is that acceptable? Think about it. If our family did not work tirelessly, would the first and second families fare as well? Only the fourth family lives comfortably. Uncle C and Aunt C are both lazy and greedy. They cannot even support themselves, let alone their 3 children. They are exploiting our family to sustain their own children. We toil tirelessly, yet no one acknowledges our efforts. The fourth family occasionally enjoys a chicken egg, while my sister and I receive nothing. And as for our grandparents, are they not biased? Have they ever shared any of their good fortune with my sister and me? In any case, my grandparents have shown me no kindness. Do not expect me to honor them in the future." Lin Sanbo's wife frowned so severely it could crush a fly. "Second daughter, how have you become this way? You were not like this before. Your father and your uncle see your brothers. This is quite a disgrace, and your grandparents, they are your elders. You must not speak back to them, nor utter such rebellious words. Lin Dongji remained silent for a moment. In her previous life, her mother was similarly indecisive, obediently following whatever her mother-in-law and husband dictated, never possessing a single opinion of her own. Whatever was said, her mother would always agree. As for her father, he was foolishly filial, valuing his nephew more than his own daughter. They lived their lives this way, and unfortunately, they expected their children to do the same, to toil silently. In her previous life, her grandmother had sought a match for her, and ultimately, it was her Aunt C who introduced her to AMAN. It was all for a dowry of $200, intending to marry her off to a man 5 years her senior. Her grandmother wished to push her into a pit of fire, claiming that an older man would be more caring and stable. Though he was a veteran, he had a substantial severance payment, and marrying him would bring her comfort. If he was so caring, why not let Lin Cece marry him? After all, her Aunt C had vouched for the man's character that if he was truly so wonderful, then let Aunt C's daughter, Lin Cece, enjoy that fortune. She wanted no part of it. This dowry, sweetly termed, was nothing more than the price of selling a daughter. Little did anyone know that the man had a reputation for bringing misfortune to his wives. The family kept it hidden from her until she discovered the truth. That old man had 2 fiancées before her, both of whom had met untimely deaths before the wedding. His ill-fated reputation spread far and wide. Her family showed her no concern. What if she were to meet the same fate? That man had sustained injuries during his military service, and while he seemed spry, he could no longer serve. Everyone praised him for being a good person, but what good was that? The crucial matter was that he was ill-fated, a harbinger of doom. She was unwilling to marry him and employed every means of resistance, crying, throwing tantrums, refusing to eat, yet nothing worked. Her parents and grandparents were resolute in their intentions, disguising their coercion as a means of bestowing her a life of comfort. Indeed, eventually, she sought help from her sister, who, unbeknownst to her brother-in-law, took money from the family to facilitate her escape under cover of night. At that time, the economy was just opening up, and fearing her family would find her, she traveled extensively, nearly exhausting her funds. She finally secured a job as a kitchen helper in a restaurant, initially finding it tolerable. However, as time progressed, the restaurant owner began to make unwanted advances. Terrified, she wished to leave, but the owner deliberately impeded her, withholding her wages. With no money, she had nowhere to go. Eventually, the restaurant owner realized she had no relatives in that city, emboldening him further. It was then that a fellow apprentice, Fang Jiyun, came to her rescue. Being local, the owner dared not mistreat him. However, both were subsequently unjustly dismissed, with their wages withheld under dubious pretexts. Chapter 18. In the previous life, Fang Jiyun was a warm-hearted individual. Aware that she had nowhere to turn, he took her into his home, where only he and his widowed mother resided, and there was an unoccupied room available. In the days that followed, the two sought work together, gradually developing mutual affections, and it was only natural that they ended up together. After some time, Fang Jiyun's mother consistently urged them to marry. She believed Fang Jiyun to be an admirable man, certainly 100 times better than the matchmaker's choice for her. Not only did Fang Jiyun possess good looks, but he was also refined and, crucially, not a burden. Their lives settled into a comfortable routine, and Lin Dongji broached the subject several times of bringing Fang Jiyun back to her hometown, hoping to demonstrate to her family that her choice was far superior to the one arranged by the matchmaker, believing that she deserved someone like him. Each time, however, Fang Jiyun would find excuses to postpone the visit. Lin Dongji harbored little nostalgia for her hometown. Apart from her affection for her sister, she felt profound disappointment towards her parents, who prioritized their nephew over their daughter. She harbored no fondness for her paternal relatives, having developed animosity towards them, and her grandparents were no better. It was fortunate enough that she did not despise the elderly couple. After their marriage, they had a son, and life gradually improved. The couple saved enough to start a small stall, which eventually led to the opening of a modest restaurant that thrived. However, tragedy struck when his mother passed away due to illness. Unbeknownst to Lin Dongji, Fang Jiyun developed a penchant for drinking and gambling. After a night of drinking, he would often return home, venting his frustrations on her, resorting to physical and verbal abuse. Once sober, he would weep and kneel before her, begging for forgiveness. For the sake of their child, she felt compelled to forgive him. Despite his earlier promises to abstain from alcohol and gambling, he would eagerly succumb to temptation whenever friends beckoned, returning home reeking of liquor, his temper growing increasingly volatile and his outbursts more severe. This cycle continued, and Lin Dongji grew weary, her spirit crushed. After yet another incident fueled by his drunkenness, she decided to leave. She prepared to return to her maternal home, fortunate that Fang Jiyun had never accompanied her there, thus unaware of her family's whereabouts. Returning to her hometown after many years filled her with trepidation. The changes were so significant that she felt like a stranger. The house of her childhood, once grand and spacious, now appeared dilapidated and small. She saw her mother, leaning on a cane, gingerly navigating her way along the wall as she emerged from the house. The village's youth did not recognize her. Upon seeing her gaze fixed on the Song matriarch's home, they assumed her to be a relative and began discussing her parents' plight. Her father, having aged overnight after his second daughter's departure, and her mother, who had wept until blind, were both shadows of their former selves. Years prior, her father had suffered a severe illness that rendered him incapable of hard labor, leaving the elderly couple reliant on their eldest daughter, Lin Lidong. Unfortunately, Lin Lidong's circumstances were precarious, as she had both aging parents and young children, placing immense pressure on her shoulders. Her in-laws often criticized her for her family's situation, leading to frequent quarrels between her and her husband. In her desperation, Lin Lidong resorted to stealing from their household to assist her sister in fleeing home, and during their arguments, her husband would often bring this transgression to light, leaving Lin Lidong with no choice but to swallow her grievances. Lin Dongji was taken aback by the multitude of changes that had transpired in her absence. Her mother's blindness was a direct consequence of her departure. She felt responsible for everything that had unfolded. The four paternal relatives had exacerbated her misfortunes, having introduced her to a husband whose bad luck was legendary. If not for them, she would not have found herself in such dire straits. The most infuriating aspect was that while her third paternal relative suffered, the fourth branch flourished. Lin Dong, through fortuitous circumstances, had gained a benefactor and had managed to secure a prosperous life, whisking her beloved fourth uncle and aunt away to enjoy their newfound fortune. After marrying, Lin Nan also began to tread the straight path. To her astonishment, Lin Cece had married that ill-fated old man, and reports suggested that she was living quite happily, being treated like a cherished daughter by him. Lin Dongji could hardly believe that Lin Cece could thrive with such a man. The fact that he had not brought about Lin Cece's demise was merely a testament to her sister's resilience. In her own suffering, Lin Dongji could not accept that Lin Cece enjoyed a better fate. The more she pondered, the more her resentment festered, gnashing her teeth in anger at both herself and the fourth branch. Had it not been for their meddling in the introduction of that ill-fated husband, she would not have fled home, nor would she have found herself in a position where she could not return. How could she face her parents? She instructed her son to give her mother the money he had on him, and with her child in tow, she left that sorrowful place behind. She yearned for a fresh start elsewhere, intending to bring her parents to a life of comfort once she was able. Lin Dongji believed that by relocating with her son, she could escape Fang Jiyun, but to her dismay, he soon tracked her down, binding her and dragging her back home, declaring to others that she had gone mad and forcing her to take medication for mental illness. Initially, she suspected that she was sane and it was Fang Jiyun who had lost his mind, but gradually, she began to accept his perspective. The memories of her previous life were a nightmare she wished to forget. Perhaps her second chance was a result of the hardship she had endured. Gazing at her parents and sister, she resolved to live a life worth living, ensuring that they experienced a better existence, shielding them from the vampiric grasp of the fourth branch and ensuring they paid the price for their injustices, liberating her family from the bias of her grandparents and leading them to a more favorable life. She knew her parents were fundamentally good, honest individuals, and thus, she would take on the role of the villain. A division of the family was imperative, and she hoped to sever all ties with the Lin family, ensuring they would never cross paths again. Only in this manner could she utilize the skills from her past life to secure a prosperous future and avoid becoming a victim of exploitation. Additionally, having lived another life afforded her insight into the probable trajectory of the next 20 years, which served as her trump card. After leaving home, she was oblivious to the changes in the village, but prior to her departure, she was aware of the suffering endured by the prominent individuals in the village. If she were to extend a hand now, it would be akin to providing warmth in the cold, and establishing connections with these influential figures would undoubtedly benefit her. Lin Dongji collected her thoughts. Her immediate task was to lay the groundwork for the family division, beginning with persuading her parents. Only with their consent could the family be properly divided. To achieve great things in the future, she needed education. She had to complete her middle school studies. After the autumn harvest, when the pace of life slowed, she prepared some food for her father to test the waters in the black market. It was later that she learned that every city had a black market, an underground trading hub. The first wave of individuals to prosper in the 1980s were predominantly those involved in these dealings. They possessed wealth, goods, and connections, and once the economy was liberalized, they seized the opportunity to thrive, becoming the first to reap the rewards. Lin Dongji was envious, dreaming of joining their ranks, yearning for a life of wealth and comfort, a thought that became deeply ingrained in her mind. With plans forming in her heart for the future, she felt a renewed sense of hope. Reflecting on her past grievances towards her parents, she found it hard to hold on to her anger after her father struck her earlier. Softening her tone, she said, "Mother, Father, please do not be upset. I will not abandon the idea of a family division. It is the only path to a better life for us. Look at how thin my sister and I have become. Do you not feel for us? The workload at home is overwhelming, and with your capabilities, our lives will not suffer post-division." Rest assured, I will not confront grandmother directly in the future. Today was a lapse in my consideration. Not confronting her grandmother directly did not imply that she would heed her grandmother's every word moving forward. Chapter 19. The troublemaker Lin Dongji had been keenly observing the expressions of her parents after she spoke. She could indeed sense their tension dissipating. Avoiding direct confrontation did not mean she would not practice duplicity. In contrast to the taut atmosphere of the third branch, the fourth branch was quite jubilant upon hearing that Lin Cixi and Lin Nan had gathered quite a bit of rice ears today and turned them all in without a trace of selfishness. Lin Laoxi's eyes sparkled, silently mocking them for their naivety, as they had not learned any of his cleverness. Lin Nan shrugged at his little sister, conveying a silent message of "I told you so, silly sister." Lin Cixi shot her second brother a disdainful glance. Her mind was elsewhere. Today, her cousin from the third branch had caused quite a stir over the topic of splitting the family, and she noticed that both the first and second branches were harboring their own ulterior motives, while her oblivious parents seemed to have no such thoughts, eating, drinking, and laughing as if nothing were amiss. The second cousin's insistence on dividing the family was clearly aimed at their fourth branch, yet there was no sense of crisis among them. Contemplating this, she couldn't help but voice her thoughts. To her surprise, her father chuckled in response. "It's nothing, you've yet to witness your grandmother's formidable nature. She can keep everything in check, whether we divide the family or not. She loves me most and won't let me suffer any losses." Lin Cixi mused that this matter was far from simple. Her second cousin had lived 2 lifetimes and was not easily dealt with. This family would inevitably split one day, and there would be plenty of wrangling ahead. Day by day, her legs grew leaner from running about, and after a long day's labor, they would wash up and lie on the calm, engaging in light-hearted chatter, gradually lowering their voices until soft snores filled the air. Just as Lin Cixi surmised, the next day, Grandma Lin did not linger on the calm. With the autumn harvest in full swing, she could not afford to waste another day. Though she was unreasonable, she possessed a broad perspective. She would not let a spat with a child delay important matters. Lin Dongji was not as ostentatious as the day before, yet her demeanor remained aloof and indifferent. When she looked at others, her gaze was mature beyond her years, lacking the vitality of childhood, especially when regarding the fourth branch, where her expressions were the most pronounced, revealing a hint of disdain and an almost imperceptible sense of superiority. However, the members of the fourth branch paid her no mind today. The tasks were still assigned by Grandma Lin, and Lin Dongji had only enjoyed a single day of respite, which naturally would not last as the autumn harvest required everyone, young and old, to pitch in. This time, she accepted the tasks assigned to her, as though the previous day's uproar had never occurred to Lin Dongji. Resumed her duties of feeding the chickens, washing pots and dishes after meals, gathering firewood, or chopping pig fodder. Observing her compliance today, Grandma Lin felt a sense of relief wash over her. However, upon hearing the sharp sound of porcelain breaking in the kitchen, her expression immediately soured. Another crash followed, causing her hands, which were husking corn, to pause. No wonder that little girl had been so obedient. She was clearly biding her time for this. Such a wasteful child. How could she be so reckless? Earning money was no easy feat, and each bowl had been painstakingly purchased, with each family member allotted one. There were no extras. Was this truly the task she assigned her? Grandma Lin sighed heavily, though she managed to keep her composure, believing that this prodigal child could not possibly break all the bowls in the kitchen. Lin Dongji clattered about in the kitchen, deliberately mishandling things. This had been her plan all along. Whatever task her grandmother assigned her, she would comply on the surface while secretly undermining it. Having broken 2 bowls, she was confident that her grandmother would think twice before assigning her dishwashing duties again. She anticipated that her grandmother would come storming in to berate her, but to her surprise, there was no response. Unlike in later times, where acquiring replacements was easy, losing a bowl now meant a trip to the cooperative. Lin Dongji had accidentally broken 2 bowls, knowing well how protective her grandmother was of household items. She recalled a time when her mother had accidentally broken a bowl, and her grandmother had scolded her for 3 days. Now, having broken 2, why was her grandmother pretending not to hear? She had intended for her grandmother to scold her, providing an opportunity to showcase how harshly her grandmother treated her, laying the groundwork for a future where she could live a better life post-separation, free from her grandmother's domineering ways. Little did she know, her grandmother was not adhering to her plan. She had only dared to break these 2 bowls, and she was hesitant to accidentally break any more. 2 incidents could be dismissed as mistakes, but more would surely render her in the wrong, and her grandmother could easily tarnish her reputation outside. Grandma Lin strained her ears, finally relieved when the clattering ceased, fearing that this wasteful child might truly be a fool. To her astonishment, at her advanced age, with several daughters-in-law who were all dutiful, no one dared to provoke her, yet here came this troublemaker. Oh, her 2 poor bowls. In the first round, the old lady felt a pang of heartache. At noon, when Lin Cixi and Lin Nan returned home for lunch, Grandma Lin did not allocate any food to Lin Lidong and Lin Dongji. Today, since you broke 2 bowls, those will count as your rations. It's only fair that you both don't eat the vegetable soup. Our household has just enough bowls, not a single extra, Grandma Lin declared, generously adding an egg to the vegetable soup, which was quite a luxury. Who cared for vegetable soup? Lin Dongji felt aggrieved. Then the steamed cornbread must be given to us. She might not eat, but her sisters certainly would. It seemed they still needed to earn money. Otherwise, she would be stuck with boiled eggs, steamed eggs, and vegetable soup. Who would find that appealing? Having money in hand would spare her from her grandmother's constraints. Grandma Lin did not refuse. A starving body could not work. Lin Dongji and her sister could wait until everyone else had finished eating and washed the dishes before having their meal, but Lin Dongji was too proud for that. After lunch, Grandma Lin assigned the washing chores to Lin Dongji, knowing she wouldn't dare to break anything again. If she did, the blame would fall on the third brother and his wife. She was justified in her complaints. Who wouldn't scold such a wasteful child? Indeed, Lin Dongji was much more subdued this time, refraining from causing any further trouble. Lin Cece was thoroughly impressed, realizing why her father showed no concern over her cousin's antics. Grandma Lin truly possessed a formidable presence. Aunt Lin returned from work at noon, riding her bicycle back to her parental home, proudly adorned with numerous items hanging from the handlebars, attracting quite a bit of attention. It was midday, and many members of the community were gathered by the field, enjoying their meals. Sharp-eyed members spotted her biking down the path and called out to others to come and see. The sight of a bicycle in that era was as impressive as a luxury car in the future. Instantly, people stood with their bowls, discussing where the bicycle might be headed, recounting tales of relatives who owned one, treating it with more reverence than their own children. The clouds of Grandma Lin's earlier discontent lifted with the arrival of her daughters. Lin Cece was astonished to realize just how joyful her grandmother could be. The wrinkles at the corners of her eyes crinkled with delight, and Lin Cece even caught a glimpse of her grandmother's missing teeth. Chapter 20 Aunt Lin and Little Aunt Lin. Aunt Lin had a face shaped with a prominent chin reminiscent of Old Man Lin, while her eyes and nose bore a striking resemblance to Old Lady Lin. She possessed a bright and graceful appearance, and her laughter was hearty and infectious. She could effortlessly recall the names of all the children in the household, bestowing upon each 2 pieces of candy. Lin Nan, a glutton at heart, accepted the candy with a squint and a broad grin, circling around Aunt Lin while sweetly calling her auntie over and over. Suddenly, a sharp tug on his right cheek made Lin Nan wince in pain as he covered his face, exclaiming, "Little auntie, your grip is quite strong." Little Aunt Lin, known as Lin Xueme, looked at Lin Nan with displeasure, saying, "It seems that at this moment, your eyes are solely for your auntie. You haven't even called my name since I returned. Is it because I didn't give you any candy? How could that be? Little auntie, you are my absolute favorite. I haven't seen you in so many days. I've missed you dearly. Yet, I must ask, little auntie, have you become so comfortable at auntie's house that you've lost the desire to return home?" Lin Nan, not yet having tasted the candy, spoke as if his mouth were coated in honey. Raising an eyebrow, little auntie replied, "Little Nan, you've become quite the scholar. Haven tu, using 4-character idioms like lu bu sai shu. Do you even know how to write it?" Lin Nan scratched his head, pondering whether he could. Both Lin Laosi and Little Aunt Lin were raised by Aunt Lin, fostering a close bond among them. The warmth in Aunt Lin's and Little Aunt Lin's interactions with the fourth household was evident, especially in Little Aunt Lin's tone towards Lin Nan. Aunt Lin, with a fondness that was hard to miss, pulled Lin Cece closer for a closer inspection. "My dear, just look at Cece. Her large eyes and double eyelids have brightened since the last time I saw her, and she is becoming more beautiful by the day." Lin Cece feigned shyness, offering a modest smile. Lin Dongji, meanwhile, collected the candy into her pocket. Not truly a child anymore, candy held little allure for her. She thought it wise to keep it for later, should it prove useful. Observing the lively chatter among the others in the room, she found it rather dull and grew impatient with lingering there. Aunt Lin, being an attentive person, made sure not to neglect Lin Dongji, for they were all nieces. Although she was closer to the fourth household, she would not show favoritism and offered a few words of praise to Lin Dongji. However, Lin Dongji remained impassive in response to the compliments, her expression perpetually serene. With a simple remark of "I'm going to gather firewood," she left with her basket in tow. Aunt Lin noticed the change in Lin Dongji. Her demeanor and expression were markedly different from their last encounter. Previously, Lin Dongji had been too shy to meet her gaze, her excitement palpable even when receiving a piece of candy, her cheeks flushed with gratitude. Puzzled, Aunt Lin voiced her concerns. As soon as the topic arose, Old Lady Lin's good mood soured. "Who knows what has gotten into her? She has been sulking day in and day out, as if we owe her something. Every time we provide for her, she acts as though she has been wronged, claiming that her third brother and sister-in-law are burdening her with too much work, and she insists on splitting up the household." Aunt Lin listened in disbelief. It was hard to fathom that such a young girl could be so resolute. After all, this niece was only a couple of years older than her son, who, along with his sibling, seemed to know nothing but eating, playing, and sleeping, much like 2 pigs with no sense. How could a mere 2 or 3 years make such a difference in cunning? As an unmarried daughter, Aunt Lin knew better than to interfere too much in matters of her maternal family. Offering a few comforting words to her mother, she swiftly changed the subject. The purpose of Aunt Lin's visit was twofold. Firstly, to bring some meat for her parents, 1 pound of premium fatty meat, which was highly sought after and sold out quickly. If one arrived late, they would likely miss out. This meat was meant to nourish her parents during the autumn harvest, an act of filial piety she knew they would share with the entire family. However, Aunt Lin did not concern herself with how her parents chose to distribute it. Her intentions had been made clear. The second purpose was to return little Aunt Lin. Since school had let out for the holidays, little Aunt Lin had been reluctant to return home, preferring to stay at Aunt Lin's house to avoid chores. She had been there for several days, having become somewhat spoiled by old lady Lin's indulgence. During her stay, she hadn't lifted a finger to help with cleaning or even washing her own clothes. Aunt Lin had a busy schedule, balancing work with cooking and caring for her 2 sons, who were about the same age as Lin Cece. She had hoped that little Aunt Lin could assist her with chores, allowing her a brief respite. However, to her dismay, her younger sister proved to be quite the slothful one, constantly craving meat and demanding treats. Even the biscuits intended for her sons were at risk of being snatched away. After all, she was just a younger sister, not her daughter, and Aunt Lin felt a flicker of impatience. If this continued, her in-laws might soon voice their discontent. Although she did not live with her mother-in-law, they resided on the same street, so news traveled fast. Thus, Aunt Lin hastily arranged to return her sister. Little Aunt Lin was reluctant to leave. She had grown accustomed to her elder sister's home, but she had no choice. When Aunt Lin made a decision, it was final. Upon learning that the two had not had lunch, old lady Lin quickly rushed to the kitchen and prepared 2 bowls of noodles, each topped with a poached egg. The noodles were not entirely coarse. They contained a mix of white flour, making them delightfully tender and fragrant. Lin Cece and Lin Nan, who had yet to leave, were fortunate enough to receive a small portion as well. This was a rare treat of white noodles, and even a small amount made for a delectable dish. After finishing her meal, Aunt Lin needed to return home, as she had work in the afternoon. Upon hearing this, old lady Lin, anxious not to delay her, urged her to take care on the road and quickly pack some wild boar meat for her, weighing about 3 to 4 taels. Previously, they had divided a total of 1 pound, which Aunt Lin had cooked and cured with salt, turning it into preserved meat for better storage. Grateful, Aunt Lin accepted the offering and exchanged a few more words before cycling back home. Little Aunt Lin watched with envy, her nose twitching. She wished she could be like her elder sister, married to the commune with a job and a bicycle to ride. How glamorous that would be. Old lady Lin returned to the house to tidy up the items brought by her eldest daughter, which included 2 bags of peach pastries, a bag of rice sticks, a small bag of white sugar, and a small bag of fruit candies. She quickly took out the meat and stored the rest away. Little Aunt Lin stealthily snatched a bag of peach pastries, to which old lady Lin chuckled reproachfully. Little Aunt Lin's room was a small space separated from her parents' house, barely accommodating a bed and a desk reminiscent of a school desk, which had been custom-made when her brothers were still in school. Once they stopped attending, it was repurposed for little Aunt Lin's use. That evening, old lady Lin sliced 3 or 4 pieces of the meat Aunt Lin had sent and stewed them with potatoes. The aroma was so enticing that even without being present, one could tell it contained meat, wafting to the neighbors on either side. As the workers returned home in succession, they already knew that Aunt Lin had come back, for she was a well-known figure in the village. When fellow villagers saw her return, they warmly greeted her with joy. Today, everyone wore cheerful expressions, as if it were a festival, and the prospect of meat in the evening meal only heightened their delight. Old lady Lin had a knack for portioning food precisely. Each meal was perfectly balanced, neither too much nor too little, a skill honed from years of managing the household. With an additional mouth to feed, the changes were minimal. Everyone continued their usual tasks. Old lady Lin was reluctant to send her younger daughter out to toil in the fields, so she allowed her to help at home, which was far less strenuous. After all, working in front of her own mother made it easy for little Aunt Lin to feign a reluctance to work. A few playful whines were enough for her mother to let her retreat to her room, only to return when the family was close to finishing their labor. Whether or not she truly slacked off was anyone's guess. With a protective mother by her side, no one dared to bully her. The rest of the household kept their opinions to themselves. Chapter 21. The Raven's prophecy comes true. Can fish bite? The bustling days had persisted for nearly a month, during which Lin Laosi and Li Chuanqing were ever watchful, occasionally indulging in moments of idleness, exerting only a fraction of their effort. After this autumn harvest, they felt utterly exhausted, to the point of near collapse, with the skin on the back of their necks sunburned away. Li Chuanqing's complexion had darkened considerably. Despite always donning a straw hat, she cast envious glances at her husband, pondering why he remained unblemished by the sun. The endeavors of Lin Cece and Lin Nan in harvesting rice and gathering peanuts were drawing to a close, with a commendable quantity collected. Lin Nan had indeed labored diligently for many days. Had it not been for his sister's vigilant oversight, he would have long since slipped away to frolic. With the school term fast approaching, Lin Nan thought to himself, freedom from his sister was finally within reach. Timidly, he approached Lin Cixi. "Little sister, my friends are calling for me, may I go out to play for a while?" After the autumn harvest, Lin Cixi had completely won over Lin Nan with her keen intellect, excelling in digging field mouse holes, unconsciously positioning her as his anchor of support. This transformation was so subtle that he himself remained unaware. Lin Cixi recognized that she had been somewhat overbearing with her second brother, and in these final days, she decided to loosen her reins, allowing him to work when necessary and to enjoy himself when the time called for it. "Of course, second brother, you may go. Just refrain from climbing trees, be cautious, or mother will scold you for tearing your pants, and avoid going into the water." With her hair styled into two playful pigtails that danced as she spoke, her voice was soft and sweet, yet the underlying admonition was unmistakable, creating a charming contrast. Lin Nan eagerly agreed and vanished in a flash, observing her brother's swift departure, akin to a rabbit fleeing. Lin Cixi mused on his natural talent for running and considered nurturing it for the sake of national glory, whether in long-distance or sprinting events, lest his potential go unrecognized. Today, Li Chuanqing had taken a day off work, citing an upset stomach that rendered her too weak to labor. The team leader was well acquainted with the temperaments of each member. Lin Laosi and Li Chuanqing would alternate their requests for leave, with Lin Laosi having claimed a headache the previous day. As the autumn harvest neared its conclusion, there remained a multitude of tasks ahead. Fortunately, the grain had all been stored, and this year's yield was commendable. Heaven had provided ample sustenance, and the team leader was in high spirits, unusually refraining from reprimanding anyone. Whether genuine or feigned ailments, Lin Laosi and Li Chuanqing had managed to request leave without being caught in the throes of the harvest, which the leader found quite satisfactory. Indeed, the team leader was easily pleased. Lin Laosi and Li Chuanqing were merely indolent, not lacking in intelligence. On the contrary, they were rather astute. They understood that during the busy farming season, the leader would not grant them leave to indulge in laziness but would seize the opportunity to reprimand them, setting an example to deter others from similar inclinations. Thus, they refrained from seeking unnecessary trouble. With the bountiful harvest, the leader's smile was stretched from ear to ear, and Lin Laosi and Li Chuanqing sensed that they might be in luck. Li Chuanqing lay in her room, utterly drained, unable to contribute to communal work, and naturally, household chores were also neglected. Lin Laotai, aware of the couple's penchant for laziness, refrained from wasting her breath trying to rouse Li Chuanqing, knowing it would be futile. She took charge of Lin Xiaogu, Lin Lichuan, Lin Lixia, along with Li Chou from the second household, and Lin Lidong from the third, together with the two strapping lads, Lin Feng and Lin Shou, while the young Lin Dong headed to their private plot to gather vegetables and pumpkins. Although the tasks appeared minimal, they were indeed numerous. They began by picking the produce, carrying it in their arms to the edge of the field, and then using wooden carts to haul it back in baskets, sorting through the harvest. The particularly small items were set aside for immediate consumption, while the damaged ones were cooked to feed the pigs, and the larger vegetables were stored in the cellar. The Lin family, like every household, had a cellar. Without one, winter would render cabbages, potatoes, and sweet potatoes inedible due to freezing. Cabbages could be consumed when frozen, but sweet potatoes spoiled upon freezing. Regardless of the size of the cellar, it was an essential feature in every home. Upon gathering the vegetables and melons, the vines themselves were valuable. They could be dried for winter pig feed. When heavy snow fell and pig fodder became scarce, these would be their primary sustenance, alongside chopped sweet potato leaves and bran mixed together. Grain was too precious to be fed to pigs, as the family could barely feed themselves, let alone consider feeding the livestock. At home remained only the ailing Li Chuanqing, the younger Lin Cixi, and Lin Dongji. During this time, Lin Laotai had spent considerable time with Lin Dongji, leading her to become increasingly indifferent towards him, often pretending he was invisible, acknowledging him only when absolutely necessary. Having endured a life of hardship, Lin Laotai could not rest easy until the crops from their private plot were harvested. The grain from the autumn harvest would not suffice to sustain the entire family until spring. The remainder would have to come from their private land. There was still much work to be done, leaving little time to attend to Lin Dongji. Moreover, Lin Laotai discerned that Lin Dongji harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the family, feeling that they all owed her a debt. Regardless of whether the intentions were benevolent or malevolent, she met every overture with disdain. Although she appeared intelligent, her demeanor was rather blunt, lacking the finesse that endeared her to others. Nevertheless, Lin Laotai was disinclined to offer guidance, as few would cherish a granddaughter who regarded them as an adversary. In Lin Cixi's heart, a desire blossomed. Now 7 years old, with the autumn harvest complete and school about to commence, she longed to attend classes. Perhaps her elder brothers would behave more considerately with her presence at school. "Mother, at what age did my brothers start school?" "They both began at 8. Your elder brother will be entering the 4th grade, while your second brother will be in the 3rd. Do you wish to attend school as well?" Cixi. Li Chuanqing, with a wooden comb in hand, rearranged her daughter's hair. "Yes, mother, I wish to go to school." Lin Cixi nodded earnestly. Noticing her daughter's hair was in disarray, resembling a broom, Li Chuanqing stifled a chuckle at the sight of her daughter's wide, expressive eyes and promptly restrained her mirth, deftly separating her hair into several. Very well, I shall mention it to your father when he returns. Lin Cici's eyes sparkled with joy, her smile revealing two charming dimples as she sweetly replied, "Thank you, mother, you're the best." In this tranquil moment, the bond between mother and daughter flourished, yet, Lin Nan's experience was quite different. He was reveling in play with his friends when they encountered an older child who had caught two sizable frogs from the pond, bringing them home. Inspired, the group decided to venture to the pond themselves, hoping to try their luck at catching fish or frogs. Both were welcome, as frogs, despite their size, were still meat. Regardless of age, both adults and children alike were in dire need of protein. Upon seeing meat, the singular thought that crossed their minds was the desire to consume it. Lin Nan shed his shirt and, along with his companions, leaped into the water. However, not only did they fail to catch any frogs or fish, but Lin Nan also sensed something amiss, as if something were nibbling at his toes, with a similar sensation on his calves, akin to the painful tug of a small ant pinching his face. Uncertain of what was biting him, Lin Nan was gripped by fear, hastily paddling towards the shore. The more he struggled, the more pronounced the biting became, as if clinging to his foot. Alarmed, he thought to himself, could it be that I've encountered a water snake? This notion only heightened his terror, propelling him to scramble onto the bank. Upon reaching safety, he discovered a fish clinging to his big toe. Despite his frantic kicking and flailing, he had failed to dislodge it. The fish, now out of water, flopped on the ground, its tail slapping against the earth. Goodness, fish truly can bite. And it hurts. This fish was no small specimen, it weighed about a pound, for otherwise, a small fish would not possess such a large mouth, and how fortuitous it was that it had managed to snag his toe. Lin Nan, this was indeed a situation he had never encountered before. Chapter 22, Not a Jinx, but a little fortunate girl. The title is quite perplexing. It leaves not just Lin Nan in a state of bewilderment. His companions, who accompanied him to the river today, are equally scratching their heads, resembling a gaggle of confused geese as they encircle him. It is the first time any of them have heard of fish biting humans, and indeed, it is the first time they have witnessed such an occurrence. Today has truly opened their eyes. Just as Lin Nan ventured into the river, the fish, without any effort on his part, clamped down on his toe and followed him ashore. Many were reluctant to accept this bizarre reality, but the evidence lay before them. Even Lin Nan was taken aback. The fish, now out of water, thrashed its tail desperately, attempting to leap back into the pond. Its vigorous tail movements caused it to finally release his toe. The prospect of returning to the pond seemed utterly impossible now. The surrounding friends rallied around the fish, regardless of their confusion. They could not allow such a fortuitous catch to escape so easily. Lin Nan hastily stood up, feeling a sharp pain in his toe that had previously gone unnoticed, akin to the sting of a fish spine. Together, they managed to capture the fish, threading a rope through its mouth. Now it was utterly incapable of escaping. Observing the lively fish in Lin Nan's grasp, it was indeed a curious sight, as if fate had smiled upon them. What a tale this would be, who would believe it if they told it? Even those who witnessed it firsthand struggled to accept its veracity. As Lin Nan arrived at the Lin household, he bore a bewildered expression, with one hand clutching the fish and the other holding his shirt and straw sandals. He encountered no one on his way home, merely shielding himself with his shirt when he spotted a figure in the distance, ensuring no one noticed him carrying the fish. In this collective environment, everything had to be done with utmost secrecy. Mom, Lin Nan exclaimed upon entering his home. Hearing her youngest son's voice, Li Chuanqing quickly emerged from the house, followed closely by Lin Cici. Wow, son, you've done well. You actually caught a fish, how impressive. How do you want to eat it, fish soup or stewed? Li Chuanqing beamed with pride upon seeing her son with the fish. Mom, I was bitten by the fish. What nonsense is this? Li Chuanqing thought she had misheard, cupping her hand to her ear. You say a fish bit you? Ah, silly child, have you lost your mind? Fish don't bite people. Stop joking with your mother, you're too old for this. I'm serious, look. Lin Nan lifted his foot to reveal a circle of red marks where the fish had bitten him. The skin was indeed much redder than the surrounding areas, resembling a ring-shaped bruise. Son, are you telling the truth? How can that be possible? Li Chuanqing scrutinized her son's expression, which showed no signs of deceit, and for a moment, she found herself questioning reality. Not only had her son never heard of such a thing, but in nearly 30 years of living, she had never witnessed it either. Lin Cici tilted her head, both speechless and curious, alternating her gaze between her brother's foot and the fish wagging its tail. It was a shocking revelation. She had intended to tease her brother but was astonished to find the truth. This unfortunate child seemed to encounter the most peculiar events. Did you really get bitten, second brother? I told you not to go into the river, but you wouldn't listen. Look what happened this time. It's a fish. What if next time it's, little sister, please stop. Lin Nan interjected, feeling overwhelmed. The thought of encountering something else, like a snake, sent shivers down his spine. Suddenly, it dawned on him, he understood why he was bitten by the fish and pursued by the wild boar last time. The instigator was none other than his sister. He recalled that the last time he ventured into the mountains, he had barely stepped in when the wild boar charged at him, as if it had been lying in wait. How convenient that it had been waiting just for him, this time around. Why did the fish choose to bite him and not anyone else? Could it be that his feet smelled particularly enticing after running all morning? That seemed implausible. It must have been because his sister had warned him against entering the river, claiming that fish might bite. Being younger, she was unaware of the ordinary happenings of life and merely wished to deter him from such activities, but her casual remark had unexpectedly come to fruition. The same applied to the wild boar. She had similarly mentioned that wild boars might charge at people, and lo and behold, it had fixated solely on him. Everything began to connect. He recalled an earlier incident when his aunt had been helping his mother wash clothes, and right after his sister had remarked that his aunt might twist her ankle, it happened, perfectly timed. Lin Nan felt he had unraveled the truth behind these occurrences. He was certain that these events were intricately linked to his sister. Once could be seen as a coincidence, but what about the second or third time? Although Lin Cece was unaware of why her brother wanted her to stop speaking, she complied, sensing his urgency, and refrained from voicing her thoughts. Lin Nan sighed in relief. He truly did not wish to endure any more of such bizarre happenings. "Mom, let us go inside. I need to talk to you about something," Lin Nan stated with seriousness. Li Chuanqing, perplexed but obedient, followed her son into the house. It was rare for him to adopt such a grave demeanor. Could he be wanting to discuss how to prepare the fish, whether to stew it or make soup? She was open to either. She leaned towards preparing fish soup since it could be shared with her in-laws. The fish wasn't too large, and dividing it would be awkward. The tail had many bones that wouldn't be suitable for the elders. The head and midsection had fewer bones and would be just right for Cece and her two sons. Oh, the dilemma, should she make soup or not? If not, there would be nothing left to eat at home. As she pondered the culinary conundrum, she returned to the room. "Son, I've made up my mind. I'll make fish soup." Lin Nan's mind was elsewhere. He needed to voice his suspicions to his mother. With his father absent and due to return for lunch, he could no longer contain himself. He had to speak up or he would burst. Li Chuanqing suddenly had an epiphany. She had sensed something was amiss, attributing it to her recent hard work. Little did she know that her sweet, gentle daughter could possess the qualities of a jinx. It was quite the contrast. This situation was indeed challenging to accept. She was confident that no girl in the village could rival her daughter's beauty, universally acknowledged as a striking appearance, and her husband was equally handsome, resembling the refined scholars described in stories. It was only natural that their offspring would be pleasing to the eye. Aside from her youngest son's claim of being bitten by a fish, Li Chuanqing was unaware of the rest. She could discern that her son was likely speaking the truth. The coincidences were too uncanny. It was shocking. Her daughter was a jinx. But oh, how could it be? If her daughter were indeed a fortunate girl, whatever she said would come true. Perhaps she should have her daughter wish for daily meals of fine grains and meat without having to work. Would that become a reality? If so, she would believe it. Chapter 23, The Golden Finger? Is this it? Lin Cece listened intently, as the two made no effort to shield their conversation from her. "Brother, is that polite?" she interjected. "You have quite the crow's mouth." Indeed, her second brother had recounted his peculiar experiences on 2 occasions. Could it be that this was her golden finger in her journey through time? In the novel she had read, protagonists possessed golden fingers that were either spaces or systems, brimming with endless supplies of food, meat, eggs, everything imaginable. Yet here she was, confronted with a so-called crow's mouth that had been blessed. The good luck turns to misfortune. Truly, it was enough to render one speechless. All she desired was to be a lovely girl growing up beautifully. If possible, she aspired to be a petite heiress. She felt ill-suited to be the first generation of wealth. After all, the burdens of the affluent were considerable. In her past life, she graduated high school without ever stepping into society, her skills barely above zero. As for her parents in this life, they were inept in every endeavor, leaving nothing behind after meals, and starting a business would prove challenging. In this era, entrepreneurship was hardly a concept. Private trading was deemed speculation. Her elder brother, Lin Dong, however, appeared quite capable, exhibiting maturity beyond his years, possessing both strength and intellect. Her second brother, on the other hand, seemed only adept in matters of food, clearly not fitting the mold. It seemed that her eldest brother was the most reliable of the lot, yet he was merely 11, still a child. What could he possibly do? Rumor had it he excelled in brawls, having previously worked as a hired muscle, but that was no way to earn a living. The risks were far too great. Making money at the cost of safety was simply unacceptable. She had seen those who relied on their parents, but never those who depended on their siblings. None of these options seemed appropriate. Perhaps she should take matters into her own hands. No, that was too exhausting. She wasn't cut out for that. It appeared she was only suited to endure the trials of academics, for her mind was still quite sharp. Her parents must have some merits, right? At the very least, they cared for their child. Surely they could endure some hardship for their offspring. Lin Cece pondered how she could transform into a beautiful and wealthy woman. Dreaming was essential. Life was far too monotonous. A little anticipation was akin to adding sugar to a bland bowl of plain water. Coming back to reality, she noticed her mother and second brother staring intently at her, or more precisely, at her mouth. Mother, brother? Sister, you're not that different. You read just a bit prettier. How can you have a crow's mouth? Lin Nan turned to Li Chunxing. Li Chunxing nodded in agreement. Indeed, nothing particularly special. Perhaps it's merely a coincidence? Impossible, Lin Nan immediately refuted without a second thought. He alone had truly grasped the severity of his sister's crow's mouth, recalling the aches in his rear and toes. Li Chunxing glanced at the fish in the basin by the door, bubbling in the water, and her fleeting uncertainty vanished. Lin Cece, wait, are you both not being polite? Just around noon, Grandma Lin returned from the fields with a group of grandchildren, a cartload of pumpkins piled high against the wall of the courtyard. They had only harvested half, with plans to continue in the afternoon. There were still winter melons and papayas to gather. It seemed plentiful, but for a family of their size, it was hardly excessive, as these provisions were meant to sustain them through the winter. Li Chunxing rose to assist with lunch preparations. Grandma Lin, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "You're finally willing to get up?" Li Chunxing, unflustered, replied, "Mother, I was resting because my stomach was upset. I feel better now. Given your age, you shouldn't have to toil for our family alone. I couldn't bear to lie here any longer, so I'm helping out to ease your burden." Hearing her daughter-in-law's words, Grandma Lin felt a slight comfort, knowing her daughter-in-law was merely trying to please her, but at least she was speaking. What troubled her was the fear of having someone who did nothing at all. Recently, Grandma Lin had been harboring resentment towards Lin Dongji, feeling unappreciated despite her efforts, especially when a younger generation accused her of favoritism and wanted to divide the family. Though the incident had passed, it still lingered in her heart. Li Chunxing had managed to garner some goodwill in Grandma Lin's eyes. As autumn's harvest approached its end, there was still much work to be done in the fields, which was quite exhausting. The labor included plowing, deep tilling, composting, fertilizing, sowing, and watering. Every task was essential for next year's yield. None could be spared. Workers gradually returned from the fields, and Lin, upon seeing Li Chunxing, rubbed her sore lower back and thought, different fates for different people. "I heard from fourth brother that you were unwell today. Are you feeling better now?" "Sister-in-law, thank you for your concern. I'm feeling a bit better. However, I'm still not entirely well. I couldn't just rest knowing mother worked hard all morning. I felt compelled to come back and help as soon as I felt a little better." Aunt Lin admired fourth sister-in-law, knowing she was feigning illness, yet was impressed by her calm demeanor, finding it truly remarkable. Aunt Lin, however, was not easily fooled. "Sister-in-law, we all eat the same and drink the same water. Why is your stomach upset while ours are fine? Have you secretly eaten something behind our backs?" Li Chunxing remained unperturbed, maintaining her pleasant disposition. "Who knows? I wouldn't pretend to be ill. I am the most hard-working person here. If I miss a day of work, I lose a day's worth of labor points. It pains me to lie down when I could be working. Fourth brother wouldn't let me overexert myself for fear I might faint in the fields. And by the way, sister-in-law, what could I possibly eat behind your backs? We have nothing at home. Even a mouse would leave empty-handed." Aunt Lin remained skeptical of her tale, but found it pleasing to the EAR. Li Chunxing had matters on her mind to discuss with her husband, so after a few casual exchanges, they each returned to their tasks. After lunch, Li Chunxing left the table, as it was not her turn to clean up. She didn't enjoy self-sacrificial acts. Just as fourth brother Lin returned to his room for a brief rest before heading back to work, his wife and the team leader had just taken leave, so he had to go. They couldn't both be absent, that would be unreasonable. His hand was grasped by his wife. "Ahem, hey, darling, the children are all here. What are you thinking? I need to discuss something with you." Li Chunxing rolled her eyes at him. After hearing her out, fourth brother Lin glanced at the fish in the basin by the door, which he had noticed earlier, and assumed it was brought back by their two sons. He was surprised by the strange manner of acquisition. He, being easygoing, said, "It's no big deal, darling. It's just a crow's mouth. Regardless, she is still our daughter, and we raised her with much effort. It is unreasonable to dismiss her simply because of a mere saying. As long as our children grow up healthy and safe, that is what truly matters." Fourth brother Lin was quite accepting of this. "It's not that I dislike our daughter. I am merely surprised. She is so beautiful, with fair skin that doesn't tan easily. The term crow's mouth is inherently negative, and it doesn't suit our daughter." Li Chunxing responded, "Shall we stew this fish for dinner?" Fourth brother Lin pointed at the fish. "Yes, let us make fish soup, adding plenty of water so the whole family can enjoy it." He had no objections to this plan. "Then I'll take it to mother." By the way, fourth brother, Cece wants to go to school. I think she is of the right age now, at 7, it's about time, what do you think? Li Chuanqing inquired. If she wants to go, let her. Don T. You remember the time she dreamed about attending school. Our daughter is academically inclined. If she excels, we can reap the benefits too. Fourth brother Lin was very supportive. Alright then, tell father and mother about it tonight, Li Chuanqing said. Typically, it was fourth brother Lin who addressed family matters, as she was merely a daughter-in-law and sometimes faced scrutiny. It was better for a man to speak up. Being the biological son made all the difference. Chapter 24 of The Raven's Tongue. Good luck and bad luck. Li Chuanqing stepped outside, carrying fish. Before leaving, she took a moment to impart a few words of wisdom to Lin Cece, urging her to repeat them back. Essentially, she expressed a desire for her daughter to wake up naturally every day, enjoy hearty meals, and indulge in a variety of meats, as eating the same dish repeatedly could lead to boredom. Lin Cece, with a blank expression, echoed her mother's words. Such good fortune was beyond her own imagination, yet her mother seemed quite bold in her aspirations. Lin Dong was somewhat skeptical. After all, he had only previously used the term raven's tongue to chastise others, knowing it was hardly a compliment. Their mother and father had mentioned that whatever the younger sister said tended to come true, and the raven's tongue was known for its ill omens. Why label his sister as such? It was because the things she foretold were invariably unfortunate. Yet, if misfortunes could be transformed into blessings, one might think differently. When the little brother was gored by a wild boar, they ended up with a feast of wild boar meat. When he was bitten by a fish, they would soon be dining on fish. Wasn't that a silver lining? With this perspective, Lin Dong felt reassured. His sister was certainly not a bearer of bad luck. He didn't want his younger sister to be burdened with such a title, concerned it might dampen her spirits. He earnestly told Lin Cece, sister, consider this, not everything is negative. If your older brother sacrifices himself, our entire family can enjoy wild boar meat, and we can savor fish soup and fish dishes tonight. Isn't that rather delightful? So, dear sister, do not carry any weight on your shoulders. Lin Cece, however, was unfazed, believing this to be the golden touch of her rebirth. Whether the raven's tongue was a blessing or a curse was uncertain and depended on the context. Although her second brother had faced some challenges, there were still benefits. At the very least, he would refrain from venturing into the mountains or rivers for a while. She recalled that the book mentioned her eldest brother was quite adept at fighting, and such skills could lead to a successful path. She didn't wish for her brother to engage in brawls. She cherished him dearly, for he was genuinely warm-hearted. Their parents had not even thought to check on her well-being. Typically, if a young girl were labeled as having a raven's tongue, she might feel somewhat disheartened, particularly if she were shy, potentially leading her to avoid social interactions. Yet, her older brother was attentive and reassured her not to feel burdened, even though she truly did not. At this moment, Lin Nan realized that his comments about his sister being a raven's tongue might upset her. After all, he himself would not appreciate being labeled as such. Sister, I promise I won't call you a raven's tongue anymore. Lin Cece smiled, feeling that aside from their parents being somewhat oblivious, her elder brothers were quite wonderful. Seeing their little sister's sweet smile, Lin Dong and Lin Nan both felt a wave of relief wash over them, as they feared her unhappiness. Elder brothers, do you have time to teach me to read? I want to learn how to recognize characters, Lin Cece expressed, wanting to gauge her brother's aptitude. One was in the 4th grade, and the other in the 3rd, surely, they could provide some tutoring for a 1st grader. However, Lin Dong and Lin Nan quickly retreated, with Lin Dong saying, Sister, let your second brother teach you, I must assist our grandmother in the fields. Sister, it would be better to wait until your elder brother finishes his tasks before teaching you. I, too, must help grandmother, as we have yet to enjoy the promised white rice, Lin Nan added, hastily making his excuses. Surely, they couldn't both be incapable of teaching her the 1st grade material? Lin Laosi, who had been half awake, had overheard most of the children's conversation. Observing his daughter's dazed expression was endearing, he playfully tugged at her braid, saying, Tonight, I shall speak with your grandmother about sending our little girl to school. Thank you, Daddy. Lin Cece dodged her father's hand, fearing her hairstyle would become disheveled. She had admired her hairstyle in the water basin earlier. She liked the little braid she had fashioned. Having been reborn as a child, her mindset had also shifted to that of a young girl, which felt entirely natural given her age. Lin Laosi was a man of his word, and during such times, he was indeed reliable. In the evening, he awaited his mother to distribute the food. Just as he was preparing to broach the subject with her, he heard his third brother rubbing his hands together, saying, Father, the 2 girls are not so young anymore. I was thinking that once school starts in a few days, they should attend, so they can learn at least a few characters and not remain ignorant. Since the last time he had chastised his second daughter, she had been rather distant, and it was only after she had implored him that he had acquiesced. All the children in the family had attended school. His younger sister was still in junior high. The children from the elder brother's family had all been educated. one having graduated from primary school and the other from junior high, with the youngest still attending. The children from the second brother's and fourth brother's families were also in school. Lin Laosan felt a pang when he saw his daughter nearly in tears as she sought his help. He believed this matter posed no difficulty. It was unreasonable that the children of several brothers had attended school while his own were left behind. Lin Laotai set down her bowl. If they all go to school, what will happen to the chores at home? This won't interfere. They can complete their chores before going to school and still manage to help afterward, Lin Laosan quickly assured her. Lin Dongji clenched her fists tightly, anxious that her grandmother might refuse, yet having experienced previous rejections, she wisely chose to remain silent this time. A voice within her urged her to agree quickly, as the school term was approaching, and she longed to attend without further disputes with her grandmother. Yet another voice clamored for her grandmother to refuse, creating a conflict within her. If her grandmother declined, she could demonstrate to her father that their grandmother was indeed unfair to their family, allowing the other family's children to attend while denying hers. It would be as if the third family were mere laborers in the household. She could not fathom the disparity. She refused to believe her father would continue to trust their grandmother unconditionally. If just a crack appeared in her father's faith in her grandmother, it would widen over time, leading him to heed her less. Lin Dongji was torn, desiring her grandmother to agree swiftly while simultaneously wishing for a delay. During this period, she had been contemplating ways to earn money. Her only skill was cooking, which could lead her to start a food business. However, where would she procure the ingredients? How could she create delicious, marketable dishes with minimal investment? Lin Dongji had already inquired with her mother, but her parents were quite practical and had saved nothing over the years, indicating that they had no funds to spare. A single penny could hinder even the most heroic of endeavors. In their household, decisions were generally made by Lin Laotai, while Lin Laotu rarely interfered, conforming to the traditional division of labor where men worked outside and women managed the home. Lin Laotai pondered for a moment. They may go, but household chores must not be neglected. It must be ensured that home duties are fulfilled, or don't blame me for being harsh. Lin Laosan nodded vigorously. Mother, rest assured, there will be no delays. He was well aware of this, as when the children from the brother families went to school, they always completed their chores before attending and continued to help afterward. Lin Dongji sighed in relief, feeling a flicker of joy, yet also a hint of disappointment. Overall, this was the first piece of good news since her rebirth. Lin Laosi had not anticipated that his third brother would share the same thought. After finishing his meal, he seized the opportunity to suggest, Mother, why not allow Cici to attend school as well? She is of age and quite clever. I am certain she will excel just like my sister. Chapter 25. You are the pest of the household. Old Lady Lin glanced at her granddaughter, offering a non-committal nod. She neither expressed agreement nor disagreement. Lin Laosi understood his mother well, though she had not stated it outright. It was evident that she was in favor. Lin Dongji felt a flicker of joy at first, as she had anticipated that even if she were to attend school, she would still be tasked with household chores, and she was mentally prepared for that. While Lin Tai spoke, she harbored no particular thoughts. She simply wished to go to school. In her previous life, she had only completed the second grade, barely recognizing a few characters. Her lack of education had cost her dearly, and in this life, she was determined to pursue her studies. Upon hearing that the children from the fourth household would also attend school, she noticed that her grandmother did not mention any chores they would need to do, which struck her as exceedingly biased. Why was it that some were allowed to attend school without the burden of work while others were not? Instantly, she felt an imbalance within herself. In this life, she would not allow the fourth household to gain any advantage over her. Grandma, this isn't fair. My sister and I have to work while going to school, yet why is it that she can go without being asked to do chores? Lin Dongji could no longer contain her frustration and voiced her grievances. At that moment, the Lin family was gathered for dinner, and her words caused a brief pause in their actions. Old Lady Lin raised her eyelids slightly. What is it? Do you have an objection? If you do, keep it to yourself. When did it become your place, little girl, to point fingers at me? If you don't want to go, then don't, it would save us money. Lin Dongji remained indignant, and even Lin Laosan began to find it difficult to watch his daughter's outburst. Dongji, you must show some respect. Why are you speaking to your grandmother like this? She has agreed to let you attend school, so what is all this fuss about? Lin Sanboma quickly interjected, Indeed, Dongji, both you and your sister are going to school. What will happen to the pigs and chickens at home? Why not let your sister stay home to work instead? Lin Lidong replied, Sister, you should go to school, I will take care of your chores. She had no desire to attend school. Her previous experiences with studying alongside Li Xia had felt akin to listening to the chanting of scriptures, causing her headaches. After a few visits, she had stopped going altogether. She truly did not wish to pursue her studies. Lin Dongji felt utterly wronged. Why did her family not stand on the same side as her? Why did they all perceive her as the one at fault? She had not caused any trouble. It was her grandmother's favoritism that was at play. They were all granddaughters, so why did some have to work while others did not? Being younger did not mean they should do less. They were capable of contributing. Li Chuanqing, noticing Lin Dongji's incessant complaints about her family, remarked, "Third brother and third sister-in-law, what is your daughter's intention? She constantly claims that our mother is biased. Is it her own narrow-mindedness, or is someone deliberately encouraging her to make such ruckus?" "Not at all, we have not." Lin Sanboma hurriedly waved her hands, eager to dismiss the accusation. How could she dare? She believed she had done her part in the Lin family, feeling grateful that her mother-in-law had never uttered any harsh words over the years. In other households, mothers-in-law would often belittle their daughters-in-law with scathing remarks. She had already been immensely appreciative of her mother-in-law and could not fathom why anyone would think her biased. It was baffling that the second daughter was continually bringing up such grievances. In their home, she often spoke ill of the grandmother in the fourth household, and she considered that the child simply did not understand. Lin Dongji could no longer bear to see her mother's anxious expression and felt that the fourth household was being overbearing. It was the third household that was truly at a disadvantage, and she was in the right, yet, her words had been twisted by the fourth aunt into accusations of her being unruly. Was it now the case that the lazy were justified in their actions? "Fourth aunt, there is no need for your instigation. No one taught me, I merely see with my own eyes. Your family is nothing but pests of the Lin household, consuming without contributing. You eat well and do little work. Is there any other term for it?" Lin Laosi wore an expression of hurt, his face drawn tight. "When did our parents ever step aside to let third brother and third sister-in-law take over this household? If you're so adept at managing the family, why not do it instead of constantly using the children to voice your complaints about our parents? You must be more calculating than our parents if you think you can manage the household better. I acknowledge you as my brother, yet you treat me like an insect. Is this truly how you view me? Is there no brotherly love left? I declare that from this day forth, even if I must beg on the streets, I will not set foot in your home." Lin Sanboma was taken aback by how a simple meal had devolved into this chaos. "Fourth brother, you will always be my brother. I have never thought this way about our parents. Really, it is just the children speaking nonsense. They do not understand. I have never entertained such thoughts." Lin Dongji, feeling defiant, seized the moment to escalate the conflict. "What have I said that is untrue? Parents, be honest and reflect on your brotherly bond. If it weren't for your alliances with uncle and second uncle, could the fourth household afford to raise 3 children, and they can go to school without working? Is that not the definition of a pest? Our parents are capable of work, yet when it comes to education, they are burdened with chores. This is outrageous. You, a mere child, show no decorum. I wonder how third brother and third sister-in-law have raised you. We, your elders, are still alive. Is there no longer any sense of propriety in this household?" Hearing the elder's voice, a sudden silence fell over the room. Let us set aside who is right or wrong for now. What teaches a young one to shout and point fingers at their elders? We are still here, and is there no longer any respect within this family? Chapter 26, speculating the reasons old Lady Lin felt quite aggrieved. She had managed the household with remarkable orderliness, while her sons and daughters-in-law toiled away at work. She devoted her time to caring for her grandchildren, ensuring that every aspect of the home was well taken care of. She was not so short-sighted as to deny her grandchildren an education, insisting they labor instead. Both her grandsons and granddaughters had received schooling. The boys, once educated, could fend for themselves and not be easily deceived, while the girls, literate and knowledgeable, would have the opportunity to find respectable suitors. In families that favored sons over daughters, where only the boys were permitted to study, she had ensured that her granddaughters were educated as well. However, if they themselves were unwilling to learn or incapable of doing so, there was little she could do. As an elderly matriarch, she could not oversee everything. Consequently, her daughters-in-law held her in high regard for her governance. Little did she anticipate that despite her countless contributions to the family, her kindness would be overlooked, and instead, she would be perceived as biased. She acknowledged her partiality, and so what? Even fingers vary in length. Despite her favoritism, it was always measured and never involved the misuse of family wealth. She was justifiable in her treatment of everyone present. Lin Dongji smirked inwardly, aware that her grandfather was speaking intentionally, playing the roles of the stern and lenient figures in a theatrical display, a tactic well known to her as Grandpa Lin first reprimanded the fourth son, then chastised the third, advising them that no matter the circumstances, they were brothers, bound by blood, and should not let trivial matters disrupt their familial harmony. They were family, and it was essential to be forgiving and let bygones be bygones. Such incidents should not be brought up again in the future. Lin Si remained indifferent. In contrast, Lin San felt increasingly ashamed, unable to lift his gaze, as the trouble had originated from his daughter's thoughtlessness. He could not comprehend why she insisted on causing such disturbances, never allowing for a moment's peace. Thus, the uproar was quelled by Grandpa Lin Dongji recognized that her grandmother was merely a paper tiger, with the real authority residing with her grandfather. The matter of family division had to be approached through him, otherwise, the fourth household would continue to drain resources, which was unacceptable. She understood that division was not an easy task and could only be contemplated over time. It was unrealistic to expect her grandmother to cease her antics. Li Chuanqing retreated to her room with the children, declaring that she would not engage in any work today, feeling deeply wronged. Lin Si also turned to return home. Lin San and his wife, recognizing their culpability, completed the remaining chores in silence. Lin Dongji reflected on her parents' eagerness to work, questioning why they were so intent on laboring, when she was the one in the right. Why did she appear to others as a troublemaker? Contemplating this, she pondered where she could improve, determined to prevail against the fourth household in the future. Lin Si and Li Chuanqing chatted amiably over peanuts, unaffected by the earlier events, their conversation naturally revolving around the day's occurrences. The couple was oblivious to Lin Dongji's intense animosity towards the fourth household previously. The fourth household had behaved similarly. Why had Lin Dongji not made a fuss then? During this season of agricultural toil, she had stirred up trouble on several occasions. When had this behavior begun? What was the reason behind it? As Lin Dong munched contentedly, a sudden realization struck him, and the peanuts in his hand lost their appeal. He said thoughtfully, "Mother, father, I believe I understand now." Ever since Lin Dongji fell into the water and awoke by the riverbank, her gaze has become particularly frightening. I had never seen such a terrifying look in her eyes before. I was so afraid of scaring my sister that I shielded her behind me. Upon reflection, Lin Si and Li Chuanqing agreed that their eldest son was indeed correct. It had been since that incident that Lin Dongji occasionally caused disturbances, though they had all been suppressed by the old lady. Li Chuanqing shivered. "Fourth brother, do you think Dongji might be possessed by something malevolent? I've heard tales of that river drowning people. Every river has claimed lives during floods. Don't frighten yourself unnecessarily." Although Lin Si dismissed her concerns, he felt a twinge of belief, wary of frightening his timid wife further. Lin Dong noticed his parents veering off topic and interjected, "What benefit does her uproar bring? What is her ultimate goal?" Family division. Lin Si recalled Lin Dongji's earlier outburst. "It must be as you say. Unless her ultimate objective is achieved, similar incidents will continue to arise, and she will focus her scrutiny on our household, seeking to exploit our weaknesses. Only with enough leverage can she pressure the grandparents into dividing the family." Lin Dong's analysis was astute. Suddenly, the family was startled by Lin Cc's cries. Lin Dong swiftly moved to her side. Li Chuanqing hurried to embrace her daughter, asking, "Sweetheart, why are you crying? What is the matter?" Lin Si, dropping the peanuts in his hand, rushed over anxiously. "Cici rarely cries. Could she have been frightened by today's events?" Lin Dong expressed his concern. "Be good, Cici, what is troubling you? Tell Mama, has someone scared you? Mama will go and deal with them." Li Chuanqing cooed softly. At this point, words seemed futile. The crying would not cease. Initially, Cici pretended to cry, but for some reason, her sobs grew uncontrollable. Even when she had just arrived in this unfamiliar place, she had not cried out of fear, and now it felt as if she could cry until the end of time. Outside, her aunt called for her sister Lin Liqiu, inquiring about the commotion and the source of such intense crying. Though the fourth household was unreliable, they treated Cici with utmost affection. Even in anger, they would not resort to physical punishment. The fourth household was too preoccupied to attend to her. Seeing that she was still crying, Lin Liqiu returned home, unable to assist. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Cici finally grew tired and gradually quieted in Li Chuanqing's embrace. Lin Dong gently asked, "Sister, please tell me what is wrong. Has someone bullied you, or were you scared by today's happenings? Don't cry. Tomorrow I'll buy you some candy, alright?" Ugh, Lin Cici let out a hiccup, feeling a bit bashful under the concerned gazes of her parents and brothers. She realized she was increasingly resembling a small child, not pretending, but perhaps someone had been spoiling her. If she cried, someone would comfort her. If no one did, her tears would be in vain, and she wouldn't cry in the face of adversity. Lin Si softly inquired, "My dear, what is the matter?" Lin Cici managed to smile through her tears, alleviating the worries of those around her. "Father, mother, brother, I remembered a dream I had, and it scared me terribly. I want to be with you all, father, mother, big brother, and second brother, forever. Fear not, dear sister, we shall always be together, unless you find me bothersome." "What else was in your dream? Don't be afraid, tell your brother, and I will protect you," Lin Dong reassured her gently. Chapter 27 Lin Cici's dream. In my dream, there were many people, my father and mother, but they had grown old. My elder brother and second brother had also become very tall. Although they had grown taller, I still recognized them as my brothers. The second brother was taken away by many adults. My elder brother was fighting with numerous people, and there was a lot of snow. I wanted to wipe the snow off my elder brother, but I couldn't move at all, no matter how hard I tried. I wanted to blow on him, thinking that if I blew on him, he wouldn't feel pain anymore. My elder brother and second brother were gone, and in the whole house, there were only my father and mother. They were so lonely, I wanted to keep them company, but I couldn't find myself anywhere. I didn't know where I had gone. As Lin Cece spoke, she intermittently sniffed back tears, her almond-shaped eyes shedding glistening droplets, her little nose reddened, and her face bore traces of tears, presenting an utterly pitiable visage. Li Chuanqing felt a pang of sorrow, as if she could sense her daughter's helplessness. "It's all right, Cece, it was just a dream, not reality. Look, your father and I are here. Your elder brother isn't fighting, and your second brother hasn't been taken away, they are all safe. Yes, mother is right, it's just a dream, not to be believed. Besides, sister, mother says dreams are often the opposite of reality. Your elder brother won't fight, and your second brother won't be taken away, they will always be with us, and we will always accompany our parents. I don't want our parents to be alone." Lin Cece sniffed, her large eyes clear and shimmering with tears. Lin Dong looked at his sister's obedient demeanor and solemnly declared, "Yes, we will always be a family, never to part. Sister, I won't be taken away either, I promise." Lin Nan, unaware of the gravity of the situation, assumed his sister had merely had a bad dream. However, Lin Laozi, Li Chuanqing, and Lin Dong were not as easily reassured. In the past, they would not have given much credence to the dreams of a 7-year-old child, yet now, with so many incredible events unfolding, such as Lin Dongji's drastic change in temperament after nearly drowning and his inexplicable hostility towards the fourth household, they sensed an unsettling variable. Though their relationship with Lin Dongji had previously been strained, it had merely been the typical squabbles of children, where they would complain to the adults about each other's petty grievances. Now, with the awareness of Cece's unique qualities, they could not disregard the possibility that this dream might foreshadow their future. Despite their reluctance to believe, Cece's dream felt too vivid. She was so young, yet she could accurately describe her parents' aging, the tall versions of her brothers, and so many intricate details, including the incident of her elder brother fighting. It was true that Lin Dong had been involved in scuffles at school, but these were always instigated by others, and he had merely taught them a lesson. Now, he had gained a reputation that made others wary of provoking him, and he was no longer prone to fighting. These were matters Cece was unaware of, yet she articulated them with an uncanny precision that made this dream feel extraordinary. Lin Cece seemingly used today's events to convey a narrative of what might happen in the future, serving as a warning for her parents and brothers to exercise caution and to amend their flaws. Most importantly, her parents and elder brother had begun to suspect something was amiss with Lin Dongji, and they needed to remain vigilant. Should any unfavorable circumstances arise concerning the fourth household, they would be prepared. Exhausted from her emotional outburst, Lin Cece soon fell asleep. Li Chuanqing gently tucked her in, while Lin Dong carefully adjusted the quilt around his sister, her long eyelashes dampened by tears. He wiped her small face with a soft towel. Aside from the sleeping Lin Cece and the oblivious Lin Nan, the others bore heavy hearts. "Fourth brother, fourth sister-in-law, I'm coming in." The voice of Lin Xiaogu echoed from outside. Lin Xiaogu had a good relationship with the fourth household. Upon entering, she observed the grave expressions on their faces and guessed they were likely upset. Empathizing with them, she thought that if it were her, being accused by a younger generation would surely sting. Li Chuanqing forced a smile that was more sorrowful than tears. "Sister, come here and have some peanuts." Lin Xiaogu did not hesitate, taking a peanut to munch on, though she did not join them on the bed. She merely came to check in. "Cece is asleep. Why was she crying so fiercely? I've never heard her cry like that before. I could hear it from the main room. Our parents were worried and asked me to come see what was going on." Lin Xiaogu peeked inside. "Yes, that girl has become so sensible. Aside from being a little crybaby when she was younger, she hasn't cried like this in a long time," Li Chuanqing remarked with concern. This was no act. She was genuinely alarmed, fearing that her daughter's words might hold truth. Her little girl had a knack for speaking things into existence. Much like the saying goes, though her eldest son had advised against calling his sister a jinx, she had refrained from doing so. Perhaps she was just frightened. A good sleep should do her well. Lin Xiaogu did not linger long, sharing a few more words before departing. Lin Laotai and Lin Laotu waited in their room, having heard the commotion that could be heard from the neighbors. The elderly couple was somewhat anxious and did not dare to sleep, especially after such a tumultuous day. "My fourth brother and sister-in-law seem to be quite upset today. I've never seen them so angry," Lin Xiaogu commented. "Cece is still so young and timid. She has never encountered such a situation. She must have been scared and cried herself to sleep." Lin Laotai scolded, "It's all that troublemaker from the third household's fault. They can't let us have a peaceful life and are always stirring up trouble. It is truly baffling how nothing ever satisfies her. If she wants to go to school, let her go. Why is she causing such a ruckus? Does she think she can shirk her responsibilities?" What kind of child of that age doesn't tea work? Does she consider herself a pampered princess? If she refuses to do her part, who will take on the work? I'm just an old bone, and even if I were to collapse, I couldn't finish it all. Lin Laotu sighed. Having many children is like being burdened with debt. Lin Xiaogu naturally sided with her fourth brother and sister-in-law. Such is human nature, favoring those with whom one has a good rapport. Moreover, she had noticed a significant change in Dongji, who had become quite arrogant and was no longer easily swayed. After Lin Xiaogu returned to her room, a small space partition from the main house, Lin Laotai extinguished the kerosene lamp, plunging the room into darkness. Old man, I fear that our family will eventually fall apart. Each quarrel diminishes our bond, and gradually, even the ties of brotherhood may weaken. Though we can choose not to support each other, we must not turn relatives into enemies. Yes, I understand, Lin Laotu replied, having witnessed many brothers turn against each other over trivial matters, leading to deep-seated animosities over seemingly inconsequential issues. Chapter 28 The dog that bites does not bark. A woman who does not wish to be the head of the household is not a good wife. Lin Dongji gazed helplessly at her mother, who sat on the edge of the Kong in tears. How had she never realized her mother was so prone to weeping? It was no wonder she had cried her eyes blind in her previous life, her tears flowing as if they would never cease. Ever since returning inside after tidying up, her mother had been weeping. Their household lacked a clock, and not a single one existed in the entire Lin family. The absence of a clock was indeed inconvenient, and it was likely her mother had been crying for over an hour. Mother, could you please stop crying? My head is about to explode, Lin Dongji said, exasperated. Why do you have to be so bold? The heavens have already dealt you a blow, yet you persist in staring at the fourth house. Your grandmother has even agreed to send you to school, and still, you cause a ruckus. Why can't you be content? Lin Sanbiao's wife, Sun Sipin, was genuinely terrified that her daughter might scare herself to death, daring to create a disturbance before her grandparents and uncles. Life was so stable and good now, she felt grateful and simply wished for a tranquil existence. She could not comprehend why her daughter constantly stirred up trouble instead of enjoying a peaceful life. Mother, do you think I should not cause a fuss? The child who cries receives candy. Look at how you and father remain silent and obedient. What have you gained? I am standing up for you, fighting for your justice, yet you blame me instead of supporting your daughter. I feel so wronged. Who doesn't know to protect their own daughter, yet you turn your elbows outward? Lin Dongji expressed her grievances towards her parents. In her opinion, their family should unite and stand together, pooling their strength to forge a better life. Now, with her parents holding her back, she found it challenging to thrive. If only they supported her, they might have already divided the family and begun living well. Sun Sipin wept even more fiercely at her daughter's unrepentant demeanor. Lin Dongji, unable to console her, decided to cease her efforts. She was doing all this for the sake of the family, for the well-being of her parents and sister. Eventually, they would understand her heartfelt intentions when they began to enjoy a better life. In the second house, Lin Erbio's wife, Zhao Xiong, shared today's events with her husband, unable to suppress the smile on her face. The fourth house was displeased, yet she felt elated. Dear, did you see the expressions on the faces of the fourth brother and sister-in-law today? They looked utterly wretched, having their faces pointed at by the younger generation. Such a loss of face. Fortunately, the fourth brother and sister-in-law are thick-skinned and don't care, otherwise, anyone else would have to reform their ways and work hard after such humiliation. That girl, Dongji, was always so quiet and obedient. How could she suddenly become so formidable? No wonder they say that the dog that bites does not bark. She actually dared to confront the fourth house. I certainly wouldn't have had the courage to do so, Lin Erbio's wife chattered on, a habitual talker who could speak for ages about even trivial matters, let alone such a significant event. After a moment of silence, she nudged her husband. I'm talking to you. Did you hear? Such a major incident occurred today, and you have no opinions to share. What opinions could I have? If you had any, why didn't you voice them at the time? Overall, it has nothing to do with us. We might as well use this time to catch some sleep, Lin Erbio replied, irritated at being roused. Zhao Xiong pouted. You're such a dullard, only knowing how to sleep. I'm just trying to have a conversation with you. My dear, wouldn't you be pleased if our family were to divide? Lin Erbio turned over. Let me tell you, do not entertain such thoughts. Dividing the family is a significant matter. Do not speak of it so casually. This is something to be decided by our parents. If they say we should divide, then so be it. If they decide against it, living together is quite fine. Zhao Xiong ignored him. What was so good about it? Only her husband found it agreeable. She believed that dividing the family would be quite beneficial. A woman who does not wish to take charge of her household is not a good wife. In the big house, they too were discussing the matter. Lin Dabiao's wife gazed at the dark ceiling. Dear husband, with all this commotion from the third house, do you think it's the third brother and sister-in-law stirring things up? Does that girl Dongji possess such audacity? I don't think so. The third brother and sister-in-law aren't the type to create such fuss. Lin Dabiao replied. I think so too. That girl is quite formidable. I suspect our mother has already begun to contemplate division, Lin Dabiao's wife remarked. Let it be. if we divide, our parents will still live with us, Lin Dabiao stated. Lin Dabiao's wife refrained from responding. If their parents lived with them, wouldn't it still mean being under their control? She wouldn't be able to take charge of her own household? What would be the point of dividing? Currently, household chores were shared, allowing her some respite. Once they divided, the other families would live carefree lives while she would still be directed by her in-laws to do this and that. The only benefit, perhaps, would be that the elderly couple would also receive a share of the inheritance. In their village, it was customary that whoever the elderly couple lived with would inherit their property. Lin Dabiao's wife contemplated that the elderly couple should have some savings when the eldest grandson and granddaughter married. Wouldn't the elderly couple need to show some generosity? If the couple's money were released early, she would feel reassured. Otherwise, given their bias, what if they handed everything over to the fourth house? That would be a futile endeavor. Living with the big house, they would gain nothing, which would be quite disadvantageous. In the darkness, Lin Dabiao's wife's eyes sparkled with determination, her mind racing with calculations. Was it wrong to desire her rightful share? All of them had children, and the children were grown. If not for herself, she must think of their futures and how to navigate the days ahead. Lin Laosi and Li Chuanqing had always been carefree, never experiencing the sensation of sleeplessness until now. Their children had long fallen asleep, but due to their youngest daughter's words, the couple tossed and turned on the Kong, unable to find rest. Finally, in the dead of night, they managed to doze off, but Li Chuanqing dreamt of chaotic scenes. In one moment, her eldest son was involved in a fight, knocked to the ground and bleeding profusely, dragged away like a dead dog. In another dream, her second son committed an offense and was taken away by a comrade wearing a broad-brimmed hat, destined for years behind iron bars. Most horrifying of all was the sight of her youngest daughter being chained by an abusive man. Li Chuanqing's eyes widened in terror, her entire being on the verge of madness. She exerted every ounce of strength to break free, yet found herself utterly immobilized. None of her 3 children faced a good fate, each one suffered more than the last. Witnessing her children endure such torment shattered her heart as a mother. Consumed by rage and despair, she wished to obliterate, at any cost, everything that caused her children suffering. Mom and Dad, wake up, Grandma is calling from outside. Li Chuanqing felt as if she were submerged in an abyss of darkness, the world seeming to consist of only her. As her bloodshot, blurred vision gradually regained clarity, she recognized the voice calling her. It was her daughter. Where are you, Cici? Mom and Dad, wake up, Grandma is scolding. Li Chuanqing's head throbbed painfully as she struggled to open her eyes. The sight of her mischievous daughter filled her with a precious sense of having regained a lost treasure. Cici, my darling Cici. Chapter 29. A miserable end. Well, Cici is Mama's Cici, Lin. Cici replied with a bright, melodious voice, her large eyes crinkling into crescent moons, and a dimple dancing at the corner of her mouth. She relished her mother's warm embrace, a cherished memory from her distant past when only her grandmother had held her like this, back when she was just a wee child. Lin Nan had also awakened, rubbing his eyes as he observed his mother cradling his younger sister. He crawled over from the bed, a hint of shyness in his demeanor as he said, Mama, Nan wants a hug too. All right, Mama will hug Nan as well, came the tender response. Lin Nan and Lin Cici nestled comfortably in their mother's arms. Mom, your heartbeat is so fast, Lin Nan remarked. Lin Cici giggled, having sensed it moments earlier. She noticed her mother's expression seemed slightly anxious, a stark contrast to her usual calmness, evoking a feeling reminiscent of something lost for a long time, now joyfully reclaimed. It was unlike her mother to indulge them so. Just then, Lin Dong pushed the door open, entering to find his mother holding his younger siblings. He raised an eyebrow in mild surprise and asked, everyone's awake? He needed to relieve himself and had stepped outside, where the family had still been in slumber. Li Chuanqing, reminded of her eldest son being dragged away in her dream like a lifeless dog, sniffed back tears, struggling to maintain her composure. Eldest son, come here, let me hug you as well. I don't want to, I'm grown up now. If others see, they'll laugh at me. Mom, if you want to hug someone, hug the little ones, Lin Dong replied. Li Chuanqing regarded her eldest son, who was acting all grown up, and chose not to press him further. The haunting dream from the night before tightened her chest. She needed to discuss this matter with her husband. It felt far too real to simply be a dream, it was terrifying. In a fleeting moment, her gaze met her husband's, who appeared as though he had not slept a wink, his eyes bloodshot and weary. Fourth brother? Lin Laosi cleared his throat, his voice hoarse. Wife, I had a dream. I had one too, fourth brother, Li Chuanqing exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Surely, they could not have shared the same dream. Lin Dong tilted his head. What kind of dream did you have, Mom and Dad? You both look like you haven't slept all night. Is something wrong with your health? Yesterday, my sister was so frightened by her dream that she cried. Do you remember what you dreamed about? Lin Nan perked up his ears, his nerves tingling, sensing something was amiss. Lin Cici glanced at her father, then at her mother, noting their troubled expressions. Could it be that they were horrified by what she had mentioned about their family's fate in her dream? Outside, Lin Laodai's voice called out, urging them on. Lin Laosi said, Dongzi, go tell your grandparents that your mother and I are feeling unwell, ask your grandmother to help us request a leave. Lin Dong complied and stepped outside. Before long, Lin Laodai entered, initially suspecting her youngest son was merely feigning illness. Upon seeing his haggard appearance and his daughter-in-law's pallor, her doubts vanished. She had never witnessed her children like this before. What's wrong with you two? If you're unwell, I'll get you some money to visit the clinic. How could one night change things so drastically? Thank you, Mother. We're uncertain ourselves, we just felt unwell upon waking. Perhaps it's fatigue from the autumn harvest work. Now that we've settled down, the exhaustion is catching up with us, Lin Laosi replied. Withholding further details, Lin Laodai nodded sympathetically, that must be it. I'll ask the team leader for a leave of absence for you both, you need to rest. One spoke, the other believed it was fortunate there were no outsiders present. Lin Laosi earned only 4 or 5 work points a day, not enough to tire oneself excessively. It was rare to see anyone so drained after a mere day's labor. In the outer rooms, the first, second, and third households grimaced upon hearing that the fourth couple would not be working, having requested a leave. They increasingly felt Lin Dongji's words were correct, the fourth household was indeed a parasite within the Lin family. How could such laziness emerge from a whole family? How can 2 idlers who refuse to work support children? It is only through the efforts of those willing to labor that they survive. Supporting children and the elderly is one thing, but providing for an entire family of in-laws is another matter entirely. No family does that, murmured Lin Debo's wife and Lin Bobo's wife, their expressions darkening. These two had already plotted to divide the family, now only hoping Lin Dongji would stir up trouble again to facilitate their separation. Lin Laosan and Lin San Bobo's wife bowed their heads, convinced that the fourth brother and his wife were deliberately avoiding work out of resentment over yesterday's disruptions caused by their daughter. Alas, what a sin! Lin Laosi and Li Chuanqing were oblivious to the thoughts of those outside. Unbeknownst to them, their dreams were strikingly similar, with the only difference being that Lin Laosi had not dreamed of their youngest daughter's plight. Everything else was identical. Naturally, they avoided mentioning it in front of their eldest and youngest sons, fearing it might weigh heavily on their minds. Lin Cece was permitted to stay indoors due to having had the same dream, and also because of her youth, she would easily forget any unsettling details upon seeing something delicious or fun. The children's tragic fate in the dream was something Lin Laosi and Li Chuanqing found hard to bear from the moment they cradled their infants, guiding them through their first words and wobbly steps, sharing countless warm moments. They had only wished for their children to live healthy, safe, and prosperous lives, a universal desire among parents. Having such a dream filled them with dread, leaving them uncertain about how to prevent their children from meeting a similar fate. Lin Cece had initially hoped to awaken Lin Laosi and Li Chuanqing to their responsibilities, never anticipating the profound impact her words would have. It seemed the heavens were aiding her, as they too had shared the same dream, experiencing a stark contrast between her spoken words and their own feelings. Perhaps her words had indeed held some power. She wished for them to change. Inevitably, their family would need to separate, whether she wished to acknowledge it or not. With the work points earned by Lin Laosi and Li Chuanqing, they could scarcely sustain themselves and their 3 children. Although Lin Dongji had referred to their family as parasites, relying on the labor of others to survive, the harsh truth was undeniable. As the saying goes, a wayward son returning home is worth more than gold. If Lin Laosi and Li Chuanqing could be more diligent, they might just scrape by. If all else failed, she could take her 2 brothers to search for field mouse burrows. Surely they would find some sustenance by scouring the entire village. That would be the worst-case scenario. Lin Cece harbored a persistent notion that her father was capable of so much more. She could not quite grasp why she felt this way. Her father was merely a bit lazy, disinterested in labor, yet his mind was sharp, albeit unmotivated. Her mother, too, was somewhat indulgent, but if she applied herself, she could match the other women in the village. Mom and Dad, have you ever considered that the events in the dream regarding my elder brothers carry an undeniable weight of responsibility on your shoulders? I can't quite recall who said it, but someone mentioned that while playing outside, people said I and my brothers would grow up to be unremarkable, that I would end up alone and my brothers would also remain single. They spoke of how dragons beget dragons and phoenixes beget phoenixes. The offspring of mice will surely burrow. I remember hearing a phrase I didn't quite understand, something about how parents are a child's first teachers. The words and actions of parents shape their children. One must first discipline oneself to instill discipline in their offspring. Chapter 30 Reflections of an exceptional couple. In the preceding remarks, it was indeed recalled that someone had once mentioned this prior to her crossing over. The young girl, in her innocence, had heard it only to forget its meaning. Naturally, the latter part was added by her, as she was merely echoing what she had been told, feigning ignorance of its significance. After all, it was quite customary for someone of her tender age to be oblivious to such matters. Lin Laosi and Li Chuanqing were momentarily taken aback upon hearing these words. They had been deeply engrossed in pondering why their child had met with such a fate, questioning why it was their child and not another's. Brother C, we have truly erred too many times. It is all our fault. I am utterly remorseful, our children are wonderful, and it is I who have failed to guide them properly. After a brief moment of shock, she began to reflect on whether she had indeed made mistakes, eventually coming to the painful realization that she had. Li Chuanqing covered her face and began to sob. Since becoming a mother, her children had become her Achilles heel. She could endure hardship herself, but her children were another matter entirely. Lin Laoxi's eyes felt a bit gritty. Do not weep. You are not at fault, it is all my error. It is our shared fault, Brother C. The couple embraced, overwhelmed with grief. Lin Cixi stood nearby, stiff and somewhat out of place, her small head adorned with a tiny question mark. Should she join in their lamentations? Perhaps not, as it seemed rather intimidating. Dad, Mom, please do not cry, your tears make me want to cry too. Cixi will be obedient from now on. Lin Cixi thoughtfully offered them a small handkerchief. It was at this moment that Grandma Lin returned, concerned. She had come to check on them, recalling the captain's displeased expression, which mirrored her own unease. Her son had pretended to be ill before, but today was different. Throughout her journey, she had pondered why her robust youngest son, who was as strong as an ox and rarely fell ill, now appeared aged beyond his years, having seemingly endured a lifetime's worth of trials in a single night. Grandma Lin pushed open the door and was startled to see her youngest son and his wife weeping in each other's embrace, nearly causing her heart to falter. In alarm, she exclaimed, "My heavens! What has happened to you both? Please tell me what is wrong, I shall assist in any way I can." These two, who usually bore expressions devoid of worry, were now in such a state of distress. What could have transpired to render them so? They had seemed perfectly fine the night before, aside from that troublesome little imp who had caused a ruckus. Could it be that her youngest son and daughter-in-law were still affected by the unpleasant words spoken by that little troublemaker? That was the only incident worth noting. Nothing else had transpired. Grandma Lin, now irritated by the sight of her granddaughter, had even ceased to utter her name, referring to her solely as the little troublemaker. Indeed, what a little disruptor she was. Look at how she had driven her uncle and aunt to such despair. At such a tender age, how could her heart be so callous? Seeing that the couple had fallen silent, Grandma Lin's imagination began to run wild. Spotting her granddaughter in the room, she softened her tone. "Cixi, what has caused your parents to weep?" Lin Cixi shivered slightly, her voice quivering. "Grandma, I do not know, my parents awoke feeling unwell today." Not obtaining any useful information, Grandma Lin suggested, "What do you two wish to eat to feel better?" "I shall prepare something for you." Both Lin Laoxi and Li Chuanqing turned in unison, replying, "Mother, meat." Grandma Lin was taken aback, stepping back in shock. Their eyes were swollen, resembling peeled peaches, and she had no doubt they were not pretending. She quickly agreed, "Very well, I shall prepare wild vegetable and shredded meat soup for you. In a moment, wash your faces and come to eat." As she was leaving, she made sure to take Lin Cixi along. Grandma Lin then subtly inquired about Lin Cixi's knowledge of the situation. Lin Cixi tilted her head, blinking her large eyes innocently, thinking to herself, how could a child possibly comprehend adult matters? Realizing she would glean no further information, Grandma Lin diligently set about slicing cured meat to prepare the soup. Lin Cixi found herself at a loss for words. How could she even begin to explain? Ultimately, she decided to remain silent, allowing her grandmother to fill in the gaps, and would leave it to her father to address the matter as he saw fit. Before long, the daughters from both the first and second households arrived in the kitchen to lend a hand. Breakfast was quite simple, consisting of sweet potato and corn porridge paired with wild vegetable flatbreads and pickles. Those who worked early returned home for breakfast, while only during the busy harvest season did they eat in the fields. Once Grandma Lin's wild vegetable and shredded meat soup was ready, she sent Lin Cixi to call her parents to the table. There was no need for much coaxing, the allure of delicious food had already spurred her parents into action. Upon entering the room, Lin Cixi noticed that their spirits had nearly returned to normal, though their eyes were still notably puffy. Her father, once so handsome, now appeared squinty, and Lin Cixi preferred not to look, as it pained her eyes. As the entire family gathered around the dining table, waiting for their portions, those with keen eyes noticed the wild vegetable and shredded meat soup on the table. Even the adults could not help but swallow hard. The slightly older children struggled to resist glancing at it, their gazes inadvertently drawn back to the tempting dish. When it became known that the soup was prepared for the fourth household, even Aunt Lin, who usually maintained a composed demeanor, could not conceal her displeasure. Resentment bubbled to the surface. Why should they, who toiled tirelessly, be deprived of a morsel? Meanwhile, those lounging at home were enjoying the luxury of meat soup. If it were this easy to enjoy such delicacies, they might as well abandon their work altogether. Grandma Lin had no intention of allowing her youngest son and his wife to secretly indulge. Such a ruse would be futile, as several older children had already spotted the soup. Rather than waiting for them to whisper discontent behind closed doors, she preferred to be forthright. This was a gift of meat from her daughter to her and her husband, to be shared as they pleased. Her youngest son was ill and simply wished for some shredded meat soup. Should they contest this, if they desired meat, they could procure their own and she would gladly prepare it in whatever quantity they wished. Currently, even with money, one could not acquire meat without a ration, unless one resorted to purchasing it at exorbitant prices. Aunt Lin shot a glance at Lin Dongji, wishing fervently that she would not cause a scene. Aunt Lin Er shared similar sentiments, her gaze almost too conspicuous, urging her to make a fuss. Aunt Lin San anxiously broke into a sweat, clutching her daughter's hand tightly beneath the table, terrified she might raise a ruckus. However, Lin Dongji had no intention of causing trouble today. She was no fool. Her elder and second aunts were waiting for her to create a disturbance, but she would not play the role of a scapegoat. Earlier that morning, while heading to the latrine, she had inadvertently overheard someone from the fourth household sobbing. Uncertain of the cause, she had deliberately walked by several times to confirm that indeed, someone was crying. Yet, she remained unaware of the reason. Could it be her words from yesterday had struck a nerve? Perhaps another might find such harsh words hurtful, but not the resilient Lin Laosi and Li Chuanqing, whose spirits were typically unyielding. It surely could not be for that reason. Thus, she was left curious about the true cause of their distress. It was just then that Lin Laosi and Li Chuanqing made their entrance. The intensity of their glares was unmistakable, and if looks could kill, they would have been reduced to mere ashes. As they approached, the entire family fell silent in astonishment. Chapter 31. Gentle fragrance, prosperous fate. My heavens, what on earth is happening? Not only Lin's auntie and second aunt, but the eyes of everyone in the household, young and old alike, were riveted on Lin Laosi and his wife. Upon this gaze, their eyes nearly popped out, and their mouths hung agape. They had never witnessed Lin Laosi and his spouse in such a state. They were typically listless while working, yet spirited when not. Lin's second aunt, being straightforward and outspoken, blurted out like a machine gun. Good heavens, how is it that after a mere night's sleep, you both have turned into this? What were you two up to last night? Fourth brother, your eyes are swollen like a toad's, squinting into a mere sliver. Can you even see? Fourth brother and sister-in-law were just fine yesterday. Our mother claimed you were ill. Aside from your puffy eyes and slightly diminished spirits, there seemed to be nothing else amiss. Under normal circumstances, Lin Laosi and Li Chuanqing would never allow the second aunt to have the upper hand in a verbal sparring match, yet today, they had no inclination to engage in banter with her. Lin's younger aunt was displeased with the second aunt's remarks. Second aunt, how can you speak so harshly? What do you mean by toad? Is there any need for such words? Fourth brother and sister-in-law are unwell. It is already distressing enough, so please refrain from further comments. Seeing that his wife was about to continue, Lin's second uncle pulled her back. Laosi, your second aunt means no harm. She is merely concerned for you both. Yes, I'm concerned for them, she replied, yet there was a tone of amusement in her voice that lingered. Lin's elder uncle spoke calmly. If you're facing any difficulties, just speak up. We are a family, and we shall find a solution together. His wife echoed his sentiments, maintaining a facade of composure despite her own thoughts. Lin's elder was silent, casting a glance at his youngest son and daughter-in-law amidst the gathering. Everyone, let us eat. The food is getting cold. If you're feeling unwell, drink the soup and then rest. A good sweat will do you good, Lin's elder matriarch declared. Lin's third uncle and his wife dared not breathe a word, their heads bowed in shame. This was all the mischief of their daughter. Undoubtedly, her words from yesterday had wounded fourth uncle and aunt. They had heard the sounds of children crying from inside, and to their astonishment, it turned out that fourth brother and sister-in-law had been equally distressed, all stemming from the childish antics of their own offspring. Yes, fourth brother and sister-in-law, please drink up and rest. You needn't concern yourselves with anything else, just have a good sleep, Lin's third aunt said sweetly. Indeed, what your third aunt said is correct. Today, your tasks will be taken care of by your third aunt and me, Lin's third uncle affirmed. Lin Dongji pondered, what business did her parents have in this? Why were they suddenly so eager to take on work? If they were so fond of labor, they could handle it all. After the family split, she felt a surge of frustration, having endured scolding and hardship without any reward. Then I shall thank third brother and sister-in-law in advance, Lin Laosi said gratefully. Lin's third uncle and aunt felt even more ashamed. Look at that. Fourth brother was in tears yet still expressed his gratitude. Who said fourth brother lacked reason? He was quite sensible, indeed. Lin's second aunt thought to herself that third sister-in-law was truly a good person for always doing good deeds. Perhaps she could lend her a hand since it was her turn to do laundry this evening. However, before she could voice her request, she caught Lin Dongji's piercing gaze and prudently swallowed her words. It was better to let it be. Third sister-in-law was kind, but her daughter was not to be trifled with, and it was evident that even the fourth branch was on the brink of defeat. After all these years, she had never managed to gain an advantage over the fourth branch. She was well aware of their tenacity. They would claim a share even when ignored, skilled in creating a ruckus. Her perception of Lin Dongji, her niece, was thus redefined, and everyone, upon witnessing the state of Lin Laosi and Li Chuanqing, refrained from whispering about the wild vegetable and shredded meat soup they had consumed. They were indeed tempted, their mouths watering uncontrollably, yet to snatch food from the jaws of the tiger felt rather excessive. The key was that they might not even succeed in doing so. Lin Laosi and Li Chuanqing shared some with their 3 children, but there was little left, and it was soon devoured alongside the wild vegetable pancakes. They paid no heed to those around them, lacking the mood for conversation, and after finishing their meal, retreated to their room. No one at the table dared utter a word. They had no work to do, with kind souls stepping in to help. How is it that the lazier ones seem to enjoy the most comfort? They have fragrant shredded meat soup to savor, and they needn't lift a finger, merely wiping their mouths and reclining for a nap. Is it that some are simply fated to live in luxury while others toil endlessly? The thoughts of those at the table varied. Soon, Lin Cixi and her siblings finished their meal and left. Lin Cixi, with 2 boiled eggs nestled in her pocket, carefully bestowed by her grandmother, instructed for her parents to roll their eyes, returned to find her father lounging comfortably, humming a tune. Lin Cixi thought, surely this incident won't just be brushed aside after a good cry, will it? My parents, as carefree as they are, might just resign themselves to fate, which would be disastrous. With their temperament, they could very well manage such a thing. Mom and Dad, here, these are for you. Grandma says they'll help reduce the swelling, she declared. Li Chuanqing's eyes lit up. Your grandmother is so kind. Remember to honor your grandparents when you grow up, okay? Upon saying this, she suddenly recalled that her son and daughter, upon growing up, had not had the chance to repay them before misfortune struck. How could they honor their grandmother now? Her momentary excitement over the eggs plummeted back into despair. Li Chuanqing handed 1 egg to her husband, gritting her teeth and resolving to work diligently from now on, no more slacking. 4th brother, quickly, apply the egg to your eye. Once the swelling subsides, we shall return to work. For the sake of our future, we must set a good example for the children. I want to reduce it, let it swell. I'm too tired from working, I don't want to go. Lin Laosi grumbled at the mention of work. Li Chuanqing gently placed the egg on his eye, speaking softly. 4th brother, do you remember what you said to my brother when you wanted to marry me? Lin Laosi finally managed to smile. How could I forget? My dear wife, my heart remains unchanged since that time. I promise to make you happy every day, to ensure you live a good life, free from hardship or toil, making every woman in the village envious of you. 4th brother, you have fulfilled half of that promise. Since marrying you, I have indeed been happy and have not suffered too much. Just a few years ago, times were tough, people were gnawing on tree bark, and yet you managed to keep me and the children 3/4 full. 4th brother, you are truly capable. Let us work diligently to set a good example for our children, shall we? Li Chuanqing said cheerfully. Of course, why wouldn't we? It's just work. Lin Laosi instinctively began to agree, but as he pondered, he hesitated. Once he agreed, he would have to work hard and not slack off, which posed a challenge. Lin Cixi and her siblings remained hidden in a corner, shrinking their presence to eavesdrop on their parents' conversation. To their surprise, their parents were indeed in a love match, quite fashionable. No matter how shrewd or calculating her father was, he was ultimately ensnared by her mother's tenderness. The 3 siblings exchanged whispers and giggles, as if they had stumbled upon a secret. Chapter 32, A Mother's Strength. Regardless of how reluctant Lin Laosi was, Li Chuanqing exhibited a mother's resilience. Determined to set a commendable example for their child, she insisted on taking Lin Laosi to work that afternoon. The Lin family had never witnessed such industriousness from the couple. Typically, they feigned illness to evade labor. Yet, this time, even with swollen, barely opened eyes, Lin Laosi was compelled to toil. This astonishing attitude left the Lin family in shock, unable to believe their own eyes, rubbing them repeatedly in disbelief. Despite reddened eyes, they could scarcely accept the reality before them. With curiosity piqued, the family pondered what mischief the couple was concocting. Both were notorious for their laziness. Their newfound zeal only suggested that matters were more serious than they appeared. Could it be that the words of that girl on the winter solstice, who labeled them pests of the household, had spurred them into action? How could they doubt that Lin Laosi and his wife possessed such a sense of shame? Lin Laotai had always been the most hopeful for her youngest son's progress, and in the past, she had felt grateful to the heavens for his occasional diligence. Yet today, witnessing her son's pitiful demeanor, she felt a pang of compassion and wished to spare him from labor, thinking that earning work points was not an urgent matter. Alas, her son was resolute. She could only watch helplessly as he departed with the rest of the family. Lin Laosi was filled with unspoken distress. His mother had wanted him to rest at home, but his wife's iron will prevailed, and his waist bore the marks of her relentless grip. Her hands were unforgiving, showing no mercy. The moment he had hesitated, he was met with her fierce reprimand. Regardless of the whispers and doubts surrounding them, the couple truly went to work, not shirking their responsibilities. Perhaps the sun had risen from the west today. Lin Sanbua and his wife toiled even harder, feeling guilty for their younger brother's plight. It was their fault, they had not raised their daughter properly. They hoped that the couple would show magnanimity and not hold grudges against the children. In the morning, Lin Laotai had sought the team leader to excuse the couple from work, so they first needed to report back to him. Upon seeing the couple, the team leader was taken aback. He had spent the morning fuming over their joint absence. Knowing their propensity for laziness initially, he had anticipated a single request for leave, but today they had both chosen not to show up. If other members followed suit, how would the work get done? Yet, upon witnessing Lynn Lousy and his wife, the team leader realized he had misjudged them. They were genuinely ill, and their condition appeared grave. In just one day, they had become so haggard he had wrongfully assumed they were merely feigning illness. As the team leader, he was bound to be fair and just, not judging by appearances nor being overly harsh with the members. Recognizing their true plight, he was willing to be lenient. He realized he must be more discerning in the future, lest he lose the respect of the community. Lynn Lousy, skilled in the art of persuasion, addressed the team leader. Sir, this morning, my wife and I were genuinely too ill to rise from our beds, suffering from severe headaches and dizziness. That is why my mother came to seek your understanding. After resting for the morning, we feel somewhat better, although we still feel a bit lightheaded. We are capable of working and have come promptly to fulfill our duties. Please assign us tasks. If we think of the sacrifices made by the Red Army and the struggles of our revolutionary predecessors, we can persevere. Lynn Lousy's eloquence significantly enhanced the couple's image. One thing Lynn Cece had understood was that he was simply lazy, not foolish. On the contrary, he was quite shrewd. With just a few simple words, he garnered the team leader's goodwill, leaving him to question whether his previous biases against Lynn Lousy were warranted. What if he had indeed been ill before? Given his frail physique, it was entirely plausible. If he were not feigning illness to avoid work, then the team leader had unjustly accused him, raising doubts about his competence. As Lynn Lousy and his wife reported to work, the team leader, recognizing their condition, assigned them lighter tasks, mindful of their frail state. In a time when labor was predominantly manual, tasks such as transporting manure and caring for livestock were crucial. Typically, such duties were reserved for the elderly and children, but the team leader, having reassessed his perception of the couple, decided to entrust them with these less strenuous responsibilities. The village had 2 oxen, essential assets for the collective. With the extensive fields to tend to, the oxen alone could not manage, necessitating human assistance. A day's labor could leave one's shoulders raw and bloodied. Sowing seeds involved a collaborative effort between men and oxen, while irrigation varied depending on the terrain. Even after the autumn harvest, farmers remained busy, with unfinished tasks looming large. Li Chuanqing was in awe of Lynn Lousy, admiring his remarkable abilities. Not only had the team leader changed his perception of the couple, but many villagers also expressed surprise at their newfound determination, speculating on the reasons behind their transformation. Some familiar with the Lin family sought to inquire about this unexpected change. The Lin family, however, appeared to wear expressions more sour than if they had tasted something bitter. Being family, they could not openly criticize the couple, fearing it would tarnish their reputation and suggest discord within the household. Outsiders, unable to glean the truth, assumed Lynn Lousy had indeed matured, with 3 children grown, and concluded that he was finally taking responsibility. This left the Lin family in a predicament. They were acutely aware that Lynn Lousy was likely up to some mischief, yet they were compelled to feign approval. Notably, Lin Sanbo and his wife were exceptions. They sincerely praised the couple, acknowledging their good nature. The couple's transformation, spurred by their daughter's words, weighed heavily on their conscience. In a surprising turn of events, Lynn Lousy and his wife began to enjoy a better reputation in the community. This unexpected development brought a sense of joy. Li Chuanqing noticed a palpable shift in the demeanor of the village women, who greeted her warmly, exchanging pleasantries as they returned home from work together. She was somewhat bewildered by this shift. When had she become so well liked? Naturally, she reciprocated their greetings with a smile, forging connections with several young women, whom she considered friends. Chapter 33. The ultimate skill. The drunken man's intent is not in the wine. Lynn Lousy persevered for another 2 days, and his eyes had long since returned to their original handsome state, no longer swollen. Wife, I've been behaving so well these past couple of days. May I take a day off tomorrow? Today, the team leader unexpectedly instructed him to go and fetch manure tomorrow. Fetch manure. The team leader surely thought highly of him. Perhaps his exceptional performance over the past few days had been misunderstood. He had never done such work before, and the foul smell would surely make him dizzy. Li Chuanqing had been getting along quite well with Wang Huahua these days, especially since her husband was able to earn full points for his contributions. 4th brother, Huahua said her husband fetches manure every day and earns 10 points. I can't believe my husband isn't as capable as hers, right? You wouldn't want to embarrass me, would you? If it's too smelly, I can make you a mask out of cloth, and then you wouldn't smell it, Li Chuanqing said. Lynn Lousy defended himself. Of course, it's just 10 points, if I wanted to earn it, I could easily do so, the key is that I simply don't wish to. 4th brother, you don't want to work anymore? Are you giving up? Li Chuanqing said, displeased. No, I just want to take a day off. I want to give up, for the sake of the children, I will strive hard. Lynn Lousy felt that his like-minded wife had turned cold-hearted. If you don't want to fetch manure, you could tell the team leader to let you fetch water or plow the land instead. Fourth brother, you are so capable, you must be able to manage that. You've worked hard. When you take a bath later, be sure to wash thoroughly. I'll give you a massage to help you relax. Li Chuanqing needed to muster her resolve to prevent her husband from reverting to his previous state. She too had been exhausted from work these past 2 days, physically drained, yet surprisingly invigorated mentally. Lin Laosi understood the underlying meaning in his wife's words. His eyes sparkled as if he had been injected with adrenaline, and he hurried to take a bath, his steps light and brisk. This unspoken implication was not lost on Lin Cixi either. Despite her mother's subtlety, which was intended to prevent the 3 children from overhearing, she was not truly a child. In her previous life, she had only just reached adulthood. However, only she comprehended this. Lin Dong and Lin Nan exchanged bewildered glances, observing their father's foolishly joyful demeanor. Was it merely because their mother had given him a massage? Why was he so elated? They had even forgotten to invite the 2 brothers to join in the bath. Li Chuanqing had just forgotten that the children were present. Turning around, she met her daughter's bright, round eyes and felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing how young her daughter was, and thus relaxed a bit more, thinking that she'd probably wouldn't understand. Lin Cixi noticed her mother's slight awkwardness and decided to take a stroll in the yard. Upon exiting the house, she happened to see her aunt Lin Xiaogu returning from outside, puffed up with indignation. Lin Cixi ran over. Auntie, what's wrong? Who made you angry? Isn't it soon? Never mind, I'm not angry at all. Who said I was angry? I'm doing just fine, exceptionally well. Lin Xiaogu quickly corrected herself, as if worried Lin Cixi wouldn't believe her. After saying that, she smiled at Lin Cixi, revealing a perfect set of 8 teeth. See, Cixi, your aunt is not angry at all, right? Lin Cixi nodded in agreement. Indeed, my aunt is well loved by all. Flowers bloom wherever she goes. Who would dare to make my aunt angry? Lin Xiaogu was amused by her little niece's words and pulled out 2 candies from her pocket. Since you have such sweet words, let us each have one. Thank you, Auntie, Lin Cixi said, her eyes crescent-shaped as she received it. The sweetness lingered, providing a delightful treat, especially given the scarcity of good food at present. A rare candy was indeed a pleasant indulgence. No need to thank me, Lin Xiaogu replied with a smile. Lin Cixi looked up and casually noticed that her aunt had changed her hairstyle. Previously, she had worn 2 large braids tied with black rubber bands. Now the braids were woven together, tied at the bottom with a small scarf. Though it was only a small addition, it looked unexpectedly much better. Auntie, your hair looks really beautiful. Lin Xiaogu proudly flicked her braids. You have an eye for beauty. This style was taught to me by a knowledgeable youth from our area. We've become good friends. She is such a wonderful person. Coming from a big city, chatting with her is quite enlightening. She even showed me her watch. It's incredibly valuable. I was too afraid to touch it, fearing I might break it. We can't afford to compensate her for any damage. Next time, I'll visit her again, and I'll take you with me. Lin Cixi nodded in agreement. All right, Auntie, when I grow up, I'll get you a watch as well, so you can wear it whenever you like. Lin Xiaogu was slightly touched by the words of her little niece and playfully pinched her nose. That sounds wonderful. I'll be waiting. Knowing it was just a playful jest, Lin Xiaogu didn't take it too seriously. Lin Dongji, eavesdropping at the door, couldn't help but curl her lip. In her previous life, her Aunt Han lived much better than her. Nevertheless, knowing her aunt's struggles, Lin Dongji had no intention of helping, as she had allied herself with the 4th household. Aligning with the 4th household meant she was their enemy. Laugh all you want, enjoy your laughter now, for bitter days lie ahead. The more joy you exhibit now, the more sorrow you shall face later. Lin Cixi recalled the fate of Lin Xiaogu as depicted in the book. Searching for a long time without finding any reference, the author had focused on the main character's rise to wealth and how they dealt with troublesome individuals, leaving Lin Xiaogu's character scarcely mentioned. Logically, there should have been some description, leading her to consider 2 possibilities: either she married early or she was no longer around. The latter seemed improbable. She leaned towards the former. As Lin Xiaogu returned home, she immediately noticed her mother, old lady Lin, with an unhappy expression, inquiring where she had been, scolding her for running around like a wild girl at her age. Mother, you startled me. I was just out playing with friends. I didn't take long to see. I'm back quite soon, Lin Xiaogu replied, patting her chest internally. She scolded Su Cheng from beginning to end, blaming him for scaring her. If it hadn't been for her fright, leading to a chase that took her further away from home, she would have returned much earlier. Old lady Lin huffed in response. Lin Xiaogu understood her mother was upset and softened her tone, expressing her reluctance to leave for school the next day, stating she wouldn't return for a week. Thinking about her daughter being away for a week tugged at old lady Lin's heart, and she couldn't bear to scold her further. Her expression softened. The other children had grown up and become increasingly sensible. Only the youngest, C, and her daughter still occasionally indulged in a bit of childishness together. Feigning discontent, old lady Lin stood up. I'll go fry some sauce and prepare some pickled vegetables for you. Don't forget to take them tomorrow. Understood, thank you, mother, you're so wonderful. Lin Xiaogu beamed in response. Old lady Lin laughed and chided, you're always up to mischief, as she tiptoed out of the room. Meanwhile, the fourth household took turns bathing. Lin Laosi, looking like a peacock displaying its feathers, had half-dried hair and a fair complexion that tanned to a rosy hue in the heat. Cici will be starting school tomorrow as well. Dongdong and Nan Nan, take good care of your sister, don't let anyone bully her at school. Got it, Dad. Cough, go to bed early, it's your first day at school tomorrow, make a good impression on the teacher, Lin Laosi urged. Li Chuanqing shot him a glance. Lin Dong and Lin Nan thought, what impression, the school teachers all know who we are. Lin Cici mused, father, your true intentions lie not in the wine. Chapter 34. The fortunate female protagonist, mistaking fish eyes for pearls. The two elder brothers are somewhat foolish, and their father is merely urging them to retire for the night. The crux of the matter lies in the phrase, is it not better to sleep early? Lin Cici, ever the considerate one, expressed, elder brother, second brother, I am feeling a bit drowsy. Tomorrow marks my first day at school, and I must retire early. You both should also sleep early, our parents will be busy tomorrow, and you will need to escort me to school. Lin Laosi cast an approving glance at his little daughter, realizing that daughters are indeed more considerate. He lamented the thought of his wife desiring to have another child next year, hoping fervently that they would not end up with another troublesome boy. Upon hearing their sister's words, Lin Dong and Lin Nan obediently crawled back into their blankets, shutting their eyes in preparation for slumber. Li Chuanqing felt a bit taken aback, inexplicably sensing that her little daughter seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of everything around her, surely a mere illusion of her own making, for how could such a young girl know so much? Lin Cici quickly closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep, primarily to avoid any discomfort from her ears. It seemed she ought to ponder ways to earn some pocket money. She longed for a room of her own. With this thought in mind, Lin Cici soon succumbed to slumber. The following day, 3 children from the Lin family set out for school, excluding Lin Lixia, who was still in elementary school, as well as Lin Shou, Lin Dong, and Lin Nan. Together with Lin Lidong and Lin Dongji, the total count of children heading to school rose to 7. Typically, aside from Lin Cici, who was the youngest, all were expected to contribute to the household chores. With the younger ones helping, Grandma Lin could focus almost solely on cooking, tending to the family garden, and caring for the pigs and chickens, leaving the labor to the children. Even when attending school, they had to complete their chores first. This was not unique to the Lin family, it was a common practice among all families in the village. However, no other household had as many as 7 children attending school at once. Each term, a tuition fee of 70 cents was required from each child, and they also needed to purchase notebooks and pencils, an expense that was certainly not insignificant. 7 children amounted to a total of $4.90. Presently, premium meat costs between 70 to 80 cents per pound. Thus, this sum could purchase numerous meals. Ordinary families would hesitate to part with such money, and even Grandma Lin felt a pang of reluctance as she clutched the cash, her hands trembling as she begrudgingly handed it over. With all the children of school age, it was impossible to deny any of them, otherwise, there would be uproar. However, the cost was daunting. After working tirelessly all year, there was scarcely enough left over for anything beyond basic sustenance. The situation had improved slightly in recent years, but just a few years prior, they had barely survived on tree bark and leaves. The Lin family had endured hardship during those years, with so many children and the adults struggling to find enough to eat, let alone the children. It was a stroke of luck that none of the little ones had perished. Lin Lidong and Lin Dongji rose early to accompany their cousins to gather pig fodder and forage for wild vegetables. Upon returning with the fodder, Lin Dongji spotted Lin Cici yawning as she emerged from the house, nearly dropping her basket in frustration. Look at this, they claim there's no favoritism, yet all of us are out gathering fodder while Lin Cici gets a free pass. At that moment, Lin Dongji felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. She was capable of working too, yet at the very least, there should be equality in labor. She believed she held the moral high ground and immediately sought to confront her grandmother. Upon entering the main room, she was so incensed that she even forgot to call her grandmother, not wanting to acknowledge a grandmother who showed favoritism. Grandma Lin, anxiously clutching the money, contemplated the fact that soon it would no longer belong to her. She examined it repeatedly, finding it difficult to part with, having promised to spend it, unable to go back on her word. As the door to the main room swung open with a loud bang and shut again, Lin Cici and her cousins exchanged astonished glances, aware that their little cousin Dongji was quite bold. They had not expected her to confront Grandma Lin so fiercely. Little did they know that Grandma Lin had always preferred to avoid confrontation. Challenging her head-on would not end well. Lin Cici pondered the situation, wondering why her cousin's moods fluctuated so unpredictably. What grievance did she harbor against the household? Lin Lidong trembled at the sound of the door slamming, realizing she had missed the chance to catch her sister in the act. What was bothering her sister, Grandma Lin, witnessing the little troublemaker approach with a fierce expression, felt a twitch of concern. Why was this child seeking confrontation so early in the day? Not only was she spending money, but now she would have to endure the child's wrath. What a difficult life she led. Why must I work while Lin Cece goes to school without a care? We're all granddaughters, yet you show her such favoritism. If Lin Cece does not work, then neither will I. Grandma Lin, incensed, retorted, where do you find the audacity to speak so? Cece is your younger cousin, barely old enough to carry a basket. You cause a fuss if you are not allowed to attend school, yet now that you are permitted, you still complain. What is it that you truly desire? You are so petty, constantly comparing yourself to your cousin. With such a narrow mind, even if you do attend school, your prospects will be limited. What a waste of money. Your cousin does not have to work because her parents care for her. During the day, they will gather fodder for her. If you do not wish to go, you may ask your parents for assistance. I do not care who does the work, as long as my share is completed. After delivering her tirade, Grandma Lin felt she had not scolded her granddaughter enough, thinking she ought to reprimand her more thoroughly to prevent her from shirking responsibilities while fixating on others. Lin Dongji felt tears prickling her eyes at her grandmother's words. Her patience was wearing thin, and she was furious with her grandmother for suggesting she lacked ambition. She believed Grandma Lin was blind to her potential, mistaking fish eyes for pearls. She was destined for greatness, fortunate enough to live another life, correcting the regrets of the past. With such an opportunity, who else could claim to have such fortune? When the time came for her to succeed, she vowed her grandmother would not benefit from her achievements. She would not be lenient. As for Lin Cece, she doubted her parents would assist her. She was all too familiar with her uncle and aunt's ways. Although she had heard they had not taken as many days off recently, earning slightly more work points, she knew her aunt and uncle were quite stingy and would not do any extra work. Seeing the little troublemaker's demeanor, Grandma Lin's head buzzed with frustration. With a commanding voice, she scolded, "Get out of here, you little brat. In my presence, even a snake must coil up. Do as you please, but do not forget I have the final say." This family was not a place she was obliged to remain in. She nearly shouted her last thought aloud. It was the same sentiment she had expressed during the last quarrel, which had prompted this troublemaker to demand a division of the household, and now, Grandma Lin found herself contemplating the very idea of separation. After all her hard work for the family, she was left to endure the constant ire of this child. Perhaps it would be best to hasten the division. Upon her husband's return, she would speak to him earnestly about it. When Uncle Lin San and Aunt Lin San returned from work, they were pleased to know that both of their daughters would be attending school that day. Upon entering the house, they spotted their second daughter exiting the main room, and their eyes widened in silent alarm, recognizing her penchant for mischief. Before they could react, Grandma Lin's furious voice boomed from inside, "You two, get in here." Uncle Lin San and Aunt Lin San exchanged glances, silently acknowledging the situation, fully aware of how agitated Grandma Lin had become. Uncle Lin San remarked, "Wife, why do my knees feel so weak?" Chapter 35 The Inheritance. Off to school. Old Granny Lin summoned the third couple into the room, unleashing a torrent of furious words that echoed like thunder. Just listening to her roar made it evident how much pent-up frustration she harbored within her heart. Uncle Lin San and Aunt Lin San cowered like quails, not daring to utter a single word in rebuttal. What could they do? They simply endured it, for it was their daughter who had caused this turmoil. Once she had vented her anger and observed that the couple bore no trace of resentment upon their faces, old Granny Lin felt a considerable weight lift from her chest. She did not emerge from the room, and the entire family dared not touch the rice simmering in the pot. Having risen early to toil, they had set out on empty stomachs and now felt the pangs of hunger gnawing at them. Typically, dinner was not as hearty as lunch or breakfast, as there was no labor demanding their strength in the evening. With so little to eat, they would be famished by midnight, and the thought of enduring such hunger until now was unbearable. They refrained from blaming old Granny Lin. Uncle Lin San and Aunt Lin San had effectively become the scapegoats for her ire. The couple was thoroughly distressed. In contrast, Lin Dongji retreated to her room and shed a few tears, but when it was time to eat, she showed no hesitation in devouring her portion. Even Aunt Lindy and Aunt Lin Er could not help but admire her audacity. They themselves could not have managed such boldness under similar circumstances. Lin Dongji thrived on adversity, much like an indomitable cockroach, returning to her room to gather her composure, wiping away her tears, and warning herself not to cry unless absolutely necessary. Why should she abstain from eating? The grains were earned by her parents, and she had every right to partake in them. Why should she not indulge, lest others benefit from her restraint? Old Granny Lin could hardly bear to look at her troublesome granddaughter. After breakfast, Aunt Lin San, irrespective of whether it was her duty or not, hurriedly set about clearing the dishes. Li Chuanqing, delighted, washed her hands of the matter. Aunt Lin Er remarked, "What is up with this third sister-in-law? She feigns ignorance when it's her turn to work, yet when it comes to the fourth family's chores, she is quick to jump in. The contrast is too stark. Who does she look down upon?" Li Chuanqing retrieved a small backpack she had sewn from scraps of cloth, perfectly suited for her daughter. Lin Cece was taken aback. She had not expected her mother to possess a backpack, especially since her elder brothers did not have one. As Li Chuanqing put it, those two boys did not deserve one. She had previously provided them with backpacks, but within days they were either torn or the straps were broken. After repeated occurrences, she had grown weary of mending them. Lin Cece cherished the small backpack, though it was made from patchwork. The pieces were cut to uniform size, forming a floral pattern when sewn together, with such meticulous stitches that even upon close inspection, they were nearly invisible. "Mother, your hands are truly skilled. This backpack is beautifully crafted, and I adore it." Li Chuanqing, upon hearing this, smiled and said, "You certainly have an eye for quality. This was sewn by your grandmother. Your great-grandmother was once an embroiderer, and she passed down her craft to your grandmother, who in turn passed it on to me. I dare say my needlework is on par with your grandmother's, and I shall teach you when the time comes. Mother, you and grandmother and great-grandmother are all remarkably talented." Lin Cece exclaimed, realizing there was a lineage of skill, even though she had never witnessed her mother engage in needlework. "Indeed, your aunts have long urged me to teach their daughters my craft. If I were to teach anyone, it would be my own daughter. They wish to benefit without offering anything in return. Their expectations are rather naive, as if they could outsmart me." Li Chuanqing spoke with confidence. Lin Cece chuckled. Lin Dong and Lin Nan approached, and Lin Cece eagerly displayed her new backpack. The two boys nodded in agreement. "Sister, it looks lovely, and so does the backpack. Once things settle down, I shall take you to your grandmother's house." "I haven't been there in months," Li Chuanqing said with a smile. "Yay, grandmother has candy, and she dotes on us." Lin Nan's eyes brightened at the thought, as he recalled the delightful treats awaiting them at his grandmother's home. "All you think about is food," Li Chuanqing chided playfully. Lin Laozi entered to find his wife and children laughing, unaware of the cause for their amusement, and he joined in the laughter. "Come on, time to go to school. Your grandmother asked me to escort you and to register the younger ones." As long as he wasn't tasked with labor, Lin Laozi was more than willing. Today, he had swapped his chore of hauling manure for fetching water, and after just one morning, his shoulders ached fiercely. Taking the children to register was a legitimate excuse to rest, and even his wife could not fault him for it. Last night, in a moment of desperation, she had pressed him to promise many things. He could not go back on his word and sought every opportunity to rest. Additionally, today was the day to pay the school fees for these children, and with so many of them, it was unwise to let them carry the money alone. What if they lost it on the way? They would have no one to cry to. Lin Cece followed her father and brothers to school. Linjia village had a primary school catering to grades 1 through 6. Not only children from Linjia village attended, but those from nearby villages without primary schools would also come to study here. Lin Laozi was well acquainted with the school, having attended it himself, and upon arrival, he proceeded to register the children. Lin Dong and Lin Nan settled Lin Cece into the classroom before returning to their own classes. Lin Cece took a temporary seat, as the teacher had yet to arrive, and students were finding their own places. Lin Dongji deliberately distanced herself from Lin Cece, pulling Lin Lidong along with her. Lin Lidong felt a bit awkward. After all, she was his younger cousin. In the presence of others from the Lin family, she was older and should look after her sister and cousin, yet Lin Dongji tugged her away, leaving Lin Lidong to cast an apologetic glance at Lin Cece, who remained oblivious, busy examining the classroom and its worn desks and chairs, which bore the marks of time. The first-grade teacher, a man in his 40s and a resident of the village, was named Mr. Su. Lin Dong had discreetly informed her that Mr. Su was the brother of the village head. After completing his self-introduction, the classroom buzzed with chatter until he rapped his knuckles on the blackboard to restore order. Once silence fell, Mr. Su outlined some important rules for the future, the first being to maintain quietness and discipline within the classroom. He expounded on various principles, such as the necessity of attending school, having paid the tuition, and the importance of studying diligently to repay their families. He then called on the students one by one to introduce themselves. Lin Cece gained a general understanding of her classmates. Of the ages varied considerably, with the oldest being 12, having delayed their education due to work at home, while families had little expectation for their children to pursue secondary education. Many were there simply to learn basic literacy and arithmetic, intending to only complete 2 or 3 grades. The youngest were Lin Cece and her deskmate, Su Xiaoqing. Lin Cece, being small for her age, was seated in the front row. Mr. Datsu looked over the class and sighed. Nearly 30 students had enrolled this semester. Based on past experience, only a third of them would complete their primary education, with boys faring slightly better than girls, who often dropped out for various reasons. Chapter 36 Remarkable Figures. During the intermission, Lin Dong and Lin Nan rushed over to observe how their sister was faring on her first day of school. Their primary concern was to ensure that no one in the class dared to bully her. Scanning the classroom, they noted that the first graders appeared to be quite well behaved, thereby alleviating the brothers' worries. They were particularly anxious about their sister's gentle nature, fearing that without their presence, someone might take advantage of her. As the bell rang to signal the start of class, Lin Dong and Lin Nan sauntered back to their classroom, their demeanor nonchalant even when encountering their teacher. This brazen attitude caused teacher Su to involuntarily furrow her brow. These two brothers were, indeed, the school's little nuisances. Lin Cixi quickly struck up a friendship with her deskmate, Su Xiaoqing, a quiet and demure girl, both hailing from Linjia village. They lived at opposite ends, the former in the west and the latter in the east. Though they were of similar age, they had never played together before, as children tended to cluster by surnames. Lin with Lin, and Su with Su. The morning was primarily devoted to familiarizing themselves with the school and their teachers, while the afternoon would bring the issuance of new textbooks. Given the current scarcity of educational resources, teacher Su was responsible for teaching both Chinese and mathematics to the first graders. In the morning, she wrote a few simple numbers on the blackboard to help the children acclimate. Su Xiaoqing diligently traced these numbers with her finger on her somewhat worn desk. In later years, even 3-year-olds who received early education would recognize such figures. However, due to the lack of textbooks, many might only be able to read these basic numbers, as counting was sometimes necessary for farming, though writing them was not a given. "Can you even do it? You can't write any of these," came a voice tinged with derision from a seat not far from Lin Cixi. The voice was all too familiar. Without turning her head, Lin Cixi knew it was Lin Dongji who had spoken. Su Xiaoqing's face flushed with embarrassment. Lin Cixi offered her comfort, saying, "It's perfectly normal not to know how to write yet. It's our first day, the teacher just wants us to get acquainted. Don't mind her, she has intermittent fits of madness and tends to act out from time to time." Su Xiaoqing couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing Lin Cixi's description of their classmates' behavior. It was a refreshing remark that brightened her spirits. A boy sitting behind Lin Dongji overheard their conversation and, astonished, asked Lin Dongji if she had really grasped the lesson so quickly after the teacher had just introduced it. "What's so difficult about it?" "It's incredibly simple, anyone with hands can do it," Lin Dongji replied, surveying her peers with an air of superiority. At that moment, her sense of superiority surged. She felt destined to always be ahead of everyone else, especially when she saw her classmates struggling with the most basic of numbers. Lin Lidong tugged at Lin Dongji's sleeve, signaling her to tone it down and avoid drawing attention to herself. He was aware that their sister was attending school for the first time and, having never learned before, might be progressing faster than others. However, being overly proud on the first day was not advisable. Lin Dongji, however, remained unfazed. She had finally found the sense of superiority that had eluded her at home. She could do more than just these numbers. She excelled at addition and subtraction, skills she had honed during her previous life running a restaurant, where calculations were essential. "Why don't you show us what you can write, instead of just boasting?" the boy behind Lin Dongji continued. He was a 9-year-old from a neighboring village named Qin Zhuangzhuang. As a mature individual at heart, Lin Dongji dismissed the childish banter. She was reluctant to let this opportunity slip by, as it was the first time she had been the center of admiration and astonishment since her rebirth. "I don't have any paper or a pen. Why don't you lend me yours, and I'll give it a try," she suggested. The lack of funds was a constant reminder. If only she had the means, she would buy as many pencils and notebooks as she desired. Upon mentioning the need to borrow his supplies, Chen Zhuangzhuang immediately lost interest. "You don't have any? Didn't your family buy you any supplies for school? I can't lend you mine. I need to conserve my own," he replied dismissively. Lin Dongji felt a flush of embarrassment. It was just paper and a pen, but she had momentarily forgotten their significance in this era. Feeling humiliated, she lamented that her grandmother hadn't provided her with any supplies. After all, what would she do if she became the laughingstock of the class? Her parents were so destitute that they couldn't spare even a penny. They were truly foolish. After all these years, they hadn't managed to save even a small sum. While she was unaware of how much her relatives might have saved, it was evident that they were all far more astute than her parents. Noticing the diminishing enthusiasm of those around her, Lin Dongji fell silent and refrained from further conversation. The morning passed swiftly. Once school was over, Su Xiaoqing invited Lin Cixi to walk home together. Little girls often forged friendships quickly, whether by attending school together, going home together, or even taking a trip to the restroom during breaks. Lin Cixi, however, needed to wait for her brothers. Having seen them during the break, Su Xiaoqing nodded and set off on her own. The first graders were closest to the school gate. As Lin Cixi stepped out of the classroom, she stood close by, waiting. Lin Dong and Lin Nan were the first to exit their class, nearly bumping into their teacher as they made their way out, prompting an annoyed wave from her. The two brothers shrugged nonchalantly in response. Suddenly, Lin Nan recalled a pressing concern with their sister now in school. Skipping class would no longer be as convenient. Of course, he only dared to ponder this in silence, not voicing his thoughts aloud. "Big brother, second brother," Lin Cixi called, waving at them as they emerged. Lin Dong effortlessly took Lin Cixi's backpack, light as a feather. "Are we getting our books this afternoon?" Yes, the teacher said we would receive them this morning. She taught us the numbers 1, 2, and 3, and I've learned them all. Lin Cece declared proudly, puffing out her chest. My sister is the best. Lin Dong praised with a smile. Lin Cece felt no embarrassment. After all, she was just a child. As they walked, Lin Nan quietly nudged Lin Dong's arm. Brother, look ahead. Who is that? Why is she going that way? That's not the way home. Lin Dong glanced up at the mention and, hearing Lin Nan's words, he too looked over. It was Lin Dongji. The way home led east along the main road, while Lin Dongji had turned north. Lin Nan muttered, going north, there is nothing but the village's cattle shed. No one goes there to dig for wild vegetables. Having grown up in this village, they were thoroughly familiar with their surroundings. In all honesty, Lin Dong and Lin Nan could navigate home with their eyes closed. Who knows, I'll follow her to see. Little Nan, you take our sister home. Lin Dong decided. Though Lin Nan was curious and wished to follow, he felt obligated to escort his sister home. Lin Cece pouted, big brother, second brother, I want to go too, let us go. I'll be careful not to let her see us. Thus, the three siblings trailed slowly behind Ai. In her previous life, Lin Dongji had accompanied villagers to marvel at the spectacle, knowing that an elderly man and his grandson resided in the cattle shed. At that time, she was too young to comprehend much, only aware that the shed housed outsiders from the big city, whom the villagers often derided. What was so special about city folk? They still had to come to the village to clean up after the cattle. Who could have imagined that, back in the late 70s, though she couldn't recall the exact year, those very people, whom everyone scorned, were eventually whisked away in a small car? Several leaders from the commune had visited, treating the man with utmost respect. Now, that was truly an extraordinary individual. Riding in a small car was no small feat. It was the first time she had seen one, far faster than a bullock cart. At that time, while a few families in the village were relatively well off, there were hardly 5 bicycles to be found in the entire community. One can only imagine how rare a small car must have been. Lin Dongji had longed to establish a connection in advance, as she had the opportunity to gain insight into future developments. While others avoided them, she planned to extend a friendly gesture, offering her assistance with minor tasks. Wouldn't that be akin to providing timely aid? Surely, the old man and his grandson would be deeply grateful to her. By forging this connection, she would ensure a helping hand in whatever endeavors she pursued in the future. Chapter 37 is speculating motives. The three siblings quietly approached, only to discover that Lin Dongji had ventured to the cattle shed. Lin Dong murmured, her audacity is astonishing. What on earth is she thinking? How dare she engage with those in the cattle shed? If someone were to catch sight of her, our entire family could suffer the consequences. Lin Nan recalled a previous visit to witness the chaos, an experience that had left him thoroughly terrified. Lin Cece surmised Lin Dongji's intentions, suspecting she sought to make acquaintances. Fearing detection, they maintained a distance, unable to discern the conversation between Lin Dongji and the stooped old man. The old man, seemingly indifferent, mechanically swept the cow pen until a small boy returned, at which point he exhibited a flicker of reaction, yet still disregarded Lin Dongji's presence. Lin Cece recognized the boy as somewhat familiar, recalling a fleeting encounter while gleaning rice, though the memory was vague, and she had only noted his tattered clothing, even worse than her own. After a while, Lin Dong muttered, what a fool, and led his younger siblings away. Lin Nan, seething with frustration, grappled with the rationale behind Lin Dongji's engagement with such a person at the cattle shed. Had it not been for his older brother and younger sister holding him back, he would have confronted Lin Dongji directly, questioning her reckless behavior that endangered them all. Did she perhaps tire of their peaceful existence? Upon returning home, they found the workers had yet to finish their day. Lin Lidong, hearing commotion outside, assumed it was his sister's return and hurried to see, only to feel disappointed when he discovered it was not her, prompting him to return to the kitchen to assist. Earlier that day, his second sister had insisted she return home first due to some urgent matter, refusing to divulge any details despite his inquiries. Reflecting on his sister's recent actions, he harbored deep concerns about her reliability, fearing she might inadvertently stir up trouble. Within the family, everyone maintained a sense of unity, even in moments of anger. Yet if his sister were to create a scandal, it would be a predicament far more challenging to resolve. Their parents had solemnly instructed him to keep a watchful eye on her, urging him to prevent her from causing a ruckus. However, his second sister was fiercely independent and resolutely ignored his counsel. Her absence unsettled him, rendering him easily distracted. Lin Laotai was still nursing the sting of a significant expense incurred earlier that morning. Consequently, the lunch fare was notably meager, reflecting a determined attitude to save every penny. Lin Laosi was the first to arrive home from work, earning slightly more than before yet still maintaining his position as the swiftest returner among his few admirable traits. After enrolling his child in school that morning, he had lingered on his way back, only to hastily return to the production team for work. Lin Laosi felt that this relentless labor was unsustainable. He yearned for a less taxing position, ideally one that would elevate him to a minor official role where he could avoid manual labor altogether. As he pondered this, he had begun to form some ideas but had yet to approach the team leader to discuss them. Such matters would require not only the leader's consent but also approval from the village's leadership. Upon arriving home, he was met with an astonishing revelation from his eldest son. Lin Laosi suppressed his casual demeanor, recognizing that the child lacked awareness of the gravity of the situation. Since learning of his niece's near-drowning incident, he had sensed an underlying peculiarity about her. The implications of her actions could range widely. If her approach was merely driven by curiosity or happenstance, it would be one thing, but if there were ulterior motives, the question of her intentions loomed large. Surely there must be some advantage to her actions. She would not engage without a benefit. What could a decrepit old man from a large city and his burdensome grandson offer? What could possibly be gained from them? Perhaps they held significant status, yet if that were the case, how had they fallen to such a state? Once they had sunk so low, could they possibly return? It was conceivable that the old man and the boy had formidable backing, or perhaps the boy possessed an extraordinary future ahead. It seemed Lin Laosi's unusual niece was seeking connections. Having deduced these possibilities, Lin Laosi decided to leave the matter be. His mother and father were unable to intervene, nor could his third brother and sister-in-law, and certainly not his cousin from a different branch of the family. He felt he had a fair grasp of his peculiar niece. Any well-meaning attempts to intervene would likely be perceived as interference in her affairs. A futile endeavor. Kindness, he mused, must be bestowed upon the right individuals. Li Chuanqing returned, inquiring, "What are you all doing in there? The door is closed. It's time for dinner." The children obediently emerged. Li Chuanqing, concerned, asked her youngest daughter how she was adjusting to school. Lin Cixi nodded, replying that it was going well. Li Chuanqing found her daughter's mature demeanor amusing. The family of the fourth household gathered at the table. Lin Cixi noticed Lin Dongji had returned, her expression devoid of joy, suggesting she had faced disappointment. They had observed her speaking, but the elderly man had not acknowledged her in the slightest. "Do you smell something foul? I detect an unpleasant odor," Lin Erboma remarked, sniffing intently. "Today, no one from our family went to gather fodder. We were all busy fetching water," Lin de Boma explained, noting that the family had been working in a large field and had encountered one another while transporting water. Lin Dongji shifted her feet, worried she might have been discovered. Perhaps she had stepped in something unsavory while at the cattle shed. The shed was relatively clean from recent efforts, but the lingering stench accumulated over time was pervasive. She surmised she would need to visit several more times to gain the old man's trust, as he was evidently cautious. Lin Lidong, closest to his second sister, had also noticed the odor and quickly covered for her, saying, "I just went to feed the pigs. Perhaps I accidentally stepped in something. I'll clean my shoes after dinner." Lin Erboma urged her to remain silent, as it was mealtime, and such talk would ruin their appetite. She quickly distracted herself with thoughts of roasted meats, braised dishes, and sumptuous dumplings. The more she envisioned these delectable treats, the more the corn cakes they were currently eating felt disappointing, leading her to realize a significant concern regarding her appetite. Today, the cakes her mother-in-law prepared were noticeably smaller than usual. Not only was there a lack of meat, but even the corn cakes were diminished in size, leaving her disheartened. Chapter 38. He truly is unsuitable to be a good person. Thus, the days passed in an orderly fashion. Lin Cixi attended school daily with her elder brothers, Lin Dong and Lin Nan, during which Lin Dongji made 2 visits to the cattle shed. Lin Dong discreetly followed behind with his younger siblings, observing that the elderly couple did not seem to accept Lin Dongji, who always appeared on guard during his visits. Of this further convinced Lin Dong and the others that Lin Dongji had ulterior motives. He would not approach them without some benefit dangling before him. Lin Dongji, however, bore no resentment. Having heard tales of the elderly couple's past sufferings, she understood their wariness was justified, and thus, she was not in a hurry. She possessed ample patience. Upon returning to school, Lin Cixi also became aware of her brother's academic shortcomings. Each night before sleep, she feigned earnestness in her studies, posing questions to her elder brothers. Lin Dong and Lin Nan, feeling somewhat distressed, endeavored to recall their teacher's lessons, yet the abundance of distractions and the allure of a sound sleep often rendered their attention elsewhere. Lin Cixi harbored a plan. She wished to skip a grade, ideally joining her brothers in the same class to encourage them to study diligently. Unfortunately, one was in the 4th grade and the other in the 3rd, making it impossible for them to be in the same year. Therefore, she resolved to first advance to her second brother's class, aiming to elevate his grades simultaneously. She intended to encourage her eldest brother to amend his approach to learning. With so much ground to cover, Lin Cixi felt the weight of her responsibility. With her plan in mind, she subtly showcased her academic talents before her family. Lin Laosi and Li Chuanqing were elated, exclaiming that a scholar was about to emerge from their household. The agricultural tasks had eased somewhat, marking a rare period of leisure as the year drew to a close. The men of the family would head off to work while the women remained at home, tending to children and mending clothes. preparing winter vegetables, pickles, and sun-dried sweet potatoes and radishes. Lin Laozi had been contemplating a significant matter since the busy season. While the village leaders were preoccupied, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, but now that the harvest was over, he sought an opportunity to discuss his ideas with the brigade leader. If the brigade leader and the village secretary agreed, there was hope, as the secretary was an elder from the Lin family, who, aside from overseeing the harvest, generally took little interest in other matters. The old secretary intended to pass his position to his eldest son, but this required a vote from the villagers. He was searching for an opportunity to demonstrate his son's capabilities to the community, as this would facilitate a smoother transition. To the villagers, tangible benefits such as increased grain or meat distribution were far more persuasive than empty promises. However, this task was fraught with challenges. Whether they could fill their bellies depended on the whims of fate. Additionally, generating revenue for the village proved to be even more daunting. The Lin family village lacked any side enterprises and was steeped in poverty. The neighboring village had begun cultivating fruit trees on cleared mountains, a labor-intensive endeavor requiring either shared work or food compensation, leaving little incentive for anyone to toil without reward. Both the brigade leader and the old secretary aspired to generate income for the village and diversify its economy. While discussing ideas was simple, implementing them was exceedingly difficult. Lin Laozi seized an opportune moment to share his thoughts with the brigade leader. Thanks to his diligent work during the busy season, the brigade leader had developed a favorable impression of him. After listening to Lin Laozi's proposal, he fell silent for a moment, weighing the feasibility of the plan. Lin Laozi was in no rush. He patiently awaited a response. The proposal was undoubtedly beneficial for the village, yet it required investment. If the brigade leader were to decline, it would be understandable given the village's financial constraints. The brigade leader, filled with enthusiasm, contemplated the matter seriously but did not provide an immediate answer. Instead, he promised to discuss it with the village leadership and, if feasible, to call a meeting for the villagers to vote on the matter. After all, it was a communal issue that required collective consent. As the brigade leader departed, he patted Lin Laozi on the shoulder, remarking, "Good lad, you have ideas." Lin Laozi recognized that he had succeeded halfway. The remaining challenge lay in the attitudes of the village leaders and the villagers. In good spirits, he planned to take a stroll home, but upon realizing the school was nearby and that it was almost time for the children to finish, he decided to wait around the school for them to return. In those days, there was no concept of escorting children home. They were largely left to their own devices, returning at mealtime or bedtime. Today, Lin Laozi found himself whimsically squatting on the street, chewing on a blade of grass, observing his surroundings in a manner that would hardly suggest he was a good person. A child carrying a heavy water bucket approached from the east. The bucket seemed heavier than the child himself, swaying precariously as he walked, splashing water onto the dirt path and leaving small dark spots behind. Lin Laozi had never been one to do good deeds. He simply ignored the sight, turning away without feeling any compunction. The incessant dripping sound irritated him, prompting him to spit out the grass he had been chewing. The child appeared to be of a similar age to his own daughter, and he had never forced her to undertake such labor. It was unimaginable that anyone could mistreat a child like this. Unlike Lin Laozi, who, despite being lazy and greedy, was always kind to his own offspring, alas, he was simply that way. There was no changing it. His daughter was fortunate in her lot, and by comparison, she was truly blessed. Suddenly, Lin Laozi felt a wave of empathy for the young boy. Perhaps today was his lucky day. Having encountered him, he resolved to perform an act of kindness, intending to boast about it to his daughter later. This would be one of the few good deeds he had accomplished in over 20 years. Surely, his benevolence would lead to the emergence of a scholar in his family. "Hey, child, where are your parents? You re quite fortunate today to have met me. Where do you live?" The boy, startled, loosened his grip on the bucket and glanced at him silently, having discerned that this adult had no genuine intention to help him. Lin Laozi, growing impatient, pressed on. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Where do you live? Are you mute? Can you hear me? Surely you're not both deaf and mute?" The bucket was now half full, a weight manageable for an adult yet burdensome for the slender child. The boy silently pointed toward the cattle shed. "I live there." "Ah, so you're not mute, then why were you silent when I spoke to you? You're home." Lin Laozi followed the boy's gesture, and his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. In that moment, he felt as though he were not holding a water bucket but a burning torch, and what was he to do now? It dawned on him how foolish he was to consider doing a good deed today. Indeed, he was utterly unsuited to be a good person. 80,000 words in, is there anyone lovely reading this? Chapter 39. He understands how to slack off at work. Lin Laozi was never a particularly helpful individual, and after this incident, he would certainly not engage in altruistic acts like a misguided version of Lei Feng. It simply was not in his nature. However, having already taken hold of the water bucket, he felt compelled to return it. He longed to retract his earlier offer of assistance. After all, he was no gentleman, and he was well versed in the art of double standards. Yet, as he observed the boy's slender arms and legs, a flicker of conscience prevented him from abandoning the bucket, leading him to carry it to the cowshed. As he walked, he mused on the boy's fortunate fate, having crossed paths with someone like him. Sigh, there truly are not many good people left in the world. The boy, though young, had encountered a plethora of disdainful gazes and harsh words during his time in the cowshed, yet he felt no malice emanating from this peculiar uncle. Lin Laosi nearly dropped the bucket and made a hasty retreat, fearing that someone might witness his presence in the cowshed. The boy was aware of his own uniqueness, but he couldn't help feeling a twinge of disappointment deep down. Although this uncle was somewhat odd, he did not reject him and even helped carry the water. Upon returning to the intersection from which he had come, Lin Laosi's heart raced. This intersection was his nemesis. He resolved to walk a few meters towards the school instead. From a distance, Lin Cece spotted Lin Laosi and thought she might be mistaken. "Elder brother, second brother, do you see our father ahead?" Lin Dong and Lin Nan looked up, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is our father. How did he come here?" The three siblings confirmed it was Lin Laosi and dashed forward. Lin Lidong and Lin Dongji followed behind them. Lin Lidong observed Lin Laosi tossing Lin Cece into the air and, feeling a pang of envy, remarked, "Uncle is so good to Cece." Lin Dongji scoffed, unimpressed. "What's so good about it? Having a father like that is unfortunate." If it weren't for the fact that they were draining resources from the third household, Lin Laosi's inability to shoulder responsibilities would leave him unable to support his own family, let alone provide for the children. Lin Dong, Lin Nan, and Lin Cece were quite elated, bouncing around Lin Laosi as they walked. Lin Laosi initially intended to perform a good deed and boast about it to his daughter, but now he refrained from mentioning it, fearing that a discerning ear might misconstrue his connection to the cowshed, which would spell trouble. Upon returning home, Li Chuanqing was in the yard drying sweet potato slices, cut into uniform thickness. Upon seeing her husband and children return together, she raised an eyebrow. "What a coincidence, you all ran into each other on the road." Lin Nan and Lin Cece chattered excitedly about their father coming to school to pick them up. Lin Laosi had yet to share his conversation with the village chief with his wife and contemplated whether to tell her. Hoping to share in her joy, however, he decided it best to wait until things materialized. After all, it was still uncertain, and he did not wish to get her hopes up for nothing. Days later, the village chief sent someone to summon Lin Laosi to the village office. Upon hearing this, Lin Laosi sensed an opportunity. Under the curious gazes of his family, he washed his hands and face before leaving with the messenger. Li Chuanqing was unaware of the reason for his departure, as he had not confided in her, but it appeared to be a positive matter given the cheerful demeanor of the visitor. Aunt Lin Er inquired about Lin Laosi's purpose at the village office, to which Li Chuanqing shook her head in uncertainty. Aunt Lin Er assumed that the younger woman was deliberately withholding information and, feeling somewhat displeased, returned to her home, wishing to discuss it with her husband. However, her husband was a taciturn man who never spoke of their family's issues, leaving her increasingly anxious and frustrated. The more she pondered the chief's decision to summon the seemingly lazy Lin Laosi, the more perplexed she became, wondering why her own husband, who was no less capable than Lin Laosi, was not similarly recognized. Upon returning, Lin Laosi shared with Li Chuanqing that the village council had agreed to his proposal for developing side businesses to generate income for the village, which would soon be implemented. Li Chuanqing was so astonished that she ceased her work and bombarded him with questions. "Side business? What side business? Is it your idea, fourth brother?" "Making straw ropes. I've seen it done in other communes before. Once produced, they can be supplied directly to the procurement department of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. They are currently purchasing in large quantities, and straw ropes have numerous applications. The large factories use them for pipe insulation, and the ceramic factory in the county relies on them as well. Once we produce them, we needn't worry about sales. Furthermore, making straw ropes only requires straw, and our village has plenty. Even if we exhaust our local supply, we can easily purchase it from the neighboring village at a reasonable price." Lin Laosi had previously shunned hard work, preferring to wander about and seek excitement, often gravitating toward the novel. His thick skin rendered him impervious to others' attempts to dismiss him. In the past, he had lived a life of mediocrity, avoiding both labor and intellectual engagement. However, times had changed. He now toiled diligently each day, earning only a few work points, which amounted to mere pennies. He had no expectation of earning a full day's worth of points. If he did not wish to toil for work points, he would have to rely on his intellect. Fortunately, he possessed a modicum of cleverness, sufficient for his needs. By engaging in side businesses during the off-season, he could escape the grueling labor in the fields and undertake a more manageable task. Making straw ropes required machinery, which was bound to break down, necessitating someone to learn how to repair the machines. Furthermore, once the straw ropes were made, they would need to be delivered to the cooperative. Each of these responsibilities required manpower. Regardless of the task, Lin Laosi believed it to be less strenuous than working in the fields under the blazing sun, drenched in sweat. "Really? This is indeed a great opportunity. Only when our village prospers can our family thrive. A fourth brother, you truly are impressive. Our little girl has inherited your sharp mind, Li Chuanqing exclaimed, equally delighted. Lin Laosi felt a sense of pride in his accomplishment. He had never considered going solo, mainly because he doubted whether the cooperative would accept his offer. Another reason was his reluctance. He simply did not want to exert himself. This arrangement suited him well, as having others around made it easier to slack off. Before long, the village loudspeaker announced that every household should send a representative to a meeting at the village office that evening. After informing his wife, Lin Laosi went to speak with his parents. Grandma Lin was immensely gratified, proclaiming that her youngest son was destined for success, showing initiative and proving he was not a burden to the family. Look how sharp his mind is. Even the village officials accepted his proposal. The other Lin family members were curious about the meeting's agenda. Aunt Lin asked, "Fourth brother, do you know what the meeting is about?" "Rest assured it's something good. If you're curious, hurry and finish your meal so you can grab a good seat at the meeting," Lin Laosi replied with a smile. He wasn't trying to be coy. The details would soon be revealed at the meeting, and he didn't feel inclined to waste his breath. Aunt Lin rolled her eyes in exasperation, thinking how audacious he was, as if he could reach the heavens while keeping his family in suspense. Chapter 40. A fear of her boastfulness. After convening a meeting with the team and the members of the village, a final vote was taken. A significant majority raised their hands in agreement. Generating income for the village is undoubtedly a positive endeavor. With increased collective revenue, the members will eventually receive a greater share. The village has remained quite conservative, having not ventured into any side businesses for many years. Nearby, several villages have thrived by cultivating fruit trees and gathering medicinal herbs. During grain distribution, they not only receive food but also apples, which can be exchanged for money. Relatives living in those villages enjoy a standard of living that surpasses their own, making it impossible to deny feelings of envy. Apples, whether consumed by family or traded for grain, become a valuable commodity during the festive season. The few dissenters were primarily the elderly, concerned that the village would focus solely on side businesses, neglecting the cultivation of their fields. Regardless of the nature of the collective side ventures, they felt that the crops grown in their fields were far more tangible and reliable. However, the team leader and the former party secretary assured everyone that agricultural work would not be compromised, as they understood the importance of prioritizing tasks. Consequently, the agreement was reached with near unanimous consent. With the vote overwhelmingly in favor, they promptly proceeded to the commune supply and marketing department to confirm details. Provided the department was willing to accept their proposal, the team would immediately report to the commune, and upon approval, they would head to the provincial capital to procure the necessary machinery. This initiative was proposed by Lin Laosi, prompting the team leader to send someone along with him to verify the situation at the commune's procurement department. The individual selected was the eldest son of the former party secretary, who eagerly anticipated that once this venture succeeded, he could rightfully pass his position to his son. Due to the nature of their business, the team leader even brought forth the village's prized bicycle. Despite its age and the paint peeling in numerous places, its value remained undiminished. Two grown men on a single bicycle. It was inconceivable for Lin Laosi to exert himself to carry anyone, even if that individual were the son of the former party secretary. Lin Guodong, the son, was approximately 36 or 37 years old, and according to familial hierarchy, Lin Laosi had to address him as older brother. Understanding his younger sibling well, Lin Guodong resigned himself to riding the bicycle while giving Lin Laosi a lift. The team leader repeatedly reminded the pair to treat the bicycle with care, watching them depart until they were out of sight. Feeling a tinge of reluctance, the Lin family was somewhat bewildered. How had Lin Laosi, once the most disliked and unappreciated individual in the village, suddenly transformed into a favored figure within the team? That morning, he had eaten breakfast, donned his most presentable attire, albeit with fewer patches, and meticulously styled his hair to shine like a slicked-back gentleman before heading out, declaring he would not return for lunch as he had official business to attend to on the village's expense. Lin Laosi's newfound prominence before the village officials was entirely unexpected for everyone. His unreliability raised doubts about his ability to accomplish anything substantial. Perhaps he had merely charmed the team leader and the former party secretary with his words, and when the truth dawned upon them, he would be promptly dismissed. If Lin Laosi's venture faltered, it would surely bring misfortune upon his entire family. The Lin household, consisting of the elderly couple and their 4 branches, remained unaware that Lin Laosi was the one who had proposed this side business. Lin Cece believed her initial thoughts were indeed correct. Her father was merely lazy, not foolish. Observe, it was evident that whenever he exerted himself mentally, no task was beyond his reach. Previously, his laziness had manifested as an unwillingness to labor or think. In recent days, she had asked her mother, Li Chuanqing, to retrieve her second brother's second-grade textbooks, preparing to review the material at home. Once the new year passed and school commenced, she planned to skip grades and join her brother's class. She noticed her second brother was once again tempted to skip class to venture into the woods in search of bird eggs. Although he was now wary of encountering wild boars and still haunted by a previous fish bite incident, an experience that had subjected him to considerable ridicule from his peers, he felt a stronger inclination towards the seemingly safer pursuit of gathering bird eggs. These eggs posed no threat, they lacked the aggressive tendencies of wild boars and the biting nature of fish. Encouraged by his friends, Lin Nan's desire grew, yet he pondered whether he might return before school resumed without his sister noticing. At school, Lin Cece was thriving. Transitioning from a high school student soon to enter university to a first grader was a mere triviality. However, she needed to conceal her capabilities. A 7-year-old possessing such knowledge without formal instruction would undoubtedly raise suspicions about her intelligence. Additionally, Lin Dong and Lin Nan had gained a certain notoriety within their class. They frequently peeked into their sister's classroom, drawing the attention of their classmates. Occasionally, whispers would circulate at the classroom door, pointing at her back, with comments like, "Did you see her? The one with 2 little braids, quite fair, and with large eyes, she's so-and-so's sister. Their sister is nothing like them, she's rather adorable, she must be their sister. No doubt about it, they walk home together after school. Just watch closely at dismissal time." Such conversations were a frequent occurrence initially. Lin Cece could hear these remarks almost daily, but as time passed, her classmates became accustomed to her presence. After all, in a shared school environment, they would inevitably cross paths, yet, they continued to refer to her as someone else's sister. One day, as school concluded, Lin Nan timidly approached Lin Cece. "Sister, my friend wants me to join him for a bit of fun. I promise I won't go into the mountains or the water, I'll be home for dinner. Is it alright if I go out to play for a while?" Lin Cece puffed out her cheeks in response. "Have you finished your homework, second brother? If you have, then you can go play." Lin Nan hesitated. "Sister, can I do my homework when I return? I promise I will." Lin Cece reluctantly nodded. "If you wish to go, then go ahead. Just make sure to finish your homework first." Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Nan interjected, "Finish my homework, right? I promise to do it well from now on." He hastily added, genuinely fearful of his sister's ominous predictions. He had learned through experience that it was always him who ended up hurt. He dreaded her potential to utter something that might come true, as it had in the past, leaving him in a precarious situation. Lin Cece cast him a knowing glance, and Lin Dong chuckled nearby. Lin Nan shot a glare at his brother, feeling a mix of schadenfreude. Lin Dong's ability to laugh indicated he hadn't faced the brunt of their sister's foreboding words, unlike himself. With permission granted, Lin Nan dashed off to join his friends. Meanwhile, Lin Lidong and Lin Dongji walked past Lin Cece and Lin Dong. Lin Lidong nodded at the two of them. Pretending not to notice, Lin Lidong urged her sister to walk a bit faster. He disapproved of the way his younger sister treated Lin Cece in public. Even at home, the second sister was cold towards her cousin. Lin Cece's cousin was quite endearing, and he couldn't fathom why his sister harbored such disdain for her. In their class, more than half of the students hailed from Lingjia village, some residing nearby, aware of their cousin relationship. Yet, within the classroom, they treated each other as complete strangers, ignoring one another, which puzzled their classmates. Had their relationship not been known, no one would have guessed they were cousins. Lin Cece remained unfazed. She found the current state of affairs rather agreeable, as it allowed her to coexist peacefully with the main character without conflict. The thought of feigning smiles at the main character's insincere face was utterly unappealing to her. Conversely, the main character's forced smile resembled a blooming green tea flower, which made her uncomfortable. After all, both were acutely aware of their mutual disdain for one another. The brighter the smile, the more ruthless the scheming behind it. Now, with the main character pretending not to see her, Lin Cece found it easy to decipher her intentions, as they were transparent to her. Chapter 41. The vastness of the world is exceeded only by the greatness of a meal. Even the heavenly sovereign must partake of meat. The progress on Lin Laoxi's side was quite smooth, as the various large factories in the county town were in urgent need of purchasing grass rope before the harsh winter. Grass rope had numerous applications. It was indispensable for the packaging of various products and also essential for the insulation of pipes in the cold season. Throughout the negotiations, it was Lin Laoxi and the personnel from the procurement department of the supply and marketing cooperative who were engaged in discussions. Although Lin Guodong was older than Lin Laoxi and the esteemed eldest son of the former secretary, he had never envisioned a day when he would negotiate matters with the cooperative's representatives. In the past, whenever he visited the cooperative to make purchases, he was often looked down upon. This time, however, he was cordially invited into the office, leaving Lin Guodong feeling as though his knees were trembling and his steps somewhat unsteady. In contrast, Lin Laoxi maintained a demeanor of utter normalcy, which caused Lin Guodong to regard him with newfound respect. Previously, he had held Lin Laoxi in contempt, but his father had commanded him to bring Lin Laoxi along. What had his father said? He mentioned that Lin Laoxi was rather unreliable and that he should accompany him to lend some presents. Observing the situation, it appeared that it was he, Lin Guodong, who was lacking in stature. Silently, Lin Guodong scrutinized Lin Laoxi's mannerisms and expressions while conversing with the procurement personnel, instinctively straightening his posture and subconsciously adopting Lin Laoxi's sitting style and demeanor. To his surprise, the serious Lin Laoxi proved to be quite dependable. Throughout the entire process, Lin Laoxi spoke little, engaging in conversation with ease, displaying none of the awkwardness typical of a rural person. In the past, he had always looked down on Lin Laoxi, perceiving him as lazy and indulgent, a man whose work points paled in comparison to those of women. As a man, Lin Guodong felt embarrassed for Lin Laoxi. However, when the village leader and his father endorsed Lin Laoxi's suggestions, Lin Guodong remained silent, though he felt a sense of unease. The unreliability of Lin Laoxi was common knowledge among the village children. After this outing, Lin Guodong's impression of Lin Laoxi underwent a significant transformation, shattering his previous prejudices. As their discussion concluded, it was midday. According to Lin Guodong's preference, they should ride their bicycles home for a meal. Visiting the state-owned restaurant was out of the question due to the exorbitant prices and the need for tickets. Yet, Lin Laoxi insisted otherwise. Lin Guodong's expression soured, and with a scowl, he begrudgingly pedaled him to the state-owned restaurant. Having just begun to view Lin Laoxi in a better light, he now found himself reverting to his previous opinion, realizing that despite Lin Laoxi's charming facade, his fundamental nature as a glutton remained unchanged. Frustrated, Lin Guodong steered the bicycle over every pothole he could find. The already uncomfortable rear seat became unbearable with the added jolts, leaving Lin Laoxi feeling as though he might split in two. Upon reaching their destination, he dismounted and remarked, "Guodong Ge, your cycling skills leave much to be desired." Lin Guodong, harboring irritation, retorted sharply, "If you think I can't ride a bicycle, then you should just ride yourself," as if he believed others cherished the opportunity to carry him. Lin Laoxi, now aware of the situation, chose to remain silent and limped into the state-owned restaurant. Once inside, Lin Laoxi stood at the ordering window perusing the menu. Seeing his demeanor, Lin Guodong's eyelids twitched violently. Was he actually planning to order? Panic surged through him as he considered whether his meager funds and tickets would be completely depleted. How audacious to think he could order, given that the prices here were exorbitant, far beyond what ordinary folk could afford. Stealthily, he pulled Lin Laoxi aside, saying, "I'll buy you a couple of buns, but do you really expect to order dishes? Guodong Ge, think about the words of the village leader and your father when we arrived. Did they not instruct you to assist me fully? Did they not provide you with the funds and tickets?" Lin Laoxi replied leisurely. "Yes, they did, but that was for emergencies, not for you to feast lavishly at the state-owned restaurant," Lin Guodong countered. "Since the money was given to you, it reflects the intentions of the village leader and your father. Guodong Ge, you need not concern yourself with this, let go of me, or we might miss the good dishes," Lin Laoxi urged, growing anxious as the lunch hour approached, with a wave of patrons arriving outside. In his mind, the enormity of the meal surpassed all else. Even if the heavenly sovereign himself arrived, he would still expect to dine on meat. Lin Guodong, numb with disbelief, watched as Lin Laoxi ordered braised pork, scrambled eggs, a serving of cold dishes, and 3 bowls of rice, along with 3 buns. The audacity of Lin Laoxi was astonishing. If it weren't for the public setting, Lin Guodong would have confronted him then and there. "Guodong Ge, it's time to settle the bill," Lin Laoxi called out. Lin Guodong was nearly amused to the point of laughter. Let him eat, he thought. Once they returned to the village, he would inform his father and the village leader of Lin Laoxi's extravagant feast, ensuring they understood the true character of this fellow and questioning whether he should be entrusted with tasks in the future. Lin Laoxi had already secured a prime seat, and the state-owned restaurant was bustling, with latecomers struggling to find a place to sit. Lin Guodong, with a stern face, attempted to sit down, only to be halted by Lin Laoxi's voice. "Guodong Ge, sit beside me," Lin Laoxi instructed. This man, wielding his authority as if it were a scepter, dared to direct him. Lin Guodong endured the indignation, inhaling deeply as he moved to sit beside Lin Laoxi. Their chosen table was in the corner of the hall, accommodating 4. The restaurant served food promptly. Despite Lin Guodong's grievances about Lin Laoxi squandering so much money in tickets, the aroma of the dishes wafting through the air made his stomach rumble with delight, and he felt saliva pooling in his mouth. In this era, both adults and children alike were perpetually in need of sustenance. Since the money and tickets had already been spent, he resolved to eat heartily, ensuring that Lin Laoxi's gluttonous appetite would not consume everything. Lin Guodong spotted a piece of braised pork and reached for it with his chopsticks, only to be thwarted by another pair of chopsticks blocking his attempt. "Lin Laoxi, I've tolerated you for long enough today. What exactly are you trying to do? Surely, you can't expect to hoard all these delicious dishes for yourself." Realizing the misunderstanding, Lin Laoxi chose not to explain, aware that their intellects were not on the same level. "Wait, my guest has yet to arrive." Just as Lin Guodong was about to express his outrage at Lin Laoxi's use of public funds to treat guests, he witnessed Lin Laoxi standing up and beckoning. "Group leader Wu, please, take a seat, this way." Lin Guodong's expression shifted from anger to surprise as he recognized the newcomer as the small manager from the supply and marketing cooperative who had been present during their negotiations. He had attentively listened to their conversation and had never heard Lin Laosi mention treating anyone to a meal. If he had known Lin Laosi's true intentions of inviting the cooperative's manager to dine at the state-owned restaurant, he would not have spoken so harshly. Lin Guodong's frown transformed into a smile, and he found himself at a loss for words. He had no qualms about working hard, regardless of the task, and had never felt inferior to Lin Laosi during their time in the village. However, witnessing Lin Laosi converse effortlessly with group leader Wu made Lin Guodong acutely aware of his own limitations. Unable to interject, he decided to focus on eating. The food was truly delectable. As a seasoned laborer in the fields, he had strength, but he was also a hearty eater. One bowl of rice was hardly sufficient. Spotting the 3 buns on the table, he assumed Lin Laosi had ordered one for each of them and reached out to grab one. Just as his hand extended halfway, he felt a kick at the foot of the table. Instinctively, Lin Guodong withdrew his hand, realizing it was Lin Laosi who had kicked him. Chapter 42: One cannot capture a wolf without parting with the cub. Although Lin Guodong was unsure of Lin Laosi's intentions, he wisely refrained from requesting more buns and instead filled a bowl with the delectable noodle soup using the bowl that had contained his rice. The broth was exceptionally fresh, adorned with strands of egg. After consuming half a bowl, he felt nearly satiated. Meanwhile, Lin Laosi and team leader Wu engaged in lively conversation as they dined. As their meal progressed and their discussions neared completion, Lin Laosi had successfully gleaned much of the information he sought. With their appetites satisfied, the two began to embrace a fraternal camaraderie. Team leader Wu found Lin Laosi quite agreeable, noting that he did not resemble the typical rural dweller. He was quite capable and adept at handling matters, and thus he forged this friendship. As Wu expressed his sentiments, Lin Laosi naturally became even more affable, casually addressing him as Brother Wu. Lin Guodong, with a mouthful of soup, pondered how it was that in the brief time it took him to drink a bowl of soup, the two had already become brothers. What had he missed? He too wished to establish a connection with the supply and marketing cooperative. After finishing a bowl of rice accompanied by some vegetables, team leader Wu felt comfortably sated. Employed at the cooperative himself, he earned a decent salary and often received additional income, ensuring his family enjoyed a comfortable lifestyle. Having skipped the buns, he was nonetheless satisfied. Once the meal concluded, team leader Wu prepared to depart, assuring them that when their village commenced producing straw ropes, they should not hesitate to reach out to him, promising to purchase whatever quantity they had. This resolution of their sales issue was indeed fortuitous, granting them the freedom to proceed with their plans. Lin Laosi had dined well, indulging in meat while also gaining a brother. It was a worthwhile affair, especially since he had not had to spend a dime. As team leader Wu rose to leave, Lin Laosi promptly requested the restaurant staff to wrap the remaining buns in oil paper. He advised Lin Guodong not to waste the leftover vegetable broth, insisting he should consume it, as it had cost them money. Not a drop of the meat broth should go to waste. After making this suggestion, Lin Laosi feigned a pursuit of team leader Wu, but once outside the restaurant, he discreetly tucked the buns into his coat. Lin Guodong, eager to savor the remnants of the vegetables and the savory sauce, wasted no time in finishing what remained. He had not truly felt full, and given a table laden with delicacies, he could easily have polished it off. With their business concluded, the two prepared to return home. On the ride back, Lin Guodong cycled steadily. Initially, he had contemplated reporting back home about the day's events, but after receiving team leader Wu's assurances, he felt that the meal had been well worth the expense. He silently rejoiced at not having voiced his grievances, for it would have left him in a compromising position. With the promise of a steady market for straw ropes, spending the money now seemed justified. The village leader and the old secretary were awaiting their return at the team headquarters. Upon their arrival, the village leader inspected Lin Guodong's bicycle, ensuring there were no damages before promptly inquiring about the success of their mission. They reported that everything had gone smoothly, even more so than anticipated. The old secretary expressed his delight with 3 enthusiastic good remarks. Lin Guodong returned the remaining money and tickets to the village leader. Although the village leader and the old secretary felt a pang of regret over the money spent that day, they understood the necessity of parting with a little to secure greater gains. Withholding benefits would not inspire loyalty. Lin Laosi shared all the information he had gathered, including where to purchase machinery and tips for producing straw ropes. Observing Lin Laosi's articulate explanations, the old secretary sighed inwardly as he noted his own son standing idly by, occasionally nodding but contributing nothing of his own insights. It struck him that while his son possessed enthusiasm, he lacked the necessary aptitude. After a brief discussion, the village leader decided they would purchase the machinery the following day, instructing Lin Laosi and Lin Guodong to prepare, as they would be heading to the provincial capital for the purchase. Lin Laosi proposed that they first organize the straw, so that once the machinery arrived, they could commence work immediately. Additionally, he suggested that given the distance to the provincial capital, it would be beneficial to learn how to repair the machinery while they were there, as any future breakdowns could delay their progress and pose a significant inconvenience. This suggestion was met with unanimous approval. Realizing that they would need more hands, the village leader suggested his second son, who was quite astute, accompany them the following day. No one objected to this arrangement. Lin Laosi recalled that the village leader's second son had previously rescued his youngest son during an incident with a wild boar, when Lin Nan had been carried back by the village leader's son. The remaining matters were of no concern to Lin Laosi, who then returned home. The village leader busied himself with other responsibilities. With little work to do in the fields, it was time to distribute the grain. He and the village accountant reviewed the labor points for the village, ensuring accuracy before proceeding with the distribution. With no outsiders present, the old secretary inquired about his eldest son's character. Lin Guodong reflected on Lin Laosi's behavior that day, replying, "Father, we may have misjudged Lin Laosi. He is quite capable. Just today, he and team leader Wu were on such friendly terms that they became like brothers. In the future, Lin Laosi can handle dealings with the supply and marketing cooperative, which will save us a great deal of trouble thanks to his connections." The old secretary silently observed his son. Although they both engaged in the same endeavors, Lin Laosi had managed to form a bond with team leader Wu, while his own son had scarcely exchanged a few words with him. This disparity weighed heavily on him. He felt that his eldest son was destined to remain in his current position as secretary, with no aspirations for greater achievements. Once again, the old secretary concluded that while his eldest son possessed diligence, he lacked the necessary talent. He was suited for steady development, making him well equipped to navigate village affairs. Upon returning home, Lin Laosi found the women of the Lin household busily engaged in their respective tasks. Aunt Lin Er frequently glanced outside, her mind preoccupied. Earlier that morning, Lin Laosi had mentioned dining at the state-run restaurant, and she had found it hard to believe, suspecting he was merely boasting. Surely, the leaders of the team would not be so gullible as to be easily swayed by Lin Laosi. However, when Lin Laosi did not return for lunch, rumors circulated that he and the eldest son of the old secretary had taken a bicycle to the commune. The absence of Lin Laosi for the midday meal suggested that perhaps he had indeed visited the restaurant. Could Lin Laosi possess such capabilities? Throughout the day, Aunt Lin Er's heart was plagued with uncertainty. In the courtyard, Granny Lin, facing the entrance, spotted her son returning. "Has Laosi returned? I trust everything went smoothly," she inquired. "It went fairly well. We have secured a sales channel, and tomorrow the team will purchase the machinery," Lin Laosi replied with a smile. Granny Lin beamed with pride. Her son was indeed making strides. Unable to contain herself, Aunt Lin Er interjected, "Did you really go to a restaurant for lunch?" "Of course, the braised pork at the state-run restaurant is truly delightful, rich yet not greasy. Not a drop of the vegetable broth was left. Brother Guodong devoured it all," Lin Laosi exclaimed, and Lin Er swallowed hard, realizing that he had indeed enjoyed braised pork. "Why didn't you invite your second brother to join you? After all, it was for the benefit of the team. At least let him partake in the meal." Lin Laosi rolled his eyes, refusing to indulge anyone. "Sister-in-law, I'm heading to the provincial capital tomorrow. It was arranged by the village leader and the old secretary. You must quickly inform them that I want my second brother to accompany us. It will be too late by tomorrow." Aunt Lin Er stammered, "I lack the ability to do that. If you cannot manage it, then I shall take charge." "Sister-in-law, your double standards are quite glaring," Lin Laosi retorted, showing no regard for anyone's feelings. Chapter 43 Double Happiness. Outer smiles but inner discord. Aunt Lin Er, in a fit of self-imposed discontent, picked up her sewing and continued her work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, up the mountain to hunt a tiger. The tiger was not caught, but a little squirrel was instead outside. The clear and melodious voices of children rang out, with one little girl's voice standing out in particular. Lin Laosi perked up his ears to listen, a smile involuntarily spreading across his pale face. Lin Cece, along with Lin Dong and Lin Nan, returned home bearing their school bags. Upon entering, they found their father standing in the courtyard. He had not been home at noon, which left Lin Cece feeling somewhat unsettled. She had asked her mother several times when he would return, to the point of nearly incurring her mother's ire. Seeing her father now, she darted towards him like a cannonball, her voice ringing with joy. "Daddy, you're back." With a smile, Lin Laosi caught his soft and tender little daughter in his arms, gazing into her round, bright eyes. "Did you miss Daddy?" "I did." Aunt Lin Er, observing how effortlessly Lin Laosi lifted their daughter, couldn't help but feel that he often feigned fatigue. Cece was already 7 years old, and yet he lifted her as if it were nothing, which contrasted starkly with his usual weary demeanor after a day's labor. Lin Laosi truly was rather cunning. However, knowing she could never win an argument with him, she wisely kept her mouth shut this time. Inside, Li Chuanqing was tidying up. Aware that her husband had returned, she could hear the banter between him and her sister-in-law. No need for her to step outside, she knew he would emerge victorious, as he had never lost to her sister-in-law since she married into the family. Before long, Lin Laozi returned to the house with his son and daughter, finally producing a baozi from his arms. "What's this?" Lin Nan, a little foodie with an acute sense for food, caught sight of it immediately. His nose twitched eagerly as he exclaimed, "Baozi, Daddy, is it baozi?" Lin Laozi playfully flicked his finger against Lin Nan's nose. "You're like a dog, your nose is quite sharp." Li Chuanqing scolded, "What kind of talk is that about our son?" Lin Laozi chuckled, "Now, don't think of this as me indulging myself. Look, I've brought back meat baozi for all of you to share." This couple was not the type to sacrifice their own enjoyment for their children. In their household, both adults and children shared equally. Lin Cixi appreciated this arrangement. Her parents cared for them, and they reciprocated that affection. The joy was not limited to just the children. When adults partook in the meal together, it doubled the happiness. Though the portions might be smaller, no one felt burdened, which was quite satisfactory. The baozi were still warm, although they lacked the freshness of just being steamed. They were meat baozi, a rare treat. Everyone's mouths watered at the sight, especially Lin Nan, who could hardly resist good food. Although state-run restaurants were somewhat pricey, the quality was undeniable. The meat baozi were generously stuffed with filling and had a thin skin. Lin Cixi took a satisfying bite. This was her first experience with baozi since her arrival in this world, and the flavor was delightful. She had never imagined that such a simple morsel could bring her such contentment. Now, surrounded by loving parents and brothers, the baozi tasted even more exquisite. As long as the family was together, she felt she could endure any hardship, even under less than ideal living conditions. She had begun to reminisce less about her previous life. Save for the food, everything else was a distant thought. Gone were the days of solitude during festivals, where she would sit alone with an abundant spread of dishes. Now, life was vibrant and filled with joy. With her round, bright eyes squinting into crescent moons, Lin Cixi dashed over, presenting the baozi to her father. "Daddy, you should eat too." Lin Laozi pretended to take a bite, but it barely touched his lips. He was already full from the rich braised pork he had devoured earlier and would likely only have soup for dinner. After sharing the baozi, Lin Cixi washed her hands and pulled out her books from her backpack, calling out, "Eldest brother and second brother, it's time for homework." Lin Nan's little face scrunched up in reluctance as he begrudgingly fetched his own book, sitting beside his sister. Grasping his pen and scratching his head, he stared at the problems before him, perplexed. A sigh escaped his lips as he longed for the days when he didn't have to do homework. Those carefree times seemed irretrievable now. He knew if he dared to skip his assignments, his sister would unleash a torrent of complaints, bringing misfortune upon him, enough to make even a sip of water feel like a chore. Lin Dong slowly read through each word, marking those he didn't recognize, planning to consult his teacher the next day. He had fallen behind in his subjects, and though he was determined to catch up, the weak foundation made it exceedingly difficult. If only he had known, he wouldn't have been so careless. Lin Dong silently shed a couple of tears for his past ignorance. While Lin Cixi diligently worked on her assignments, she also took the time to teach her older brothers what she had recently learned, given their substantial gaps in knowledge. Both struggled even with first-grade material. Lin Dong fared better, being bright and quick to learn, while Lin Nan lagged behind even further, though being in third grade meant he had less to catch up on. Lin Cixi, studying ahead in her second-grade material, encouraged her brothers to review alongside her, ensuring they learned a little each day. She noticed they both grasped math concepts quickly, but their Achilles heel lay in language arts, which demanded extensive memorization and endeavor they lacked the patience for. Watching her children study earnestly, Lin Laozi and Li Chuanqing exchanged amused glances at their second son's frustrated antics, struggling to contain their laughter, opting to remain silent so as not to disturb them. Meanwhile, Grandma Xiaolan and Grandma Xiaohua brought little Yu Zhen over for a visit, chatting idly with Grandma Lin in the courtyard. Grandma Xiaolan's maiden name was Kai. Yu Zhen was a well-behaved child, quietly squatting on the ground, curiously observing the ants as they marched in formation, dark swarms bustling about. Glancing at the weather, Grandma Lin remarked, "Ants are moving. It seems rain is on the horizon. Despite this bright sunny day, it feels wearying, unlike a day that would bring rain." Grandma Kai looked up at the sky. "Who knows, the weather this season is notoriously unpredictable." Grandma Lin nodded in agreement, recalling that previous years had followed a similar pattern. Clear skies one moment, thunder the next, with rain following soon after. Fortunately, they had already dried their vegetables and sweet potatoes in preparation. Grandma Kai inquired, "I heard your daughters are all attending school now?" This had become quite the topic in the village, drawing mixed reactions. Some applauded Grandma Lin for her progressive thinking, while others disapproved, believing she was being overly lenient, arguing for a more prudent allocation of resources. Unfortunately, Grandma Kai belonged to the latter camp, and the two elders shared a subtle rivalry, their outward cordiality masking an undercurrent of competition. Both women had married into Linjia village in close succession, initially competing in their husbands' capabilities, then in childbearing, and later in their sons' intelligence and their daughters-in-law's industriousness. Grandma Kai had borne 3 sons and 2 daughters, but in terms of quantity, she couldn't quite match Grandma Lin Dai in terms of quality. It seemed she fell short as well, particularly since Aunt Lin had married into the commune and now worked as a laborer. After that, Grandma Lin ceased to compare herself to Grandma Kai, feeling they no longer operated on the same level. Chapter 44 of The End of Science's Metaphysics. Indeed, they have all reached the age for schooling and are eager to attend. It would be impossible for the entire household to decide who should go and who should not, so they might as well all go. With ample labor at home, we need not concern ourselves with the absence of a few children. Old Lady Lin cast a sidelong glance at Old Lady Kai, aware that she was quite different from this old crone. They had been neighbors for many years, who did not know whom. Upon hearing this, Old Lady Kai pursed her lips to eye. In her opinion, what was the point of sending a young girl to school? It would be far better for her to stay at home and help with chores. Regardless of whether one attended school or not, they would eventually marry and become part of another family, so why waste money on education? It would be wiser to keep that money in hand. However, despite her internal musings, Old Lady Kai chose to remain silent, not forgetting the matter at hand. I heard your 4th son accompanied the eldest son of the secretary on an outing today. Is it true that there are prospects for the village to embark on side enterprises, as discussed between the team leader and the old secretary yesterday? I also heard he rode the team leader's prized bicycle, a sight to behold, for that bicycle was highly cherished and seldom lent out, tightly locked. Even his own brother and nephew were not permitted to ride it, only the team leader and the old secretary occasionally rode it for meetings at the commune. Old Lady Kai was genuinely astonished that the unreliable 4th son of the Lin family had caught the attention of the team leader and the old secretary, being taken along for such business. It was truly nonsensical, akin to selling cloth without scissors. Who in the village did not know of Lin's 4th son's character? Lazy, slippery, and fond of indulgence. What could he possibly accomplish by joining them? Her own eldest and 2nd sons were among the most diligent workers in the village, and the old secretary's mother was her cousin. They were relatives, yet they had never thought to pull any strings for their own kin. What business did Lin's 4th son have in this? Old Lady Kai felt that the team leader and the old secretary were not making a wise choice. Surely, there were more reliable candidates in the village than Lin's 4th son. Upon mentioning this, several more lines of worry etched themselves onto Old Lady Lin's face. Her youngest son had indeed made a name for himself. He went alone, but I am not sure what the specifics of the matter are. We will learn more when the village holds a meeting. Old Lady Kai inwardly cursed the old hag for keeping her in the dark. Is Old 4th at home? Why not call him out and ask him directly? Based on these few exchanges, Old Lady Lin had discerned Old Lady Kai's true intention for visiting today. She was here to gather information. The team had not yet disseminated any news, and there was no reason for her to let anything slip out. If she dared to start this, the entire brigade would know by nightfall. With a tongue like Old Lady Kai's, those who trusted her were surely doomed. She thrived on gossip, embellishing tales, and relished the thought of stirring up trouble, playing the righteous observer while harboring a malicious heart. Old Lady Lin was not so easily deceived. Did you not often mention that you are related to the old secretary? If you seek knowledge, why not inquire with him? Surely he knows more than our old 4th. You are relatives, so it should be easy to ask. Do let me know what you find out. I am curious as well. Seeing that her inquiries were yielding no fruit, Old Lady Kai decided not to waste any more effort. She had forgotten that this old woman was as tight-lipped as a clam. She would never divulge any information. Very well, I was merely asking casually. If you do not wish to speak, then so be it. What do you mean by saying I do not wish to speak? If I had something to say, I would need to know first. I have nothing to say to you if I am unaware of the matter at hand. That makes no sense, Old Lady Lin retorted, refusing to indulge her. Aunt Lin had been working alongside her mother-in-law, listening intently throughout. She had remained silent, as she was typically a loquacious person, but she would rather hold her tongue than engage with Old Lady Kai. They lived as neighbors. Old Lady Kai was much more formidable than her mother-in-law. True, her mother-in-law was strict at home, but she was reasonable and had never bullied her daughter-in-law in all these years. Old Lady Kai, on the other hand, treated her 2 daughters-in-law as if they were inferior to the oxen of the production team. The team's oxen required feeding and watering to work, and they were allowed to rest. Old Lady Kai could not bear to see her daughters-in-law idle for even a moment. If she did, she would scold them, ensuring they were perpetually busy, spinning like tops to earn her approval. Each time Aunt Lin saw the daughters-in-law of Old Lady Kai, she felt a sense of satisfaction. They worked the hardest yet received the least nourishment. Though no family was well fed, few could match the next door's treatment, having grain but refusing to share it with their daughters-in-law. One might argue that Old Lady Kai was biased, and while that was partially true, she had treated her own daughter the same way before her marriage. In essence, she harbored a deeply ingrained preference for sons over daughters, failing to reflect on the fact that she too was a woman. Why must women make things difficult for one another? If anyone else had heard Old Lady Lin speak in such a manner, they would surely have frowned, yet Old Lady Kai seemed utterly unfazed, shifting the conversation to other topics, accustomed to receiving little kindness from Old Lady Lin over the years. After a while, as it was nearing dinner time, Old Lady Kai declared, "It is time to prepare the meal. I must return to keep an eye on things. I cannot allow the food to be devoured in one sitting. Those two rascals at home are anything but reliable. What would become of this household in my absence?" Old Lady Lin merely smirked. She thought little of Old Lady Kai, finding her harsh and ill-fated. Once Old Lady Kai departed, Aunt Lin exhaled deeply, having been holding her breath. Thank the heavens, she has finally left. With that old hag around, it was as if she had to breathe in slow motion. Years ago, this very woman had advised her mother-in-law to impose strict rules on her daughters-in-law, just as she had done, but fortunately, her mother-in-law, while strict, preferred reason and had never resorted to such oppressive tactics. Old Lady Lin shot her a glance. All right, tidy up and start cooking. Of course, mother, I shall do so right away. Aunt Lin moved with an unusual swiftness, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. Compared to Old Lady Kai, her mother-in-law was far more gentle and amiable. Aunt Linda was busy with tasks indoors. Upon hearing Old Lady Kai's voice outside, she chose to remain hidden within. Like her sister-in-law, she had no fondness for conversing with Old Lady Kai. Even a mere glance from Old Lady Kai felt as though she were being regarded as an object rather than a person. Typically, when encountering her, she would merely nod and hastily walk away. The only one in the household who seemed unperturbed by her was the fourth sister-in-law, for when she first entered the family, Old Lady Kai had uttered a few unkind words. Curiously, the hens raised by Old Lady Kai had begun to mysteriously diminish in number, disappearing without a trace. No matter how closely one watched them, she suspected that those hens had vanished due to the fourth sister-in-law's presence, yet she could find no evidence to substantiate her claims. Eventually, rumors circulated that Old Lady Kai was ill-tempered and that supernatural forces had intervened to punish her, deliberately stealing her chickens as a form of retribution. If that were not the case, how could they vanish without explanation, while others remained unscathed? The villagers were quite inclined to believe such tales. The end of science is indeed metaphysics. Chapter 45. Collecting duck eggs in the reed marsh. Lin Cece crouched by the crack of the door, peering outside. Lin Dong and Lin Nan, equally curious, joined her in this clandestine observation. Lin Laosi and Li Chuanqing exchanged amused glances at the children's antics, chuckling, "They're just so inquisitive." Lin Cece turned her head slightly and whispered, "Mom, Grandma Kai looks really fierce." After glancing at her own grandmother, she instantly felt that her grandmother appeared much kinder. It is worth noting that her grandmother usually maintained a stern demeanor at home, rarely smiling, which made her seem rather serious and difficult to approach. In contrast, Grandma Kai, with her drooping eyelids and thin lips, bore deep lines of age on her face, giving off an impression of being somewhat harsh and prone to scolding. Lin Laosi and Li Chuanqing were surprised by their daughter's perceptiveness. Indeed, this old woman was quite formidable. However, they found it amusing, sharing a knowing smile. Lin Cece felt puzzled by her parents' inexplicable laughter. Squatting on the ground made her legs numb, so her curiosity waned, and she decided to stop watching. Lin Nan, after a tremendous effort that nearly exhausted his brain cells, finally completed his homework. With that task behind him, he felt an exhilarating sense of relief. After all, his sister had promised him that once he finished his homework, he could go out to play freely. Lin Nan tidied up his books, let out an excited howl, and rushed outside to enjoy his freedom. Li Chuanqing went to help with the cooking, while Lin Laotu returned from work and called his sons to accompany him to the reed marsh to gather some reeds. With farming activities not particularly busy at the moment and rain forecasted in the coming days, it was an opportune time to weave some reed mats for the rainy season ahead. The more they collected, the more work they would have to sustain them through the winter. Lin Laotu had raised his children through hard work during difficult times, relying solely on his diligent hands. Lin Dong and Lin Cece, having nothing to do at home, joined in the fun along the way. Lin Cece skipped joyfully, calling out sweetly to her grandfather, which filled Lin Laotu's heart with warmth. Among his grandchildren, he had only held Lin Cece when she was a baby. He had yet to cradle any of the others, not even the eldest grandson. This was largely because the year Lin Cece was born coincided with some of the harshest years of their lives. Food was scarce, and Lin Cece had arrived prematurely, resembling a tiny kitten with a feeble cry. He and his wife had worried incessantly, especially since many children born that year did not survive. Fortunately, his younger son was able to borrow some fine grains from his maternal uncle, which allowed them to slowly raise their granddaughter. It took the combined efforts of both families to sustain her. Before long, the group, led by Lin Laotu, reached the riverbank. He had long noticed the abundant growth of reeds in this area and had his sight set on it. Along the riverbank, other villagers with similar intentions were also at work, though they had not ventured as far upon encountering one another. They exchanged casual greetings before returning to their tasks. Upon arriving, Lin Dong took Lin Sisi aside to search for wild duck nests. The reed marsh was home to numerous wild ducks. Even if they couldn't catch any, wild duck eggs would suffice. Though this task sounded simple, it proved somewhat challenging, as there were no clear paths in the marsh, requiring them to wade through the water. They had to tread carefully, as remnants from previously harvested reeds lay beneath the surface, sharp as knives. A careless slip could result in a serious injury that would take time to heal. This danger was one reason why children rarely ventured into the marsh to search for wild duck eggs. Adults forbade it, understanding that the allure of a few eggs was not worth the risk of a painful injury that could sideline them for weeks. The village lacked boats, which would have made the endeavor much easier. Even if they had boats, they could not openly venture out, as everything was collectively owned. Lin Dong forbade Lin Sisi from wading into the water. He removed his shoes, rolled up his pant legs, and carefully stepped forward. Locating a wild duck's nest was no easy feat. It required skill. Lin Dong, being clever, pondered the habits of wild ducks and deduced that they likely nested in areas where the reeds were lush but sparse, with dry, decaying weeds ideal for building their nests. With a clearer direction, he pressed on slowly. Soon, he heard the distinctive sound of a wild duck flapping its wings. Approaching the source, he discovered a wild duck nest, where several eggs lay quietly. He picked one up, noticing a few gray duck feathers still attached, indicating that the mother duck had just left. Counting the eggs revealed a total of 10, which he carefully gathered in his shirt. He slowly made his way back. Lin Sisi called out excitedly, startling many creatures in the marsh. Lin Dong shouted back, "I found them, I'll be back soon." Observing her brother's struggle under the weight of the eggs, Lin Sisi wished she could help, but he wouldn't let her enter the water. Just as Lin Dong was a few steps away from the riverbank, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Lin Sisi's heart raced with concern, her little brows furrowing as she asked, "Are you okay, big brother? Is it serious?" Remembering her tendency to jinx things, she quickly rephrased her question, grateful for her quick thinking. When Lin Dong reached the shore, he placed the duck eggs on the ground and sat down, washing his feet in the water. "I should be fine. I felt something underfoot and quickly moved my foot aside. I think I just nicked it a little. It's not deep, and I didn't even feel any pain." His injury was indeed minor, merely a scrape with a bit of blood. Lin Sisi had just fetched Lin Dong's straw sandals, and after drying his feet, he slipped them back on. Seeing that her brother's injury was as he described, shallow and not severe, she felt relieved and turned her attention to the wild duck eggs he had collected. Collecting wild duck eggs was indeed hazardous. A moment's inattention could lead to injury. How wonderful it would be to have rain boots. Unfortunately, they were not easily obtainable and required industrial provisions. "Brother, there are 10. Lin Dong nodded. "Yes, we should come back next time." "No way, it's too dangerous," Lin Sisi replied, deeming it not worth the risk of injury for a few eggs. The siblings made their way back to join their family. The adults were busy cutting reeds. Lin Laosi, bundling the reeds on the shore, spotted the two children and exclaimed, "So you really found them? Impressive. My brother found them, but he almost cut his foot," Lin Sisi replied. Lin Laosi, having shouldered several bundles of reeds, informed his father that he would take the two children home first. Upon arriving home, Lin Laosi took charge of distributing the 10 wild duck eggs, ensuring that each of the 5 family members received 2. Lin Nan, having run back, was dismayed to learn that his brother and sister had ventured to the marsh and returned with duck eggs, feeling he had missed out on something significant. He wished he could have joined them. Chapter 46. The Raven's Warning. Lin Nan cast a resentful glance at the two, as if lamenting the ungratefulness of his elder brother and younger sister for not inviting him along. Lin Dong was unmoved by his theatrics, retorting, "Who told you to run off so swiftly?" At that moment, we had no inkling that our grandfather intended to go reed cutting. It was merely a coincidence. In the future, refrain from dashing about haphazardly, or you may find yourself lost again. Second brother, please don't venture off secretly, that place is perilous. One careless step could lead to a lacerated foot. Our brother was fortunate to escape with just a scrape that drew blood. Lin Shishi cautioned him. Lin Nan had indeed entertained such thoughts, but upon hearing his sister's warning, those notions vanished like smoke. He had no desire to seek out trouble for its own sake. Had he not heard his sister mention the dangers of sharp objects? Her warnings were as sharp as a blade, no, sharper than any blade he could imagine. Should he dare to sneak off, he was certain his feet would suffer. After all, his sister had a knack for speaking prophetic truths. What a nuisance! Lin Nan's disappointment was somewhat alleviated by the prospect of indulging in duck eggs. He planned to persuade his mother to prepare a pot of them, allowing him to savor 2 at once. What a delight that would be! Old man Lin, accompanied by his sons, gathered a substantial amount of reeds. It was too late to sort them today, so they left them for later. Dinner, as usual, was portioned out by Grandma Lin. This method ensured fairness, as each person received an equal share, with with men and women allocated equivalent amounts, and the children receiving slightly more, especially the older ones like the eldest daughter and son of the first household, and the eldest daughter of the second household, though those increments were negligible. There was no favoritism regarding who received more or less. This system was more equitable. Grandma Lin had never been harsh towards her daughters-in-law or granddaughters in this regard. This was an important factor in why her daughters-in-law respected her. The contrast with the neighboring Grandma Kai was stark. It was evident even to the most oblivious that one was fortunate to have a mother-in-law like hers rather than the temperament of the woman next door. Otherwise, family life would certainly not be so tranquil. Recently, Lin Dongji had been like a ghost in the household, no longer throwing fits at the drop of a hat. In truth, she was troubled, grappling with two pressing matters that showed no signs of progress. The first concerned the cattle shed, where she continued to be met with indifference. No matter how many times she approached, the old man and young boy offered her nothing but guarded expressions. Why should they be wary of a mere child? She found it perplexing. All she wished was to cultivate goodwill based on information she had learned beforehand. To seek their favor, why was that so elusive? The second matter involved her desire to embark on a small business venture, yet she was hindered by a lack of capital, not a single penny to her name. She was utterly impoverished. After much contemplation, she devised a plan, but it required her father's involvement. She was far too young to undertake it alone. That evening, Lin Dongji approached her father to discuss her idea. With no capital, she needed to find a way to earn some. Was there a means to generate income without initial investment? Perhaps she could venture into the mountains to gather wild game or fish in the river to sell. Hunting was no simple task, but fishing was relatively more straightforward, especially since her father was an excellent swimmer, often returning with fish after bathing in the river during warm weather. She shared her thoughts with her father. Lin Sanbo and his wife felt a sense of relief that their daughter had been quiet for a while. Upon hearing her proposal, they were nearly struck dumb with fear. What mischief was their second daughter concocting now? And she seemed bolder than ever, casually suggesting she would catch fish to sell. Who would she sell them to? Where could one engage in such trade nowadays? Such actions could lead to speculation and, if caught, could spell disaster for the entire family. Had she merely suggested fishing for their own consumption, her father would have readily agreed to catch a few for their cravings, despite the challenges. However, the notion of sneaking off to sell them behind their backs was beyond the bounds of their moral compass. Lin Sanbo and his wife were honest individuals who had never engaged in such reckless behavior, nor did they possess the audacity to do so. Upon hearing her proposal, Lin Sanbo's wife could not help but weep, her tears falling freely as she lamented, "Dongji, how can you be so audacious? We thought you would finally return to your senses, and just as we began to relax, you conjure up such nonsensical ideas. This isn't merely about wanting money, it could cost your father's life. Have you considered what would happen if he were caught?" Lin Dongji felt a surge of frustration at her mother's tears. Her thoughts were already a tangled mess, and now her mother was only adding to her distress. She had never realized her mother could cry so easily. In her previous life, her mother had perfected the art of weeping. Choosing to ignore her mother's lamentations, Lin Dongji turned to her father. "Father, what are your thoughts? Please respond." Naturally, Lin Sanbo was unwilling. The farthest he had ever traveled was to the commune, and he could not fathom engaging in speculative ventures. "We are not so destitute that we cannot put food on the table. We have everything you need. Why should a young girl like you trouble herself with such thoughts? Focus on your studies and leave these frivolous ideas behind." Lin Dongji had finally stumbled upon an idea that seemed viable, and she recognized it as her only chance. Regardless of how the conversation unfolded today, she had to persuade her parents to agree, otherwise, her dreams of earning money would remain just that, dreams. Only with money in hand could she venture forth with confidence in the future. Without it, she was powerless to act. In the end, it all boiled down to her dire financial situation. Her grandmother might have some money, but she knew well that it would not be given to her. At most, she could hope for a few coins, which would barely buy a couple of candies and solve nothing. Lin Dongji understood her parents' disposition. They were honest and straightforward, having never engaged in any questionable activities. Yet, she could not shake the thought that in a decade or so, the world would undergo drastic changes. In her previous life, she had known many wealthy individuals, most of whom had secretly amassed their fortunes during this tumultuous period. Though initially motivated by the mere desire to secure a meal, once they tasted success, they could not help but seek more. With the gentle spring breeze came a surge of vendors, flourishing like mushrooms after rain. Those individuals utilized their accrued wealth to embark on various enterprises, reaping bountiful rewards and transforming into winners in life. Now, holding this opportunity in her grasp, Lin Dongji felt a rush of warmth at the thought of possibly joining their ranks. She possessed knowledge that many others lacked, and the idea of relinquishing such potential was akin to tearing out her heart. This was her sole hope, her driving force for existence. Lin Dongji was determined to pursue this path at all costs. The current anxiety she caused her parents was a small price to pay compared to the regret she would endure for a lifetime if she did nothing. When comparing the options, even the most oblivious could discern the right choice. Chapter 47. That filial son of hers father, I am determined to earn money. Before you lies two choices. The first is for you to help me catch fish to exchange for money. The second option is for you to catch fish. It matters not if you cannot sell them, for I shall do so myself. As long as you and mother agree to assist me, I promise to behave well in the future. Provided that my grandmother does not show favoritism towards Uncle C's family and treats our family fairly, I assure you that I will not provoke her anger or oppose her, just as before. What do you say? If you do not agree, it matters not. Should I encounter unfairness in the future, do not blame me for causing a scene. The choice is before you, feel free to decide. Lin Dongji understood her parents well. Without applying some pressure, they would not be resolute in assisting her. Her father was indeed a devoted son, utterly obedient to her grandparents, never having defied them. In this household, only her parents were wholeheartedly committed to the family, free from any ulterior motives. As for Uncle C, he was utterly devoid of any sense of familial duty, selfishly concerned only with his own needs. Even her elder and second uncles harbored their own hidden agendas, undoubtedly stashing away private savings. In stark contrast, her family had not a single cent. Even a mere yuan would alleviate her current plight. Her parents' mindset was deeply entrenched, making it arduous to alter. She felt a pang of sympathy for them, unwilling to see them become the family's workhorses. Alas, her parents were remarkably stubborn, failing to recognize that every uproar she caused was for their own benefit. Ultimately, their fear of conflict and desire to avoid upsetting others led them to continue their sacrifices, even resenting her for striving to excel. It was not her ambition that drove her, but her concern for her parents' well-being, wishing for them and her sister to lead better lives. Yet her parents misconstrued her intentions as reckless and harmful. She felt utterly misunderstood, with no one to empathize with her. Despite being their own flesh and blood, Lin Dongji sighed, pondering what could be done. Recalling the fate of her parents in her past life only deepened her sorrow. Although she was aware that her parents would undoubtedly blame her, she felt compelled to act. Otherwise, their family would inevitably face the same unfortunate fate as before. The opportunity to live again was a second chance bestowed upon her by the heavens, allowing her to rectify the regrets of her previous life. If she did nothing, she would squander this tremendous opportunity. Lin Sanbo observed his second daughter's obstinacy, her determination reminiscent of someone who would only retreat once faced with bloodshed, which greatly troubled him. Lin Sanbo's wife, wiping her tears in astonishment, exclaimed, "Why are you so stubborn, my child? Does our family not deserve to be at peace without your meddling?" Turning to Lin Sanbo, she inquired, "What do you think we should do? Are you certain that you will live peacefully and honor your grandparents from now on, without causing them any further distress?" Lin Sanbo questioned. Lin Dongji's eyes lit up at the prospect, eagerly nodding. "Of course, as long as my grandmother remains impartial, I will absolutely behave," she agreed readily, fearing her father might retract his consent later. It was crucial to secure their financial means, for with money in hand, her parents would surely come to understand her intentions, realizing all her efforts were for the family's good. Had she known her grandparents were so easily swayed, she would have stated this from the beginning. Indeed, she was a devoted daughter, recognizing how easily her grandparents could be manipulated. Why could they not see this, favoring Uncle Cia's family instead? Her parents were truly good people, wholeheartedly devoted to her grandparents. The more they acted this way, the more Lin Dongji felt it unjust for her parents. In the future, she would not only make a scene but ensure that everyone acknowledged her parents' contributions, so that no one in the family would overlook their sacrifices. Overall, Lin Dongji was quite pleased with her parents' eventual agreement, regardless of the tumultuous journey it took to get there. With their consent secured, she urged her father to act swiftly and go fishing the very next day. Lin Sanbo and his wife exchanged glances, both recognizing their shared helplessness. The outside world was utterly foreign to them. For the sake of domestic harmony, Lin Sanbo reluctantly agreed, though with no confidence in his decision. Was it truly so easy to earn money? They did not share their daughter's optimism. She was young and unaware of the dangers that lurked outside. That night, Lin Dongji slept soundly, dreaming of vast wealth, as a bright future beckoned her. Meanwhile, Lin Sanbo and his wife were restless, unable to find solace in sleep, ultimately rising early. Lin Sanbo ventured out to scout the area. Given that every blade of grass was now communal property, fishing required either an early start or a clandestine approach at night, for they dared not attract attention lest they be reported out of envy. Lin Laosi also arose early, this being perhaps the earliest he had ever gotten up. He was to accompany his team to the provincial city to purchase machinery, so he donned his finest attire and meticulously styled his hair until it gleamed. Hearing the commotion, Lin Cece awoke and squinted at her father, admiring himself in the mirror, noting how his slicked hair reflected the light. It was only her father's appearance that masked the overall unattractiveness of his hairstyle. Unable to bear the sight, Lin Cece instinctively covered her eyes. Lin Laosi leaned closer. "Ah, my daughter, you're awake." Lin Cece felt blinded by her father's shining hair, unable to see anything else. Lin Lassie patted his little girl's head. Go back to sleep. It's still early. Children need their rest to grow tall. Upon hearing this, she hurriedly lay back down, closing her eyes. She aspired to become a tall and slender beauty, but with her current nutritional deficiencies, growing taller proved challenging. To achieve those long legs, she needed to eat well and sleep soundly. She hoped her father would continue to work hard to provide her with better nourishment. Lin Lao Tu and Lin Lao Tai were also aware that Lin Lassie would be leaving for an extended journey, so they rose early as well. Upon seeing the second couple awake, they felt reassured. Knowing that they had a caring brother in Lin Lassie, they prepared some grain for the third daughter-in-law to make breakfast. During breakfast, Lin Lao Tu offered a few words of caution to his youngest son, who had never been to the provincial city and was unfamiliar with what to expect. He had no other advice to impart, merely urging his son to stay vigilant while away. Lin Lassie listened attentively, agreeing to everything. After breakfast, he stepped out, full of energy. At the door, he encountered Lin Sanbo, who was returning from his early stroll. Ah, third brother, good morning, you're up early, Lin Lassie greeted. Yes, I am. I'm heading home now, Lin Sanbo stammered, hastily making his exit. Lin Lassie raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss with his third brother, who seemed unable to meet his gaze. It was evident that something weighed on him. This early in the morning, Lin Sanbo's lower eyelids were darkened, a clear sign of sleeplessness. Could it be that his third brother had someone on the side? Unthinkable, Lin Sanbo was far too honest to possess such audacity. Chapter 48. The Lin family gave birth to two geniuses. Time for grain distribution. Naturally, Lin Lassie was well aware of his third brother's character. He would sooner believe a sow could climb a tree than accept the notion that his third brother had any illicit affairs. But what could his brother possibly be up to at such an early hour? It struck him as rather peculiar. In the past, Lin Lassie had little inclination to work, often wandering aimlessly both day and night, acquiring a wealth of undisclosed secrets. Despite the village's modest size, there was no shortage of curious happenings. For instance, he had witnessed certain individuals from the northern and southern ends of the village engaging in clandestine activities under the cover of night. At the time, he had chosen to remain silent, but now those two individuals had forged a relationship that could hardly be any more legitimate, with not a whisper of gossip to be heard. Had he not heard it with his own ears, he would never have linked those two together. This only goes to show how adept they were at maintaining their secrecy. Then there was the acerbic and sharp-tongued old lady Kai next door, who, in her youth, cough, Lin Lassie couldn't help but chuckle at the thought, realizing he had pressing matters to attend to. Such trivialities were best left unmentioned. Quickening his pace, Lin Lassie made his way to the team headquarters. Upon his arrival, he found the old party secretary and his son, along with the team leader and his son, already present. Without further ado, the team leader briefed the three men and handed them the introduction letter that had been prepared in advance. Given their number, it was clear they could no longer ride the team's bicycle. The team had specifically dispatched an ox cart to convey them, a testament to their seriousness regarding the matter. Their journey to the provincial capital would entail taking a bus from the commune to the county seat, followed by another bus to the provincial city. The round trip was uncertain. It remained to be seen if they could catch the return bus after completing their business. Lin Guodong and Su Chang were both venturing to the provincial capital for the first time, feeling a twinge of trepidation, with both subtly relying on Lin Lassie as their anchor of support. Lin Lassie, at least outwardly, shared the sentiment. As Lin Lassie departed, all but Lin Cece were sound asleep. Thus, only Lin Cece was privy to her father's flamboyant attire that day. After breakfast, while everyone else was busy, Li Chuanxing took the opportunity to boil the duck eggs that Lin Dong had collected. All but Lin Lassie's were cooked, as he was not home. Their breakfast consisted of boiled duck eggs accompanied by a thin porridge made from sweet potatoes. When Lin Dazhou caught sight of Li Chuanxing boiling the duck eggs, she had no reaction. After all, why would a child not keep what they had gathered to nourish their body? If one wished to eat, they ought to collect their OW, and it wasn't as if they were in short supply, and Li Chuanxing felt no fear. Lin Dazhou understood Li Chuanxing's temperament. Seeing her resolute demeanor, she surmised that the eggs were not a gift from the old lady. Even if she were to speak up, Li Chuanxing would never share a morsel with her. Why would she do so without any benefit? She merely thought to herself how wasteful the fourth sister-in-law was. A glance at the pot suggested there were at least 6 or 7 eggs, and all of them had been boiled. What extravagance! Were it her, she would have been thrifty, rationing 1 egg over 2 or 3 days, which could last for several meals. The sight of all those eggs consumed at once caused Lin Dazhou to lament the wastefulness. After the 3 siblings, Lin Cece and her brothers, finished their duck eggs and porridge, they slung their backpacks over their shoulders and set off for school. Their family had 7 children attending elementary school, divided into various groups. The children from the main house and the second house would go together, as those two families had always been closer. The sisters from the third house paired off, while the 3 siblings from the fourth house followed suit. Lin Cece and her brothers arrived at their classroom just as the school bell rang. The teachers at the school had heard Su Lasher boast about 2 promising first graders, both of whom displayed remarkable talent for learning. One was Lin Dongji, and the other, Lin Cixi. It was said that they were cousins. The former was a natural genius, never seen consulting a textbook during class, nor did she need to prepare lessons outside of class. Surely, she was a prodigy. The latter, however, was a product of diligent effort. Lin Cixi spent all her time reading her books, except for the breaks when she would visit the restroom, which her classmates had all observed. Since she had set her sights on skipping a grade, Lin Cixi began laying the groundwork for this ambition, establishing a reputation as an intelligent and studious individual among her teachers and classmates. This way, when the time came for her to skip a grade, no one would find it odd. Today, Lin Cixi behaved as she always did. As Su Lasher passed by the doorway and caught sight of Lin Cixi engrossed in her reading, he nodded in approval. Su Shaoqing felt she had been putting in enough effort in her studies, but compared to her deskmate, she still felt somewhat lacking. Quietly, she vowed to work harder, not wanting to be left behind. Su Shaoqing wished to go to the restroom and quietly asked Lin Cixi if she would like to join her. Lin Cixi, having just lifted her head and feeling a bit fatigued, agreed with a nod. Su Shaoqing beamed a broad smile at her. Among young girls, going to the restroom together was an unspoken acknowledgement of friendship. Because of this, Su Shaoqing shared a little gossip with Lin Cixi. It wasn't quite gossip, more of an announcement that would soon be made in the village. However, now that Su Shaoqing had mentioned it, Lin Cixi was informed ahead of time of the village was about to distribute grain. After a period of busy harvesting and planting, and having fulfilled their grain quota to the commune, the time had finally come for distribution. Not only were the adults eagerly anticipating the grain, but the children were even more so. Once the grain was distributed, the adults would rejoice, and their meals would be a tad more sumptuous. Families with better means might even manage to cook a few slices of cured meat. Su Shaoqing's family was relatively well off. Among a household filled with boys, she was the sole girl, making her a prized possession and thus more cherished. Lin Cixi was equally delighted, hoping they might enjoy a bowl of white rice, especially since she and her second brother had gathered quite a bit of rice stalks. The two young girls were in high spirits over this news, laughing and chatting as they made their way to the classroom. They soon encountered Lin Dongji, who was striding towards them, head held high, eyes fixed ahead, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings, as she brushed past Su Shaoqing's shoulder. Su Shaoqing's smile faltered at the sight, and as Lin Dongji walked away, she murmured, "Cixi, your cousin is so strange, it feels like she doesn't use her eyes to see people, but rather her nostrils." Lin Cixi couldn't help but chuckle at the comparison. Indeed, it was no wonder she had noticed Lin Dongji's nostrils appearing increasingly pronounced, as if her eyes were situated above them. Hearing the laughter behind her, Lin Dongji felt a surge of irritation, convinced that Lin Cixi was mocking her. "Laugh all you want," she thought, "but let us see how long you can keep it up. My father has promised to help me sell fish, and soon I shall earn my first sum of money, then the second, and the third. With money in hand, I can take my parents and sister away from the Lin family and lead a better life. Let us see if the third branch still drains our resources while the fourth branch thrives." As expected, as Su Shaoqing had predicted, by mid-afternoon, the team's loudspeaker announced the grain distribution. Families were to prepare cloth bags, baskets, and other containers. This was indeed good news, and the faces of the villagers were alight with joy. Every household was as merry as if it were the new year. This year's harvest exceeded that of the last, and those who could do basic calculations began estimating how much grain their family would receive. Those who were less adept sought the assistance of relatives or familiar neighbors. The villagers were known for their mutual aid, and it was rare to find anyone unwilling to lend a hand. Chapter 49. An additional meal. Lin Laosi, Lin Guodong, and Su Cheng arrived home the following day, weary from their travels. Upon reaching their destination yesterday, they promptly ordered 2 hand-operated straw rope machines. Fortunately, with the reminder from Wu, the leader of the commune supply and marketing cooperative, their efforts proceeded smoothly. Once the arrangements were finalized, Lin Guodong let out a sigh of relief. Though he was reluctant to admit it, he felt overshadowed by Lin Laosi, particularly in social interactions with outsiders. Yet, he did not harbor any jealousy. Each had their strengths. When it came to farm work, he was undeniably in his element, and Lin Laosi could not compare in that arena. This realization restored a measure of confidence to Lin Guodong. That evening, they presented a letter of introduction and sought accommodation at a guesthouse, where the three of them shared a single room for the night. In Lin Guodong's view, spending money on lodging was unnecessary. They could have simply found a spacious spot to rest for the night. However, Lin Laosi was unwilling to compromise. Having witnessed Lin Laosi's exceptional capabilities during their recent outings, Lin Guodong had no choice but to acquiesce to his judgment. Indeed, the expenditure proved worthwhile. The guesthouse provided hot water, allowing them to bathe and refresh themselves after a long day. Upon their return home, they coincided perfectly with the village's grain distribution, quickly briefing the team leader and the village's old secretary before heading back. The proceedings were favorable, much to the delight of both the village chief and the old secretary, who promptly selected a suitable location. The homes of 2 elderly widows had been assigned to the village as small landowners, leaving the remaining houses vacant, ideal for placing the machines once they arrived, given the ample space available. This arrangement was undoubtedly the most advantageous. The grain distribution coincided with a Saturday when the school was not in session. Many children from the village accompanied their parents to partake in the festivities, and naturally, Lin Nan was among them, along with Lin Cece. As they journeyed, they encountered familiar and unfamiliar faces alike, each beaming with joy. Elder Lin and Granny Lin, accompanied by their sons and daughters-in-law, busily transported baskets and carts. They had initially believed they had arrived early, yet they soon discovered that many had already queued ahead of them. Just as the Lin family arrived, Granny Kai appeared with her two sons and daughters-in-law, conveniently taking their place behind the Lins in line. Lin Cece had not played with Xiaolan and Xiaohua in quite some time. The sisters' daily chores were scarcely less demanding than those of the adults, leaving little time for play. They often overheard their grandmother dismissing Lin Granny's decision to send girls to school as foolish, deeming it a waste of money. "What use is learning?" she would say. "Those educated youth end up in the countryside, working the fields anyway. Whether they attend school or not, they must toil. Ultimately, it all comes down to hard work." Such sentiments echoed daily despite their grandmother's disparagement of education. Xiaolan and Xiaohua secretly envied Lin Cece for being able to attend school. They wished their grandmother were like Lin Granny, so they too could receive an education. As they navigated through the crowd, Lin Cece eagerly informed her companions whenever they neared the front of the line. Unfamiliar with counting, Xiaolan and Xiaohua relied on Lin Cece, who patiently guided them using her fingers. Their eyes sparkled with excitement. Education proved invaluable, contrary to their grandmother's claims. They felt a sense of innate talent for learning, and after just one lesson, they grasped the concepts effortlessly. After some time, Granny Kai feigned kindness, instructing Xiaolan and Xiaohua to take their brother home for a nap. The sisters recoiled in dismay. Their grandmother's demeanor at home starkly contrasted with her behavior outside. Though reluctant to leave, they obediently accompanied their brother home. The Lin household, bustling with numerous members and laborers, enjoyed a moderate share of the village's work points. With many mouths to feed, they required multiple meals daily, necessitating careful budgeting to ensure they would have enough to last until the next grain distribution. With the unpredictability of the harvest, dictated solely by the whims of nature, Granny Lin requested only 10 pounds of fine grain, opting for coarse grain for the remainder. The family united in their efforts to transport the grain home. This bustling activity consumed the entire morning, and amidst the flurry of grain distribution, Granny Lin realized she had forgotten to inquire about her younger son's business dealings that day. Remembering now, she asked, and Lin Laosi responded that everything had gone smoothly. Granny Lin felt a swell of pride. After all, her son was efficient and capable. The rest of the family shared her curiosity. In the crowded setting, it was inconvenient to ask questions, but upon hearing Granny Lin's inquiry, everyone perked up their ears. When they received a satisfactory answer, the entire family rejoiced. "Once the machines arrive, will we need to recruit some workers?" Aunt Lin interjected. "Laosi, we are all family here. You mustn't forget your kin. Not if we can all work together. Our family's work points next year could surpass this year's by a significant margin." Her words drew the collective gaze of the family towards Lin Laosi, as this matter concerned them all. Indeed, if every family member could contribute, their household would thrive. Even Granny Lin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She would be overjoyed if her son succeeded, and if the entire family prospered, it would reflect her effective stewardship, a rarity in the village. Lin Laosi, however, doused their hopes coldly. "Sister-in-law, you have quite the imagination. While it would be ideal for our family to work together, it ultimately relies on the approval of the village chief and the old secretary. Perhaps you might consider discussing it with them." Aunt Lin had initially intended to flatter Lin Laosi, but realizing his firm refusal, she understood that the prospects were dim. The village chief and the old secretary would surely have their preferences, and with so many villagers vying for work, only sheer luck would determine who would be selected. With Lin Laosi's dismissal of Aunt Lin's suggestion, the rest of the family likewise relinquished their hopes. Having just received their grain, Granny Lin decided to spare a little extra as an informal treat. Lin Nan fondly recalled the rice ears he and his sister had gathered and inquired when they might taste some. Despite their substantial collection, Granny Lin had stored the harvested rice for special occasions, deeming it inappropriate to indulge at this time. Naturally, Lin Nan's request was met with a firm refusal. Lin Cece, with her bright, eager eyes, looked hopefully at her grandmother. Upon hearing the refusal, her heart sank. It was no wonder her father once remarked that she would be foolish not to save a little. It seemed that only a mother truly understood her child. Though Granny Lin had said nothing at the time, she discreetly offered Lin Cece a piece of sweet rice cake later. For Lin Cece, it was a delightful treat, much like the ordinary pastries of the modern world, yet here, it was considered a delicacy. Once finished, she recalled her family's principle of not indulging alone. The thought of having consumed it without sharing lingered in her mind. Was it too late to reflect on that now? Chapter 50. The fragile vessel of friendship. Every week, Lin Xiaogu returns home, residing at school for the remainder of the time, primarily due to the considerable distance from her home to the commune, which consumes too much time for travel. Lin Xiaogu travels back and forth with two classmates from the village. Naturally, upon seeing her daughter, old lady Lin is filled with joy, and knowing her daughter is returning today, she has prepared a special meal for her. After enjoying lunch, Lin Xiaogu calls Lin Cece into her room and takes out a comb to redo her hair, chatting as she styles it. "I'm going to meet my youth comrades later. If you beg me, I might consider taking you along to see the world." Lin Cece perceives her aunt's intelligence as somewhat questionable. After all, her aunt has already made up her mind to bring her along, and she fears being a source of embarrassment, having already done her hair. Yet, she is not particularly eager to go. "No, whether you want to take me or not, you'll have to plead with me first to see if I'll accompany you," the young girl retorts with a touch of pride. Lin Xiaogu chuckles and playfully scolds, "You little rascal, taking advantage and yet putting on airs, that is something I should be saying to you." Lin Cece laughs, revealing her charming little dimples, a sight that is quite endearing. Upon seeing this, Lin Xiaogu remarks, "It is only because you are so lovely that I am willing to take you along. Were you not so attractive, I would certainly leave you behind." Lin Cece beams with pride, for beauty runs in her family. Her parents are both good-looking, and naturally, their offspring would not be lacking. Moreover, she has inherited the best traits from them, her fair skin from her father, who, despite being outdoors, does not tan. Lin Xiaogu's appearance is quite similar to her fourth brother among her siblings, and she too possesses an appealing visage, a blend of her grandparents' features. It is noteworthy that old lady Lin was quite beautiful in her youth, and families that bound their feet during that era were typically not of inferior standing. Old man Lin had a well-proportioned appearance and was notably tall, although now, years of agricultural labor have left him slightly hunched, and in the company of his sons, he appears somewhat diminished in stature. Before long, Lin Xiaogu has styled Lin Cece's hair neatly, even replacing her old hair tie with a new one. With her short stature, Lin Cece showers her aunt with compliments, making Lin Xiaogu laugh so hard that her teeth nearly show, though Lin Cece kindly reminds her to maintain her image. Unfortunately, her good intentions are met with Lin Xiaogu playfully shaking her fist at her. Lin Xiaogu stows a small cloth bag in her pocket before leading Lin Cece out the door. Meanwhile, Lin Nan squats at the entrance, pestering Lin Xiaogu to let him tag along, only to be heartlessly declined. Hand in hand with Lin Xiaogu, Lin Cece turns back to Lin Nan, flashing him a triumphant grin. Lin Nan, turning his head away, refuses to acknowledge his sister's smugness. The sibling bond, it seems, is quite fragile. As Lin Cece follows Lin Xiaogu towards the youth station, they make their way south from the intersection in front of the school, a newly constructed area designed to accommodate young intellectuals. It consists of 2 rows of earthen houses with 4 rooms, and a plot of land in front designated for the youth's personal use. Upon passing the school's intersection, Lin Xiaogu glances around. Lin Cece follows suit, but sees nothing of interest. She is puzzled as to what her aunt is observing, only noticing a few children playing in a nearby alley. Lin Xiaogu, reassured, continues on her way. Suddenly, a figure darts out from the alley ahead, startling Lin Cece, who instinctively tugs at her aunt to retreat. In her haste, she fails to recognize the person approaching. However, her pull has no effect on Lin Xiaogu, who remains steadfast. Lin Cece glances down at her own small arms and legs. In this brief delay, she finally identifies the individual. It is Su Chang, who, with a grin, teasingly exclaims, "Su Chang, if you're not seeking death, why do you make it so difficult for yourself?" Su Chang, casually cleaning his ears, replies with a smirk, "You're the one who is timid. Don't blame me. You have the audacity, just wait until I hide behind you and scare you." "Let us see if you're scared then," Lin Xiaogu retorts, shooting him a glare. "I have nothing to hide from, so I'm not afraid. Just let me know when you plan to scare me, so I can be prepared," Su Chang responds, a hint of anticipation in his voice for the scare he might receive. Lin Xiaogu, unwilling to engage further, pulls Lin Cece around him. Su Chang, undeterred, follows closely. "Hey, why are you silent again? I'm just joking with you." Lin Xiaogu turns her face away, stating, "I want to converse with someone I dislike." Lin Cece, observing from the side, stifles a laugh. She recognizes this young man as the one who carried her second brother back after an encounter with a wild boar. He had appeared quite reliable that day, but now, in front of her aunt, he is acting like a rogue. It is no wonder her aunt had been so cautious at the intersection, glancing around several times. Relieved when she saw nothing amiss, she must have been concerned about running into Su Chang. It seems he harbors feelings for her aunt, but rather than expressing them maturely, he resorts to childish antics, tugging her hair to gain her attention. One must ponder, if faced with a warm-hearted gentleman and a blunt, insensitive man who merely suggests drinking more hot water when one is unwell, which would a woman prefer? Whether Su Chang falls into the latter category remains to be seen, yet such behavior is unlikely to win her aunt's heart. Lin Cece casts Su Chang a sympathetic glance. Their eyes meet, and Lin Cece appears to be mocking him, causing him to awkwardly scratch his head, realizing he may have inadvertently upset her. "Hey, I was wrong, I want to scare you again." How about I make it up to you with walnuts? Su Cheng earnestly proposes. Seeing Lin Xiaogu's indifference, Lin Cixi thinks to herself, well, he is not entirely a hopeless case. He knows to appease her aunt with food, which isn't too foolish after all. As expected, upon hearing this, Lin Xiaogu shows a slight reaction. Make sure it doesn't happen again. Alright, I promise, Su Cheng quickly replies. And the walnuts? Lin Xiaogu inquires, her tone demanding. Here they are. All for you. Su Cheng exclaims as he pulls a handful of walnuts from his cloth bag, presenting them to Lin Xiaogu. Caught off guard, Lin Xiaogu hadn't anticipated such generosity mid-journey, resulting in both her and Lin Cixi's arms being filled with walnuts. Su Cheng notices the predicament. How about you carry my bag? Lin Xiaogu's cheeks flush slightly. Absolutely not. Why would I carry a man's bag? She declares, refusing the notion outright. Su Cheng realizes the inappropriateness of the suggestion and drops the matter. With walnuts in excess and nowhere to put them, Lin Cixi decides to start eating one, at least to lighten the load. As she bites into the walnut, she wonders if her aunt truly agreed to forgive Su Cheng merely because of the promise of walnuts. Surely not. Her aunt wouldn't be swayed by something so trivial, yet, a voice in her mind suggests that her aunt might indeed be tempted by such an offer. Never mind, she muses. She is already indulging. Walnuts, delicious indeed. Chapter 51. The sharp-tongued Su Cheng followed the two ladies to the youth station. Along the way, he opened his mouth several times, contemplating how to advise her to refrain from frequenting the youth station in the future. However, recalling that he had just irritated her and had only recently managed to placate her, he swallowed his words, fearing that any further provocation would lead to another bout of anger. They had just finished eating walnuts while walking, leaving only the ones in their pockets untouched. Lin Cixi, still craving another, used the tip of her tongue to nudge her slightly loose upper front tooth, realizing that she was entering the stage of losing her baby teeth. The thought of speaking with a gap made her feel utterly dejected. Su Cheng refrained from following them inside. Lin Xiaogu held Lin Cixi's hand and proceeded towards the youth station. Lin Cixi was astonished by how swiftly Lin Xiaogu could change her demeanor. She would become indifferent immediately after finishing her meal. At such a tender age, she already bore the weight of concern, turning to Su Cheng with a beaming smile that showcased her 8 pearly teeth. Thank you, Uncle Su. Lin Cixi felt quite clever for addressing him as brother, thinking that should Lin Xiaogu ever find herself courted, it would be awkward to change her form of address later on. Su Cheng was quite pleased with this appellation, smiling and waving at Lin Cixi. In her mind, Lin Cixi mused that if Su Cheng could refrain from provoking Lin Xiaogu, given his decent looks, he might still have a chance at winning her heart. After all, his father seemed to be the captain of the brigade, and their family was well off. They would indeed make a good match. Although they had yet to make any progress, she found herself contemplating familial compatibility. Perhaps it was a tad premature, but it was merely a fleeting thought that she soon cast aside, possibly captivated by the novelty of the youth station. Lin Xiaogu led Lin Cixi into the yard of the youth station, calling out loudly, "Comrade Zhao Xinrong, are you there?" "Yes, Xinrong is looking for you," came the voice of a woman from within the youth room. After a considerable wait, no one emerged, nor were they invited inside. Lin Cixi had clearly heard someone inside confirming Zhao Xinrong's presence. If her memory served her right, the name was indeed Zhao Xinrong. Laughter and chatter occasionally drifted out from the room, leading Lin Cixi to question the authenticity of Lin Xiaogu's claims about her close friendship with this person. Could such joviality be indicative of a true friendship? If they were indeed occupied, it would be understandable, but what could possibly warrant such a delay? Surely, this was not Lin Xiaogu's idea of a good friend. Irritated, Lin Cixi, protective of her kin, insisted on leaving. "Aunt, they might not be here. Let us return home." Lin Xiaogu frowned slightly. "There must be something going on. Xinrong is quite easy to get along with. You will see soon enough." Lin Cixi's small face puffed up in displeasure. If there was indeed an issue, they could wait, but at the very least, someone could have come out to acknowledge them, offering a semblance of respect. Were they to be left waiting outside as if they were mere vegetables, to be ignored? After a while, the one called Zhao Xinrong finally made her tardy appearance. With a hint of apology, she said, "Shu am I'm so sorry for keeping you waiting for so long. I had a little matter to attend to." Perhaps due to preconceived notions, Lin Cixi found her apology rather insincere, feeling as though it was merely a casual remark like, "We haven't waited too long," Lin Xiaogu began, but Lin Cixi interrupted her. "Aunt Xiao, what was it that you were doing just now? I distinctly heard you laughing and chatting inside. What could be so pressing? If someone came looking for you, is it not a bit rude to keep them waiting?" Upon hearing Lin Cixi address her as aunt, Zhao Xinrong struggled to maintain her composure. She had indeed deliberately chosen not to emerge. So what? Who compelled others to seek her out? It was merely because she hailed from a big city, having encountered countless novel experiences that these simple village girls could hardly comprehend. Often, by casually sharing tales from the city, she could elicit envious glances and remarks, and she relished the sense of superiority, despite her numerous siblings crammed into 2 small rooms. Who in this place would ever know? Whose child is this, who speaks so thoughtlessly? I am merely 17, and having just celebrated my birthday, I am barely 18. Should I not be called sister? Why address me as aunt? Zhao Xinrong retorted. Lin Xiaogu chimed in. Of course, she is not angry. This is my little niece, she calls me aunt, so naturally, you ought to be addressed as aunt as well, lest we confuse the generations while playing together. This is absurd. Why must we adhere to such formalities? It makes me feel ancient. One might mistake me for a woman in her 30s or 40s, Zhao Xinrong lamented. But you resemble an aunt. Why should we call you sister? Are you attempting to appear younger? Lin Cixi, in her childlike innocence, spoke without reservation, voicing her thoughts candidly. Zhao Xinrong inhaled deeply, feeling an impulse to silence the girl with her sharp tongue. How could someone so young possess such a biting wit? She felt as though she might lose her mind. Someone should take this girl away. Lin Xiaogu had never witnessed this side of Lin Cixi before. She was accustomed to her endearing, smiling demeanor that endeared her to all, yet, she found it perplexing that Zhao Xinrong, usually so understanding and graceful, was now quarreling with a child over trivialities. Xinrong, my little niece is just being playful. Children often lack the finesse in their speech, Lin Xiaogu defended. Auntie, your mouth is quite large. How many children could you consume in one bite? Auntie, aren't you a woman? Why do you have a beard? Auntie, your skin is rather dark. Do your family members share the same trait? Surely that must be hereditary. No amount of cream will change that. Auntie, you ought to avoid such conspicuous clothing. It only accentuates your darkness, much like a bear donning human attire. Lin Cixi continued her relentless barrage of remarks. The youth at the station could not help but burst into laughter upon hearing her words. They had never paid attention to Zhao Xinrong's appearance until now. It was indeed quite striking. Enraged, Zhao Xinrong snapped, "You little brat, watch your tongue. If you keep talking nonsense, I shall tear your mouth apart." Telling the truth is quite challenging. Fine, I shan't speak the truth anymore, alright, auntie? Your mouth isn't large, it is quite fair and lovely, and you lack a beard. Is that satisfactory? Lin Cixi replied, somewhat helplessly. This only elicited more laughter from the other youths. Zhao Xinrong, who usually carried herself with an air of superiority at the youth station, seemed to flaunt her privileged background. After all, what was there to boast about? With a family as affluent as hers, surely they could have her reassigned back to the city. Grinding her teeth, Zhao Xinrong, upholding her adult dignity, reminded herself that adults ought not to stoop to the level of children, that she must be magnanimous and not engage in petty squabbles with a child. Shu am I, did you bring back the items I asked for? The commune was somewhat inconvenient for her, and the journey was long. Thus, she had requested Lin Shuami, or Lin Xiaogu, to fetch them for her. Chapter 52, Want to pocket the money? Not a chance here. A bottle of snow cream, right? 60 cents. Lin Xiaogu, feeling somewhat embarrassed by her niece's sharp tongue towards her friend, quickly retrieved a cloth handkerchief from her pocket. Unfolding it revealed a bottle of snow cream. Here, Xinrong, take a look and see if this is it. Lin Xiaogu handed the snow cream to Zhao Xinrong. Lin Cixi, observing her aunt putting a bundled item into her pocket at home, was surprised to learn it was something for Zhao Xinrong. She thought her aunt a bit foolish for being so eager to buy things for others. Zhao Xinrong took the bottle, examined it, and with a dismissive pout remarked, "A small place can never compare to a big city. This snow cream is inferior to what we have back home. It is only advantageous due to its low price. I can make do with it. It's better than nothing." Lin Xiaogu harbored a natural reverence for the larger cities, and hearing Zhao Xinrong say such things made her think how affluent Zhao Xinrong's family must be. After all, to consider 60 cents for a bottle of snow cream as cheap was astonishing. 60 cents could nearly buy a pound of meat. Top quality fatty meat costs between 70 to 80 cents, while lesser cuts of lean meat could be purchased for about the same. Lin Cixi couldn't help but scoff at Zhao Xinrong's boastfulness, which sounded so convincing. Truly wealthy individuals are typically quite discreet. Those who flaunt their wealth, like her, often resemble a pig with a green onion stuck in its nose, pretending to be something they are not. Seeing her aunt's face filled with admiration and agreement, Lin Cixi felt a pang of discomfort. How could one blindly accept everything said without a hint of skepticism? Aunt, Zhao Ziking is from the city. She looks down on the things from our small place. In the future, let Zhao Ziking go to the county town to shop. The supply and marketing cooperative there is large and offers many fine products. Lin Xiaogu nodded in agreement. Yes, I haven't been to the county's supply and marketing cooperative, but my classmates say it is quite grand, and I should be able to find things from your area there. Zhao Xinrong glanced at the sharp-tongued little girl and thought that despite her young age, she possessed both a biting wit and a cunning mind. How could she possibly have the time to go to the county town? Considering the travel costs, wasn't she just trying to show off her family's standing in the big city? It was not that she truly despised the goods from Lin Xiaogu. She often made such remarks to elicit envious glances to Ai in the past. Her family had always purchased whatever was the cheapest, for with many children at home, consumption was high, and they could not afford to spend extravagantly. It's all right, Xu Ma. Although the conditions are tough now, I can manage. Everyone is in the same boat. I can't expect special treatment. Thank you for bringing it back for me, and next time I need something, I'll let you know. Lin Cixi was taken aback. This person had remarkable audacity, simultaneously expressing disdain while expecting favors, as if it were a given. Not only Lin Cixi felt this way, the young intellectuals behind Zhao Xinrong also found the situation quite awkward. Zhao Xinrong often boasted about her family's affluence at the young intellectuals' gathering, but none of them were as ostentatious as she was, even though many came from dual-income families supporting the national construction efforts. And, has Zhao Ziking given you the money for the items? Lin Cixi urged to hasten their departure. She was unwilling to linger and listen to any more of Zhao Xinrong's irritating remarks. Lin Xiaogu, feeling shy, reminded Xinrong about the payment for that snow cream. Zhao Xinrong feigned a sudden realization. Oh dear, Xu Ma, how could I have forgotten about that? The money, right, I'll get it for you right now. After saying this, she pulled out some coins. Xinrong, here you go. Our good snow cream is only 50 cents. There is no reason for the price to be higher in your little place. Here, take it. She had just claimed it was cheap, and now she was saying it was expensive. Lin Cixi observed her aunt awkwardly accepting the money and, if you don't believe me, go ask at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative and see if my aunt is deceiving you. We are simple farmers. You, Zhao Ziking, being from a big city, surely cannot expect not to pay the full price for something someone else has helped you acquire? My aunt helped you out of goodwill, and you expect her to pay for it. How could you possibly have the face to ask others for favors again in the future? Is this the kind of practice at your young intellectuals gathering? The other young intellectuals behind her were equally speechless at Zhao Xinrong's demeanor. She often boasted about her family's wealth, yet now she wanted to quibble over a single dime. They were all young intellectuals together, sharing both glory and shame. If this reputation spread, they would be even less well regarded in the village. Xinrong, the Supply and Marketing Cooperative does indeed sell it for 60 cents a bottle. I bought some while I was at the commune before the autumn harvest, and I have only used half. A female young intellectual spoke up. Yes, Xinrong, hurry and give her the money. If you doubt it, just buy it yourself next time, otherwise, who will dare to bring you things in the future? Zhao Xinrong's expression grew increasingly grim. Her fellow young intellectuals were not siding with her. She had thought Lin Xiaogu would be so kind as to send her items without a charge, perhaps even claiming a dime less for herself to pocket the difference, but it turned out it was truly 60 cents. Xu Ma, I must have misheard. I thought you said it was 50 cents, but it's 60 cents, my apologies. If you hadn't reminded me, I might have forgotten to pay you. Oh, it's really no big deal. I'll give you 50 cents and an extra dime, that should settle it, right? Zhao Xinrong pretended she had misheard, pulling out a dime from her pocket and handing it over. Lin Cixi extended her hand to accept it on behalf of her aunt, not forgetting to add her sharp tongue. Aunt Zhao, not only are you dark-skinned, but your hearing is also poor. You're already a grown girl, how will you find a husband? I wonder if they'll think poorly of you. Zhao Xinrong could hardly conceal her murderous glare, forcing a smile through her iron-gray face. A little girl like you knows quite a bit. There's no need for your concern. I'm just a little girl, and you're just a big girl, Aunt Zhao. We're all girls here, Lin Cixi replied with a smile. Zhao Xinrong was left speechless, her tongue tied by Lin Cixi's sharp wit. Outside, the male young intellectuals returned in groups, observing the lively scene in the courtyard and attempting to make a few jokes. However, when they were met with silence, they scratched their heads in confusion. The atmosphere turned awkward as the female young intellectuals looked down upon Zhao Xinrong for attempting to cheat someone out of the dime for the items they had brought her. Zhao Xinrong was so infuriated by Lin Cixi's remarks that she felt she could hardly utter a word. With every jab about her complexion and appearance, Zhao Xinrong's vanity, which she usually cherished, was now under assault by this little village girl. Additionally, her roommates watching the spectacle only fueled her resentment. With the matter of money settled, Lin Cixi led her aunt away. Lin Xiaogu remained somewhat bewildered, having initially set out joyfully with her niece to meet her young intellectual friend, only to find the situation had escalated in such an unexpected manner. Chapter 53. When coincidences abound, it is often a deliberate act. She had once relished hearing Zhao Xinrong speak of the wonders of the big city, recounting how her relatives were employed at certain factories, earning a respectable monthly wage with bonuses. In Lin Xiaogu's imagination, Zhao Xinrong's family was quite affluent, comfortably provided for and with ample pocket money each month. Given her family's prosperity, it seemed unlikely that she would intentionally withhold even a single cent from her. Lin Xiaogu assumed that Zhao Xinrong had genuinely misheard the price she had quoted. As they exited the youth station together, Lin Xiaogu inquired of Lin Cixi, "I truly believe Xinrong didn't understand me. Will she still want to be friends with me?" Lin Cixi confirmed her suspicion that her aunt was somewhat unwell, mentally speaking, and quite severely so. "Aunt, what are you thinking? Do you enjoy spending time with Zhao the youth so much? I find her rather unlikable. She looks down on us. For instance, today, she was clearly inside, laughing with others. It lied to us about having matters to attend to, making us wait outside for quite some time. Next time, you can go by yourself. I won't accompany you again." Lin Cixi was genuinely perplexed. "When I chat with Xinrong, I always hear about fascinating things. The big city is truly marvelous. Every household possesses bicycles and radios, and their department stores are impressively stocked, with 3 full floors of goods. The styles of clothing they have far surpass ours, with superior fabrics. The designs here are merely remnants of what was once fashionable there, and they even have hairstyles that are far more beautiful than ours." Xinrong mentioned that there are people who get their hair permed, curling it into lovely ringlets and tying it up with hair ties. "It looks simply stunning," Lin Xiaogu confessed candidly. People are often intrigued by the unknown. Lin Cixi realized that her aunt was a young woman enamored with vanity, speaking only of how to adorn oneself. Even if one is looked down upon, one still desires to hear fresh tales? Is it really looking down? Perhaps just a hint, isn't that natural. At our school, some classmates whose families are in the commune look down on us country folk, let alone youths from even larger cities. Lin Xiaogu received a disapproving glance from her niece, who could not help but jab her finger lightly at her aunt's forehead. "Silly Cixi, what sort of look is that? How do you regard your aunt? Just think you're foolish. It's quite silly. What will you do in the future? It's all too easy to be deceived. The outside world, no matter how splendid, still revolves around the daily meals. Those better off might have bicycles and radios, but that doesn't apply to every household. Have you forgotten? Everything requires tickets. City dwellers have their own worries, too, concerns about food shortages, children's lack of ambition, and insufficient wages. Aside from slightly better living conditions, there isn't much difference. Aunt, you may go ahead and gaze at those who look down on you. As for me, I won't be so eager to push forward, knowing full well that others regard me with disdain. If my parents found out, they would surely call me foolish." Lastly, Aunt, I advise you, do not force yourself into circles where you do not belong. With a sigh reminiscent of an adult, Lin Cixi concluded. Lin Xiaogu chose to disregard her niece's comment about her foolishness, silently reflecting on the last statement, finding wisdom in her words. Indeed, one should not force their way into a circle where they are unwelcome. After some contemplation, she resolved to frequent the youth station less often. After all, as her niece pointed out, the circles were different. The youths had their own social circles, while their village had its own. Just as she had often heard the youths complain about the villagers' wariness and disdain towards them, not treating them as part of the community, the youths themselves were no different. They might appear amicable on the surface, yet if something displeased them, they would readily declare that countryfolk were indeed just that, countryfolk. Lin Xiaogu's curiosity about the outside world began to diminish significantly, as if her niece had imparted an invaluable lesson in life. It felt rather peculiar. Her 7-year-old niece seemed to possess greater understanding than she did, leaving her feeling somewhat ashamed. Casting a glance at the small girl beside her, who barely reached her waist, Lin Xiaogu broke the silence. "Cixi, don't be upset. If it comes to it, I will visit less often. No, I won't go at all unless it's something truly important, alright?" Upon hearing this, Lin Cixi's mood lightened a bit, and she looked up at her aunt, beaming with a wide smile. "Really?" Lin Xiaogu nodded resolutely. "Yes, I won't go. From now on, I'll listen to you, Cixi." Lin Cixi's spirits lifted once more. Her aunt was quite kind to her, and she had mentally claimed her as family. She despised seeing her family looked down upon by others. Lin Xiaogu's mood improved as well. The two of them, hand in hand, felt a deeper bond than when they had arrived from a distance. Lin Xiaogu spotted a figure perched on a crumbling earthen wall, muttering quietly, "What a coincidence, I can't believe I've run into him again." Lin Cixi stifled a laugh. When coincidences become frequent, it often suggests deliberate intention. Lin Xiaogu widened her eyes. "I assure you, I did not. I would rather avoid him entirely." "Your absence of intent does not imply the same for others," Lin Cixi chuckled, revealing a perfect set of small white teeth. As they conversed, they approached Su Chang. Lin Cixi politely greeted him. "Oh, Uncle Su, what a coincidence to see you again." Lin Xiaogu felt somewhat awkward under Su Chang's gaze, influenced by her niece's earlier comments. Surely, he wouldn't be waiting here on purpose, would he? What could he possibly want? Reflecting on the times they had crossed paths, she realized it was rather frequent, the last time they had met, and the time before that, and even before that. Su Cheng cleared his throat. "Indeed, quite a coincidence, you've returned." Yes, Uncle Sue, my aunt and I are heading home. Where are you off to? If it's on our way, we could walk together. Perfect timing. I happen to be heading in that direction too, Su Chang replied hastily, glancing at Lin Xueme, wondering why she seemed so quiet today. Had he unintentionally offended her? Surely not, he thought, running through past interactions to confirm. Lin Cc's attention wavered, observing this and then that, subtly lagging a few steps behind, and then, she was left alone. The two ahead continued walking, entirely unaware of her absence. Ah, Su Chang was getting too close to her aunt. What was he doing? Lin Cc felt a surge of urgency. Her aunt's intelligence was somewhat lacking, and she was still rather young. In a couple of years, she would be 20 and should be preparing for marriage. She needed to keep a close watch and assess Su Chang's character before feeling at ease. With this thought, Lin Cc quickened her pace, using her small stature to nudge Su Chang aside. It was truly a considerable burden for someone so young to shoulder such concerns. These were matters that should be left for her grandparents to worry about. No, she would demand compensation from her grandmother when she returned. Su Chang, Chapter 54 of The Model Worker. In internal strife, the trio ambled along the road, their pace leisurely. Lin Xiaogu and Su Chang were not engaged in their usual playful banter. Primarily, Lin Xiaogu, having been subtly reminded by Lin Cc, began to reflect on the peculiar frequency with which she encountered Su Chang in the past. Whenever they met, he would incessantly tease her, much to her annoyance. However, she could not bring herself to believe that he harbored any affections for her. He had never uttered such words. The mere thought of him discovering her speculation regarding his feelings made her cringe at the prospect of becoming a subject of his ridicule. The more she considered it, the more implausible it seemed. Su Chang could not possibly be interested in her. His penchant for provoking her ire suggested that he thrived on eliciting her frustration, as if he could not feel complete without it. It was either mere coincidence or a deliberate attempt on his part to vex her. With no ulterior motives attached to feeling a sense of relief, Lin Xiaogu resumed her previous demeanor with Su Chang. Earlier, she had secretly pondered the notion of Su Chang's interest in her, yet outwardly, she dared not betray her thoughts, fearing he might seize the opportunity to mock her. If he were to discover her musings, she would surely become the target of his jests every time they met, a thought that was quite infuriating. Throughout their journey, Su Chang maintained a surprisingly respectful demeanor, refraining from his usual taunts. Lin Xiaogu noted this change, perceiving him as more human than before. Before long, they arrived at the Lin residence. Su Chang turned back a short distance from the house, prompting Lin Xiaogu to cast him a puzzled glance. Wasn't he supposed to be heading in the same direction? Upon returning home, Lin Cc retrieved walnuts from her pocket and placed them on the table. Her elder brother, Lin Dong, was busy fiddling with his slingshot, crafted from smooth wood and equipped with elastic bands. Lin Cc urged him to partake of the walnuts. When Lin Dong inquired about their origin, Lin Cc candidly revealed that Su Chang had likely intended them for Lin Xiaogu, which inadvertently benefited her. She also recounted the events that had transpired at the youth station. Lin Dong furrowed his brow and advised her against visiting the station alone in the future. Lin Cc assured him she would not. Unlike her aunt, she did not hold anyone in undue esteem simply because they hailed from the city. Treating others with impartiality was crucial, for those who elevate others often find themselves diminished in turn. Where is my second brother? Lin Cc inquired. He has gone out to play. He is fine when you're home, but he can hardly sit still when you're absent, Lin Dong replied with a chuckle. Their parents were unable to manage him, and he himself had no authority over him. He hadn't anticipated that his sister would keep the second brother in check so effectively. Over the past few weeks, the second brother had calmed considerably, and his academic performance had seen a notable improvement. Lin Cc smiled faintly, attributing this to her own knack for speaking candidly. It was not entirely a negative trait, as it had at least instilled a sense of caution in Lin Nan. There were indeed two sides to every situation. As Lin Cc and Lin Dong heard commotion from the yard, they exchanged knowing glances, each discerning a mutual desire to witness the unfolding drama. In this household, apart from their shared disdain for the fourth branch, it was quite amusing to witness them quarrel among themselves. Internal strife was always a spectacle worth observing. Today, the rations distributed by the team were stored in the quarters of the elder Lin couple, with sweet potatoes and potatoes kept in the cellar. The family had been bustling about all afternoon, but Lin Sanbua, the model worker of the Lin family, had mysteriously vanished by mid-afternoon. Lin Sanbua was renowned for his unparalleled work ethic. He could handle any task that others could, and even those that others could not. Although the Lin family members were all quite capable, none could compare to Lin Sanbua. Lin Erboma, however, began to voice her discontent. While the entire family was laboring, even the fourth couple had not shirked their responsibilities, yet the usually diligent Lin Sanbua was nowhere to be found. With Lin Sanbua absent, Lin Erboma had no choice but to direct her grievances towards Lin Sanbua's wife, who was of a gentler disposition and readily acquiesced to whatever Lin Erboma said. Moreover, Lin Sanbua had been secretly venturing into the mountains to relocate the fish he had caught to the river below, as it was unsafe to ascend the mountain at night. In recent days, he had been sneaking away during daylight hours to catch fish, and having accumulated quite a number, he fashioned a larger fish trap to keep them in the mountain lake. He needed to transport the fish to a distant river, a location seldom visited by others for safety's sake, otherwise, all his hard work over the past few days would be in vain, an outcome that would surely infuriate him. He planned to venture into the commune's early market at midnight to test the waters. As this market operated much like a black market, the distance was considerable, and even at a brisk pace, it would take him over 2 hours to walk there. Lin Sanhua's wife, already feeling guilty, could only endure Lin Erboma's pointed remarks, all the while internally resenting her own daughter for causing such turmoil. It seemed she was intent on stirring trouble, disrupting their previously peaceful lives. For several nights, her husband had not managed to get a full night's rest, leaving home in the dead of night and returning before dawn. The nights were damp and cold, and upon returning home, he would be chilled to the bone. Lin Dongji, hearing this, protested vehemently. Did her father's absence mean they could not manage this work? Typically, no one noticed how hard her father toiled, yet the moment he stepped out for a brief while, whispers began to circulate behind his back. Lin Dongji, unafraid even of her grandmother, was naturally undaunted by Lin Erboma and boldly began to retort. Though Lin Erboma appeared stern from the outside, she was quite timid when faced with adversity. She had witnessed the fierce exchanges between Lin Dongji and her mother-in-law and knew well that despite Lin Dongji's youth, she was formidable and not to be trifled with. In just a few exchanges, Lin Erboma found herself at a loss. Lin Cixi and her brother watched the entire spectacle unfold. In the stories, Lin Dongji was known for her care towards the first and second branches, as they had benefited significantly from their association. However, observing the current situation, Lin Cixi found it lacking. The camaraderie they had once shared was likely born from a common purpose, resolutely opposing the fourth branch's exploitative tendencies towards the entire family. Although the fourth branch had previously been a source of discontent, Lin Cixi acknowledged that her parents had undergone significant changes. Her mother was now far more diligent at work than before, and her father had developed a sense of ambition. Regardless of whether his initial intent was to seek easier tasks for himself, the outcome was what truly mattered. At the very least, he had the foresight to pursue less strenuous work. His efforts had not gone unnoticed. Even the team leader and the old party secretary acknowledged his capabilities. As the first and second branches grew to appreciate that the fourth branch was not as unseemly as before, their previous antagonism began to wane. Human nature is inherently self-serving, thus, the once targeted grievances aimed at the fourth branch could very well shift towards someone else. Chapter 55 of The Halo of the Protagonist. Earning money. Lin Nan lingered outdoors until dusk, relishing the unrestrained joy of play that he had not experienced in quite some time. He and his companions ventured into the woods to collect bird eggs, which they roasted atop a hillside, sharing the delectable treat amongst themselves. After indulging in the roasted eggs, he diligently extinguished the embers, a reminder instilled by his younger sister. Ever since, he has adhered to this practice. With the current arid conditions, strewn with dry grass and brittle twigs, it was wise to be cautious. Lin Nan also relayed this advice to his friends, instructing them to remember to fully extinguish any embers when they roasted bird eggs or sweet potatoes in his absence. Before departing, he gathered a bundle of dry firewood to take home, a convenient addition to his outing. Even if others chattered behind his back, having this firewood would provide him with a means to silence their gossip. Previously indifferent to such matters, he now prided himself on his cleverness, a trait he attributed to his sister's influence. As Lin Nan made his way home, he encountered his third uncle along a narrow path not far from the Lin residence. His uncle's demeanor was evasive, and while Lin Nan lacked guile in his studies, he was acutely aware of the subtle cues surrounding food and play. Instinctively, he sensed that something was amiss with his uncle, who had lived a life of honesty and simplicity, never having deceived anyone nor uttered grandiose claims. The thought of engaging in dubious dealings made his uncle uneasy, as if he could feel the scrutiny of others upon him. Together, they walked homeward. Lin Nan caught a whiff of a fishy odor emanating from his uncle, and upon closer inspection, he noted his uncle's empty hands and the dampened hem of his trousers, suggesting he had indeed ventured into the water. The scent of fish was not indicative of a failed catch, yet his uncle bore no fish home. This led Lin Nan to suspect that his uncle had hidden a catch for his own consumption. Such clandestine snacking was not foreign to Lin Nan. He recalled a night when his parents had awakened him to share roasted rabbit, a delightful secret shared among family. As they returned home, Lin Nan reported to his grandmother about the firewood he had collected. Once inside, he recounted his encounter with his uncle, speculating that he had indeed gone fishing and was likely reserving the catch for himself. After all, each household harbored its own secrets. Before marriage, siblings shared a deep bond, but as families grew, individuals began to prioritize their own households. Lin Dong concurred with his younger brother's assessment, believing that their family dynamics mirrored those of others. However, Lin Cixi held a different viewpoint, as she was more familiar with the intricacies of Lin Sanhua and Lin Dongji's characters. It was unlikely that they would keep the catch for personal consumption. Rather, they might trade it for money. The only viable market for such transactions would be the black market, where trade was strictly prohibited. It seemed that the protagonist was destined to pursue a path of wealth and prosperity. Reflecting on her own unexpected immersion into this narrative, Lynn Cece regretted not having paid closer attention to the plot while reading. She only retained a vague outline of the story, knowing the protagonist would rise to wealth and confront adversaries, but the finer points eluded her memory. Reading had been a leisurely pastime in her previous life, one she indulged in without much thought, hastily consuming tales without absorbing their essence. The sheer volume and variety of books had rendered it difficult to keep track of specific narratives, leaving her with only a few vivid memories. The following morning, Lynn Cece noticed her uncle was absent from the breakfast table. His wife informed her that he had left for an errand and would not be home for the meal. With Lynn Sanbois away, his portion was redistributed among the family by the matriarch. Though Lynn Herbois' wife had initially intended to make a snide remark about the surplus food, she refrained, knowing better than to provoke the issue of scarcity. Although she had previously clashed with Lin Dongji, feeling embarrassed for losing an argument to a child, she later recognized that even the formidable matriarch could not sway Lin Dongji. Therefore, she dismissed her earlier embarrassment, opting to focus on her own affairs without dwelling on the past. Lin Herbois' wife had always been critical of the fourth household, despite never receiving kindness in return. However, she persisted in her confrontations, only to ultimately return empty-handed. Now, it appeared her attention had shifted towards the third household, where even the slightest stir would provoke her commentary. Suspecting that Lin Sanbois had ventured into the black market, Lin Cece remained vigilant. He returned home around midday, his face flushed with excitement, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, while he clutched his chest tightly with his left hand, as if guarding a precious secret. Both Lin Dongji and Lin Sanbois' wife had spent the day anxiously awaiting his return, preoccupied with concerns about his safety and whether there would be buyers for whatever he had procured. Upon hearing Lin Cece's cheerful greeting to her uncle, Lin Dongji swiftly opened the door, shooting her an admonishing glance before ushering his father inside. Lin Cece, unfazed, shot back a defiant look, unbothered by the exchange. Observing her uncle's animated demeanor, she surmised he must have earned a considerable sum, with the money conspicuously tucked beneath his hand. The situation unfolded as Lin Cece had anticipated. Inside, Lin Sanbois' wife, noticing her husband's elation, inquired tremulously, "Dear, how did it go? Did you make a sale?" Lin Sanbois, brimming with excitement, nodded vigorously, "Yes, yes. Someone actually bought it. For how much?" she pressed eagerly. Lin Dongji, observing with a smile, thought to himself how his parents had initially scolded her for her efforts, but now, with money in hand, it was evident that her intentions had been noble and aimed at supporting their family. Lin Sanbois exclaimed, "A whole $1, as he produced the money from his pocket, the very pocket that his wife had sewn specifically for this purpose. His wife's astonishment grew, her voice raised in disbelief. "You managed to sell it for that much?" The couple had never possessed even a penny, as their household was self-sufficient, with food and drink provided by the matriarch, who distributed provisions among the various families. Thus, Lin Sanbois and his wife seldom had the opportunity to handle money. Chapter 56, Testing the Machine and Generating Revenue. Lin Sanbois' wife cherished the money as she received it, despite its scattered nature, and patiently smoothed it out. Lin Dongji, witnessing this, felt a mix of amusement and sorrow. It was merely a single $1, yet her parents were so exhilarated, their reaction only solidified her resolve to expedite the division of the family assets. After all, her father still intended to sell fish. Just yesterday, her second aunt had complained about her father's absence for a brief period. Initially, such grievances could be brushed aside, but as they accumulated, questions would inevitably arise about her father's whereabouts, and it was not unfathomable that suspicions might brew within the household. She planned to catch a few fish to sell, amass some funds, and then contemplate other avenues for profit. In the meantime, she needed to devise a strategy for the family's division. However, considering her grandparents' evident favoritism, her parents, who worked diligently and were not afraid of hardship, would not easily agree to a separation. Lin Sanbois' wife clutched the money tightly. "Head of the family, what about this money?" Though the subsequent words remained unspoken, Lin Sanbois understood his wife's implication. How should this money be handled? Should it be kept or submitted? Given that they had yet to divide their household, Lin Dongji responded emphatically, "Father, mother, this money belongs to our family. It must not be submitted. My grandparents are so biased that once the money is handed over, it will be irretrievable. This is the fruit of my father's labor over many arduous days, and our extensive efforts have yielded a mere $1. My grandparents have plenty of money, otherwise, how could they so easily provide us with the $4 or $5 needed for our schooling?" Lin Sanbois sighed, and although he said nothing, he tacitly acknowledged his daughter's perspective. Lin Sanbois' wife, clutching the money, felt a wave of relief upon hearing her husband's words and began to weep softly, cradling the money close to her chest. This was indeed a sum she was loath to part with, and with her husband's assurance, she felt at ease. Before marriage, the financial resources of the family were tightly held by her parents, and as a daughter, she had never even touched them. After her marriage, the same held true under the watchful eye of her mother-in-law. She remained deprived of financial control whether purchasing anything. The allowance from her mother-in-law was always limited, just sufficient enough to spend and disappear. Lin Dongji felt relieved as well. She had feared her parents might be obstinate, but thankfully, they hadn't lost their wits entirely yet. With newfound wealth, she wondered why her mother was weeping. Lin Cece sat on the doorstep, propping her chin in contemplation. Lin Nan emerged from the house and, observing his younger sister lost in thought on the threshold, mimicked her pose, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle. After a prolonged moment of scrutiny, he discerned nothing of significance. The sky was remarkably blue, adorned with fluffy white clouds, and aside from the sensation of the sky being within reach, there was nothing particularly noteworthy. "What are you looking at, little sister? There's nothing up there." Lin Cece glanced at him, realizing he misinterpreted her gaze. She was contemplating life, or rather, pondering ways to earn money. "Come, second brother, let us do our homework." At this juncture, earning money was not the primary concern. The foremost priority was to elevate the academic performance of her elder brothers. Lin Nan inwardly lamented. He had no pressing desire to discern what his sister was contemplating. Despite his reluctance, he complied and accompanied her to study. He recognized that his sister possessed a certain cleverness, and following her lead seemed wise. Though she might be a bit naive, at least she was obedient. He feared not the simple-minded but rather those who were both foolish and disobedient. Thus, Lin Cece and Lin Nan devoted the entire morning to studying at home. Just before lunch, Lin Guodong hurriedly rode his bicycle to seek out Lin Laozi, announcing that the ordered machinery had arrived at the commune, prompting villagers to fetch it. Upon hearing this, Lin Laozi promptly joined him. Before departing, he instructed his mother to retrieve 2 steamed buns from the pot, handing one to Lin Guodong. "Brother Guodong, since we're setting off now, we'll inevitably miss mealtime upon our return. Please have a bun to sustain you. It's just a simple wild vegetable bun, nothing extravagant. I hope you won't mind that you'll need your strength to carry me back later," Lin Laozi said. Initially reluctant, Lin Guodong reconsidered after hearing Lin Laozi's reasoning and accepted the offer. Each journey had its challenges. The last time they visited the commune, he had been thoroughly exhausted by the time he went to bed, even suffering from cramps. The distance was considerable, and it was unreasonable to expect Lin Laozi to alternate between riding and carrying passengers. Lin Guodong accepted his role as the errand boy, leaving the intellectual tasks to Lin Laozi. The village sent a bullock cart to retrieve the machinery. On the way, Lin Laozi rode the cart, while Lin Guodong cycled alone. Upon their return, the cart was laden with machinery, and Lin Laozi rode back on his bicycle, thus sparing Lin Guodong some effort. The arrival of the machinery generated quite a stir among the entire village community. Groups of adults gathered, while clusters of children joyfully wove through the crowd. With the farming season being relatively idle, the village rarely witnessed such excitement, especially as this was an opportunity for generating revenue, drawing everyone in to partake in the festivities. The scene was truly a spectacle, with people crowding in layers. Lin Cece recalled the last time she had seen such a throng was during the grain distribution, when the entire village mobilized. This occasion was no different, with a significant majority of the villagers present. The Lin family village was indeed bustling with activity. Once the machinery was set up, it was only natural to test its functionality. Lin Laozi, Lin Guodong, and Su Chang, who had collectively ordered the machinery, had previously sought advice and had hands-on experience during the procurement process. The village had already prepared ample straw, eagerly awaiting the machinery's return to commence operations. Given the substantial investment made, the expectations for these 2 machines were exceedingly high. Lin Laozi, Lin Guodong, and Su Chang wasted no time. The 2 hand-operated straw machines soon whirred to life. Although the new machines took some getting used to, the quality of the straw produced was commendable. The village leader and the former secretary felt a sense of relief as they witnessed the moment the straw ropes emerged. Curious villagers pressed closer to catch a glimpse, stretching their necks to peer inside. Those straw ropes were not unfamiliar to them. They were eager to witness the ropes produced by the village's new machinery. Fortunately, this area had once belonged to a small landlord family, which had built their home with top-notch materials, resulting in sturdy structures. Were it not for such solid buildings, the villagers might have hesitated to crowd in so closely. With the machines in position and straw at the ready, it was time to commence production. There was no time to waste. The village leader and the former secretary agreed that operations would officially begin the following day. They had already selected their workforce, comprising primarily young individuals known for their diligence. Except for Lin Laozi, his reputation was somewhat tarnished. However, Lin Laozi's performance this time around was remarkable. The idea for the straw ropes originated with him. He negotiated the sales channels, ordered the machinery, and even assisted in its transportation. Upon reflection, it was evident that the success of this venture hinged on Lin Laozi. Consequently, Lin Lassi approached the village leader, offering himself for future management of the machines or delivery duties to the commune. This proposition aligned perfectly with the village leader's and former secretary's intentions, leading to immediate agreement. Chapter 57 Whiter than a maiden's face. Lin Guodong was responsible for both labor and supervision. Su Chang was a transient worker, moving wherever there was a need. The side businesses in Linjia village flourished exuberantly. When transporting machinery, the villagers witnessed firsthand the transformation of Lin Lassi. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed the tales they heard. The reputation of Lin Lassi in the village was well known, even to children as young as 3, who were often cautioned by adults not to emulate him, lest they find it difficult to marry in the future. Older children would question, how did that lazy Lin Lassi manage to find a wife? It was, after all, due to his handsome appearance. Though describing a man as handsome may not seem entirely fitting, he was indeed good-looking and well-proportioned. To put it simply, his nose was a nose, his eyes were eyes, and his face was whiter than that of any maiden. The adults would then pose a soul-searching question to the children, do you think you are more handsome than Lin Lassi? The child would shake their head in response. This would inevitably be met with a ferocious retort, then off you go to work, what are you daydreaming about? If Lin Cixi were to overhear their admonishments, she would succinctly summarize it as Lin Lassi's looks being sufficient for him to debut in the world of entertainment. With this newfound work, Lin Lassi became quite busy, accompanying the village donkey carts to the commune every few days to deliver hay. He was adept at handling affairs and would often bring agricultural products for team leader Wu, of course, without any monetary exchange. He was not foolish enough to spend money on gifts. The nearby mountains provided an abundance of fresh wild vegetables, mushrooms, hazelnuts, and walnuts. Gift-giving was an art, and timing was crucial. Coincidentally, team leader Wu's wife was pregnant and craved these delicacies. Their camaraderie deepened as Wu and Lin Lassi had already established a brotherly bond. As the weather grew colder and winter approached, some flawed fabric remained in the warehouse. Team leader Wu privately inquired if Lin Lassi was interested in it, as it was inexpensive and didn't require tickets. Naturally, he accepted. It was a fortunate opportunity. Though labeled as flawed, some fabric merely had dirt that could be washed away, while others had uneven dyeing. For a farming family that rarely acquired new clothing throughout the year, such imperfections were of no concern. Lin Lassi gleefully selected several pieces, ensuring that this year, all 3 children would have new clothes. Having a relative working at the supply and marketing cooperative was highly advantageous. In such a large establishment, there were always surplus or flawed items sold at reduced prices. Only those with connections could purchase these items. Otherwise, the sales clerks would seldom sell to strangers unless one were exceedingly fortunate to encounter a clerk in a good mood who happened to take a liking to them. It was nearly impossible. Lin Lassi diligently maintained his rapport with team leader Wu, which ultimately bore fruit. Upon acquiring the fabric, he surmised that his agricultural gifts had played a role. He then mentioned he had dried wild vegetables, mushrooms, and bamboo shoots at home and would bring some next time for Wu to sample. Wu did not decline, as he had the same intention but lacked the courage to voice it. Lin Lassi's initiative made Wu feel he had not misjudged him. He was indeed clever. His wife had been rather peculiar lately, showing no interest in meat. Upon returning home, Lin Lassi showcased the fabric to his mother. Lin old lady, astonished, inquired if he had robbed the supply and marketing cooperative, given that they had no fabric tickets, none at all, let alone the funds needed to purchase such a quantity. This piece is for Cici's clothing, this should suffice for Dong Dong and Nan Nan, and these 2 are for you and father. This year, we shall all wear new clothes, Lin Lassi said as he gestured to the fabric, distributing it accordingly. At that moment, the fabric was predominantly black, blue, or gray, with no vibrant colors available. Even for your father and me? Lin old lady felt a warmth in her heart, grateful for her youngest son who had not disappointed her, showing care for his parents. Lin Lassi replied, of course there is for you and father. Without you, I wouldn't be making new clothes. If there were no fabric for you, I would forfeit my own. Lin old lady joyfully accepted the fabric, feeling proud of her capable youngest son who managed to befriend someone at the cooperative. She even handed him a piece of money, urging him to purchase any ticketless items he might encounter in the future. Lin Lassi accepted it, having spent all his money on the fabric. Upon his return, Lin uncle's wife and Lin's second uncle's wife heard the commotion. Peering through the window, they were astonished to see Lin Lassi carrying an abundance of fabric, prompting them to emerge from their homes. After a moment, they saw him re-emerging with even more fabric. Unable to contain herself, Lin's second uncle's wife asked, Lassi, where did you get all these fabric tickets? Did our mother give them to you? In contrast, Lin uncle's wife remained composed, her gaze on Lin Lassi suggesting that it was indeed their mother who had provided not only tickets but money as well. Otherwise, how could Lassi afford so much fabric? Mother is being quite biased. The eldest son and grandson seemed to be overlooked, receiving no consideration, only favor toward the youngest. This time, witnessing such favoritism from their mother, she decided to confront the issue. With her children now of age, lacking even a decent outfit, she would demand a piece of fabric from their mother for the children as clothing. If refused, she would create a scene, fully aware that their mother's favoritism was unjust. Lin Laozi chuckled lightly. Sister-in-law, you certainly have a vivid imagination. Where would our mother find fabric tickets for me? Do they fall from the sky, or can they be dug from the ground? You need not concern yourselves with this fabric. I purchased it at a special price from a friend at the cooperative for my children's clothing, cheap and without tickets. A friend at the cooperative? You have friends there, and I've never heard of them. Lin's second uncle's wife was unwilling to relent. After all, this was fabric. She had only made one new outfit for herself on her wedding year, which had been worn for many years, and last year she had altered it for her daughter. Lin Laozi had never intended to keep this a secret, knowing it would soon be revealed when the children donned their new clothes for the new year. Rather than wait for the festive season to stir up trouble, he preferred to clarify the situation now. After all, no one had yet been able to pry anything from Lin Laozi. Unless he voluntarily offered, there was no chance. Sister-in-law, your inquisitiveness is rather excessive. Must I report my friendships to you? With so many friends, I cannot possibly inform you of each one. Perhaps you should focus on managing your own brother-in-law instead, he retorted before turning to enter the house. Lin's second uncle's wife, fuming, stamped her foot in frustration, her breathing noticeably heavier. Chapter 58 The Assistants in Garment Making, Revised. Upon returning from school, the three siblings, Lin Dong, Lin Nan, and Lin Shishi, were greeted by the sight of their mother joyfully arranging fabric on the kong. They soon learned that their father had purchased the material to make them new clothes, leaving their mouths agape in astonishment, as white as eggs. Lin Shishi rummaged through her evening attire, a makeshift nightgown, mismatched in color with sleeves of one hue and the hem in another, clearly fashioned from various old garments. The vibrant patchwork was a testament to their challenging circumstances, and they were fortunate it was intended for nighttime where, observing the garment, one could easily fathom the arduous journey of the fabric's origin. This year, remarkably, they would all don new clothes. The three of them were utterly astounded. Naturally, Lin Laozi took the opportunity to boast about his efforts, extolling the difficulty of procuring such fabric, all for the sake of his three little ones. He reminded them that as they grew successful, they must remember to honor him properly. Lin Dong, Lin Nan, and Lin Shishi readily agreed, showering him with sweet words, elated at the prospect of new attire, offering compliments as if they were free-flowing. Yet, it was Li Chunxing who was stirred by Lin Laozi's mention of the children growing up to be successful, bringing to mind a haunting dream she once had. In that dream, her three children fared worse than one another. Aside from the initial shock, Li Chunxing often found herself recalling the dreadful nightmare. To her, it was a truly terrifying vision. Even after a long time of forgetting it, its sudden recollection sent chills down her spine. As she faced her children, her voice unconsciously softened. Come here, let me take your measurements so I can make you look even more splendid. Instantly, Lin Dong, Lin Nan, and Lin Shishi rushed to their mother's side. Li Chunxing measured each of them in turn. Unbeknownst to her, her eldest son had grown tall enough to reach her chest. Although she was measuring sizes, the finished garments would inevitably be slightly larger, for the fabric was precious and would not be tailored too snugly, as children grow so rapidly. She hoped they could wear them for a couple of years at least. In the fourth household, the family of five reveled in laughter and joy, while the other households experienced a starkly different atmosphere. Lin Erbonyang was envious of the few pieces of fabric, feeling restless as she sat and stood, unable to find comfort. She could not fathom how Lin Laozi's fortunes had changed so dramatically. He was not only garnering attention in the village but had also made acquaintances at the Commune Supply and Marketing Cooperative, where he had managed to acquire fabric at a special price. Why did such good fortune fall upon Lin Laozi? What had her family lacked compared to his? Why was it not she who obtained the special fabric? Lin de Bonyang shared similar thoughts with Lin Erbonyang, pondering how Lin Laozi had stumbled upon such extraordinary luck and befriended individuals at the supply cooperative. Lin Laozi had transformed from a mere sparrow into something extraordinary. Almost simultaneously, Lin de Bonyang and Lin Erbonyang appeared at the entrance of the main house. As they had yet to divide the family assets, Lin Laozi's acquisition of the fabric surely warranted sharing half with the collective. Lin Laozi, however, would heed his father's words over theirs. Shortly thereafter, the sounds of Lin Laotai's scolding echoed through the house. Although strict at home, Lin Laotai would not unjustly chastise her daughters-in-law. This time, however, her eldest and second daughters-in-law had come to her with their demands, and if she were to be kind, they would only ride on her shoulders. Unsurprisingly, Lin de Bonyang and Lin Erbonyang would leave empty-handed after facing her wrath, receiving no benefits whatsoever. The third household, too, took note of the fabric. Lin San Bonyang lacked the courage to approach her mother-in-law for any. Moreover, having borne two daughters and no sons, she could not stand tall before her mother-in-law. As long as her daughters had something to wear, that sufficed. Besides, her husband, Lin San Bo, had made several trips to the black market, accumulating a total of $4.30, a sum she had never seen in her life, a veritable fortune. She had hidden away this substantial amount. With money in hand, her daughters were far more obedient than before, performing well in school, and life was steadily improving. Lin Sanbo Niang found herself hoping for another child. Lin Laozi had a vague inkling of Lin Sanbo's ventures to the black market after hearing the children mention that Sanbo was secretly fishing for himself and noting that he often left at night and returned before dawn. Lin Laozi had indeed detected the scent of fish on his brother and observed that his shoes were damp, muddied from the riverbanks. However, this did not concern Lin Laozi much. He considered himself unfit for the early mornings and late nights, and though he could earn money, it was hard-earned. He preferred his current stable and easy work. Aside from running errands to the commune and repairing the straw rope machine when it broke, he found his time mostly free. Presently, he was earning a fair amount of work points. Although not full points, it was significantly better than before. The team leader and the former party secretary had mentioned that if the profits were favorable, they might even distribute some share. This tantalizing prospect invigorated the hard-working members of the collective, who approached their tasks with renewed vigor. During this rare idle time of year, Lin Degu and Lin Ergu joined the team in repairing the irrigation canals and dams, enduring exhaustion and the cold just to earn their full work points. Lin Laozi could not bear such hardship and felt no envy towards his brothers for their ability to earn full points. Each day, after completing her chores, Li Chunxing would carve out ample time to make clothes for her children. She had no intention of sewing for herself, as she had previously been somewhat lazy. Her garments had worn slowly, and as long as she had something to wear, it sufficed. She dedicated herself to crafting a full outfit for her husband and each of her children. With her husband frequently away, a new outfit would lend him a touch of dignity. The children were growing rapidly, and last year's clothes were already too short, so she extended their old garments with scraps of fabric and alternated them with the new ones. The cotton jackets were made using the cotton from last year's clothes, supplemented with additional stuffing. Though these tasks may not seem numerous, they consumed a considerable amount of time. Li Chunxing was renowned for her exceptional needlework. Whenever there were weddings or engagements in the village, brides or grooms would seek her assistance, for her creations stood out distinctly, rivaling even those made by the commune's tailors. Recently, a family in the village, preparing to marry off their daughter, sought Li Chunxing's help to tailor garments for the occasion. Remarkably, it was not a stranger but the neighbor, old lady Kai, requesting attire for her daughter's dowry. The two women had always been at odds, viewing each other with disdain. In their youth, before the family divisions, they had often clashed. Now, with their parents gone for many years and having long since parted ways, each leading their own lives, their relations had softened somewhat. Villagers would approach Li Chunxing for assistance, and she would readily help with the cutting of patterns. If they sought her to sew, she typically received 2 eggs as a token of gratitude. This was only fair, as every household had its share of work to do, and one could not solely assist others while neglecting their own tasks. Moreover, sewing clothing was not a quick endeavor. It required both effort and time. Many families hesitated to part with 2 eggs unless there was a joyful occasion or if they were particularly fond of their daughters. Chapter 59. The remarkable attribute of the raven's mouth. Li Chunxing glanced at the pre-measured dimensions and inquired about the preferences of old lady Kai's sister-in-law, whether to make the garment larger or more fitted. This would give her a clearer idea as she wielded the scissors. In truth, villagers typically estimate and cut their own clothes, as contemporary styles tend to be quite loose and oversized. However, garments fashioned by Li Chunxing, though similar in their ample cut, possess a distinct elegance that surpasses those made by others. After listening to the requirements from old lady Kai's sister-in-law, Li Chunxing felt assured and began to snip away with her scissors deftly. With a serious demeanor and unwavering focus, she immersed herself in her work. Upon returning home, Lin Cixi gently set down her backpack, careful not to make a sound for fear of disturbing her mother. It was a rare sight to witness her mother's intense dedication. Old lady Kai's sister-in-law then praised the 3 children of the 4th household. Naturally, Li Chunxing was not asked to assist with making the clothes, as they were reluctant to part with the 2 eggs. Instead, they entrusted the task of tailoring the wedding dress to their daughter. Given that there was no pressing work at hand, a slower pace would suffice. Once the guests departed, Lin Cixi exclaimed softly, "Mom, you are amazing." Lin Nan chimed in, "Yes, I feel like just now, you didn't resemble Mom, but now you do." Lin Cixi nodded, reflecting that seriousness, whether in men or women, is inherently attractive and charming. "Mom, I scored 100 in both math and Chinese today," Lin Nan announced. However, his face fell as he confessed that despite his notable improvement, he had still missed passing by a single point. Just 1 mark stood between him and success, a most regrettable situation. In his class, Lin Dong also faced examinations today, and his efforts bore fruit. He passed both subjects with scores of 68 and 72, respectively. This was commendable, especially considering that earlier in the year, both he and Lin Nan had scored a resounding 0 in their tests, a glaringly obvious failure. Lin Laozi and Li Chuanqing essentially adopted a laissez-faire approach to parenting, never pushing their children too hard, otherwise, a dish of stir-fried bamboo shoots and meat would surely be forthcoming. The exam results of these two brothers astonished their teacher, who was all too aware of their previous academic struggles this semester. However, they had shown a semblance of diligence in their studies, notably attending every class without skipping. The transformation was remarkable. These boys, once known for their rebelliousness and penchant for truancy, had evolved into model students. Teachers were bewildered. Could it be that these two had finally seen the light? Yet, unbeknownst to them, the catalyst for this change was merely a 7-year-old sister endowed with the remarkable attribute of a raven's mouth, an attribute not to be trifled with. When Li Chuanqing informed Lin Laozi of their daughter's perfect score, he was filled with joy, lifting Lin Cixi into the air, prompting her to giggle joyfully. "Truly my daughter. Sharp-minded and deserving of a reward, I must go to your grandparents and ask for a treat," he declared, then turned to Lin Dong and Lin Nan, admonishing them to study hard lest they be outshined by their sister, which would be quite embarrassing. Lin Dong and Lin Nan fell silent. Competing with their sister seemed a daunting task. They were acutely aware of her academic pace, often joining her as she diligently reviewed and self-studied the second-grade material. She had already completed the first-grade curriculum and was well into the second, poised to finish by year's end before advancing to third-grade knowledge. Lin Nan felt a twinge of anxiety. He had spent 3 years in school before reaching the third grade, while his sister was self-taught and already on the cusp of mastering it after merely half a semester. The disparity was staggering, leaving him feeling despondent as a struggling student overshadowed by a brilliant and industrious sister, further complicated by his desire to not be outdone. Lin Laozi, brimming with excitement, went to share the news with Lin Lao Tu and Lin Lao Tai, candidly expressing that he had never been subtle in their presence, reveling in the pride of his favored daughter's achievement, an accomplishment unprecedented in the entire Lin family. Lin Lao Tu and Lin Lao Tai were equally pleased. What parent does not wish for their children to excel? Their pride in the achievements of their grandchildren reflected well upon them. With a sweeping gesture, Lin Lao Tai declared a reward of a boiled egg for the young scholar, a small boost for her intellect. Satisfied, Lin Laozi departed. Meanwhile, Lin Dongji discreetly observed the unfolding events, crouched beneath the window of the main room, eavesdropping on her uncle's request for boiled eggs. She could scarcely tolerate the perceived favoritism towards the fourth household. After all, what was merely a perfect score, she herself had scored 98, having erred on only 2 characters. Surely, she too deserved a reward. Eggs belonged to everyone. If the fourth household could partake, so could she. She had contributed to the household chores and fed the chickens, gathering earthworms and insects. It was wholly unfair that those who labored should be deprived of the fruits of their efforts. Lin Lao Tai's favoritism was evident, allowing only the fourth household to gather firewood to placate others. Determined, Lin Dongji approached her grandparents, demanding an egg. The math and Chinese questions had been straightforward, yielding her a perfect score in math, with the 2 points deducted solely for her errors in Chinese. Seeing her granddaughter barging in without knocking, Lin Lao Tai felt a headache coming on. "Old man, I'm feeling a bit dizzy, I'm going to lie down," she said, leaving Lin Lao Tu to face Lin Dongji. Lin Dongji had long perceived her grandparents as playing good cop and bad cop, with her grandfather being the latter. In truth, her grandfather was the more insufferable of the two, having enabled her grandmother's overbearing nature. She voiced her desire for an egg, asserting that her performance was commendable. Lin Lao Tu nodded in agreement, establishing a new family rule: any child achieving a perfect score would receive a boiled egg as a reward. The fourth household had several students, though their grades were rather mediocre. Lin Dongji easily secured her egg, resolving to keep a close watch on the fourth household. Whatever they had, she would have too. If they lacked something, she would ensure she had it, especially money. Lin Dongji felt confident, knowing her father worked tirelessly, selling fish in the black market, saving nearly 5 yuan, which her mother was keeping for her future business endeavors. Unbeknownst to Lin Cixi, Lin Dongji's thoughts were solely focused on overshadowing the fourth household. There was no rush, time was on her side. Many in the village were aware of Li Chuanqing's sewing skills, and with winter approaching, several families sought her assistance. Li Chuanqing willingly obliged, having not previously exhibited such benevolence. Ever since that ominous dream, she had been motivated to perform good deeds, hoping to accrue merit for her children. This newfound kindness also enhanced her standing within the village. A few female educated youth, aware of her talents, brought materials to seek her help. Several of them came from well-off families, with both parents working and sending money and supplies each month, making them more than willing to invest in quality garments. Chapter 60. Passing down to daughters, not sons. Among the 6 female educated youths who came together, expressed a desire to create new garments, while the remaining 2 merely joined in for the sake of camaraderie. This gathering marked the first encounter with Zhao Xinrong since Lin Xiugu had taken her to the educated youth station. Zhao Xinrong had come along for the outing, having brought her old cotton clothes from home, thus ensuring she had something to wear. As Lin Cixi scrutinized Zhao Xinrong, the latter was also assessing her in return. After a period of separation, Zhao Xinrong had undergone a significant transformation, to the extent that Lin Cixi almost failed to recognize her. Zhao Xinrong's complexion appeared considerably poorer than before. Despite the current agricultural off-season, it seemed implausible for her to be so tanned under the sun, especially when the male-educated youths, toiling alongside the village men to repair the irrigation channels, likely did not suffer as much sun exposure as Zhao Xinrong. This discrepancy struck Lin Cixi as rather peculiar. A sudden pang of guilt washed over her. Could it possibly be due to her? The last time she had accompanied her aunt to the educated youth station to request Zhao Xinrong's assistance in purchasing some snowflower cream, Zhao Xinrong had looked down upon the rural folk, dismissing her aunt while simultaneously seeking her help. Despite the laughter that echoed from within the house, when Zhao Xinrong heard her roommate mention Lin Xiaogu's arrival, she feigned ignorance, deliberately making her and her aunt wait outside for an extended period. Her aunt, being quite naive, harbored no doubts about Zhao Xinrong's intentions. In a moment of indignation, Lin Cixi had made a few remarks, one of which criticized Zhao Xinrong's dark complexion and unattractive appearance. Lin Nan could attest to the impact of her words. Although Lin Cixi later retracted her statement, it was clear her apology lacked sincerity, as she attempted to humorously assert that Zhao Xinrong was not ugly and her skin was not excessively dark. Evidently, such reassurances were futile. Even she could not predict which of her disparaging remarks might come to fruition. Lacking control over her words, she often endeavored to speak positively, yet there were times when she unwittingly forgot about the matter entirely. Zhao Xinrong, with her duplicitous nature, was not genuinely noble. Rather, she treated others as fools while attempting to shirk the financial responsibility of her aunt's modest purchase, which amounted to merely a dime. In an era when fruit candies cost a penny each, one could procure 10 for the same price. Surely, indulging in sweets would be more gratifying. Previously, Lin Cixi had witnessed how Zhao Xinrong had lost face at the educated youth station, where the others had huddled together, leaving her isolated. Today, she had mustered the audacity to join them, only to find herself at Lin Cixi's home. What a twist of fate! Despite her youth, Lin Cixi possessed a pair of eyes that seemed capable of penetrating the depths of one's soul, leaving Zhao Xinrong with an unsettling sensation of being scrutinized. However, Zhao Xinrong harbored many ulterior motives, further intensifying her aversion to engaging with Lin Cixi. The nature of first impressions can be quite telling. If someone instills an immediate sense of discomfort upon first glance, it is wise to heed that instinct and maintain distance. Li Chuanqing had her hands full with making garments for men and 3 children. Fearing she would be unable to complete them all, thus, she only agreed to assist 2 individuals. Should she finish these 2 pieces and have time remaining, she would continue her work for them. The educated youths, understanding and considerate, readily accepted her terms. Yet, Zhao Xinrong merely scoffed, dismissing Li Chuanqing as a simple countrywoman who was merely pretending to be generous. After all, who in the village was unaware that the educated youths hailed from the big city, known for their generosity? They would not allow her to sew for free. Zhao Xinrong's thoughts ran thus, though she remained conscious of Lin Cixi's presence. Despite the girl's youth, her sharp tongue was not to be underestimated. Li Chuanqing consented to assist with the clothing, and the 2 educated youths pledged 5 eggs as payment, presenting 2 as a deposit. Li Chuanqing measured their dimensions and inquired about their desired styles. The city girls, possessing a certain degree of financial freedom, were inclined to have their new outfits tailored to fit well, rather than overly loose. At the tender age of 18 or 19, they were particularly fond of dressing up. Although flamboyant attire was currently frowned upon, they aimed to create something appealing within the existing constraints, cinching the waist to accentuate their figures. The educated youths perused the options further, engaging in light conversation with Li Chuanqing. One young woman, her hair styled in 2 braids, produced 2 fruit candies from her pocket originally meant for herself. She kindly offered them to Lin Cixi. These educated youths had all witnessed the spirited exchanges between Lin Cixi and Zhao Xinrong, and they appreciated Lin Cixi's forthright character, unafraid of conflict and unwilling to be taken advantage of. The tenacity of rural children resembled that of weeds. They thrived even in the narrowest of crevices, showcasing remarkable vitality. Lin Cixi gazed at Li Chuanqing, seeking her approval. Once she received a nod, Lin Cixi accepted the candy and expressed her gratitude politely. After the educated youths departed, Lin Cixi unwrapped the candy, savoring it while observing her mother sew. Li Chuanqing was deeply engrossed in her work, nearly forgetting her little girl's presence. By the time she recalled Lin Cixi was beside her, she had already finished cutting the first garment. Noticing her daughter appeared a bit bored, Li Chuanqing rummaged through the cabinet for a scrap of old fabric and some needle and thread. "Cixi, come here. Mama will teach you how to embroider. I'll start with some basics. I began learning from your grandmother when I was about your age." Lin Cixi, feeling a bit restless, thought to herself that she might as well give it a try, as there was little else to occupy her time. Li Chuanxing, unsure of how to instruct a child, reflected on how her own mother had taught her. After a moment of contemplation, Li Chuanxing recalled the right approach. Meanwhile, Aunt Lin Er, observing the educated youths exiting the four-room house, watched intently as they arrived with their belongings. Once they had left, she eagerly knocked on the door, inquiring about their purpose for visiting. Upon entering, she naturally noticed Li Chuanxing cutting fabric on the con. Her eyes turned envious as she beheld little Lin Cece, wielding a needle and playfully poking at the old cloth. "Sister-in-law, are you teaching Cece needlework? How is she doing?" "She is just starting and knows nothing yet," Li Chuanxing replied. Aunt Lin Er quickly suggested, "My daughter Li Chiu is in the house, let me call her over to learn with Cece. Two children learning together will progress faster." Li Chuanxing smirked internally, realizing that her amiability had perhaps been misconstrued. "Sister-in-law, Cece is merely playing with the fabric I took out. With your guidance, Li Chiu will surely excel. I am quite busy with the educated youth seeking my help for their clothes, as well as my own family's garments. I simply don't have the time. If she comes, it would be in vain." "You can certainly sew, and as for embroidery, it's a family tradition passed down to the daughters, not the sons," Li Chuanxing stated plainly. Chapter 61. The broadened horizon. Aunt Lin Er was well aware that it was not easy to take advantage of the couple from the fourth household. In fact, since she married into the Lin family, she had never managed to gain any benefit from them, not even a verbal advantage, let alone any material possessions. She had long been envious of the skill possessed by the fourth sister-in-law, and her eyes were opened to this remarkable talent during the wedding of the fourth brother and his bride. The ordinary pillowcase that accompanied the dowry was embroidered with lifelike mandarin ducks. Upon turning the pillowcase over, she was astonished to find that the reverse side was just as immaculate as the front, showcasing a remarkable double-sided embroidery technique that left their group utterly dumbfounded. Each of them had begun their needlework from a young age, convinced that their own skills were on par with anyone else's. However, when it came to Li Chuanxing, they were acutely aware of their limitations. Initially, Aunt Lin Er thought that the fourth sister-in-law was incredibly talented and hoped she wouldn't look down on these elder sisters-in-law. She couldn't help but ponder how such a remarkable fourth sister-in-law, a true gem, had ended up with the lazy fourth brother. Was it possible that she had been deceived by his handsome appearance? After their marriage, she discovered that fourth brother was indeed indolent and gluttonous, which must have disheartened the fourth sister-in-law. Yet, to everyone's surprise, the fourth sister-in-law was not what they had expected. It seemed that they were truly one family, as the fourth sister-in-law and fourth brother were perfectly matched in temperament and character. Fortunately, they had become a family. Otherwise, if they had been paired with someone else, it could have led to disaster. Reflecting on this now, Aunt Lin Er felt a sense of amazement, particularly regarding the embroidery skills of the fourth sister-in-law. Regrettably, no one in the fourth sister-in-law's family had taken the time to teach these skills. Otherwise, her daughter would have had a valuable craft to rely on after marriage. For instance, now that the fourth sister-in-law's exceptional talent had become known, people were beginning to seek her out for clothing. It was unreasonable to expect her to work for free, especially for those with no familial ties. Others would feel uncomfortable about it. They would at least offer something as a token of appreciation. It was an additional source of income. It was said that when seeking clothing from the fourth sister-in-law, one should offer 2 eggs. Aunt Lin Er thought this was rather excessive, considering the value of eggs. One would suffice. Fourth sister-in-law, if the educated youth are coming to you for clothing, you can't let them take advantage of you, can you? Aunt Lin Er inquired, surmising that, given the fourth sister-in-law's nature, she would expect 2 eggs. Otherwise, she might not deem it worthwhile to help. Li Chuanxing did not hide the truth, saying, "They offered 5 eggs, they gave 2 as a deposit and will provide the remaining 3 once the clothing is finished." Aunt Lin Er's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape. They were indeed generous, these educated youths. She couldn't help but wish her own skills matched those of the fourth sister-in-law. She wouldn't ask for 5 eggs, even 2 would be sufficient, or even just 1. Aunt Lin Er beamed with warmth. "Fourth sister-in-law, you truly are remarkable. Since Cece is still young, how about I ask her to apprentice under you? In the future, she can take care of you in your old age." Li Chuanxing cast her a sidelong glance. "No, I do not accept apprentices. My skills are meant only for my daughter. I have both a son and a daughter. Why would I need my niece to take care of me? Does that imply I am so old that my children cannot support me?" Li Chuanxing was no fool. She wouldn't be easily swayed by a few flattering words. Aunt Lin Er chuckled awkwardly. "That was not my intention." Meanwhile, Lin Cece diligently embroidered a few stitches based on her mother's instructions, feeling quite pleased with herself. Each stitch was distinct, and her seriousness surpassed that of her studies. However, the final result left much to be desired. It seemed that her talent lay solely in academics. Aunt Lin Er glanced at Lin Cece's fabric and nearly burst into laughter, realizing that if the fourth sister-in-law was unwilling to teach outsiders, her skills would soon vanish. Initially, Aunt Lin Er had felt quite envious. However, witnessing Lin Cece's chaotic embroidery brought her a sense of relief. This was not a skill one could learn merely through instruction. it required innate talent. Aunt Lin Er gracefully departed from the fourth household. Lin Cece thought she had just been mocked by her aunt, but she had no evidence. Frustrated, she felt a surge of anger. As Li Chuanqing worked on the clothing, she took a moment to glance over and quietly retrieved a piece of old fabric from the cupboard. She patiently explained the techniques to her daughter, ensuring that this time, Cece would not embroider haphazardly but would trace over previous works. Lin Cece flipped through a handkerchief embroidered with flying birds and bamboo groves, both sides showcasing the same exquisite design. It looked so impressive that she felt compelled to cherish it, reluctant to use such a beautiful piece of art. Her mother truly possessed hidden talents. With starry eyes, Lin Cece gazed at her mother. "Mom, your embroidery is so beautiful, can I learn to stitch like that too?" Li Chuanqing smiled with pride, recalling that she had started learning at about the same age as Lin Cece, around 7 or 8 years old. Her mother and grandmother had praised her talent, claiming she surpassed both of them in skill. If she had talent, surely her daughter would as well. Of course, as long as you study diligently, you will surely surpass your mother's embroidery. Just be careful not to prick your fingers. Filled with confidence, Lin Cece grasped the needle and began her work. It made no sense for her mother to stitch so beautifully while she herself would not do the same. Little Cece was quite serious. After a considerable time, Lin Cece inspected her creation, a plump, chubby bird. Could such a rotund creature even take flight? Just then, Lin Nan dashed in from outside, having spent the day collecting bird eggs with his friends. They had gathered quite a haul, each receiving 5 eggs. He had eaten 1 and saved the remaining 4 to share with his parents and siblings. In the past, he would keep 2 for himself, but he had learned it was insufficient to share, as he devoured them all. Fortunately, they had found plenty today. There was enough to go around. Lin Nan leaned over. "Wow, sister, you can even stitch ducks. This is impressive. Is this the duck's beak here, and are these its feet?" Ouch, that stung. Lin Cece looked at her handiwork, which was supposed to be a bird, not a duck, just a bit on the chubby side. "Second brother, this is a flying bird, not feet but feathers on its wings," Lin Cece corrected him. Lin Nan furrowed his brows, pondering whether it truly wasn't a duck. It did bear a striking resemblance. He wisely refrained from voicing his thoughts, instead complimenting, "This bird is so plump it has become misshapen from eating too many bugs." Lin Cece remained silent. Lin Nan proudly pulled a warm roasted bird egg from his pocket, still slightly warm. "Mom, sister, eat this roasted bird egg while it's hot, it's delicious, and we can all have one." Lin Cece quickly set down her needle. Perhaps it was best for her to focus on her studies from now on. After enjoying the roasted bird eggs, Lin Cece eagerly pulled Lin Nan along and said to Li Chuanqing, "Mom, second brother and I are going to study. Oh dear, the final exams are approaching. We need to make the most of our time." Lin Nan thought to himself, "But I have already finished my homework, why must we study again?" He regretted coming back to deliver the roasted bird eggs, as it would have been much better to eat them himself. Chapter 62. Omani is here. After her 2 children left for their studies, Li Chuanqing glanced at the charming duck embroidered by her little daughter. It was quite adorable. It was her first attempt at embroidery, and it was satisfactory. She held no high expectations for her children, merely wishing for them to grow up joyfully and healthily. With a smile, she carefully placed her daughter's duck into the wooden box. The days that followed unfolded as usual. Aside from the increasingly cold weather, nothing much changed. Li Chuanqing worked diligently to complete the clothing for the 2 educated youths, instructing Lin Cece to notify them to come and collect their garments. With the onset of colder temperatures, the household needed to stockpile firewood. She had been gathering it since before the chill set in, knowing that cooking and heating the home would consume a substantial amount of wood during winter. Before the snowfall, they needed to ensure they had enough to last the entire season. Consequently, the Lin family, both young and old, were mobilized for the task. Lin Dong and Lin Nan accompanied them, while Li Chuanqing and Lin Cece stayed behind. Li Chuanqing had unfinished clothing to attend to, and Lin Cece, being younger, could not gather much, so Grandma Lin decided against bringing her along. The family had no objections, except for Lin Dongji, who felt slighted. She believed her grandmother was being biased. Just because she was younger didn't mean she couldn't contribute. When she was Lin Cece's age, she had helped her sister with chores. If there was favoritism, it should be stated plainly, rather than using age as an excuse. After 2 days of gathering wood, Lin Dongji resolved not to go anymore. She decided that if Lin Cece went, she would too. If Lin Cece stayed behind, so would she. Lin Cece ventured to the educated youth point to find those who were to collect their clothing. Having previously accompanied her aunt there, she knew the way. On her journey, she encountered her deskmate, Su Shaoqing, whose younger brother was playing at the entrance. Spotting Lin Cece from afar, he waved excitedly. Upon learning that Lin Cece was heading to the educated youth point, Su Shaoqing decided to follow along with her brother. The 3 children hopped along the path, soon arriving at the educated youth point. Lin Cece called out into the courtyard, and someone soon emerged from the house. It was the young female educated youth who had given her candy last time, her hair styled in 2 braided buns. With a smile, she said, "Ah, it's you. Has your mother finished making our clothes?" "Hello, beautiful sister, yes, they're ready. My mother asked me to tell you to come try them on when you have time. If they don't fit, adjustments can be made," Lin Cece replied cheerfully. "The little girl has quite the sweet tongue. All right, I shall come by shortly," the young educated youth laughed. "Okay, goodbye, beautiful sister," Lin Cece said as she, along with Su Shaoqing and her brother, departed. At the entrance, Zhao Xinrong glared angrily at Lin Cece's retreating figure, resentful that she was called beautiful sister while she herself was addressed as aunt. How shameless! Turning back, Huang Xiaoying noticed Zhao Xinrong's distorted expression and, upon seeing her cold demeanor, raised an eyebrow. She wasn't particularly fond of Zhao Xinrong, suspecting her of having a bad temper, being vain, and boasting about her family's wealth, despite her appearance suggesting otherwise. Though uncertain about the state of her family's finances, Zhao Xinrong was often the one receiving the least parcels from home. Huang Xiaoying called upon her fellow educated youths to join her. The remaining two, who were also interested in having clothes made, expressed their desire to join in the outing, eager to see how the new garments turned out. If they were satisfactory, they would wait until Li Chuanqing had time to make theirs. If not, they would head to the commune's tailor, spending a little money for professional craftsmanship. In no time, the room was filled with 6 people, 5 of whom were heading out, leaving only the sulking Zhao Xinrong behind. Feeling isolated, Zhao Xinrong followed along, determined to see just how skilled these rural women really were and if their craftsmanship was worth 5 eggs. Huang Xiaoying and her companions exchanged glances, silently agreeing to disregard her presence. Lin Cece invited Su Shaoqing and her brother to her home for a visit, but Su Shaoqing declined, suggesting they would come another day as her mother would soon finish work, and they preferred to wait at home. Lin Cece did not press the matter, and they parted ways near Su Shaoqing's house, with Lin Cece heading home first. Almost immediately, upon her arrival, the educated youths arrived as well. Huang Xiaoying examined the clothing Li Chuanqing had made. The craftsmanship was meticulous, and she quickly tried it on. It fit perfectly, neither too loose nor too tight, and the style was appealing, enhancing her appearance immensely. Huang Xiaoying was thoroughly pleased. Another educated youth also tried on the garment, finding that it elevated her otherwise ordinary looks. The two who had initially intended to have clothing made inquired if Li Chuanqing, although Li Chuanqing had planned to make clothing for the children next, the prospect of earning 5 eggs for each garment was too tempting to resist. After a moment's consideration, she agreed, deciding she could always work late to finish the children's clothes later. Opportunities like this did not come often. The two educated youths were thrilled, eagerly stating they would bring the fabric over that evening. Huang Xiaoying and her companion brought 3 eggs with them, intending to give them to Li Chuanqing if the clothing fit well. They were delighted with the garments and happily handed over the eggs. Zhao Xinrong was somewhat incredulous. Could it be that Li Chuanqing's work was genuinely commendable? Wasn't she just an unsophisticated woman from the countryside? The styles she produced rivaled those found in city department stores. Originally, she had intended to find faults, but upon arriving, she found no grounds for complaint. Zhao Xinrong fell silent. Lin Cece stood proudly beside her mother, recognizing her mother's remarkable skills. The current labor force was somewhat undervalued, and Lin Cece understood that her mother had been tirelessly working on those 2 garments for days, the labor far exceeding the worth of the 5 eggs. Together, the 2 garments amounted to 10 eggs, which meant 2 eggs each for their family of 5. When it came to eating eggs, no one was more delighted than Lin Nan, who joyfully bounced around the house. Li Chuanqing remained busy until just before the snowfall. The snow fell heavily, marking a swift transition from early winter to the depths of winter. The snowfall was so intense that the school hastily conducted final exams, granting a holiday thereafter. Soon, they began hibernating for the winter. Fortunately, just before the snow fell, Grandma Lin foresaw the need and sent Lin Si to the commune to retrieve essential supplies. With the frigid weather, the task of making straw ropes became increasingly arduous, and those working on it developed frostbite on their hands. The straw needed to be moistened with water before it could be processed, making it no easy task to handle the frigid straw in such cold conditions. Despite the harsh circumstances, the workers did not complain. The team leader and the old party secretary observed this situation closely. After calculating the income from the straw rope production over the past 3 months, they were astonished to find that, in a brief period, they had earned 300 yuan. Averaging 100 yuan per month, the initial struggles with the machinery had resulted in fewer finished products. After discussion, the team leader and party secretary decided to convert the workers' earnings into cash to distribute, rather than dividing it into work points, fearing backlash from the workers. This distribution would be a one-time occurrence. Thereafter, all income would revert to work points. Chapter 63. A resounding arrival in the city. Lin Laosi divided a total of 8 yuan among the workers, and the amount each person received was fairly similar, save for those who had taken leave and were subject to deductions. They received their very first paycheck, equivalent to the monthly wage of an ordinary laborer consuming commercial grain. Each individual could hardly contain their excitement, their hearts brimming with satisfaction. Typically, the labor points earned in the fields were predominantly exchanged for food, barely enough to keep hunger at bay throughout the year. The mere thought of receiving a share during the new year seemed like a distant dream. Simply not owing grain to the team was already considered a significant achievement. Moreover, they had only just embarked on this new endeavor. Initially, the new machinery proved challenging to operate, and it took several days of practice before it became manageable. Additionally, their hands were still untrained, unlike the current abundance of straw ropes they produced. Yet, astonishingly, each of them ended up with several yuan. As they became more adept, the quantity of work they accomplished would surely increase, leading to even greater wages. Oh, how fortunate they felt. In the past, such prospects would have been beyond their wildest imaginings. Where could one find such a lucrative opportunity? The exhaustion and hardships they endured were momentarily overshadowed by the prospect of ample earnings. Outside, the biting cold wind swept through, icicles hanging long from the eaves. As the frigid air stung their reddened faces and ears, the frostbite on their hands ached and itched. Yet, in that moment, all was worthwhile. Life is never devoid of hardship. Earning money invariably requires toil. Though the days may be arduous and filled with struggle, they held promise for a brighter future. Clutching their money, smiles stretched across their faces. Su Shaoqing's mother, Zhou Yan, remarked, "We have all earned a considerable sum, but let us keep this knowledge to ourselves. We must remind our families not to boast about it. The suffering we endured in this work is invisible to others, yet there is no guarantee that someone won't feel envious of our earnings. We are doing well. We must avoid drawing any negative attention that could jeopardize this opportunity. Losing this lucrative work would leave us with nowhere to lament." The other two women nodded in agreement, echoing, "You are indeed thoughtful, Zhou. It makes no sense to flaunt our fortune. We should remain as we always have, finishing our tasks and avoiding idle chatter in the village. We can talk, but let us not divulge the details of our situation. Generally, the atmosphere in our village is quite good, but one can never be too cautious. If anyone inquires, let us remain silent. Our team leader and the former secretary are not ones to gossip, and it's unlikely anyone would approach them with questions. The longer we can keep this under wraps, the better." This proposal received unanimous consent. Even Lin Laosi, Lin Guodong, nodded in agreement. Su Cheng also refrained from speaking out, for his father was the team leader, and discussing it with others would only invite trouble for him. Lin Laosi returned home as usual. School was on holiday, the weather outside was frigid, prompting everyone to huddle together on the Kong. Lin Sisi had completed her second-grade textbooks and was now tackling her third-grade materials. The third-grade books were readily available, as her second brother was currently using them. Since the winter holiday commenced shortly after the first major snowfall of the year, Lin Sisi set herself a task to practice writing a character each day, and she encouraged Lin Dong and Lin Nan to join her. After several days, both of her brothers showed noticeable improvement in their handwriting. Each sheet of paper bore writing on both sides, which hardly constituted waste. When Lin Laosi returned, he noted the weather had improved. He decided to take his wife and children to the Communist Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Li Chuanqing laughed. "Found some money, have you? Otherwise, why would you take the kids to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative?" Lin Dong, Lin Nan, and Lin Cc's eyes sparkled with anticipation as they looked up at their father. "Dad, did I hear you right? You retaking us to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative?" Lin Nan, slightly skeptical, remarked, for he had seldom been there in his life. When something was needed at home, the adults typically went alone, reluctant to bring the children along due to the distance. Lin Nan expressed his thoughts aloud, prompting Lin Sisi to roll her eyes. "Second brother, at least you've been to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. I've never been." In her memory, she had never visited, so she assumed Lin Sisi was correct. Indeed, in the earlier years, Lin Sisi had been too young, and coupled with the poor harvests, merely having enough to eat was considered a blessing. Who had the inclination to take children to the commune? After all, any trip would leave them famished. Thus, unless it was of utmost importance, they rarely ventured out. Besides, it was pointless to go when their pockets were empty, lacking both money and ration tickets. "We'll all go, and I'll treat you to the big meat buns at the state-run restaurant." Lin Laosi chuckled as he observed his children bickering. "Oh, Dad, you're the best." Upon hearing about the big meat buns, the three little ones nearly drooled with excitement. Lin Laosi quickly divulged the news of his wages to his wife and children. Li Chuanqing was astonished, almost doubting her hearing. They had indeed received their pay, and it was quite substantial. With the arrival of their wages, Li Chuanqing was no longer concerned about the need for grain tickets to buy meat buns. With a grand gesture, she declared, "Let us all go and buy them." They had only 2 grain tickets at home, and spending them early would bring peace of mind. "Yay! Mommy and Daddy, this is wonderful, let us go have some fun." Li Chuanqing quietly inquired of Lin Laosi if they should give some of the earnings to the elderly couple, considering they had not yet divided the family. Lin Laosi shook his head. "Not just yet. If we give them money now, they won't be willing to spend it. Next time we go to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, we'll see if we can buy something suitable for them." Thus, Lin Dong, Lin Nan, and Lin Sisi began to eagerly anticipate favorable weather. However, instead of clear skies, another light snowfall arrived. The previous snow had not yet melted, and upon waking one morning, they found themselves blanketed by a fresh layer. The snow on the ground had deepened. The accumulated snow from the last snowfall still lingered. One morning, the entire family came together to shovel the snow from their courtyard. Lin Sisi and Lin Nan, upon waking, opened their eyes to the sight of a white wonderland outside their window, their little faces scrunched up, lamenting how difficult it was to venture out in winter. Nearly a week later, as the middle of the 12th month approached, they finally welcomed a day of fair weather, calm winds and bright, blinding sunlight that made everyone feel languid. During these days, the children eagerly awaited the trip, and Lin Laosi noticed their anticipation, planning to take them out soon to alleviate their longing. He made a decisive choice. There was no better time than the present, so they would go today. Li Chuanqing busied herself gathering the items they would need to take. Lin Laosi also had another matter to attend to at the commune, delivering the straw ropes to the supply and marketing cooperative. This would conveniently coincide with their trip, without causing any delays. Lin Laosi had been getting along well with his cousin who drove the ox cart during this period. He mentioned that his wife and children would accompany him to the commune, and his cousin readily agreed. Having a few extra people aboard made no difference. They were all simply driving the ox cart together, and it was nice to do a small favor for one another. Lin Sisi donned her little backpack and her mother's lovingly knitted hat, bundled up snugly, leaving only her big, sparkling eyes peering out. Oh, how thrilling it was to enter the city. Although it was not a county seat, merely a small town, it was still a rare opportunity to venture out and see the world. Throughout the journey, Lin Sisi was filled with curiosity as she rode in the ox cart for the first time. The cart swayed gently, moving only slightly faster than walking, and the ride was rather bumpy. Chapter 64 prominently features a clear bias. As they arrived at the commune and made a beeline for the supply and marketing cooperative, the procurement department was located at a different entrance, and the ox cart, familiar with the route, came to a halt outside. Lin Laosi jumped down from the cart and entered first. Before long, he emerged alongside group leader Li Chuanqing, accompanied by the children, also descended from the cart and stood to the side. Lin Sisi curiously surveyed her surroundings. Accustomed to decay and desolation, she noted that the commune was significantly better than the village, with wider streets and neatly arranged brick houses lining the roads. Lin Laosi introduced Wu group leader, saying, "This is your sister-in-law, along with my 3 children. With the new year approaching, it's not too busy at home, so I brought them out for a stroll." Dong Dong, Nan Nan, Sisi, greet Uncle Wu. Hello, Uncle Wu, Lin Dong, Lin Nan, and Lin Sisi politely chorused. Group leader Wu warmly greeted Li Chuanqing and the 3 children. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Laosi joined the relatives who had driven the ox cart to help carry a stack of straw ropes into the storeroom. Group leader Wu, not idle himself, went to the front counter to buy half a pound of biscuits for the 3 children. How can I accept such kindness, Uncle Wu? Li Chuanqing had previously heard her husband speak highly of group leader Wu, considering him a man of integrity worth befriending. Kindness? It's merely a treat for these children on our first meeting, sister-in-law. Please don't decline, unless you find it unworthy. Seeing Wu's genuine offer, Li Chuanqing urged the children to thank Uncle Wu. Group leader Wu nodded and followed them into the storeroom. After unloading the straw ropes, he recalled Lin Laosi mentioning the intention to purchase New Year goods and inquired what they needed, guiding them to the counter for purchases. As the new year approached, the cooperative was teeming with people. This was Lin Sisi's first experience of such a scene, far busier than the last grain distribution in the village. Bodies pressed against one another, those outside struggled to enter while those inside found it difficult to exit, clutching their hard-earned goods high, fearing they might be crushed or lost. Outside, anxious shoppers pressed in, fearing they might miss out on their purchases. The cooperative, comprising 3 storefronts, was overflowing with people, nearly threatening to lift the roof off. Lin Sisi glanced down at her petite frame, estimating that within the crowd, she would likely be trampled underfoot. Fortunately, they did not have to jostle with the crowd. Having learned what Lin Laosi intended to buy, group leader Wu led him through a staff passage to make their purchases, securing several items that were unavailable at the front counters, even if they were not on sale. They paid the appropriate prices. When Lin Laosi emerged, he bore numerous bags. Among the items was tooth powder, which his little daughter had fervently requested. Initially mistaken for toothpaste, the cooperative only offered this tooth powder, so they acquired 2 boxes. Other purchases included soap, snowflake cream, and gallows oil, essential for combating the winter's chill that left both adults and children susceptible to dry skin. Lin Laosi and his 2 sons would use the gallows oil, while his wife and daughter would apply the snowflake cream. The favoritism was glaringly evident. Lin Laosi bought a considerable amount of goods, both edible and practical. Upon exiting the cooperative, he expressed his gratitude once more to group leader Wu. Without Wu's assistance, he would never have managed to procure so many items. At the counter, he could only afford to buy 2 at most, even with money and vouchers. He found the sales staff often impatient. Group leader Wu waved his hand dismissively, urging him not to be so courteous. Lin Laosi then departed with his wife and children, pausing to let the ox cart wait at the intersection. He took his family to the state-run restaurant. The children vividly remembered his promise to buy large meat buns and could not forget it. With Lin Nan, the little foodie, in tow, he was bound to mention it incessantly, morning and night. If they did not buy him the large meat bun today, there would be no telling how much fuss he would make. As luck would have it, it was nearly noon. Although they had set out early, the muddy snow on the road impeded their speed. After lingering at the cooperative for some time, they had already reached mealtime. The relatives driving the ox cart could not be kept waiting for too long, so they decided to purchase some meat buns to eat. At last, Lin Nan got to indulge in the long-desired large meat bun. Lin Cece held a bun larger than her own face, and now, the quality was genuinely commendable. The bun was sizable and generously filled, revealing its savory contents upon the first bite, a mixture of pork and green onion. Lin Cece felt this was the best meal she had enjoyed since arriving in this world. She was small, and one bun was sufficient to satiate her, yet her mouth still craved more. Lin Cece resisted the urge, fearing it might lead to discomfort, still yearning for more due to a lack of indulgence in the past. Lin Dong and Lin Nan each consumed 1.5 buns. It seemed they, too, were full but still desired more. Lin Laosi poured some water into a bowl, and the whole family drank. Li Chuanqing and Lin Laosi wrapped a bun to take back to the relatives driving the ox cart. Upon returning home, Lin Laosi offered it to the man, who insisted on refusing. Nowadays, a single meat bun had become quite a luxury. No family was affluent, and even plain white buns were a rarity, let alone the meat buns. The principle of no gain without effort prevailed. Despite his mouth watering at the sight, the man resolutely declined whatever Lin Laosi and Li Chuanqing offered him. In recent years, conditions had improved somewhat, but in earlier times, a single bite of food could save a life. Having endured hardships, they valued food more than life itself and could not bear to take someone else's bun without a fair exchange. Lin Laosi had no choice but to put the bun away. The ox cart driver was a member of the Lin family, naturally bearing the surname Lin, named Lin Yutai, the second uncle of Lin Xuanzhu. Lin Laosi and Lin Xuanzhu were of the same generation, and Lin Laosi referred to him as Uncle Tai. Uncle Tai was well aware of Lin Laosi's past conduct and had previously looked down upon him, believing Lin Laosi could not compare to his nephew Xuanzhu, who consistently earned full work points, truly a person capable of making a living. Recently, the two had frequently collaborated in delivering goods to the cooperative, and Uncle Tai had begun to reassess Lin Laosi, recognizing that he was not as incapable as the villagers claimed. Aside from his illicit dealings, he was a decent fellow, a bright and capable young man who could engage in conversation and manage affairs. Observing the couple burdened with numerous packages, Uncle Tai worried they had squandered all the money they had received recently, thinking they were simply inept at managing their finances, spending too freely and too quickly in a world where earning money was challenging. Unable to resist imparting some advice, he suggested they save a portion of their earnings, as one never knew when they might need it. With children growing up, they should not forget about their 2 sons. They needed to save to build houses for them and provide dowries for their daughters. There were countless expenses ahead, and it was prudent to begin saving for their children now, rather than focusing only on the present. If they found themselves unable to provide for their children's futures, it would only hinder their prospects. Lin Laosi understood that Uncle Tai meant well, so he simply nodded in agreement, promising to be more mindful in the future. Uncle Tai's sentiments were echoed throughout the village, as many shared the same perspective. The journey home felt swifter than the outbound trip. Once they returned, Lin Cece wrapped her arms around Lin Laosi's neck and began her whimsical declarations. "Daddy, when I grow up and earn money, I will buy you whatever you desire. I'll get you a little car so you can go wherever you wish and buy anything you like." Lin Laosi's heart swelled with affection, fully aware that his daughter had absorbed Uncle Tai's admonitions, feeling a pang of sympathy for him. Truly, she was like a warm cotton-padded jacket, yet, he found her words oddly familiar, reminiscent of what he must have said to his own parents in his youth. Chapter 65. Is this rascal pilfering his own money? Lin Laosi exclaimed. Although his words were not identical to those spoken to his little daughter, the essence remained unchanged. In his youth, he would utter sweet nothings, fully aware that such flattery would please the adults. Yet, it seemed he had never truly accomplished this. Swiftly, Lin Laosi rummaged through a heap of items to extract the goods he had procured for his parents today, merely some foodstuffs, pastries, and a bit of loose liquor for his father. He carried them to the main house, where the entire family huddled together against the winter chill. Venturing outside in this weather required a blend of courage and integrity. The family's cotton garments had been worn for many years, providing little warmth. Although today was somewhat milder than the previous days, it was still cold. The commotion in the courtyard had not gone unnoticed, as each household peered through their windows. It was already known that the 4 households were headed to the commune today. Lin Laosi and his wife had brought home quite a haul. While everyone understood that it was unlikely to pry any items from the couple, curiosity gnawed at them. What exactly had they purchased, and how could they afford so much? Where had Lin Laosi acquired such funds? Had the elderly parents gifted him money? A flurry of speculation ensued among the family members. Lin Laosi and Li Chuanqing were acutely aware that their conspicuous display would attract attention. How could they avoid it? This was the downside of living in close quarters. Any stir in one household reverberated through the rest, leaving no room for privacy. Lin Laosi and Li Chuanqing had contemplated the notion of separating their household. After Lin Dongji had broached the subject last time, the couple meticulously analyzed the pros and cons of such a decision. For instance, household chores were currently shared on a rotational basis, with each household taking turns every 4 days. If they were to separate, daily chores would have to be tackled without respite. The children in the fourth household were younger than those in the other three, where the older kids could assist the adults with their tasks. Lin Laosi and Li Chuanqing, being rather indolent, opted to maintain the status quo, reluctant to stir the pot. Moreover, it was widely perceived that the fourth household, being the laziest, would struggle to make ends meet if they separated. This sentiment was not only shared by outsiders but also echoed in the minds of his parents. They cared for him deeply, so he could hardly bring himself to suggest partitioning the family, which would undoubtedly hurt them. Thus, the lack of privacy was a shared inconvenience, and the decision to separate was beyond his control. This sentiment was not unique to Lin Laosi. The first and second households shared similar views. There were merits to remaining united, as working together allowed for occasional reprieves from labor. In the village, work points were calculated collectively for the entire family. For instance, during the New Year pig slaughter, the allocation of pork was based on total work points, with families possessing more points receiving the choicest cuts first. Those with fewer points were left to select from the remnants, often the less desirable scraps. Of course, separating had its advantages, allowing each household to govern itself, thus eliminating the inequities of work point distribution. It was a conundrum, for one could not desire both outcomes simultaneously. Benefits could not be claimed from both sides, and one had to prioritize. Separation was akin to a painful sacrifice. When a large family shared a communal pot, separating meant each would eat independently, raising the question of where to procure a new pot. Acquiring one was no simple feat. Not only was it costly, but it also required industrial coupons, which were hard to obtain for rural families. The decision to remain together was a result of careful consideration of these factors. Lin Laosi entered the main house, carrying his items under the scrutiny of many eyes. Although the courtyard appeared empty, the windows of each household were wide open. Aunt Lin, fueled by excitement, had even torn a sizable hole in the newspaper covering her window. The cold wind rushed in, and after a brief moment of irritation at the flimsy barrier, she hurriedly peered out again, eager to catch a glimpse of Lin Laosi's oil paper bundle. Uncle Lin covered his face, dismayed at the sight of his wife, who was fuming in a manner reminiscent of a duck waddle as she stomped about in frustration. Enough already! Even if you stare until your eyes pop, Laosi will not share anything with you. Aunt Lin only turned her gaze away when Laosi entered the house. Do you think our mother has given Laosi money again? Otherwise, how could he afford all these items? Uncle Lin replied, have you forgotten the fabric he brought back last time? The memory of it stung Aunt Lin's pride. The couple was indeed reckless, transforming perfectly good fabric into clothes for their children. The little ones grew so quickly that making a single outfit for the eldest should suffice, allowing the younger ones to inherit it. The second child's clothing could be passed down to the little girl, but what good was it for her to wear such small garments when there were no other children in the house? It was utterly foolish, truly foolish. The couple's extravagance was staggering. If either of them possessed even a semblance of thrift, they would not find themselves in such a predicament. Not so, Uncle Lin countered. Our mother knows her limits. Naturally, you take his side. Our little Xia and Xiao Shou are all adopted. You would defend your own brother over your own kin. Uncle Lin cleared his throat. There are children present. Must you speak so carelessly? No, I must consult with the eldest sister-in-law, Aunt Lin declared, preparing to put on her shoes and leave the bed. Uncle Lin called out, do not go, foolish woman. What if the eldest sister-in-law sells you out, and you find yourself counting her money? Aunt Lin retorted, am I such a simpleton in your eyes? The eldest sister-in-law won't endure such indignities as the head of the family. I'd rather see all the good fortune fall to her. Uncle Lin was left speechless, wondering how the eldest sister-in-law had managed to brainwash this naive woman. Aunt Lin pursed her lips. Head of the family, tomorrow you must bring up the matter of the house with our parents. We cannot let Laosi squander all the money. Our Xiaofeng is soon to be of marrying age. We must at least secure 2 brick houses for him. Aunt Lin had a mental ledger of the family's annual income and expenditures, allowing her to estimate their wealth accurately. Unlike the family of Uncle Air, who was blissfully oblivious, she understood the importance of careful planning. Uncle Lin nodded thoughtfully. Very well, I shall find an opportunity to discuss it with our father. Lin Laozi entered the house with his items, startling both Lin Laotu and Lin Laotai. The last time he had returned with a considerable amount of fabric, Lin Laotai had half-jokingly wondered if her son had robbed the supply and marketing cooperative. Now, scarcely 2 months later, he had brought back yet another bounty. Lin Laotai could hardly sit still, her mind racing to check her hidden stash of money. Was it still there, or had this rascal pilfered from her? Chapter 66, Rare Filial Piety. Did he perhaps bring the supply and marketing cooperative here? Father, this is your dutiful son's humble offering of wine. For now, let us make do with this. In the future, I shall procure for you a fine bottle to savor. Mother, these are the delicacies I have brought for you: date cakes, fermented cakes, and roasted fruits. Enjoy them, and once they are consumed, I shall procure more for you. Lin Laozi presented each item with care. In the past, it was always Laozi who rummaged through the main house for treats, fearful that the delicacies therein might spoil. This occasion marked the first time in their lives that Lin Laotai and Lin Laotu received such filial offerings from their fourth son. Throughout the Lin family, Lin Laotu had raised 4 sons and 2 daughters. Despite the number of children, he had only ever received tokens of respect from his eldest daughter, and now, with his youngest son grown, this was the first instance since the cloth gifted to them that he had received anything else. The cloth from before was still neatly stored in the chest, with some still wearable, as they had been reluctant to cut it up. Old 4, have you gotten yourself into trouble outside? There is no issue with working more or less at home, but you must refrain from any wrongdoing. Do you understand? Our Lin family has maintained its integrity for generations. We cannot tarnish our ancestors' reputation in your time. That is the line we must not cross, Lin Laotu admonished earnestly. Before Lin Laozi could respond, Lin Laotai interjected anxiously. Old 4, have you pilfered your mother's money? If I find out, beware. Lin Laozi, feeling helpless, knew that unless he clarified the matter, his parents would not be able to enjoy their meal. Rest assured, dear parents, I have committed no wrongdoing, nor have I stolen from mother's funds. The money I used to purchase these items was earned through my labor during this period. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with the team leader and the old secretary. It was they who distributed the funds. Therefore, you may indulge in these offerings without worry. This is my humble tribute to you, and in the future, I shall procure even more when I am able, Lin Laozi reassured them. Hearing this, Lin Laotu felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Outsiders often remarked that his youngest son had gone astray, being lazy and indulgent, but he was well aware of the gossip surrounding him. He wished for his youngest to be like his 3 elder brothers, yet it was not simply a matter of desire. From a young age, he recognized that his youngest was resolute. What he wished to pursue, no one could deter him from, and what he wished to avoid, no one could compel him to undertake. Lin Laotu thought to himself that as long as his son was somewhat industrious, that was enough. Since the latter half of this year, he had observed a noticeable change in his youngest. Once the subject of ridicule within the village, he now exhibited a promising demeanor. Wife, please help me put the wine away. Pour me a glass tonight so I may taste the flavor of what my son has brewed. Father, you may drink with confidence. My son has selected the finest for you, and I assure you, it will leave you wanting more, Lin Laozi added. Curiosity piqued, Lin Laotai examined each of her son's offerings, muttering about wastefulness and questioning the need for such purchases, lamenting that their elderly bodies could hardly consume them all. Yet inwardly, she was overjoyed, her spirits soaring. Such a sum spent, how much did you earn? Lin Laotai recalled the matter at hand after inspecting the items. Lin Laozi, having nothing to hide, revealed the amount he had received. No sooner had he finished speaking than a pillow struck him on the head, followed by a resounding roar akin to that of a lion. Did you spend this much money? Lin Laozi rubbed his ears, his mother's health evidently robust, her voice resounding. Yes, I spent it. Mother, you cannot fathom how difficult it is to purchase anything these days. The crowds are overwhelming, as if they intend to empty the cooperative. It was only thanks to Group Leader Wu guiding me through the employee entrance that I managed to acquire these items. Otherwise, I would be fortunate to have secured even a single fermented cake, let alone all these. Lin Laotai's expression shifted to one of concern, caught between whether her son's associations were a blessing or a curse. How could you possibly spend so much money? Old 4, you must exercise caution, she lamented. Lin Laotu, too, perceived a hint of extravagance in his youngest, and upon witnessing his wife's distress, he sighed and advised, Wife, this is but a manifestation of our child's good intentions. He has honored us with these gifts, and since the money is already spent, your anger would render it all in vain. He merely wished to bring you joy. Indeed, mother, my father speaks wisely, Lin Laozi chimed in. Lin Laotai softened, suppressing her concern. Next time, you must not squander money so recklessly. Lin Laosi nodded, readily affirming, "Understood, mother, you and father have toiled for half your lives, it is time for your son to show gratitude." Setting aside the matter of finances, Lin Laotai felt a swell of happiness, reassured that she had not misjudged her son. He possessed a conscientious heart. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaogu, unable to resist her curiosity, crawled down from her bed. The walls of the room were not soundproof, and she had overheard everything. However, the warmth of her bedding had kept her from moving in the frigid air. Upon emerging, Lin Xiaogu exclaimed, "Fourth brother, you truly possess a filial heart." She then reached out to grab a piece of fermented cake. With a swift motion, Lin Laosi slapped her hand away. "Fourth brother, why do you strike me?" Lin Xiaogu protested, displeased. Lin Laosi raised an eyebrow. "These are my offerings to our parents." Lin Xiaogu refused to back down. "You have certainly enjoyed plenty of what our eldest sister has given our parents." At this, Lin Laosi found himself at a loss for words. Lin Laotai interjected, "You two, cease your bickering, it gives me a headache." These two children were certainly a handful. Lin Xiaogu turned to Lin Laotu, "Father, please discipline your son. How old are you both, yet still squabbling like children?" Lin Laotu remarked, though inwardly, he relished having his children gathered around him. With a huff, Lin Xiaogu wore a victorious expression as she went to claim her fermented cake. Lin Laotai eyed her youngest son with a sidelong glance. "Now that you have brought this much, do you have more at home? Put that fermented cake down, whatever is left must be shared with your children." "Fear not, mother, there is more, these are specially for you and father, please keep them for yourselves," Lin Laosi replied, preparing to retreat to his room. Lin Laotai pondered, realizing that spending such a considerable sum was beyond her comprehension, yet he must have ample provisions at home. Turning to Lin Laotu, she remarked, "Old man, your youngest is quite the spendthrift. Earning one only to spend two. I can hardly bear the weight of his filial piety." Lin Laotu counseled, "Enough, do not fret over it, it is spent, and you never expected much from him anyway. At least he has bought something with his earnings, unlike before when he idled away his time without making a cent." Upon reflection, Lin Laotai felt a sense of calm wash over her. It was indeed a pleasant surprise that her youngest could earn money. As Lin Xiaogu savored her fermented cake, her eyes widened as she glanced between her father and mother, realizing how adept they were at persuading her. As Lin Laosi stepped outside, he passed by the doorway of the main house. Behind the slightly ajar door, a pair of feet shuffled inward. Li Chuanqing had nearly organized everything. This time, she had purchased toothbrushes for the three children, while only 2 boxes of toothpaste had been procured, one for the 2 adults and one shared among the 3 children. Lin Cixi understood that given their current circumstances, this was already commendable. It was impossible for each child to have their own box, at least not yet. However, Lin Cixi believed that day was not far off. Indeed, Lin Laosi and Li Chuanqing had become the village's foremost paragons of nurturing parents. Chapter 67 of The Calm Before the Storm. The longer Lin Cixi resided in this world, the more she comprehended that in this era, merely ensuring that children are well fed was already a considerable achievement. Only particularly affluent families would purchase toothbrushes for their children. Most would simply use willow twigs or rinse with warm water, seldom resorting to salt water. Lin Cixi was aware that her father had even bought face cream for her, a somewhat luxurious snowflake cream, the same kind that her aunt had brought back for Zhao Xinrong, the educated youth. Her father remarked that the cold weather could easily chafe one's skin, hence he advised her to share it with her mother. With only the 2 of them being females in the household, it was necessary to indulge them a little more. Not to mention, there were also items like soap. These were quite expensive. At the very least, she hadn't seen such luxuries in the other houses. One could only imagine how indulgent Lin Laosi and Li Chuanqing were with their children. Lin Cixi felt fortunate that both Lin Laosi and Li Chuanqing were affectionate towards their children. Although her life in this world was devoid of extravagant feasts, she was at least free from worries about food and clothing. Moreover, she had experienced the love of a father and a mother, and her 2 elder brothers doted on her immensely. She couldn't help but think that she was indeed quite lucky. Gratitude filled her heart as she observed that the room had been tidied up. Li Chuanqing instructed Lin Laosi to fetch hot water from the kitchen so that the 3 children could soak their feet. Her own feet were nearly frozen. The children were also feeling the cold acutely, and a warm soak would help alleviate their discomfort. Lin Laosi complied promptly and went about his task. In this household, it seemed that only Li Chuanqing had the authority to call upon Lin Laosi. Once the 3 children had finished soaking, they retreated to the Kong to do their homework. Li Chuanqing also indulged in a brief soak and called out to Lin Laosi, "Fourth brother, let us soak together." The wooden basin was sufficiently spacious for the 2 of them. They often did this in the past. Li Chuanqing rested her feet atop Lin Laosi's. He stole a glance at the 3 children on the Kong. Noticing they were oblivious to their actions, he quickly helped his wife dry her feet. Li Chuanqing beamed with sweetness, feeling reassured that she had chosen the right man. Her husband was good friends with her brother, and when she and her husband had first taken a liking to each other, how she preferred to say they had clicked. Her brother had given her husband quite the beating, leaving him with panda eyes, yet he still rushed to her home. Others might assume that her husband was lazy and indulged in a life of ease, yet she knew the hardships they faced. There were times when many were reduced to gnawing on tree bark due to hunger, illustrating the severity of their struggles. Back then, the children were small, and even though her husband ensured she could eat her fill, she often encountered sympathetic glances from others. Li Chuanqing simply smiled in response, not feeling the need to explain. She knew well the goodness of her husband. To outsiders, it appeared as though she was merely putting on a brave face. Lin Nancheng exchanged a conspiratorial wink with Lin Cixi, signaling her to observe their father attending to their mother's feet. Lin Cixi stifled a laugh. She wasn't blind and had certainly noticed. Amusingly, their father seemed apprehensive about being seen by them, so the three siblings, ever considerate, pretended to focus intently on their homework. The mischievous antics of the younger siblings did not escape the observant gaze of their elder brother, Lin Dong. As Li Chuanqing sat on the Kong mending shoes, she cast her eyes over the children as they studied. Some problems were comprehensible to her, while others were not. Nevertheless, she noted that the children wrote quite neatly. Good handwriting often heralded commendable academic performance. Lin Cixi was self-studying the third-grade curriculum, which put considerable pressure on Lin Nan, her classmate in the same grade. He was a determined young man, burdened with a fierce competitive spirit. He had been following his younger sister's lead in her studies, and the results were quite evident. Previously, he had not invested much thought into his education, but now he was essentially learning everything anew alongside his sister. In truth, Lin Nan was quite clever. On the surface, the Lin family appeared unchanged, as tranquil as ever. During the winter, they did not engage in laborious work but took turns preparing meals and tidying up the kitchen. With only one set of cotton clothing each, there was little laundry to be done, as washing would yield little benefit without fresh clothes to wear. Winter was not as hearty a season for meals. They generally ate only to about 70% of their capacity. After meals, they would lounge on the Kong, minimizing their movements to conserve energy, lest they grow hungrier faster. In the shadows, however, Aunt Lin and second Aunt Lin harbored discontent, silently expressing their grievances during their turns to work, often doing the bare minimum. The third household remained the quietest of all. It was known that the third aunt was seemingly consuming traditional Chinese medicine, as a bitter herbal aroma wafted through the air each afternoon. Lin Dongji also embraced the winter season, as her endeavor to earn money had been abruptly halted with the snowfall. Just a few days after the snow fell, the river froze over, and since Uncle Lin was unable to fish alone, he had ceased his attempts. Their savings had risen to 6 yuan and 40 cents. It was only with the accumulation of some wealth that Aunt Lin entertained the notion of acquiring medicine. Their second daughter had reached the age of 11, and ever since her birth, there had been no further movement in Aunt Lin's belly. Naturally, she felt an overwhelming sense of regret, dreaming of bearing a son in the Lin family as fourth household. All the other branches had sons, while the third had none. How could she not feel anxious, regardless of the cost? She was determined to try once more. Lin Dongji helplessly watched as her mother, without a hint of concern, devoutly raised her bowl to drink the bitter concoction. She had forgotten whether her mother had consumed traditional medicine in her previous life. In her memory, there was no trace of it. In any case, her mother had ended up with just her and her elder sister by her side in her later years. Lin Dongji, aware of future events, could not divulge this to her mother. The matter of her rebirth was not something she intended to share with anyone. All she could do was watch her mother consume these dubious remedies, taking the wrong path. She wished to prevent her mother from drinking this bitter broth for her own good, yet her mother remained resolutely obstinate. Disregarding all advice, Lin Dongji chose to let it be. As long as there were no adverse effects, that was sufficient. She had initially thought that life would proceed in this manner, devoid of surprises or unexpected turns, simply following the same routine as always. This, perhaps, was the calm before the storm. The catalyst for change was a single egg. Li Chuanqing had prepared a steamed egg custard in the kitchen and, shortly after bringing it back into the room, was startled by a series of loud noises from outside. Setting down the bowl of custard, she inquired, "Cixi, how are you feeling? Are you still warm? Wait in the room, don't forget to eat the egg once it cools." Lin Cixi nodded in acknowledgement. The last time they had visited the commune supply store in the biting wind, she had come down with a fever that lasted 2 days, with little appetite. Her mother had been diligent about making her steamed egg custard, so much so that even Lin Nan, who typically had a hearty appetite, refrained from competing with his sister for food. Lin Dongji, having overheard Aunt Lin mention that their grandmother seemed to be giving Lin Cixi eggs, hurried off to find her grandparents, intent on ensuring that they did not show favoritism. It was unacceptable for Lin Cixi to receive eggs while neglecting the other granddaughters. Grandma Lin had endured Lin Dongji's antics for quite some time, as no one in the household had dared to challenge her authority as persistently as this little troublemaker. Accumulated frustration erupted like a volcano, uncontrollable and overwhelming. As Li Chuanxing stepped outside, Grandma Lin was already furiously declaring her intent to divide the household. Chapter 68, The Division of the Family. From her youth until now, Old Lady Lin has always been a person of high aspirations. She never anticipated that in her later years, she would be scolded by her granddaughter, and she could hardly endure it. The thought of separating the family had long since taken root in her mind. It was not mere bluster to intimidate anyone, but a genuine desire to divide the household. She had no worries about the first and second branches of the family, as they were diligent and capable. With effort, they could lead a good life. The fourth branch had also begun to improve, as her younger son was now earning a salary. The third branch, however, consisted solely of 2 daughters and no sons, which not only led to disdain from the villagers but also made them vulnerable to bullying. Furthermore, the third branch and its in-laws were akin to mere puppets, unable to sustain a household. Although the villagers of Linjia village had relatively simple morals, they were quite backward in their thinking, looking down upon those without sons. She had originally thought that within a single household, even without sons, they could rely on their nephews. While it might not be possible to honor the third branch as one would one's parents, at the very least, they would be recognized as family in the eyes of outsiders, who would not dare to bully the third branch. However, she had not anticipated the emergence of such a troublemaker. Whether it was for their own good was beyond her comprehension. Their conscience seemed to have been fed to the dogs. The girl boldly demanded eggs from her, claiming that since Cici had eaten eggs, she deserved to eat some too, stating that a grandmother ought not to show favoritism. The eggs that Cici had eaten were earned by her mother through sewing clothes. If anyone wanted to eat them, they should earn it themselves and see if they had the capability. As long as they possessed that ability, they could eat as much as they wanted without her batting an eye. It was outrageous to focus on others' bowls when one lacked the ability to fill their own. The term division of the family resonated powerfully in the ears of the listeners, sending a shudder through the crowd. A dark current flickered across Old Lady Lin's expression, though she quickly concealed it. The second daughter of the third branch was fiery in temperament, fixated on the fourth branch, seemingly oblivious to how the latter had offended her so deeply. Like a wolfdog, she would snap at any hint of a disturbance. Old Lady Lin had merely hinted at CCSA consumption, and, as expected, a commotion ensued. Previously, she had thought her children were growing up, her son building a house and marrying, her eldest daughter getting married with accompanying dowry, all requiring substantial expenditure. In a non-divided family, the first branch would inevitably benefit more. Last time, when the fourth branch had splurged on a mountain of purchases, her mother-in-law had laughed heartily, unaware of the fortune squandered by that spendthrift. When she innocently inquired about the expenses, her mother-in-law had defended the fourth branch, insisting that they had not spent the family's money. Who were they attempting to fool? Money wouldn't just fall from the sky for the fourth branch to pick up. There was also the time before that when the fourth branch bought fabric, and her own family hadn't benefited at all. Of the actions of the old lady this time were profoundly unfair, and her dissatisfaction grew immensely. The fourth branch was spending money from the other branches while they received nothing in return. If her son married and they squandered all the money beforehand, who would want to be the fool in that situation? However, she could not be the villain in this scenario. She had always been the dutiful and sensible eldest daughter-in-law before her in-laws, carefully masking her ulterior motives for over 20 years. She could not allow her in-laws to harbor any disdain for her at this juncture. Thus, the role of the villain would have to fall to someone else. The second daughter of the third branch, Dongji, was the perfect candidate. After all, Dongji had caused her fair share of trouble in the past, and the old lady held a particular disdain for her. Dongji, indifferent to this, wouldn't mind this occasion. It could be said that she meant well. Dongji had previously mentioned the idea of family separation, likely harboring her own desire to split the household. This time, she hadn't done much, merely letting slip a word or two. Who could blame her for the unintended consequences? Even if the old lady were to find out later, Dongji could feign ignorance. As Old Lady Lin attempted to advise the old lady against stooping to the level of the young girl, she also, seemingly inadvertently, added fuel to the fire. Aunt Lin, not particularly adept at playing the social game, struggled to maintain her smile. Naturally, the sons of both Uncle Lin and Aunt Lin echoed their mothers, asserting that they should not divide the family. Uncle Lin cast a sidelong glance at his devious niece, having observed that the recent disturbances had all targeted the fourth branch. Was she aware that the egg her daughter had eaten was a token of gratitude given for sewing clothes? Uncle Lin and his wife were so frightened that they knelt before Old Lady Lin, pleading, "Mother, let us not divide the family. Dongji has lost her senses, do not engage with her." Old Lady Lin scanned the faces of her children, and this time she was resolute. "The family must be divided." With a heavy breath, she announced, "Since you all believe that this old woman has mismanaged the household, I shall relinquish my control. Your father and I have toiled for most of our lives and deserve a respite. You children are no longer young, you can stand on your own. How you fare from now on, whether you eat your fill or suffer hunger, depends entirely upon yourselves. What say you, old man?" This statement was lengthy, and Old Lady Lin struggled to express it all in one breath, breaking it into two parts. Old Man Lin nodded gravely. Yes, it is time to divide. Your mother has endured many hardships over the years, managing the household, arranging marriages, and raising grandchildren. She deserves to rest. With this declaration, the expressions of the various branches were indeed quite telling. Some were secretly delighted, some relieved, others filled with regret and anger, and still others with a sense of wistfulness. The first and second branches, naturally, were overjoyed at the prospect of division, something they had long anticipated. The third branch, however, was filled with remorse and anger, with Uncle Lin kneeling on the ground insisting against the division. The fourth branch felt a mix of regret and an unidentifiable emotion. They realized that if the family was divided, they would have to cook for themselves, wash dishes, and do laundry. Father, Mother, are we truly dividing the family? Lin Xiaogu exclaimed, dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how matters had escalated to this point. She was aware of the changes in her cousins from the third branch previously. She had often commanded the two daughters of the third branch to wash her clothes, but at some point, they had grown bolder and were no longer easily manipulated. Moreover, every time she returned home for the holidays, her mother would complain about the troublemaker from the third branch, who would raise a ruckus at the slightest provocation. Of course, Lin Xiaogu did not miss the relief on her sister-in-law's face, while her second sister-in-law nearly betrayed her joy, stifling a laugh with a firm pinch. From their expressions, it was clear they all hoped for the division. Lin Xiaogu, who spent more time at home during winter vacations and busy farming seasons, was usually only home on Saturday afternoons and had to return to school early on Monday mornings or Sunday nights. She didn't understand how their once harmonious home had devolved into its current state. When the old lady spoke of division, she assumed it was merely an expression of anger. If she could just apologize and say some pleasant words to placate the old lady, this matter would surely blow over. However, with the old man's words carrying such weight, the likelihood of division loomed large. Generally, the patriarch did not involve himself in household affairs, advocating for a division of labor between men and women. Old Man Lin and Old Lady Lin moved swiftly. Since they wished to divide the family, they would do so promptly, regardless of the season, seeking to put an end to the unrest. They instructed the fourth branch to invite the village chief and the old party secretary. Chapter 69, The Division of the Family, Part 2. Lin Laosi and his eldest nephew, Lin Feng, set out together. After walking a short distance, they parted ways. Lin Laosi went to summon the brigade leader and the old party secretary, while Lin Feng headed to invite his great-uncle, Lin Laota's brother. Like the rest of the Lin family, Lin Feng was hardworking and resilient, a taciturn and composed young man. Apart from Lin Laosi, the Lin family was known for its diligence. Otherwise, how could one explain the saying, good bamboo yields bad shoots, implying that while the old Lin family was commendable, Lin Laosi stood out as a lazy glutton. However, fewer people were making such cynical remarks these days. While one was off seeking witnesses, the family at home was far from idle. A group of them could hardly believe the proceedings were advancing so swiftly. Expecting some delay, soon, under the direction of Lin Laotai, they began to prepare various items. Lin Laotu squatted at the entrance of the main house, puffing on his pipe. Li Chuanqing took a moment to return indoors to check if her daughter had finished the steamed egg custard. This custard was no ordinary dish, it held significant importance. Today, it was this very egg that led to Lin Laotai's insistence on dividing the family. Clearly, this egg was quite extraordinary. Lin Sisi blinked and asked, Mother, are we truly going to divide the family? Li Chuanqing nodded. Your grandparents are serious this time. They have already sent your father to summon the brigade leader and the old party secretary to act as witnesses. Lin Sisi was aware that the Lin family would eventually split. Without a division, Lin Dongji would have no opportunity to create items for the black market, and she knew he would cause a stir. She simply hadn't anticipated that it would come to this due to a mere illness. All she had was a simple ailment and a lack of appetite, prompting her mother to prepare a humble egg custard for her. Little did she know that Lin Dongji would seize this as an opportunity to create a scene. Perhaps this had been a long-planned scheme. The changes in the fourth household were evident, yet finding fault with them would require the right moment. If not, Lin Sisi would become an unfortunate scapegoat. This was uncertain, as Lin Dongji had always been unable to tolerate her enjoyment of good food. During the last midterm exam, she had scored perfectly, and her grandparents rewarded her with an egg. Lin Dongji, falling just short of perfection by 2 points, still received one but had set a rule that only those achieving perfect scores would be rewarded next time. In the final exam, Lin Dongji again failed to achieve full marks, missing it by 4 points. Lin Sisi received yet another egg as a reward from her grandparents. She heard from her second brother that Lin Dongji had cried out of frustration over this. Given Lin Dongji's temperament, it was indeed possible that a single egg could lead to a family division. The ease with which this family was splitting felt surreal, almost like a child's game. Lin Sisi understood well how much her grandparents wished to avoid this division. The older generation had never favored such separations. She was curious about how Lin Dongji had managed this. She had read numerous stories set in earlier times where divisions were fraught with difficulty. How could it be so simple now, without further complications? Li Chuanqing only peeked in briefly, as there were other matters to attend to. As she exchanged a few words before heading off to help with her absence, Lin Cixi decided to ask her elder brother upon his return. In truth, a division might not be such a bad thing, otherwise, Lin Dongji would remain like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, watching her, never knowing when he might strike. Once separated, the entire family would become mere relatives, each living their own lives, which might bring a sense of peace. Lin Cixi calculated that by the time the new year arrived, she would be 8 years old. Accompanied by her elder brothers, she would gather wild vegetables and collect firewood, working hard, and surely her family's circumstances would improve. Meanwhile, the brigade leader and the old party secretary were busy discussing matters with the accountant. Lin Laosi, not one to offend, invited the accountant as well, ensuring that all were present as witnesses. The accountant readily agreed without much thought, including Lin Shogong. There were 4 witnesses in total. All were astute individuals, and none questioned why the family was dividing. With the new year approaching, there were only 2 weeks left. It seemed that the division was a sign that family harmony had become untenable. If a family could still gather around a dining table, sharing a meal in harmony, they would not choose to divide just days before the new year. It would be more reasonable to wait until after. Yet, in the village, they had seen many brothers fall out over inheritance, even post-division, remaining indifferent to one another, often refusing to acknowledge each other when they crossed paths. Such estrangement was more akin to enmity than kinship. The Lin family's quiet and orderly division was indeed rare. At the very least, it appeared dignified, avoiding the spectacle that would invite laughter from outsiders. Lin Shogong's family had also undergone a division and empathized with the feelings of Lin Laotu and Lin Laotai. Upon arrival, they refrained from offering counsel, simply stating, when a family divides, branches separate from the tree. Eldest, second, third, and fourth, your parents raised you with great difficulty. Remember how hard it was in your youth. Do not forget your parents, regardless of whether you have divided, you are all still one family, bound by blood. If any of you face difficulties, lend a hand to one another. The 4 Lin brothers quickly nodded in agreement. Lin Shogu brought over 4 teacups, pouring water and adding a touch of tea leaves, just right for receiving guests. This tea was a special gift from Lin Daegu, reserved for visitors, as the family seldom indulged in it. The 4 men, upon tasting the tea, were pleasantly surprised. It was indeed a rarity among peasant families, who were usually reluctant to spend on such luxuries. Typically, when they were invited to someone's home, they would be offered plain water, and if fortunate, a bit of sugar. After this warm-up, the serious matters commenced. The couples from the first, second, third, and fourth households crowded into the main room. The spacious house, usually accommodating few, was now filled to the brim with people. Curious children trailed behind, and some larger ones peered in through the windows, unable to find space inside. Lin Laotu spoke a few words, echoing the sentiments expressed by Lin Shogong, before relinquishing the floor to Lin Laotai. He had not managed the household for many years and was uncertain of various possessions. He feared being accused of unfairness by the children later. Lin Laotai wasted no time on pleasantries and got straight to the point. You all know what belongings we have in this family. I shall lay my cards on the table. My husband and I have limited means. We have provided you with housing, helped you marry, and raised the next generation to the best of our abilities. If you are dissatisfied with what remains, you will need to procure for yourselves. So from this point forward, you shall manage your own households. The houses will be allocated accordingly. There are no objections to this, correct? Even the 4 witnesses found no fault in her words, immediately recognizing the challenges faced by Lin Laotu and Lin Laotai. None at all. We will abide by Mother's wishes. The eldest, second, third, and fourth Lin brothers hastily declared. Lin Laotai nodded. Next, we must discuss the family finances. At this topic, all households perked up. Lin Dabo's wife and Lin Ergua's wife exchanged excited glances. This was indeed the crux of the matter. They were all eager to learn how much money had accumulated over the years and what share would be theirs. Chapter 70 of The Division of the Family, Part 3. Outside, Lin Dong discreetly led Lin Cixi to eavesdrop beneath the wall of the main house. Noticing that his sister's hat was askew, he took a moment to adjust it carefully. Unfazed by the cold were Lin Lisha from the main house and Lin Shou from the second branch. That rascal Lin Nan had seized the opportunity to squeeze into the main house. Lin Cixi spotted a head peeking over the courtyard wall. It belonged to the families of Xiaolan and Xiaohua. The one most eager to witness the commotion of the old Lin family was undoubtedly old lady Cai. It was remarkable that at her advanced age, she still sought the thrill of such spectacles. Lin Cixi shook the hand of her elder brother, who glanced over and pointed towards the courtyard wall. Lin Dong retrieved a slingshot from his pocket, squinted, and aimed at a tree beside old lady Kai. Drawing back the rubber band, he released it with a swift whoosh, startling the sparrows perched upon the branches, which flapped their wings in a flurry and took flight. Outside the courtyard, a loud bang and the thud of something heavy hitting the ground echoed. An irate voice called out, "Ouch, who on earth is this clumsy fool? You nearly knocked me to the ground." "Lan and I, are you dead?" hurry up and help me up. Ouch, be gentle, how did I end up with such a clumsy wife? Within the courtyard, Lin Dong, Lin Cece, Lin Shou, and Lin Lichuan stifled their laughter, having recognized the voice of old lady Kai from next door. She deserved it, after all, she had been peering over the wall to gawk at their family's affairs. Their family's revelry was indeed captivating. Supported by her daughter-in-law, old lady Kai stood up, grimacing as she rubbed her left buttock, which had taken the brunt of the fall. If this old bone of mine had been shattered, I swear there isn't a single good egg in the old Lin family. You clumsy fool, don't let me find out who did this. Lan and I, move the stool a bit closer to the wall, hold on to me tightly, and don't let go. If you drop me again, you won't get dinner tonight. The implication was clear. She still wished to listen, and such opportunities were rare. The antics of the old Lin family were seldom witnessed. She was curious whether the Lin family was embroiled in a quarrel today, who was fighting, and why. She had long wished that Lin Lapa, that old hag, would learn a thing or two from her. When she had tried to help her once, she had been met with scorn. Lin Lapa deserved it. As this thought crossed her mind, a sense of triumph washed over old lady Cai in her presence. No one dared to speak loudly, making her the true matriarch compared to Lin Lapa. Casting a sidelong glance at her daughter-in-law, she noticed the latter shrink back, which pleased old lady Kai. With a self-satisfied smile, she stealthily climbed atop the stool. She inwardly cursed Lin Lapa for erecting such a high wall. No other family in the village had walls as lofty as the Lin family's. It was precisely because of this height that she had stumbled while trying to stand on the stool, causing her fall. Earlier, when Lin Lapa had sent her youngest son to summon the village chief and the old party secretary, she had taken out a money pouch from a wooden box and held it close. In front of everyone, she produced the money and began to explain, "Our family has only started to have some surplus since the year before last. It is only through divine providence that we have been able to save any money. You all know well why we couldn't save before. Our younger generation has children one after another. With so many mouths to feed, I had to ensure you all received a nourishing egg every few days during pregnancy. After the children were born, I had to feed them, earning only a few work points a day, while the little ones also needed proper nutrition. All your children grew up similarly, and each household has had to support their children's education, which is also a significant expense, as you are all aware, right?" We are aware, Lin Erboma chimed in, her eyes wide with astonishment, as if they were glimmering. She was impatient with her mother-in-law's lengthy monologue and wished she would simply get to the point about the money. Lin Lapa cast a glance at her second daughter-in-law before continuing. "Last year, we saved a total of 123 yuan and 64 cents, and the year before that, we had 151 yuan and 80 cents. This year, we have accumulated the most, 167 yuan flat, totaling 442 yuan and 44 cents. Can you all confirm that my calculations are correct?" The village accountant, present among them, chuckled. "Sister, your calculations are spot on." Lin Lapa smiled back at the accountant and added, "This money will be divided into 5 portions. Each of you from the 4 houses will receive 1 share, while my husband and I will take 1. You have no objections to this, I trust?" Lin de Boma, calculating in her mind, felt that her family had drawn the short straw, receiving only 88 yuan. She had thought they would at least receive over 100. 88 yuan was hardly enough to cover the expenses for her eldest son's new house and his marriage. They were at a loss, and she felt deeply cheated. Lin Erboma, however, was elated, having not anticipated receiving 88 yuan. "Oh heavens, after toiling for half my life, I have barely saved 5 yuan for myself. With this 88 yuan added to my 5, I will have 93 yuan. What a fortune!" Meanwhile, Lin Sanbo hung his head, guilt-ridden as he watched his mother tally the accounts. He felt responsible for the family's division as he was the source of their strife. Lin Sanboma nervously picked at her fingers. Was this how the family would split? She had always listened to her mother before marriage and now to her mother-in-law. Without her mother-in-law's guidance, she felt lost. Lin Dongji was taken aback. He hadn't expected his grandmother to distribute so much money. Knowing her character, he assumed she would hide away part of it. Surely she wouldn't be keeping some for herself, would she? In her previous life, the family had never divided, and he was unaware of how much she truly possessed. It must have been no less than what they had now. In his past life, the eldest cousin, Lin Feng, had held an extravagant wedding, building a brick house and furnishing it entirely. The second branch Lin Shou had also spent lavishly on his marriage. As for the younger aunt, the dowry given for her marriage had been considerable as well. These thoughts consumed him. Lin Dongji felt a surge of resentment. Clearly, the family was not short on funds. Why then must they sacrifice their happiness for exorbitant bride prices? Had it not been for the high dowry, he would not have considered that old man cursed and would not have run away from home, thus avoiding the tragic second half of his life. Lin Si, the fourth branch, displayed little emotion, reassured that his mother would ensure he would not suffer, simply stating he would follow whatever his mother decided. Lin de Boma, feeling disgruntled, exchanged glances with Lin de Mother, you and father should come live with us in the main house, Lin De suggested to Lin Erbo, and Lin Sanbo quickly chimed in, urging their parents to stay with them. Lin Si chuckled, father and mother, why don't you stay with the fourth branch? Chuanqing and I are still young and inexperienced, and the three little ones are as rambunctious as monkeys. You and father will have to keep us in line. With all four sons voicing their opinions, Lin Lapa felt a flicker of joy in her heart and replied, your father and I are not yet so old that we cannot manage ourselves. We will discuss it when we can no longer move. Chapter 71. The division of the family. Sister Lin was feeling a bit anxious. Initially, she did not wish to split the family due to the pressure from her in-laws. However, now she was eager for her in-laws to stay with the eldest household. When the time came for her son to build a house and marry, her finances would be strained, whereas her in-laws had ample resources. Could they bear to watch their eldest grandson remain unmarried without extending a helping hand? It was too late for regrets now. She could only strive to minimize her losses. Uncle Lin's wife spoke up, Mother, you and father should stay with the eldest household. Both Feng and I are looking forward to you joining us. You and father have 4 sons, yet none can be relied upon. Not if they all leave, they will surely be the subject of gossip. Old Lady Lin tugged at her mouth. It is decided then. Your father and I will live with your younger sister. If you truly feel guilty about it, when your sister gets married and your father and I are unable to help, you elder siblings can contribute a little more to her dowry. Uncle Lin's wife thought to herself. To gain nothing and yet be expected to spend, it felt like losing both the wife and the soldiers. How could she be so foolish? With old Lady Lin's declaration, no one else dared to voice their opinions. Lin IV remained silent. It was of no concern to him, for his parents cherished him. Eventually, he could always bring food to share with them. With the division of the house and finances clarified, the next step involved sorting through various possessions. Li Chuanqing was unwilling to listen any longer. The few witnesses braving the icy weather should not have come for nothing. She decided to prepare a simple meal. With Lin IV present, she, as a mere woman, felt it unnecessary to assert herself and turned to the kitchen for assistance. Upon exiting, she saw her eldest son leading her bundled-up granddaughter, who resembled a little bear, and felt warmth in her heart. Li Chuanqing playfully tapped her granddaughter's forehead. Lin Sisi responded with a charming smile. Unable to scold the child, Li Chuanqing let her be, knowing the little girl was quite aware of her surroundings. In the kitchen, the eldest and second daughters-in-law of the family were busy at work. Upon Li Chuanqing's arrival, both young women sighed in relief. Typically, they assisted, but with guests present and the fourth aunt in attendance, they now had a larger role to play. While preparing the meal, Li Chuanqing selected several unblemished bowls for the 4 households, ensuring each of the elderly couple and Lin's younger sister received one. Since this was a division of the family, everything must be distinctly allocated, including the dishes. However, the division of the cooking pots posed a dilemma. The household possessed 2 iron pots, a larger one essential for daily cooking, and a smaller one with a patched hole that functioned adequately. As Li Chuanqing pondered this, old Lady Lin began addressing the matter of the pots. These 2 pots were bought by your father at great expense. 2 are insufficient to divide. It would be unfair to allocate them to anyone. You are all young and can purchase new ones when you have the means. Your father and I are aging and can still earn for a few more years. We shall keep the larger pot for ourselves. As for the smaller one, you may rotate its use among the several households. After all, a pot is necessary for cooking. Is this arrangement acceptable? If anyone has objections, now is the time to voice them to avoid grievances later. The pot belongs to everyone and may be used by all, although alternative arrangements can also be made. Neither Uncle Lin's wife nor second Aunt Lin objected. This was the best course of action. Acquiring a new pot would require industrial supplies, and without workers in the household, it would be a challenge. Moreover, pots were not cheap, making this arrangement quite agreeable. Since there are no objections, let us proceed to the distribution of grain. The newly harvested grain from this autumn is in our storage, along with various vegetables such as cabbage and radishes, which will also be divided into 5 portions, old Lady Lin stated. Uncle Lin's wife interjected, Mother, isn't it a bit unfair to divide the grain equally? Aside from Li Xia, everyone in the eldest household has been working. We are 4 people earning labor points, and the 2 older children consume a significant portion. If divided equally, we may not have enough to eat. Look at the 4th household. Only the 4th brother and his wife earn labor points. The younger children are too young to contribute. And in the 3rd household, the 2 girls eat less than boys. Can we not allocate a bit more to the eldest household? Lin IV calmly replied, Sister-in-law, if we share our grain with you, we will not have enough for ourselves. My family is in the prime of consumption. My half-grown boys devour everything. My younger brother and I lack the means. This grain is essential for the 4th household's survival, and we cannot share it. His words, though eloquent, implied that the eldest household would suffer greater losses. Lin Feng and Li Lichuan from the eldest household had only recently begun working, having spent the previous years in school, funded by the Lin family. Lin Dongji observed her parents' silence, seemingly resigned to her grandmother's authority. Our household does not have enough grain to spare. Old Lady Lin waved her hand, signaling a halt to that topic. Your father and I have raised you, seen you marry, and watched our grandchildren grow. It is time to reap the rewards of our labor henceforth. Every year, after the grain is divided, each of us will receive 1 pound of white flour, 5 pounds of coarse grain, and 2 yuan as a token of respect. Do any of you have objections? Even if Uncle Lin's wife and second Aunt Lin were reluctant to give, with the village chief, the party secretary, and the accountant present, they all nodded in agreement. It is only right. Our parents have worked hard their entire lives, and it is our duty to honor you, Uncle Lin's wife affirmed. Since you all agree, let us finalize this arrangement. When spring arrives next year, the labor points will be yours individually. From now on, how you brothers fare depends on your abilities. The new year approaches, let us distribute the grain so that we may enjoy a reunion dinner together, Old Lady Lin sighed. Naturally, all households concurred. Second Aunt Lin timidly reminded, Mother, we haven't divided the New Year pig yet. Old Lady Lin smacked her forehead, how could I have forgotten? Since we are dividing, let it be done thoroughly. When the New Year pig is slaughtered, we will divide it in the same manner. The hens will not be shared. Come spring, we will give each household 3 chicks to raise. The advantage of dividing the family was that each household could now raise chickens. As for other items that were difficult to divide, such as buckets, basins, and ladles, these were commonplace and of little value. They could simply chop wood and ask a carpenter for assistance, offering a bit of coarse grain as a thank you. Once the family division was complete, Li Chuanqing finished cooking and went to check on the situation in the main room. Old Man Lin brought out the wine he had prepared for Lin IV, offering it to their guests. When Uncle Lin's wife and second Aunt Lin returned from the kitchen with bowls and chopsticks, they discovered that the remaining bowls were either cracked or chipped. Hearing the girls say that the better bowls had already been taken by fourth aunt only fueled Uncle Lin's wife's frustration. She felt she had made a grave mistake, gaining nothing while inadvertently aiding others. Second Aunt Lin grumbled softly, cursing Li Chuanqing for being so cunning. Before they could react, she had whisked away the good bowls. With no other choice, they had to sift through the remaining bowls quickly, lest they be snatched away by the eldest sister-in-law. Chapter 72 The yearly pig slaughter. Li Chuanqing, accompanied by her 2 nieces from the adjoining house, managed to prepare 4 dishes. Stir-fried wild vegetables, sautéed potato shreds, stir-fried dried mushrooms, and fried bamboo shoots. In the midst of winter, assembling such a feast was no small feat. The village leader, the old party secretary, the village accountant, and Uncle Lin, upon viewing the dishes, recognized this as the pinnacle of hospitality in the current times, filling their hearts with satisfaction. Coupled with the wine produced by the elderly Lin, each guest was afforded a cup, and aside from Uncle Lin, whose mood was less than cheerful, the rest were in high spirits. Thus, the division of the household was completed, leaving behind a few scattered items like matches and firewood, which would be jointly utilized until depleted, after which each family would be responsible for their own supplies. Lin Xiaogu accompanied the elderly Lin, realizing that upon her return, she would be tasked with washing clothes and cooking, a stark contrast to the previous arrangement where the sisters-in-law took turns performing these duties. The elderly Lin was in good spirits, having long prepared for this division, finding herself surprisingly unburdened by the change. As the day wore on, dusk began to fall. The grain had been distributed among the families, and lunch and dinner would be enjoyed together. Li Chuanqing did not rush to the kitchen. Instead, she organized the grain received that day. The potatoes, sweet potatoes, and cabbage were sorted and stored in the usual place, neatly packed in baskets. Each family had inspected their baskets countless times, familiar enough with them to notice even the slightest disturbance. After a while of tidying up, Li Chuanqing, weary from bending over, sat down on a nearby stool. I never imagined the division would happen so swiftly. Does this mean there will be no more time for idleness? Upon uttering these words, she quickly recognized her misplaced attitude and admonished herself to be diligent, to embrace hardship, and to set a good example for her children. Lin Cece, watching from the side, couldn't help but chuckle at her mother's expressive demeanor. Lin Nan, patting his belly, exclaimed, Mom, I'm so hungry, what are we having today? Well, I'll start cooking. Dong Dong, please fetch 2 sweet potatoes and 2 potatoes from the cellar. Do you know which basket our family's sweet potatoes and potatoes are in? Li Chuanqing said as she went to dig up some cornmeal. She planned to prepare a sweet potato and corn soup and stir-fry 2 potato shreds for their first day of separation, intending to enhance their meal with an extra 2 eggs garnished with scallions. I know, Mom, I'm on it. Lin Dong responded eagerly. Li Chuanqing nodded and proceeded to the kitchen, momentarily forgetting that the cooking pot was now shared among 4 households, making it rather busy. Aunt Lin had finished preparing the meal, while Aunt Lin Er and Aunt Lin San waited in line. Li Chuanqing decided to use a clay pot for the soup and returned to fetch it, only to be spotted by Lin Laosi, who took the cornmeal and potatoes from her hands and added some cornmeal and 2 eggs, insisting she need not worry and that she could simply wait for the meal. Uncertain of what her husband was up to, Li Chuanqing nonetheless trusted in his capabilities and chose to busy herself with other tasks. Lin Nan, nearly on the verge of starvation, curiously pulled Lin Cece along to observe their father as he prepared the meal. Lin Laosi strolled into the main room, casually exclaiming, "Mother, usually you set the portions. Chuanqing doesn't quite grasp it yet. With our family of 5, will this amount of cornmeal suffice?" Elderly Lin leaned in to take a look, her eyelids fluttering. "This amount of cornmeal, let alone being enough for your family of 5, would have sufficed for our entire clan in the past. Can you two manage? Don't let that bit of grain be wasted." Lin Laosi shrugged. "Well, I suggested that you and father come live with us to oversee things, but you were against it." The elderly Lin sighed. "Later, bring your grain to the main house. I'll help manage it. If one is not frugal, they will suffer. We must be careful and not squander." Lin Laosi readily agreed. "All right then, mother, have you and my sister started cooking? If not, could you send some food our way?" The elderly Lin was the sole owner of a cooking pot, lavish in her autonomy, cooking at her whim. The second and third households watched as Lin Laosi carried the grain back to the main house, secretly cursing him for being crafty, feeling that in the chaos of the division, the fourth household had benefited too much. Given the meager work points earned by the fourth household, even sustaining themselves was a challenge, let alone receiving such a generous share of grain and money, all of which came from the hard work of the other households. Fortunately, with the division complete, the fourth household would no longer benefit at others' expense. Thinking this, and Lin Er felt a surge of joy, her eyes widening as she saw Lin Laosi walk past with a plate of scrambled eggs topped with scallions, the enticing aroma wafting towards her, causing her to swallow hard. It must be said that the fourth household was faring better than theirs. She couldn't recall the last time they had eggs. However, recalling the family's savings, she thought it acceptable to forego eggs for now. The news of the Lin family's division spread like wildfire throughout Lingjia village the following day. Many awaited to see the spectacle, jesting that without the support of the other Lin households, how could Lin Laosi, with his effeminate demeanor, sustain a family? Although Lin Laosi had become more diligent in his work and earned slightly more work points, he still fell short compared to the robust male laborers. Aunt Kai glared, dismayed that the Lin family had quietly divided their household. She had eavesdropped the day before but gleaned nothing. The elderly Lin had surprisingly consented to the division, leaving the daughters-in-law feeling liberated but also harder to manage. Such foolishness. In no time, the talk of the village shifted from the Lin family's division to the upcoming pig slaughter on the 23rd day of the 12th month. With little entertainment available, it was these trivial matters among neighbors that provided fodder for gossip. The Lin family had raised 2 pigs, one designated for the collective task and the other half of which. This was akin to how members of the cooperative exchanged their accumulated eggs for some sewing supplies, permitted only during the New Year season. This portion of the pig was to be divided into 5 shares. In the past, they would sell the meat for money, only partaking in the village's annual pig slaughter. This year, however, they intended to keep it for themselves, much to the delight of the children in the household. Finally, they could indulge in meat more often. In previous years, they had only sampled its flavor during the New Year festivities. The meat would be rendered into lard and also turned into preserved meat, which could be stored for future meals. On the day of the pig slaughter, the elderly Lin, accompanied by her 4 daughters-in-law, arrived early to Q. As soon as the pig was slaughtered and the snow had settled, the elderly Lin called out to the second daughter-in-law. Thereupon, Aunt Lin Er rushed forward, a basin in hand, shoving aside other women who had come to collect the pig's blood. The blood was indeed a prized commodity, essential for making blood sausages, and one had to be quick to seize it. Any delay would mean missing out. The elderly Lin was well aware of her daughters-in-law's personalities. The eldest was steady, the second was strong-willed and bold, the third was gentle, and the fourth was not to be relied upon for such matters. The task of securing the pig's blood would solely depend on the second daughter-in-law, whose audacity would serve them well in this instance. Chapter 73. The bittersweetness of the 70s. In the year of 70, Aunt Lin and Aunt San, along with Li Chuanqing, went to assist Aunt Er. Lin Cece followed her 2 older brothers to join in the festivities. She witnessed her second aunt effortlessly shoving others aside to successfully catch some pig offal, and she couldn't help but commend her. What a remarkable feat! Aunt Lin Xiao also stood nearby. The village was busy with the annual pig slaughter, with both adults and children from every household participating. The crowd rivaled that of the previous grain distribution or the bustling supply cooperative. The allocation of meat was based on labor points, with those accumulating more points getting to choose first. The good news was that the Lin family had many strong laborers, resulting in a substantial number of total points. The downside, however, was the division of families. Next year, labor points would be recorded separately, preventing anyone from selecting the best cuts of meat. Every gain comes with a loss, and it was indeed a delicate balance. Reflecting on her savings, apart from Aunt Lin's dissatisfaction, the other branches of the family were exceedingly content. Soon, they reached Elder Lin, where the accountant began to tally the meat distribution for the Lin family. Elder Lin immediately spotted a desirable piece of meat and pointed for it to be cut. Grasping the coveted portion, she beamed, revealing her back teeth. Upon returning home, Elder Lin divided the meat into 5 portions. Initially appearing sizable, it seemed rather scant once divided. Lin Cece and others lingered to continue observing the lively scene. A familiar figure darted past, prompting Lin Cece to smile softly, revealing her dimples. "Auntie, look straight ahead." Aunt Lin shouted. It was commendable that he had the discretion not to approach her in the presence of so many people. Lin Nan also spotted Su Chang and waved vigorously, recalling how he had once carried him home after an encounter with a wild boar on the mountain. He called out, "Uncle Su, over here." Many around them noticed Lin Nan's enthusiastic greeting. Su Chang naturally moved to stand beside Aunt Lin Xiao for a brief moment. Aunt Lin Xiao felt a hint of discomfort, thinking that this was all Lin Nan's doing. Why was he so close to her instead of staying next to Lin Nan? She felt a twinge of nervousness for reasons she couldn't quite grasp. Lin Cece observed the interaction between her aunt and Su Chang in secret, finding it quite amusing. The educated youth arrived late, their labor points were meager compared to the villagers, and they likely wouldn't receive a share of meat. After some discussion, they decided to pool their labor points to secure at least a small portion. Zhao Xinrong spotted Aunt Lin Xiao and jogged over to greet her. Since the time Aunt Lin Xiao had accompanied Lin Cece to deliver some purchased face cream for Zhao Xinrong, she had not frequented the educated youth's quarters. Zhao Xinrong had requested her to bring items twice since then, but each time she had simply come to collect them after Aunt Lin Xiao returned home, rather than making a special trip. Aunt Lin Xiao, puzzled by Zhao Xinrong's change in demeanor, recalled how sincerely she had wished to befriend her initially. Zhao Xinrong had often interacted with her in a somewhat arrogant manner, which Aunt Lin Xiao had easily perceived. She had long envied the urban lifestyle and fantasized about the beauty of being a city dweller. However, after hearing her niece's words, she realized that life in the city wasn't all that special. Sincerity was paramount, regardless of whether one hailed from the city or the countryside. With this understanding, Aunt Lin Xiao felt her envy towards the educated youth diminish significantly, restoring her sense of normalcy and earning her newfound respect. As her niece had pointed out, everyone is a limited edition, and one should never belittle oneself. Zhao Xinrong acknowledged Su Chang beside Aunt Lin Xiao with a greeting. Su Chang, puzzled, glanced at her and nodded indifferently. Under the scrutiny of Aunt Lin Xiao and the small Lin Cece, Zhao Xinrong felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, Su Chang was the second son of the village chief, and she could hardly afford to dismiss him. In the past, she would not have even deigned to glance at other rural men with such an attitude. Here, however, there were plenty of suitors vying for her attention, but she found them all lacking, as she intended to return to the city. Some of the educated youth were in relationships with locals, having been sent to the countryside in the first wave and remaining for years without returning. With age creeping in and numerous siblings at home, they often received little parental affection. Rather than languishing without prospects, they sought to marry into affluent families here. Finding a semblance of security, they treated her with a degree of reverence, though it was not complete subservience. Nonetheless, it was a relief from the exhausting labor in the fields. Lin Cece, with her sparkling eyes, thought it was only fitting that Zhao Xinrong received a dose of humiliation for once, as she had previously. Zhao Xinrong, feeling out of place, exchanged a few more words with Aunt Lin Xiao before retreating back to her group of fellow educated youth. Some of them were heading home for the new year. Lin Cece, amidst the crowd, did not spot Huang Xiaoying, the educated youth who was making her mother's clothes. She remembered the kind older sister who had once shared candies with her. Aunt Lin Xiao could not quite fathom why she felt anxious when Zhao Xinrong greeted Su Chang. However, upon noticing that Su Chang was indifferent towards Zhao Xinrong, she felt an inexplicable joy. She pondered why she felt so peculiar. Elder Lin divided the meat distributed that day into 5 portions, while Aunt Heir's portion of pig offal was also shared among the 5 households. The making of snow sausage from the offal was unanimously accepted by Aunt Heir, and this year's pork was exceptionally fine, consisting entirely of high-quality fat. After preparing the snow sausage, they busied themselves with frying lard. Lin Cece was overwhelmed with joy at the prospect of tasting fried pork cracklings, nearly moved to tears by the scarcity of resources. Just being able to savor a hint of meat within a month was a significant treat. Who would have thought that one day, she would find such contentment in a mere piece of crackling? The children of the Lin family were elated today, relishing in the fried morsels. It was the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, the Little New Year, and every household ensured their children were well fed with fried pork cracklings. Not only the Lin family's children but nearly every child in the village enjoyed at least a piece of crackling today. The scent of fried food wafted through the village, accompanied by the joyous laughter of children. Despite the frigid winter weather, which made noses run, the festive spirit remained undiminished. Early in the morning, the households busied themselves. Li Chuanqing fashioned a broom-like tool from a stick, enabling her to sweep away cobwebs from the ceiling. They swept every corner, inside and out. Lin Cixi and her two brothers took cloths to wipe down the tables, cabinets, chairs, and the sleeping Kong. Lin Laosi had specially prepared warm water for the three children to clean their cloths. Watching their family work together, Lin Cixi felt a warmth in her heart. Despite the hardships of this era, with hunger and inadequate clothing, there were indeed sweet moments to cherish. Chapter 74. The scene did not seem promising. The tasks continued to grinding tofu, boiling meat, frying tofu, and preparing meatballs, along with various steamed dishes and buns, leaving little time for rest. The fragrant aroma wafted in the air, causing Lin Nan to lose his desire to venture outside. Lin Cixi trailed behind her two elder brothers, eagerly requesting these delectable treats from their mother. Even more enticing was the sight of Grandma Lin steaming a pot of fluffy white buns, a total of 10, reserved for visiting relatives during the new year. In these times, being able to take even 2 of those buns when visiting relatives was a matter of pride. Not a single child from the Lin family could resist the allure of those perfectly steamed buns, and despite their attempts, none could coax a taste from Grandma Lin. Additionally, she had slaughtered a hen, cleaned it, and hung it up to await her eldest daughter's return with her husband and grandchildren on the 3rd day of the new year. The sight of that dried chicken hanging there drew the gaze of anyone passing by. On the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, Lin Si ventured out for the day, returning with an old hen and some pastries and candies. The hen was placed in the coop to be fed for their visit to the Li family on the 2nd day of the new year. Each of Lin Cici's siblings received 2 candies, while the remainder was tidily collected by Lin. She also found time to give Lin Dong and Lin Nan haircuts. Lin Cici, already sporting braids, required no trimming. Lin Dong and Lin Nan, who despised haircuts, had no choice but to sit obediently as their mother snipped away, under the weight of maternal authority. Lin Cixi initially feared for her brother's hair, but to her surprise, her mother's cuts turned out quite skillful. Employing nothing but scissors and her father's razor blade, she couldn't help but marvel at the hardships faced by women in this era, juggling household and external responsibilities. Working, caring for children, washing, cooking, and cleaning, all while needing to master skills like shoe repair and sewing. It was no small feat. Indeed, Lin Cixi felt a sense of inadequacy, recognizing that her own knowledge paled in comparison, and resolved to focus on her studies. She now understood why her aunt, despite her poor academic performance, still attended junior high. Not attending meant working at home, and once married, the labor would continue. She pondered the benefits of marriage, struggling to discern any advantages. Perhaps a caring husband who understood her needs, or the joy of raising an adorable child. Her mother, Li Chuanqing, seemed to embody this ideal, with her father, Lin Si, taking great pride in ensuring that she never faced any. Though occasionally lazy and indulgent, he had his merits, showering affection on his wife and children alike. Lin Cixi savored her candy, sweetly awarding her father a perfect score, unbothered by the thought of his pride. Before long, it was New Year's Eve, and the entire family gathered for the festive feast. Each household contributed grains, meats, and vegetables, resulting in a sumptuous banquet. There were cold dishes, stir-fries, and dumplings, and both adults and children ate heartily. After the New Year's dinner, the children from the main house led the way in paying respects to Grandpa Lin and Grandma Lin, who beamed with joy at the sight of their line of grandchildren standing before them. Grandma Lin, with a cheerful demeanor, pulled out red envelopes, gifting each child 2 cents as New Year's money. Lin Dong and Lin Nan had already devised plans for their newfound wealth. The eldest, Lin Dong, intended to purchase another rubber band for his slingshot, while the second eldest, Lin Nan, a true foodie, planned to save for candies. Lin Cixi, clutching her 2 pennies, was uncertain about her purchase, contemplating either a pencil or a notebook. On the first day of the new year, the villagers exhibited an unprecedented tolerance towards children, seldom resorting to scolding. This day marked the dawn of a new year. Receiving reprimands was believed to foreshadow a year of misfortune. Children, astutely aware of this, would initially test their parents' boundaries, gradually growing bolder in their antics. However, as the first day passed and the second arrived, their mischief continued unabated, with stir-fried bamboo shoots and pork being an inevitable consequence. On the second day of the new year, several families returned to their maternal homes. Lin Cixi and her siblings donned new clothes, while their mother, Li Chuanqing, pulled out her finest garments, her dark hair elegantly styled. "Mother, you look so beautiful. You should always dress like this. My father is truly fortunate to have married you," Lin Cixi exclaimed, prompting Li Chuanqing to chuckle as she leaned down to nuzzle her daughter's cheek. Lin Si, standing nearby, adjusted his shiny hair, but Lin Cixi found her mother's elegance far more appealing. Their tastes diverged, as the current fashion favored her father's style. After the family finished breakfast, they prepared to set out. Grandma Lin distributed the steamed white buns, giving each household 2 to take back to their maternal homes. "In years past, when the harvest was good, I always prepared these for you, ensuring you wouldn't return empty-handed. for the sake of your dignity. However, from now on, as we begin to divide our households, next year I shall cease this practice. This year will be the last, she declared. Aunt Lin Air, and Li Chuanqing graciously accepted the buns, showering Grandma Lin with compliments, while Aunt Lin San shyly expressed her gratitude. The weather on this day was splendid, clear and windless. Beneath the sun, it did not feel cold, and the snow from the eaves melted into droplets that fell rhythmically. Lin Dong and Lin Nan were already bubbling with excitement in anticipation of the delectable treats at their grandmother's house, where they would often receive secret gifts of money. They cherished visits to their grandmother's home. Unfortunately, their mother occasionally took advantage of their school hours to make the trip alone, returning by noon, leaving the boys unable to accompany her. As they walked, the two boys picked their way carefully along the icy path, slipping and sliding. Lin Si carried a woven basket, while Li Chuanqing held Lin Cici's hand, occasionally reminding them to be cautious of their new clothes and shoes, for wet footwear would make the day uncomfortable. The distance to their grandmother's house was about 5 or 6 li. In an era where walking was the only means of transport, this journey paled in comparison to the far-off trips to the commune or county seat. Along the way, they encountered many others also visiting relatives. Li Chuanqing met an acquaintance from her village, who had married into the neighboring village known for its fruit orchards. She encouraged Lin Cici to greet her as aunt. Lin Cici complied obediently. "Ah, so you must be Cici. You are such a good child, Chuanqing. You are fortunate, you have 2 sons and a daughter, unlike me with 3 debt collectors." The woman jested. Naturally, Li Chuanqing refrained from agreeing, instead praising her 3 children. The woman appeared to be waiting for compliments, smiling exaggeratedly. Lin Cici found the adults quite odd. Sharing the same destination, the 2 groups walked together. Lin Si conversed with the other man. Ahead lay the entrance to Grandma's village. Beyond that, a small bridge would lead them there. The 2 groups parted ways at the village entrance. From a distance, Lin Cici spotted a robust figure standing by the bridge, broad-shouldered with fierce eyes and a scruffy beard, exuding an intimidating presence. She instinctively leaned closer to her mother. Before she could warn her mother of the man's fierce demeanor, Lin Dong and Lin Nan shouted, "Uncle, it's Uncle!" Chapter 75. The Never Judge a Book by its Cover. Even a tough guy can have tenderness. Lin Cici, so this is what her uncle looks like. He certainly does not appear to be a good person. She had previously heard her mother recount the love story between her and her father. Her parents, unlike the blind marriages of today, embraced the spirit of free love, keeping pace with the times. In contrast, her uncles and aunts only met for the first time on their wedding day, with their parents managing all arrangements in between. It was rumored that her eldest uncle was rather cunning. After the engagement was finalized by the family, he secretly passed through his future wife's village, fortuitously catching a glimpse of her. The second and third uncles, however, were less astute, leaving everything to their parents, and only discovered what their brides looked like on the day of the wedding. Thus, her parents were indeed trendsetters. Lin Laosi, her father, was quite the character, and it was said that he shared a particularly close bond with her uncle. He managed to charm a girl right under her uncle's nose, demonstrating his cleverness. Coughing lightly, one could only imagine the nature of her uncle's character, given that he associated with her father, Lin Laosi, who was not one to be trifled with. On the contrary, both were among those in their village known for their hard work, aptly described as a pair of rascally companions. Although it might be considered impolite to say so, there is a saying that goes, "Birds of a feather flock together," suggesting that those who get along typically share similar values. While it may seem inappropriate to label her uncle as a bad person, such an impression was not entirely unfounded based solely on his appearance. At that moment, her uncle was effortlessly cradling Lin Dong in one arm and Lin Nan in the other, showcasing his considerable strength, akin to carrying chicks with ease, perfectly matching his robust physique. "Brother, what brings you here?" Li Chuanqing greeted with a smile. Lin Laosi dutifully called back, "Sister. Little sister, brother-in-law, our mother sent me to welcome you. I just arrived, and fortuitously, your family has just come." As Lin Cici approached, her uncle, Li Pang, boomed with a voice like thunder, laughing heartily, "Cici has grown so tall. Let me give you a hug and see if you've gained any weight." Lin Cici timidly hid behind her mother, peeking out to observe her uncle with feigned shyness. Li Chuanqing laughed, "Do you think my Cici is like those 2 rascals? At her age, she shouldn't need to be carried. Brother, don't spoil them, they are quite heavy. My Cici is a young lady now and can be shy, so please refrain from picking her up." Li Pang lowered his voice, cautious not to frighten the delicate girl before him, and said, "All right, Cici is indeed a young lady now. No more hugs, then how about you greet your uncle?" Lin Cici glanced at her mother and then at her peculiar uncle before softly saying, "Happy New Year, Uncle." The resemblance between her mother and her uncle was striking. Her mother was quite beautiful, while her uncle had a somewhat rough appearance. Were she to encounter him on the street without her parents, she would never have guessed he was her mother's biological brother. Lin Cece felt a twinge of relief that her mother was so lovely. Had she looked like her uncle, she might have worried about her own appearance. Good, so obedient. Li Peng laughed heartily, completely charmed by his soft-spoken niece. Upon arriving at her grandmother's house, Lin Cece soon understood why her uncle and mother bore no resemblance to one another. Her mother resembled her grandmother, who, despite her age and numerous wrinkles, still bore traces of her youthful beauty. Her mother's brows and eyes were inherited from her grandmother. Conversely, her uncle's features mirrored those of her grandfather, albeit her grandfather was not as tall as her uncle. Her aunt was rather delicate, and fortunately, her two cousins bore a closer resemblance to her aunt. The juxtaposition of her uncle and aunt was striking, akin to a beast paired with a beauty. As her aunt's appearance shone even brighter without much adornment, Lin Cece pondered that if anyone experienced anxiety about their looks, they should simply stand beside her uncle for a moment and they would surely embrace their own features. Though her uncle appeared fierce and rugged, he radiated tenderness towards his sister and exhibited remarkable patience, which contradicted his intimidating exterior. At first glance, one might assume her uncle would be difficult to approach, but interaction revealed a different reality. His demeanor towards her aunt was equally gentle, and his two mischievous cousins seemed even more unruly than her own brothers, yet, her uncle treated both cousins with a warm disposition. In the brief time spent together, her uncle's kindness towards the trio was evident, validating the adage that one should not judge by appearances. Even the toughest of men can possess a gentle heart. Earlier, while en route to their grandmother's house, her uncle had even let Lin Nan ride on his shoulders. Upon arrival, Lin Dong and Lin Nan bounced around with unrestrained joy, while Grandma Li and Grandpa Li watched with amused smiles, presenting an array of delicious treats to entertain them. Lin Cece, cheeks bulging with pastries, was too preoccupied to heed the adults' conversations. Every morsel was a delight, and she simply couldn't resist indulging. Her grandmother's home was considerably more prosperous than the Lin family residence, boasting an abundance of delectable food in two well-constructed brick houses, one for Grandma Li and Grandpa Li, and the other for her uncle and aunt. Grandma Li and Grandpa Li had one son and one daughter. The son was her uncle, Li Peng, and the daughter was her mother, Li Chuanxing. With so few children, Grandma Li and Grandpa Li did not subscribe to the traditional preference for sons, allowing her mother, Li Chuanxing, to enjoy a childhood filled with love and indulgence far surpassing that of her contemporaries. Growing up in an environment where her parents and brothers doted on her, it was a rarity in a world where families often had multiple children. The thought of her father, akin to a pig trampling on their precious cabbage, was enough to evoke the ire of her grandparents and uncle. At this moment, her mother was engaged in conversation with Grandma and Grandpa Li, while her elder brothers and cousins had dashed outside to play. Lin Cece remained among the adults, feasting, occasionally glancing at her father who was diligently assisting with the firewood, buzzing around like a busy little bee. Indeed, having taken their daughter, who had been so lovingly raised, marrying her off demanded a bit of labor in return. As the new year approaches, the busyness is overwhelming. There is hardly a moment to sit at the computer, and I'm unsure what I'm busy with. The updates will be sporadic. Chapter 76, the eerily prophetic words of the crow. One could never predict what peculiar occurrences might unfold. Lin Laosi, laboriously chopping wood nearby, glanced over at his good friend, who sat there with his legs crossed, rhythmically shaking them, exuding a sense of tranquility, yet he had no other thoughts occupying his mind. After all, this man was not only his brother-in-law but also a dear companion. What could he do? It was his own fault for having taken a liking to his friend's sister and secretly engaging in a romantic relationship. When their affair was eventually discovered, his friend had truly unleashed his fury upon him, aiming solely for his face, without a trace of their past camaraderie. As he struck, he would scold him for being so handsome, having enchanted his sister, and thus deserving of the beating. With such iron fists accompanied by sweet words, how could one possibly feel anger? There was no room for resentment. What could he do? If he wished to marry his friend's sister, he simply had to swallow his pride. He would have to shower her with kindness. He could not bear the thought of causing his future wife any distress. After all, after years of marriage, Lin Laosi took great pride in cherishing his spouse. As Lin Laosi contemplated seeking solace from his wife upon returning home, after all, he had exerted considerable effort today, as evidenced by the pile of firewood at his feet. He suddenly heard his brother-in-law, Li Peng, whispering, "Laosi, guess who I saw at the commune not long ago?" Lin Laosi paused, straightened up, and glanced around, initially unable to comprehend the statement, casually asking, "Who?" After a moment of reflection, he quickly deduced the answer. Li Peng, with an air of mystery, revealed, "Your third brother." Lin Laosi had indeed surmised this earlier. For a while, his third brother had been returning home late and leaving early, and once, Lin Laosi had encountered him, noting his brother's weary demeanor, which had led him to speculate that his brother might be involved with someone else. Later, upon hearing the children speak, his suspicions were confirmed. He had not anticipated that his third brother would possess the audacity to venture into the black market. "Be cautious, don't let your guard down," Lin Laosi advised in a hushed tone. The two spoke in veiled terms, implying the need for vigilance against capture. Li Peng nodded. I understand. I heard from my sister that you all have divided the household? Yes, we have, Lin Laosi replied succinctly, withholding further details. If you hadn't been unable to bear the hardship and withdrawn, you would have easily constructed a brick house by now, Li Peng remarked. Lin Laosi glanced at his brother-in-law's two brick houses, feeling no envy yet he was well aware of the means by which Li Peng had amassed his wealth, hard work and constant anxiety over the threat of capture. In the past, when Lin Laosi had been compelled to engage in such activities, it was due to the premature birth of his daughter, necessitating meticulous care to ensure her survival, a task fraught with the possibility of tragedy. During a year of famine, when crops yielded very little and many resorted to foraging for leaves or wild vegetables, Lin Laosi had bravely turned to the black market to buy and sell goods. The money he earned was used to purchase fine grains for his daughter, while coarse grains remained essential for his family, including his wife and two sons, as well as his parents. It was impossible for his entire household to go without the food he brought home. In those dire times, he hoarded nothing for himself. That food was truly a lifeline. However, his sisters-in-law eyed his daughter's rations greedily, but such thoughts were utterly unfathomable to him. Only what he willingly offered could be taken. No one could seize the food from his hands. Having weathered the famine, his daughter grew stronger, and Lin Laosi decided to cease his dealings. His brother-in-law, however, continued in that line of work, accumulating some wealth and connections over the years. Though he earned a living, the constant fear was real. Lin Laosi believed he could not endure such hardship. Earlier this year, Li Peng had partnered with others to establish a pig farm in the mountains and invited him to invest. Lin Laosi discreetly contributed a small amount, counted within Li Peng's shares. Having little savings, he invested all he could and thereafter distanced himself from the operation, trusting his brother-in-law to look after him. After nearly a year, the pigs were ready for market just before the new year. With the festive season upon them, the selling prices were favorable, especially in the black market, where prices were already elevated. Li Peng pulled out some cash from his pocket and handed it to Lin Laosi. Your share of the profits. Thank you, brother, Lin Laosi replied, accepting the money without hesitation, knowing that with the division of the family, he would need funds for various expenses. Their household was brimming with people. His daughter and son had grown, and his wife suggested it was time for them to have separate sleeping arrangements. They had only divided one room, which was insufficient for their needs, thus prompting the need for a new house. After the new year, he planned to seek a plot of land in the village for building. Upon discussing his plans with his brother-in-law, Li Peng wholeheartedly supported him, saying, "If you find yourself short on cash, just let me know. Prioritizing the construction of the house is of utmost importance." As they conversed, a call from the kitchen urged them to lend a hand, prompting both men to head over. Aunt Jiang Yinghua, not one to mince words, directed Li Peng to help with plucking feathers from the chickens. Li Peng nodded, fetching hot water from the stove before proceeding to the courtyard to work. Aunt Jiang was quite courteous towards Lin Laosi, encouraging him to relax inside with a cup of tea. However, amidst the bustle, Lin Laosi could not bring himself to retreat for tea and continued chopping firewood. By midday, the meal was somewhat lavish. Lin Cc's first taste of rice occurred at her grandparents' home. She had developed a peculiar habit of finding immense satisfaction in delicious food, wishing to indulge in such delights perpetually. Perhaps in her past life, she had not cherished her meals, leading the heavens to punish her with a lack of good food. She relished the meal, her belly round and full, while Lin Nan's face gleamed with grease, a clear sign of his hearty meat consumption. Lin Cc patted her little belly, which seemed even rounder. After lunch, the family gathered to converse. The adults sat together while the 5 children formed their own circle. The older cousin, Li Peng, was in the 5th grade, while the second cousin, Lian, was in the 4th. Unbeknownst to them, in the not-so-distant future, they would be thoroughly overshadowed by their 3 younger siblings, who would be urged by their parents to learn from their younger cousins. For now, they were thoroughly enjoying themselves. Lin Nan listened with rapt attention as his older cousins recounted their heroic exploits of catching rabbits in the mountains and fishing in the rivers, igniting a fiery enthusiasm within him. He longed to embark on such adventures with them immediately. Alas, it was winter, and aside from searching for bird eggs, there were few activities available. Lin Nan made plans with his cousins to venture into the mountains and rivers together come summer. Just as he made bold declarations, his gaze unexpectedly met his younger sister's bright eyes. Reminded of her uncanny ability to predict outcomes, it felt as though a bucket of ice water had been poured over him, sending chills down his spine. Hastily, he gestured for his sister to be quiet, fearing her unfiltered words might inadvertently summon some bizarre occurrences once more. Chapter 77 The Indulgence in Youth. After the meal, they reminisced about the past. The crackling of the fire filled the room, creating a cozy warmth. Aunt Jiang Yinghua, understanding the moment, discreetly excused herself for a while, allowing her mother-in-law and sister-in-law to share their intimate thoughts. Although she was a daughter-in-law and part of the family, she could never compare to the bond of a mother and daughter. Jiang Yinghua was content, recognizing the futility of competing with her sister-in-law, who who was cherished by her husband. While her husband indeed held affection for his younger sister, he also genuinely cared for his wife and children. Jiang Yinghua shared a harmonious relationship with her husband and was considerate of her in-laws. There were certain matters that a mother-in-law would hesitate to discuss in the presence of her daughter-in-law, as she was adept at maintaining boundaries and would never speak ill of her. After all, there was the matter of her sister-in-law's family, and as a fellow daughter-in-law, she feared that some words might be misinterpreted by her. Li Chuanqing held a fondness for her sister-in-law, appreciating her as a truly wonderful person. Knowing that her daughter had separated and was living independently, Grandma Li had prepared some items for her, including 5 pounds of peanuts, a piece of cured meat weighing about 1.5 pounds, 5 sausages, and 2 pounds of rice. Grandma Li specifically instructed her daughter that the rice was meant for her in-laws as a gesture of reciprocity for the 2 steamed buns they had prepared. Given her in-laws' thoughtfulness, she felt compelled to reciprocate with proper decorum. Li Chuanqing and Lin Laosi, upon seeing the abundance of gifts, felt overwhelmed. Grandma Li, well aware of her daughter's stubbornness, simply placed the items into their carrying basket. She also filled a bag with candies for her grandchildren. Lin Dong, Lin Nan, and Lin Sisi had already received red envelopes from their grandparents, each containing a dime, and with the addition of the candies, their joy was amplified. At home, their mother did not permit them to indulge excessively in sweets, so it would be many days before they could savor a piece of candy. "Grandma, you are so wonderful. I really like you, and I love Grandpa too." "Grandma and Grandpa, why don't you come stay at my house? That way, we can see you every day," Lin Sisi said softly. Grandma Li's eyes sparkled with laughter. Grandpa Li was equally delighted, for who doesn't relish sweet words, especially as one ages, finding solace in the innocent affection of a cherubic child? "Alright, from now on, Grandma will visit Sisi's house, and Sisi can also come to stay with Grandma. Whenever you miss us, just have your parents bring you over, or let your uncle and aunt pick you up," Grandma Li replied with a smile. Li Pang and Jiang Yinghua quickly expressed their warm welcome for little Lin Sisi to visit. The couple had only 2 boisterous boys and found themselves utterly defenseless against the allure of a sweet little girl, wishing they could adopt her as their own and keep her away from her sister-in-law. Lin Sisi's smiling eyes sparkled like crescent moons, revealing the dimples by her cheeks, making her all the more endearing. After exchanging a few light-hearted words, Li Chuanqing and Lin Laosi took the children home. The path was treacherous, as the melting snow had turned into muddy water, prompting them to return early. Midway through their journey, Lin Sisi was carried home by her father, a privilege bestowed solely upon her. Clinging to her father's neck, she giggled, relishing the joys of childhood, knowing that she could always feign reluctance to walk and have an adult carry her. Indulgences best savored in youth. Once grown, such charms may no longer hold sway. Upon returning home, Lin Sisi's shoes were the cleanest among the family. The 4th household had just arrived, placing their carrying basket inside, while Lin Laosi went to the kitchen to prepare hot water. The shoes of his 2 sons and daughter-in-law were thoroughly soaked, leaving their feet cold. They planned to soak their feet and change into dry shoes at home. Lin Sisi sat at the doorway washing her feet, careful not to splash water on the floor or dirty her shoes. The ground was made of packed earth, firm from repeated treading. As she washed her feet, Lin Dongji stormed in angrily, followed closely by the equally displeased 3rd uncle, 3rd aunt, and Lin Lidong. As 3rd uncle and 3rd aunt passed by Lin Sisi, she greeted them, "3rd uncle, 3rd aunt, Lidong cousin." Hearing her, Lin Dongji turned back, glaring at Lin Sisi, convinced that she was mocking him. Lin Sisi shot a glare back, wondering what his problem was. What had she done to deserve such treatment? Hey, 3rd uncle and 3rd aunt responded curtly, without further comment, and retreated into the house. Lin Sisi speculated that Dongji's anger stemmed from the day's family visit. They had all gone to their grandmothers today, and Lin Sisi was aware that not all grandmothers were as kind as Grandma Li. From 3rd aunt's name, one could glean that she had longed for a son and had been disappointed 4 times. Once a son was born, the hard-won daughter would likely not be cherished. 3rd aunt had always believed that her marital family was superior to her natal family, indicating that her own family life had been unsatisfactory. If Lin Dongji were to earn money in the future and his maternal family learned of it, they would undoubtedly attempt to take advantage. Lin Sisi had forgotten whether the book mentioned the Song family. The circumstances of the 3rd household were similar to her assumptions. Lin Dongji was incensed that his mother had disclosed the family division and allocation of funds to her mother. Since her rebirth, she had forgotten the Song family, focusing solely on the 4th household, Lin Sisi, and the pursuit of wealth. Today, she had brought 2 steamed buns and 5 pounds of coarse grain given by her grandmother to the Song family, only for Old Lady Song to deem it insufficient. How could she have forgotten that her maternal grandmother, Old Lady Song, was no ordinary person? She surpassed her own grandmother, Old Lady Lin, in cunning. Both were formidable characters, but Old Lady Song was even more so, having raised 5 daughters into formidable women. Old Lady Song had 5 daughters and 1 son. Daughters were like rootless weeds, while the son was the prized jewel. Ever since Old Lady Song had a son, she treated him with utmost care, fearing he might be spoiled or harmed. Even at 17 or 18, he was still coddled by her, an impressive feat in a time when nurturing a plump child was a rarity. All household resources were at Song Baugen's disposal. Eggs were abundant, and meat was reserved solely for him. Old Lady Song also incited her daughters to pilfer from their marital homes for the sake of their natal family. Song Ipan, Song Erpan, and Song Sanpan excelled among the formidable women. Even when their own children lacked food, they would steal grain to provide for Song Baogen. When scolded by their in-laws, they would quickly beg for mercy, only to revert to their old ways afterward. Their in-laws had no intentions of holding them accountable. Only her mother, Song Sipan, fared slightly better, as she was under the influence of Old Lady Song's words, yet Old Lady Lin was astute and kept a close count of every grain, preventing her from taking anything. Gradually, as Old Lady Song realized there was no profit to be gained, she began to neglect her fourth daughter. This time, upon learning about Lin's family division, Old Lady Song was merely testing the waters, asking her fourth daughter what had been divided and whether any money had been allocated. Reflecting on this, Lin Dongji felt even more furious, angered by her mother's foolishness. How could she divulge the family's financial matters to Old Lady Song? Old Lady Song was not someone to be trifled with. She would undoubtedly pressure her mother to hand over the money, masquerading it as a means to help manage finances. What a guise of assistance! The weasel paying a New Year's visit to the chicken harbored no good intentions. Before long, that money would likely no longer bear the Lin surname but would be claimed by the Song family. Chapter 78. An unexpected encounter. Upon returning home, Lin Dongji vehemently declared to her mother, "Mother, if you dare to give even a single coin of our family's money to my maternal grandparents, I shall take a brick and smash their pot. We will cease to exist as a family. You know my character, I am a woman of my word." Aunt Lin San, Sun Sibian, sat on the kong, wiping her tears. Stunned by her daughter's words, she exclaimed, "Dongji, how can you be so heartless? You are not at all close to your maternal family, who are currently struggling to make ends meet. In previous years, it was your aunts who came to their aid, and we contributed neither money nor effort. Now that we have taken charge of our own household and are managing fairly well, what is wrong with helping your maternal family?" Lin Dongji scoffed. "What do you mean by helping my maternal family? Mother, do you truly believe they are impoverished? Far from it. Look at my uncle, so well-fed, in these times, who is not emaciated. Only my uncle possesses a round face from indulgence. You should consider the possibility that my maternal family is wealthier than we are." But Aunt Lin San was about to interject when Lin Dongji cut her off. "Enough, mother. Do not utter another word. This matter is non-negotiable. But if I find out that you have given them money, I will cause a scene at their home. I want to give it. Is it not permissible for me to refuse? You ungrateful child." Aunt Lin San was exasperated, tears streaming down her face. "How am I ungrateful? Have I ever taken a morsel of food from my maternal grandparents?" She recalled vividly how her maternal family had criticized the meager gifts from her home. In her previous life, they had not only failed to assist her family but had also taken delight in their misfortunes. Such relatives were better left behind. Li Chuanqing brought rice from her maternal home as a return gift for her mother-in-law, intended for the steamed buns her mother prepared. In truth, it would not have mattered had she not brought anything, as none of the other families did. However, since her mother had prepared it, Li Chuanqing felt obliged to deliver it to her mother-in-law. Old Lady Lin accepted the rice from her daughter-in-law's hands, exclaiming, "So much, your mother is too generous. Next time I visit, please convey my regards to her and tell her not to be so extravagant." Li Chuanqing nodded in agreement. The following day marked the third day of the new year. When Aunt Lin and her family returned early in the morning, Old Lady Lin rose, and the family could tell immediately that she was in good spirits, treating everyone with warmth. Aunt Lin's family of 4 arrived on bicycles, receiving a warm welcome from everyone. Old Lady Lin directed her daughters-in-law to prepare chicken stew, fish, and stir-fried dishes, making the occasion even more grand than the New Year's Eve feast. Upon hearing from her mother about the division of the family, Aunt Lin was momentarily taken aback. The last time she had visited her parental home was during the autumn harvest, just a few months ago. She could hardly fathom how a division had occurred so swiftly, and nevertheless, she understood her role as a married woman and, knowing that her parents were agreeable to the separation, refrained from commenting. In her opinion, the division was quite beneficial. Otherwise, her parents would be overwhelmed with managing such a large family, leading to nothing but complaints without any rewards for their efforts. Aunt Lin also observed that despite the separation, her sisters-in-law still held her mother in high regard. This was, indeed, a most dignified division of a household. Previously, while living in the village, she had witnessed numerous tumultuous family separations that had turned into uproarious spectacles. Those were the true sources of ridicule. Lin Cece looked curiously at Aunt Lin's twins, who were of similar age to her second brother. Twins were a rarity, both now and in the future. The elder was named Song Qi, and the younger, Song Ji. Just their names alone sounded sophisticated, suggesting they were not children of the countryside. Having grown accustomed to such stares, the twins paid no mind. The last time they met was during the previous New Year, and a whole year had passed, making the children feel somewhat unfamiliar with each other. However, it did not take long for familiarity to return. Aunt Lin handed each child a small handful of candy and encouraged them to go out and play. Songqi, Songji, Lindong, Linnan, and Lin Sisi, with candy in hand, rushed outside together. The children from the first and second households had grown up and were no longer inclined to run wild like these younger ones. The two girls from the third household were less enthusiastic about venturing outside, as they did not find much joy in playing together. There is indeed a certain finesse to the bonds of companionship. Moreover, while at home, Songqi and Songji had often heard the names Lindong, Linnan, and Lin Sisi mentioned by their mother, naturally fostering a closer affinity towards the fourth family. Outside, there was little to entertain. The countryside offered ample open space, and the children engaged in playful pursuits of chase, filled with laughter. During their frolics, they encountered a group of 5 or 6 other children who appeared to be visiting relatives, led by a boy who looked around 12 or 13, as thin as a reed, with the others being approximately 10 years old. The reed-like boy fixated on the candies in Lin Sisi's pockets and blocked their path. "Hey, lend me a piece of candy," the reed-like boy said, flanked by his companions. Lindong chuckled. He could hardly remember the last time he had a fight and felt a familiar itch for action. How fortuitous to have some trouble come knocking. "Is this a robbery?" Lin Nan remained unfazed, guiding his sister aside to avoid disrupting his brother's performance. Songqi and Songji widened their eyes, not in fear but excitement, standing beside Lindong, eager to jump into action. Lin Sisi thought to herself, these children are rather short-sighted, seeking trouble with her brother, who was unmatched in their vicinity. It was clear they were not from nearby villages, as only outsiders would dare approach her brother to borrow candy. The reed-like boy crossed his arms with an air of disdain. "Come on, don't be so harsh. It's just borrowing, understand?" "Oh, I want to lend," Lindong replied nonchalantly. Songqi chimed in, "Exactly, why would we lend you anything?" Songji added, "Right, let us see what you do if we don't lend." Ha ha ha, he made a face at the reed-like boy. This display of contempt only served to infuriate the reed-like boy further. "If you refuse to lend, don't blame us for being impolite." "And how will you be impolite?" Lindong asked, his tone playful, reminiscent of teasing a pet. After saying this, Lindong turned to Lin Sisi and inquired, "Sister, did you see that? This isn't my fault, I didn't wish for it to come to this." Lin Sisi nodded solemnly, her expression earnest. "Yes, brother, I understand. We do not seek trouble, but we are not afraid of it either. Just be cautious and don't get hurt." The reed-like boy and his companions were thoroughly ignored, which only fueled their anger. They were accustomed to such antics, where their demands were usually met without resistance, yet, this time, they faced someone undeterred by threats. "If we don't teach you a lesson, you won't know how many eyes the king of horses has. Let us show them our strength." With his sister's approval, Lindong felt emboldened and advised her to close her eyes to avoid being frightened. Songqi and Songji's eyes sparkled with excitement, their fists clenched, brimming with enthusiasm. "Stop talking, let us go, let us do this." The reed-like boy gritted his teeth, initially thinking intimidation would suffice. However, realizing they were serious about a confrontation, he steeled himself, confident that he would prevail against younger opponents. Chapter 79 Encountering an impasse. This was Lin Sisi's first time witnessing her elder brother engage in a brawl. True to his roots in the underworld from a previous life, he exhibited a raw, instinctive prowess. Despite his youth, lacking finesse, he relied instead on sheer experience, having fought numerous times. He understood the human body's vulnerabilities and knew precisely where to strike. His movements were characterized by speed, accuracy, and ferocity. In a swift flurry, he delivered a series of kicks that sent all of the lanky boy's companions sprawling to the ground. "Damn it," the lanky boy gaped, realizing they had bitten off more than they could chew. He had not anticipated the rapidity of the child's strikes, and before he could react, his comrades were already grimacing on the ground. Lindong felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed all too effortless that he hadn't even begun to unleash his own skills. His gaze shifted to the lanky boy, the oldest among them, and he wondered if he might put up more of a fight. "Come on, you, step up." The lanky boy looked at his friends, who were moaning in pain on the ground, and seriously contemplated whether he could withstand a beating. The conclusion was a resounding no. A wise individual recognizes the moment to yield. Aware that he could not possibly win, he chose to avoid further humiliation. He raised his hands above his head, sheepishly declaring, "We were blind to your prowess, we were wrong, please spare us, great warrior." Lindong, that is this it? How anticlimactic is this all? You were so boastful a moment ago, and now you capitulate? Where's your backbone? Siblings Songqi and Songji scoffed at the display. They had yet to even engage and found it hard to believe that it was over so soon. Frustration welled within them. They had prepared for a fight only for the opponents to concede. They were twin brothers, inseparable since childhood, having never tasted defeat against their peers in the alleys. The lanky boy, unfazed, replied with conviction, "What use is bravado when I'm about to be beaten? Bravery is utterly useless when one is outmatched. I concede, indeed, we yield," echoed the lanky boy's companions, wincing at the pain from their falls. Lin Nan felt a sense of relief, knowing that his sister would not be caught in the fray. He took her hand and approached. Lin Dong found the situation lacking excitement. It felt somewhat dishonorable to beat someone who had already surrendered. However, their initial bravado and demeanor suggested they were no novices, likely seasoned troublemakers. If not for his own combat skills, he feared his younger siblings might have lost their sweets to these ruffians. Lin Dong warned, "If I catch you stealing from others again, beware. I will not hesitate to confront you each time I see you, and next time, I may not be so forgiving, preying only on the weak. You truly have no shame. If you had any sense of honor, you would refrain from such behavior in the future," said Song Chi. "Exactly," agreed Song Ji. The lanky boy, possessing a keen mind, lowered his head to confer with his companions. After their discussion, he spoke on their behalf. "We shall refrain from such actions in the future, but may we pledge allegiance to you as our elder brother. We will only heed your commands." Lin Dong waved his hand dismissively. He could handle himself in a fight but had no desire to take on the responsibility of a gang. No can do. My brother is a diligent student. You would hinder his studies, Lin Cece interjected, relieved that her brother preferred to distance himself from such company. She had not anticipated her brother's unfortunate knack for attracting trouble. It seemed that mere outings led him to encounter small-time delinquents. Though these boys were not hardened criminals, their demeanor suggested a lack of commitment to their studies, often engaging in truancy and brawls. She felt uneasy about her brother mingling with such individuals, fearing he might be led astray. In the story she had read, her brother's fate was dire. He had finally found a righteous path, distancing himself from the narrative, and had performed commendably in his exams last semester. These boys, however, did not embody the spirit of diligent study, and their influence could jeopardize her brother's hard-earned success. We promise not to cause trouble for you, elder brother. If you agree to be our leader, we will follow your guidance and forsake our misdeeds. Without your leadership, why should we heed your words? The lanky boy persisted. If you wish to be my subordinates, the first requirement is that you can endure a beating, Lin Dong replied, baring his teeth in a grin. Endure, Lu Shang declared, eager to acknowledge Lin Dong as their leader. The group appeared determined to latch onto Lin Dong as their elder brother. Lin Dong gently ruffled his sister's hair, aware of the dreams their parents had for him. He was mindful, confident that he would not succumb to the grim fate foretold in those dreams. Then you must promise me that you will refrain from wrongdoing in the future. Elder brother. The lanky boy and his companions chorused in unison, fearful that Lin Dong might change his mind. Lin Dong. Soon, the lanky boy and his companions began to introduce themselves. The lanky boy was named Lu Shang, and he introduced his friends in turn. From Lu Shang, they learned that they hailed from a neighboring commune and had come here in search of a companion named Shirtu, who had accompanied his stepmother to visit relatives in the nearby village. They were aware that his stepmother had a cold demeanor and was particularly harsh on Shirtu, making her willingness to bring him along for a visit quite unusual. Lu Shang and his friends sensed something amiss and decided to find Shirtu. They wandered about, asking for directions, but ended up taking a shortcut, only to spot Shirtu being pursued by his stepmother, who was dragging a dog behind her. Shirtu fled in terror, but in a moment of carelessness, he stumbled, causing his stepmother and the dog to encircle him. As Shirtu cried out in fear, his stepmother's laughter grew increasingly derisive. Unable to stand by, Lu Shang and his friends hurled clumps of dirt at her. Covered in mud, Shirtu's stepmother fumed, prompting Lu Shang and the others to swiftly escort Shirtu away from the scene. Their escape led them to Lin's village. As they deliberated on how to navigate Shirtu's return, they worried that his stepmother, known for her vindictiveness, would speak ill of him to his father and grandmother upon their return, leading to a severe beating for Shirtu. While they were mired in concern, Lin Dong and his siblings, along with Song Chi and Song Ji, appeared exhausted and famished from their escapades. The sight of the siblings' pockets brimming with sweets sparked a glimmer of hope. Those sugary treasures could very well be a sign of divine favor, presenting them with an opportunity to seize what could be their salvation. However, reality soon proved that these were not mere docile lambs. They were fierce adversaries faced with overwhelming odds. Lu Shang decided to join forces rather than be defeated. He reasoned that they had much to gain from allying with such a formidable leader. Upon hearing Shirtu's story, Lin Dong, Lin Nan, Lin Cece, and the Song brothers noted the bruises on Shirtu's wrist, likely sustained during his frantic flight. Among them, Shirtu was the friliest. While most youths were lean, he appeared particularly gaunt and his eyes bore a sorrowful glint. Lin Cece shared her sweets, distributing one to each of Lu Shang's group. They expressed their gratitude, astonished that they had not gone without after all. Seeing his sister's supply dwindle, Lin Dong offered her his own sweets. What will you do when you return? Lin Dong inquired. Don't worry about me, I can handle it. If I must, I'll take a beating, but that is hardly new for me. In 18 years, I'll emerge a better man, Shertu replied, feeling warmed by the concern of his new companions. A beating was inevitable, but he was unafraid. Lin Dong said, 3 heads are better than 1. With our numbers, we can surely devise a strategy to navigate this predicament. With that, everyone fell into contemplation, seriously pondering their options. Lin Cece quietly suggested, I do have an idea. Chapter 80. You may choose not to love, but do not inflict harm. As these words were uttered, several pairs of eyes swiftly turned in that direction. Shitu's gaze was particularly filled with hope. Lin Cece recognized the complexity of the situation. However, based on Shitu's and Lu Shang's descriptions, it became evident that Shitu's father and grandmother were not indifferent to his well-being. Rather, it was his stepmother who engaged in the facade of kindness, treating Shertu well in front of his father and grandmother while secretly undermining him. The covert nature of his stepmother's actions indicated her awareness that she could not escape scrutiny forever. If Shitu's father and grandmother had truly neglected him, it would have been far more challenging to address the issue. The next step would involve Shertu unveiling the hypocrisy of his stepmother, a task that, while daunting, was not without its strategies. Patience was essential. After all, Shertu was still quite young and had many years before reaching adulthood, during which he would have to navigate life under his stepmother's influence. Even if Shitu's father were to see through his stepmother's true nature, the most severe punishment he might impose would be a beating, and a reprimand at best. The possibility of divorce for Shertu was slim. Shertu had mentioned that he had previously confided in his father and grandmother about his stepmother's mistreatment, but they had dismissed his claims, insisting he treat her with the reverence due to a biological mother. While they might believe that his stepmother lacked genuine affection for him, they were skeptical of his assertions that she was sabotaging him, as they thought that relationships were built through shared experiences. Shitu's stepmother had skillfully concealed her maliciousness, ensuring that no tangible evidence of her mistreatment remained, no marks or scars, only the psychological wounds that were difficult to substantiate. Lin Cece articulated her thoughts, engaging them in analysis. Shertu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in her words, recognizing that many matters were difficult to express verbally. What shall we do next? We understand the situation, but the most crucial aspect is how to ensure that wicked woman does not bully Shertu any longer. Lu Shang, with his impatient temperament, expressed his desire to assist his friend. However, he felt helpless, resorting to stealing morsels of food from home to share with Shertu. Lin Nan interjected, let my sister speak. Why are you raising your voice? What if you frighten her? Lu Shang quickly apologized, explaining that his urgency had led to his loudness. Lin Cece continued to share her ideas, suggesting that Shertu gradually expose his stepmother's true nature, instilling doubt in his father and grandmother. Shertu was uncertain about how to proceed. Lin Cece offered examples of how his stepmother had wronged him, emphasizing that it was crucial to reveal this information casually rather than overtly, as that would likely backfire. He could feign ignorance and subtly share these revelations with neighbors or relatives, thus seizing the high ground in public opinion. Furthermore, if he felt wronged, he could visit his biological mother's grave to express his grievances, ensuring that he would attract attention, especially since every village has its share of gossipers. Once the rumors began, his stepmother would find it difficult to defend herself, and such drama was something many would be eager to witness. This external pressure would lead to an internal unraveling, ultimately reaching Shitu's father and grandmother. After all, as the only male descendant, Shertu remained favored by his father and grandmother until his stepmother bore a son. They would be unwilling to watch their only grandson suffer under the machinations of a stepmother, especially considering he was their bloodline, a male child. Even though divorce was unlikely, the best outcome would be to ensure Shitu's stepmother refrained from tormenting him in secret. It was unrealistic to expect her to treat him kindly, but a mutual understanding that love was not necessary as long as no harm was inflicted would suffice. Shertu contemplated this, nodding thoughtfully as he absorbed the information. After a period of reflection, he resolved to act. Unconcerned by the presence of the younger girl before him, he suddenly knelt down. This startled Lin Cece, who instinctively stepped back. Lin Dong and Lin Nan reacted similarly, while Song Qi and Song Ji looked on in astonishment. What are you doing? Get up! Lin Cece urged. Lin Dong and Lin Nan each grabbed Shertu, effortlessly lifting him to his feet. Shertu, with utmost seriousness, expressed, thank you for showing me a clear path forward. This is nothing, you are intelligent and know what steps to take next. I have done little, the success of this endeavor remains uncertain, and the journey ahead is yours to navigate. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it toward yourself, Lin Cece replied. Indeed, she felt she had done little, recognizing that Shertu was still too young to understand how to resist. As time passed, it became midday. Lin Cece advised Shertu to apologize sincerely when necessary, to disarm his stepmother's vigilance, cautioning him against taking a confrontational approach given his youth. Lu Shang and the others returned to the neighboring village, agreeing to reconvene later to seek out their elder brother. The neighboring commune was approximately 10 miles away, and traveling there relied solely on foot. Walking 10 miles was not an arduous task for them, as they often trekked much greater distances to catch a film. Once Lu Shang and the others departed, Lin Dong, Lin Nan, Lin Cece, and the Song brothers hurried home. As they entered, they found their family bustling in the kitchen, having prepared the meal. If they delayed returning, they would surely face reprimands. As anticipated, they encountered Lin Shou, the elder brother from the second household, who called out to them to return home quickly, as the family awaited their meal. Indeed, the family was waiting. Under normal circumstances, they would have merely saved a bowl of rice for them, not waited to dine together. Their good fortune stemmed from the connection to Song Qi and Song Ji, as Lin Lao-tu and Lin Lao-tai valued the son-in-law who brought in goods from the commune, elevating the status of their grandsons in their eyes. This understanding was not lost on Lin Dong, Lin Nan, and Lin Cece. Although their second aunt felt discontent, she recognized that today was not the time to voice grievances, especially as she hoped to persuade her sister-in-law and brother-in-law to speak well of her daughter as potential suitor from the commune, not wanting to offend anyone. Fortunately, the home was warm, and the dishes remained hot, served in 2 separate tables, one for the men, who would drink, and the other for the women and children. Today's meal was particularly lavish, indicative of the high regard held for Lin Daegu and his spouse. The children, having run about, were now quite hungry after a morning filled with excitement, being robbed, gathering younger brothers, and unraveling Shida's tragic story. In light of today's events, Song Qi and Song Ji had developed a newfound admiration for their cousin Lin Dong, believing his fighting prowess far surpassed theirs, as he effortlessly dispatched several opponents with a few well-placed kicks. Had it been them, they would have inevitably ended up grappling on the ground, exchanging blows, winning the fight but at the cost of sustaining injuries, unlike their cousin Lin Dong, who emerged unscathed. They had prepared themselves to return home with visible wounds, only to discover that no effort had been required on their part to resolve the conflict. Chapter 81 Cherishing Daughters-in-law. Inheritance. After the family had dined, several daughters-in-law gathered to tidy up. Once everything was in order and cleaned, the family settled down together to converse. Old man Lin, unable to remain idle, attempted to weave a rush mat, only to be halted by old lady Lin. Concerned for her husband's well-being, especially during the festive season, she felt a pang of sympathy for him. He was no longer young and deserved to take a moment to rest. In their youth, they had endured considerable toil, and with the children now grown and the grandchildren aplenty, it was high time for him to relax and recuperate, particularly during the new year, to spare his frail body from further hardship. Realizing his wife's intentions were rooted in care, old man Lin acquiesced and refrained from his task. Lin Cece, nestled in the embrace of her aunt, attentively listened to the adults' chatter. Observing the affectionate interaction between her grandparents, she couldn't help but smile. It was no wonder that the sons of the Lin family were so devoted to their wives. It seemed to be an inherited trait from their grandfather. As they sat together, engaged in light-hearted banter, Lin Dongji spoke up. "Aunt, is it easy to procure a pot? Our family is in need of one, and I am willing to spend a bit more, as long as we can secure it." She was acutely aware that obtaining a pot was no simple feat, as it required industrial coupons. Ordinary farmers lacked such coupons, which were typically issued only to workers receiving rations. Thus, she hoped to enlist her aunt's assistance in acquiring a pot, having already devised plans for her future business that necessitated one urgently. The household possessed merely 2 pots, one for the elderly couple, which was relatively new, and the other, a shared pot that had once been damaged but had been mended by a specialist. They were always cautious when cooking, fearful of further mishaps. Moreover, Lin Dongji wished to keep her business endeavors discreet, aware that sharing a pot would inevitably lead to scrutiny. Upon hearing Lin Dongji's request, the room erupted into speculation. Lin de Boniang observed the situation, contemplating the feasibility of her niece's request and the potential cost. If it were affordable, she might also ask her sister to procure one for her. Currently, the arrangement was manageable, but once her eldest son married and grandchildren began to arrive, the growing household would necessitate more cooking resources. Meanwhile, Lin de Boniang stifled a laugh, deeming Lin Dongji foolish for seeking to buy a pot when they already had one. A new pot was not inexpensive, and in her view, money should be spent judiciously. Resources were finite, and she would not squander funds on something unnecessary when their current pot remained functional. Additionally, the situation worked to her advantage. Should the third family acquire a new pot, the older one would likely become obsolete, benefiting the fourth family, who primarily collaborated with their in-laws in meal preparation. Lin de Boniang's eagerness for Lin de Boniang to agree to the purchase was palpable, as it would alleviate competition for the pot. Lin San Boniang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, lamented that her daughter had not consulted her before approaching her aunt about the pot, recognizing the potential inconvenience it might cause. Lin Laosi and Li Chuanxing, however, paid little heed to the pot's procurement, as it bore no implications for the fourth family. Lin de Boniang, after exchanging glances with her husband, who was a formal worker capable of obtaining various coupons, felt reassured upon noting his nod of approval. "I will visit the supply and marketing cooperative to check," she stated. "But do bear in mind that pots are not inexpensive. If I manage to secure one, I shall bring it back on my next day off." "Thank you, Aunt," Lin Dongji replied, her surprise quickly morphing into gratitude, as she had anticipated a rejection. Lin Dongji beamed at Lin Deboniang, who was taken aback by her niece's rare display of joy, as she usually presented a sullen demeanor. Truth be told, Lin Deboniang harbored little affection for this niece, as one could hardly warm to a relative who perpetually wore a glum expression, seemingly scaring away good fortune. Without further ado, the matter of the pot was entrusted to Lin Deboniang and her husband. True to her word, she swiftly arranged for news of the pot's acquisition to be relayed back to the family. After the Lantern Festival, when school resumed, Lin Dong, Lin Nan, and Lin Sisi returned home on the first day back from winter break, only to find Lin Deboniang arriving on her bicycle, a large iron pot tethered to it. The siblings rushed to greet her respectfully. Lin Deboniang reached into her pocket, producing a handful of candies for the three of them to share. Lin Dongji and Lin Dongli fell a step behind. Upon entering the house, they spotted their aunt's bicycle parked in the courtyard, a large iron pot secured to it. Lin Dongji's heart soared, and she eagerly inquired, "Aunt, is this pot for our family?" Indeed, Lin Deboniang confirmed. "Yesterday, the supply and marketing cooperative had stock, so I hastened to purchase it, fearing it might hinder your needs. Here I am, bringing it to you." "Thank you, Aunt. How much do I owe you?" "I shall ask my mother for the money," Lin Dongji responded. Lin Deboniang regarded her niece with newfound respect. Despite her youth, Lin Dongji was quite adept at conveying polite sentiments, surpassing even her third brother and sister-in-law in this regard. "This pot cost 8 yuan and 50 cents, and it required an industrial coupon. Once used, the coupon is gone, but we are family, and it is merely a coupon after all," Lin Deboniang explained. Lin Dongji promptly expressed her gratitude and headed inside to fetch the money. However, Lin Sanboniang opposed the purchase, arguing that one pot sufficed for their needs. In her view, acquiring another would be tantamount to frivolously discarding money. Fearing her second daughter's propensity for creating a scene when displeased, Lin Sanboniang hurriedly acquiesced and handed over the funds. Lin Dongji presented Lin Deboniang with 9 yuan and 50 cents, including an extra yuan to cover the coupon cost. Lin Deboniang had not anticipated that Lin Dongji, despite her tender age, would be so astute. Ultimately, she relented and accepted the payment. In the courtyard, Lin Deboniang and Lin Erboniang marveled at the new iron pot, exclaiming how splendid it appeared and lamenting that it was not theirs to keep. Meanwhile, Lin Sisi chose not to join the commotion, as she was preoccupied with discussing her plans for skipping a grade with Lin Laosi and Li Chuanqing. Chapter 82. I don't care about my pride. Lin Laosi and Li Chuanqing listened earnestly as their daughter expressed her desire to skip a grade. "My dear, are you absolutely certain you can manage it?" Lin Laosi inquired. "Yes, Dad, I am certain," Lin Sisi affirmed with a nod. Overjoyed, Lin Laosi lifted his little girl and tossed her playfully into the air a couple of times, then turned to Li Chuanqing, saying, "Wife, I always knew our daughter was academically inclined. Who knows, she might even enjoy the privileges of purchasing goods in the future, just like her aunt." Naturally, Li Chuanqing was equally delighted and proudly replied, "Our daughter is certainly exceptional. She truly brings us honor. Without a doubt, she will achieve great things, just like her father," Lin Laosi said, a rare silly grin spreading across his face. Li Chuanqing teased, "Only after you. Does that imply I am not worthy? How could that be? Our daughter is your flesh and blood, she inevitably resembles you." The couple well understood how diligent their daughter was. She devoted herself to her studies daily, not only excelling in her own education but also assisting her two younger brothers with theirs. With her sharp intellect and commendable grades, even her brothers' performances gradually improved, ensuring that they would have no trouble entering junior high school in the future. As Li Chuanqing smiled, her eyelids grew heavy with emotion. Life was truly splendid, so vastly different from the dream she once had. As Lin Sisi's feet touched the ground, she adjusted her hair, having been tossed by her father once again. Observing her parents' self-congratulatory banter, she felt a slight embarrassment yet quickly straightened her posture with pride. She did not think much of her own accomplishments but was buoyed by her parents' happiness, determined to achieve good grades to bring them further honor. Lin Dong was equally proud, knowing his sister was exceptionally bright. However, Lin Nan felt less enthusiastic. His expression was one of discomfort. He was pleased that his sister was clever, but he could not fathom being in the same class as her, especially when she would be skipping a grade. Failing an exam while his younger sister, only 2 years his junior, advanced to the 3rd grade was quite humiliating. Lin Nan lamented, "I don't care about my pride." Clearly, no one at home was concerned with his sentiments. The family was brimming with joy, as if Lin Sisi had already succeeded in her advancement. "Dad, the application for skipping a grade requires parental consent. When you have the time, please visit the school," Lin Sisi reminded. Lin Laosi, his spirits high, eagerly promised, "No problem, leave it to your father, such matters are a mere trifle." Lin Cece held a deep appreciation for her father's capabilities, while outsiders in the village deemed Lin Laosi unreliable. Part of that was due to his laziness, his reluctance to work or explain anything. Yet at home, her father was truly dependable. Whatever he set his mind to accomplish, he invariably succeeded. Li Chuanqing, who oversaw all household provisions, was in high spirits today and declared, "We shall have meat for lunch." Gulp. Lin Dong, Lin Nan, and Lin Cece simultaneously swallowed hard. Lin Cece did not wish to appear so unambitious. She longed for meat, especially during this season when food was scant and meals consisted of turnips, cabbages, and potatoes. They had been eating such fare throughout the winter. Their family was relatively better off. Even when stir-frying, they would add a bit of lard, yet it still failed to satisfy their cravings. Being in the same kitchen, she was aware that her aunts from the first, second, and third households lived in conditions even worse than theirs. She had witnessed them merely greasing the pan with a piece of lard to prevent sticking. Lin Cece, having never experienced such a time, assumed they were simply reluctant to use oil, which was indeed the case. However, another significant reason was to prevent the next cook from benefiting from their oil. If too much oil was used, and they shared the same pot, it would mean their family would be at a disadvantage. Upon hearing about the meat, Lin Laosi wiped his mouth, saying, "Wife, make sure to add plenty of meat. Once we finish, I will go find my brother-in-law to buy some more." Li Chuanqing shot him a look, as if I needed your reminder. With their connections, they naturally had to take advantage of the opportunity. Lin Laosi scratched the back of his head, chuckling to himself. The prospect of a meatier meal made Lin Dong, Lin Nan, and Lin Cece even happier. Li Chuanqing took a piece of cured meat, along with the cornmeal and vegetables for lunch, and headed to the main room, where they were currently sharing a meal with Lin Lao Tu and Lin Lao Tai. The elderly couple was generous, having their own pot to cook with. Moreover, they were somewhat reluctant to indulge themselves. Li Chuanqing remembered how well Lin Lao Tu and Lin Lao Tai treated the fourth household. She was not one to be stingy, yet if she had something good to eat, they could partake as well. Today, Aunt Lin was also present. As Li Chuanqing entered the main room, she greeted, "Mother, elder sister, I am going to prepare lunch." Aunt Lin noticed her sister-in-law carrying a piece of meat and recalled hearing from her mother about how the elderly couple had been enjoying meals with the fourth household. Initially, she thought her mother might have been biased, but witnessing it firsthand confirmed her mother's words. Aunt Lin was even more cordial than usual. She already had a good relationship with her younger siblings, though she felt slightly less fond of her sister-in-law, as family ties often skewed affections. Her younger brother could afford to be lazy, but his wife was another matter entirely. She was industrious and efficient, and she had little patience for those who dawdled. Though she did not overtly express her dissatisfaction with her sister-in-law, she harbored a degree of resentment. Furthermore, since her younger brother was protective, she dared not show her sister-in-law any disdain, knowing he would stand up for her. Lin Lao Tai also went to gather provisions. Having anticipated that her eldest daughter would come with meat, she refrained from taking any herself after seeing her sister-in-law's portion. Aunt Lin took the grain from her mother and joined her sister-in-law in the kitchen. The first household was also preparing a meal. After lunch, Lin Laosi accompanied the children to school. Aside from the fourth household, no one was aware of Lin Cece's intention to skip a grade. Lin Liqiu from the second household and Lin Lidong and Lin Dongji from the third household observed Lin Laosi heading to school and felt curious. Particularly, Lin Dongji scoffed with disdain, certain that it was Lin Dong or Lin Nan who had caused trouble, just as they always had in the past. These two were clearly following their uncle, whom she had always looked down upon. Although he had changed, she felt no admiration. After all, she possessed a great opportunity to live her life anew, knowing better than anyone the developments that awaited. With her foresight, she could easily outpace the fourth household. Arriving at the school, Lin Laosi found it nearly time for classes to begin. He confidently made his way to the teacher's office. The village's primary school had a long-standing history. Elders spoke of it as the Lin Family Village's Academy, which had produced officials and scholars. Lin Cece had informed Teacher Su about her desire to skip a grade in advance. Teacher Su explained that parental consent was necessary, knowing Lin Cece's parents would be coming, so he waited in the office. Being from the same village, Teacher Su was familiar with Lin Laosi, who was a few years younger than him, about the same age as Aunt Lin. Pushing up his glasses, Teacher Su first praised Lin Cece. Lin Laosi raised his eyebrows with pride, not one to be modest, as he accepted the compliments wholeheartedly. Teacher Su cleared his throat. One would expect humility from another, but that was not the case with Lin Laosi. Being from the same village, Teacher Su was well aware of Lin Laosi's character and felt no need for formalities. Chapter 83 Advancement Successful. Mr. Su got straight to the point, inquiring whether Mr. Lin agreed to Lin Cece's advancement. Mr. Lin nodded in affirmation. Mr. Su acknowledged that he understood the significance of Mr. Lin's visit today. He had prepared for this moment. Lowering his gaze, he retrieved an application form from his drawer and instructed Mr. Lin on how to fill it out. He held Lin Cece in high regard, believing her to be intelligent and diligent, a promising student with a humble demeanor. It was unfortunate that she could not yet attend university, as her talent would otherwise be squandered. Otherwise, she might well have become a female university student. Mr. Su had previously informed the principal and arranged for someone to fetch Lin Cixi from her classroom to accompany Mr. Lin to the principal's office. This advancement was not without precedent. Throughout the ages, there have always been prodigies. Linjia Village Primary School had a rich history as the educational institution of Linjia Village, producing numerous scholars, as recorded in the family genealogy. Both Lin Cixi and Lin Dongji were recognized as little geniuses among the new students. When Mr. Su first heard Lin Cixi mention her desire to skip a grade, he was quite surprised. As she was a promising student, he was reluctant to let go. However, considering it a positive development, he realized that she was an exceptional talent emerging from his tutelage. Having only completed the first semester of first grade, she was now poised to leap directly into third grade. While the child was undoubtedly bright, one must also encounter good mentorship to achieve optimal results, which was a testament to his teaching prowess. With a sense of joy, Mr. Su hurried to report to the principal and shared the news among his colleagues, so much so that nearly all the teachers were aware of the student preparing to skip a grade. Upon arriving at the principal's office, Mr. Lin found Lin Cixi there, equipped with her learning materials. The principal summoned the Chinese and mathematics teachers from the third grade, requesting them to prepare a set of final exam papers from the first semester. The third grade teachers were already informed of the situation by Mr. Su, and they were well prepared. Lin Cixi sat at a small table in the principal's office, promptly beginning to answer the questions. Mr. Lin felt quite at ease, confident in his daughter's abilities. The third-grade teachers observed Lin Cixi responding to the exam with remarkable fluidity. Without any hesitation, as they leaned in to take a closer look, their astonishment grew. She was clearly a student of great capability, with nearly all her answers correct. Having heard Mr. Su praise the promising students in class, they were now convinced of Lin Cixi's exceptional talents and nodded in agreement. As Lin Cixi completed one paper and proceeded to the next, the third-grade teachers began grading the first paper on the spot. By the time Lin Cixi had completed the majority of her current paper, the principal and Mr. Su were astonished by the impressive scores they received from the graded papers. Once Lin Cixi finished her second paper, the third-grade mathematics teacher quickly began grading it as well. Before long, the principal, wearing a look of admiration, remarked, "Lin Cixi, welcome to the third grade. Continue to strive for excellence." "Congratulations, Lin Cixi," Mr. Su expressed with great delight. Proud of his student, the third-grade mathematics and Chinese teachers applauded, exclaiming, "Lin Cixi, you are outstanding, keep up the good work." Initially, Mr. Lin had felt a sense of confidence while watching his daughter take the exam, but upon hearing the principal and teacher's praise, he was overcome with excitement, exclaiming, "My daughter has succeeded. She is the best." Lin Cixi expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Principal, for this opportunity, and thank you, Mr. Su, for your guidance. I will surely continue to work hard under the tutelage of Mr. Wei and Mr. Wang." "Very well, then, go home and pack your bag, proceed directly to the third grade," the principal instructed with a smile. After expressing her thanks once more, Lin Cixi left the office with Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, brimming with joy, asked, "My dear, do you need my help?" "No, Dad, it's just a backpack. I can manage. You go ahead and take care of your work," Lin Cixi replied. "All right then, I'll get back to work and share the good news with your mother and grandparents to bring them joy, Mr. Lin said cheerfully, striding away with a sense of pride. His daughter was indeed remarkable. Had it not been for her request to keep the news under wraps until it was finalized, he would have already boasted about her achievements. Upon returning to class, Lin Cixi reported in, just as the mathematics teacher was conducting a lesson. Due to the delay, it was already the last period of the afternoon. The mathematics teacher turned around, acknowledging her with a nod, well aware of Lin Cixi's whereabouts. Truth be told, she was somewhat curious but refrained from asking in front of the other students, wishing to avoid dampening the girl's confidence in the event that her advancement did not materialize. She held a fondness for this quiet and diligent girl, who learned swiftly and attentively in class. Lin Dongji curiously observed his little cousin, wondering what their fourth uncle had come to the school for. His cousin Han Ti attended class in the afternoon. Could something have happened? Lin Dongji furrowed his brow, uncertain about the nature of their conversation. As Lin Cixi took her seat, her deskmate, Su Xiaoqing, scribbled a note on a piece of paper and stealthily slid it in front of Lin Cixi when the teacher was not looking, inquiring what Lin Cixi had been up to that afternoon. Apart from Mr. Su, Lin Cixi hadn't mentioned her advancement to anyone, and she would be attending third grade the following morning, separated from the first graders by just one classroom. Lin Cixi, like Su Xiaoqing, wrote back on her own notebook, not using Su Xiaoqing's paper. She was open about her situation, expressing the truth. She and Su Xiaoqing enjoyed a close friendship. Su Xiaoqing's eyes widened in astonishment, staring incredulously at her deskmate. Goodness, could it be true? She recognized each individual character, but together, it was almost unbelievable. She knew her deskmate excelled academically, scoring perfect marks on every exam, yet she had not anticipated such prowess, self-studying the latter half of first grade, the entirety of second grade, and the first half of third grade as well. Moreover, the most significant aspect was that she had successfully passed the school's examination. There could be no doubt about the difficulty of such a test, especially with the principal himself overseeing it. Su Shaoqing realized just how formidable her deskmate's capabilities were. If it were her, sitting under the scrutinizing gaze of so many teachers and the principal while completing an exam, she would be so nervous that she would forget how to answer even the simplest questions. Su Shaoqing felt a swell of pride for her deskmate and continued to write on the paper, praising Lin Cici's brilliance. However, the thought that they would no longer be deskmates saddened her. Lin Cici replied on the paper, assuring her that even if they were not sitting together, they would always remain good friends and could play together anytime in the future. Su Shaoqing's spirits lifted as she read Lin Cici's response, and she wrote back, "Then I'll come find you in third grade during break." Lin Cici responded affirmatively, adding a small heart doodle at the end. As the two exchanged notes, the mathematics teacher glanced their way a couple of times, prompting Lin Cici and Su Shaoqing to sit up straight and cease their note-passing, agreeing to walk home together to discuss their thoughts on the way. With just 5 minutes left before dismissal, the mathematics teacher concluded the assignment, instructing the students to complete their work. Outside the door, Mr. Su arrived, informing the mathematics teacher that he would take a moment of her and the students' time. Chapter 84. Your guidance is appreciated. Teacher Su waved his hand to quiet the class and announced, "Dear students, I must take a moment of your precious time to share some wonderful news. Our classmate Lin Cici has successfully self-studied the material from the second half of first grade and the entirety of second grade, passing the examination with flying colors. She will be advancing to the third grade, and from now on, Lin Cici will be a third-grade student." The first graders gasped in astonishment, turning their gazes towards Lin Cici, whispering excitedly with their deskmates. "What? Lin Cici has skipped a grade." Except for Su Shaoqing, who had been aware beforehand, everyone else was utterly shocked. At that moment, Su Shaoqing felt a swell of pride, believing that her close friendship with Lin Cici warranted her being the only one informed of this remarkable achievement. Lin Lidong, connecting the dots regarding his fourth uncle's visit to the school that day, realized it must have been related to this very matter, otherwise, his uncle would not have come. "My little cousin is truly impressive. How old is she now?" Lin Lidong pondered, calculating that she would turn 8 after the new year, 3 years younger than himself. To have completed the second grade curriculum at just 8 years old, without even finishing the first grade material, he marveled, "What a brilliant mind my little cousin possesses. It's astonishing." Lin Dongji furrowed her brow in disbelief. How could this be? Lin Cici had actually skipped a grade, and she had no recollection of such an event in her previous life. Why was this reality so different? Could it be due to her reincarnation? "Sister, does skipping a grade really prove that Lin Cici is intelligent? I can do it too. If Lin Cici could advance, then surely she could as well." Lin Dongji, feeling indignant at her sister's praise for Lin Cici, thought that if Lin Cici could achieve this, so could she. "It's just skipping a grade, how hard could that possibly be? I can do it too." Lin Lidong cast a worried glance at his sister, who seemed intent on competing with Lin Cici. "Dongji, haven't you heard that our little cousin self-studied the courses before attempting the grade-skipping exam? You haven't studied on your own, so please don't act recklessly." Lin Dongji disagreed vehemently. "What am I being reckless about? Aren't you my sister? Why are you siding with others instead of me? I am no less capable than Lin Cici." Lin Lidong refrained from further comment, realizing her sister's temper had grown increasingly fierce. Their parents could hardly manage her, and she certainly wouldn't heed her words. Lin Dongji contemplated when she might approach a teacher to inquire about skipping a grade herself. How had she not considered this possibility before? It would allow her to graduate early and have more time for other pursuits. Having lived an entire lifetime, she thought, how difficult could elementary school be? For her, the questions were mere trifles. Before long, the school bell rang, signaling the end of classes. Lin Cici had already packed her bag, but she was surrounded by curious classmates, who bombarded her with questions about whether the news was true and if she would indeed be attending third grade. Su Shaoqing wore an expression of incredulity, replying, "Of course it's true, the teacher announced it in class. It couldn't possibly be false." Lin Cici has always excelled in her studies, demonstrating exceptional diligence, scoring perfect marks on every exam, making her the top student in our class. The grade-skipping exam is undoubtedly challenging, but for someone as dedicated as Lin Cici, it is quite normal. It would be abnormal for us, who are so lackadaisical. The classmates surrounding Lin Cici nodded in agreement, realizing the truth in Su Shaoqing's words. While they indulged in play, Lin Cece had advanced a grade, a stark contrast indeed. After chattering excitedly for a while longer, Lin Dong and Lin Nan, having waited for their sister to emerge, rushed into the classroom. The students surrounding Lin Cece dispersed, and she called Su Shaoqing to walk with her. Lin Dong, having overheard the congratulatory remarks directed at Lin Cece, understood that his sister had indeed succeeded in skipping a grade. Lin Cece blinked her eyes and said, "Second brother, we will be in the same class from now on. I look forward to your guidance." Lin Nan felt a deep sense of melancholy, believing that his future days would be challenging, now sharing a class with his younger sister who had a knack for being bossy. Lin Dong patted Lin Nan on the shoulder, chuckling, "I truly envy you, you get to be in the same class as your little sister." Lin Nan shot Lin Dong a glare, aware that his elder brother was reveling in his misfortune. "If your laughter weren't so malicious, I might actually believe you." Lin Dong, Lin Cece, and Su Shaoqing couldn't help but burst into laughter. Having spent much time with Lin Cece, Su Shaoqing knew how well Lin Cece's two brothers treated her and envied her for having such doting siblings. Lin Cece proposed, "Second brother, since elder brother wishes to be in our class, let us study diligently and aim to skip a grade together into elder brother's class. What do you think?" Lin Nan's eyes lit up. "What a splendid idea! Let elder brother mock me. No way, my sister and I will skip a grade into elder brother's class and let him know how it feels. I promise to study hard." He quickly turned to Lin Dong and threw him a challenging look, proclaiming, "Elder brother, wait for me." Lin Dong winced at Lin Nan's antics, his eyes stinging. "I believe my sister has a genuine shot at this. As for you, Lin Nan, it seems a bit far-fetched. Elder brother is very much looking forward to being in the same class as you, so you must put in the effort." Lin Nan scratched the back of his head, surprised by his elder brother's unexpected response. Lin Dong chose to ignore his foolish sibling and, amidst laughter and chatter, they soon parted ways with Su Shaoqing. Upon returning home, Lin Cece was immediately confronted by Lin Erboma, who eagerly inquired whether it was true that she had skipped a grade. Lin Laosi had not wasted any time after returning from school. He first shared the news with Lin Taijun and Lin Lao Tu, not boasting to the other branches of the family, but word spread quickly. When he spoke to the elder couple, the other families overheard and began to question Lin Laosi about the news. After finishing his explanation, Lin Laosi hurriedly went to the straw rope workshop to boast some more. Lin Erboma, skeptical at first, knew that school had just let out and was waiting in the courtyard while tending to her chores. Just then, the two girls from the third branch, Lin Lidong and Lin Dongji, returned, prompting Lin Erboma to inquire. However, Lin Dongji wore a sulky expression, as if someone owed her money. Refusing to answer, she not only kept silent but also prevented her sister, Lin Lidong, from speaking, for Lin Erboma had long since scolded the third branch in her mind. Lin Cece nodded in affirmation. "It's truly wonderful, it will save several yuan in tuition fees." The couple of Lin Laosi are quite astute in their calculations. Upon realizing the news was indeed true, Lin Erboma was taken aback. Despite the couple's laziness, they had managed to raise a studious child. Lin Cece was the first in the entire Lin family to skip a grade. Lin Lao Tu and Lin Taijun were equally pleased, for who wouldn't take pride in a capable descendant? Lin Lao Tu declared, "Wife, reward Cece with 2 yuan. Lin Taijun readily agreed and tiptoed into the house to fetch the money. Lin Erboma glared in disbelief. The old couple was undeniably biased, always rewarding Lin Cece with either eggs or money, as if anything from the fourth branch was a delightful treat in their eyes. Chapter 85. Weeping with desire. Li Chuanqing returned home, having already heard from her husband about their daughter's advancement in school. Her face beaming with joy in high spirits, she entered the house only to find her son and daughter diligently gathered around the table, absorbed in their homework. With a smile, she announced, "Your uncle brought us some meat and big bones this afternoon. Let us stew them for dinner to celebrate." "Hooray, we get to eat meat." Lin Nan couldn't contain his excitement. Although he had already enjoyed meat at lunchtime, the craving was insatiable. He could feast on meat every day without growing weary of it. Lin Cece, however, felt indifferent about the whole matter, considering it merely an academic progression. Yet, in her family's eyes, it seemed a monumental achievement. Clearing her throat, she interjected, "Mom, let us keep a low profile." Understanding her daughter's aversion to the spotlight, Li Chuanqing initially intended to boast about the news but took her daughter's words to heart and refrained. Nevertheless, she replied, "What do you mean by low profile? We have the capability. Who could possibly mock us for advancing based on our own merits? I won't disturb your studies. Instead, I will go prepare the stew." With that, she hummed a tune as she went to fetch the bones. "Go ahead, Mom. We promise to study diligently," Lin Nan assured, as he was always motivated by the prospect of food. After completing their homework, Lin Nan eagerly joined Lin Cece in their review session, expressing a genuine desire to advance to his brother's class. His attitude towards learning was commendably serious. However, true to his nature of fleeting enthusiasm, he soon found it hard to sit still, feeling as if he had nails in his backside, occasionally glancing outside, preoccupied with thoughts of the stew cooking. Lin Cece cleverly informed him that finishing their review early would mean they could eat sooner. Upon hearing this, Lin Nan wasted no time in focusing intently on his work, exclaiming, "Let us do this," and quickly completing his tasks. Lin Dong gave a thumbs up to his little sister, recognizing her knack for keeping their younger brother in line. With her in the same class, he felt reassured about any potential trouble Lin Nan might cause. "Hey, brother, sister, can you smell that? Isn't it delicious?" Lin Nan exclaimed, inhaling deeply and beckoning his siblings. Lin Dong nodded, having caught the enticing aroma as well. "That's Mama's big bone stew, it smells amazing. I've finished my review. How about you too?" Lin Cece nodded in affirmation. Lin Nan, throwing his pen down, declared, "I'm done too, I'll go help Mom." With that, he darted out of the room, and the entire Lin family courtyard was filled with the mouth-watering scent of meat. Meanwhile, Aunt Lin and second Aunt Lin inhaled the fragrant aroma, which wafted straight to their nostrils. They marveled at how life had unfolded differently than they had imagined post-separation. Shouldn't the four households be struggling? Yet, they seemed to be thriving, even better than those with more laborers at home. Earlier, they had witnessed the four households preparing a lavish meal, and now they were stewing big bones again. What kind of heavenly existence was this? They pondered their own aspirations of merely being well-fed and warmly clothed, while the four households, deemed a burden by them, enjoyed such luxuries. Lin Dongji had even branded them as parasites, a sentiment that resonated deeply with the two women. The current situation was entirely beyond their expectations. The seemingly indolent four households were relishing such abundance, leaving them feeling quite uneasy. What right did they have to enjoy such bounty? In the third household, third Aunt Lin and Lin Lidong were busy cooking, relieved that they no longer had to queue for the stove, thanks to the pot purchased by Aunt Lin. Third Uncle Lin had erected a temporary shelter adjacent to their dwelling to accommodate the pot. Lin Dongji stood at the door, his expression fluctuating, as third Aunt Lin entered to fetch something, startled by her daughter's demeanor. The enticing scent of the stew was not lost on the neighbors either. Old Lady Kai, leaning against the wall, took a deep whiff, her sharp features twisting with disdain. She spat on the ground and muttered, "That Lin woman is truly wasteful. What kind of day is this? I knew it. She has no sense of thrift. To look at her, brazenly cooking meat at a time like this." Old Lady Kai had been suspicious about the Lin family's division of property but had found it difficult to pry any information from the tight-lipped Lin matriarch. Even without direct answers, she could surmise enough. Her narrow-mindedness led her to believe that the Lin woman could never compare to her own household, which she managed with precision. The Lin woman was fortunate to have married a considerate man, unlike her own, who, although handsome in his youth, had aged poorly and had been useless throughout his life. Why must my fate be so cruel? Good people never have good fortune. Old Lady Kai lamented, convinced of her own righteousness. Her expressive face revealed her frustration, as her grandson, Xiao Yuzhen, caught a whiff of the meat and threw a tantrum, rolling on the ground and crying for food. "Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is eating. Do you think life is meant to be lived like this? Everyone wants to enjoy good things. If you keep crying, get out of my house." "Xiaolan, are you deaf or blind? Can't you hear the child crying? Hurry up and tend to him." Old Lady Kai's pent-up irritation erupted into loud scolding. Not only was Old Lady Kai's grandson making a fuss, but children from nearby homes joined in the chorus of cries for meat, prompting their parents to intervene with swift reprimands. The Lin family's fourth household remained blissfully unaware of the commotion, undisturbed by the outside world, for no one dared intrude upon the notoriously unruly Lin family. The big bones with pickled vegetables were finally ready, wafting an irresistible aroma that made Lin Nan salivate. Dinner was served in the main room, shared with the elderly couple. Second Aunt Lin brought the dishes inside, and old Uncle Lin scrutinized the food, dissatisfied with the offerings today. In comparison to the lavish big bones from the fourth household, today's meal seemed rather lackluster. "Where's the cured meat? Let us fry a piece to eat. Look at how greedy the kids are," he remarked, as Lin Liqiu and Lin Shou exchanged longing glances. "Those cured meats are not for now. They must be saved for the busy farming season. If we eat them now, there will be none left when we truly need them," second Aunt Lin replied. This practice was common across the households. The meat was not easily squandered. "Li Qiu and Xiao Shou, you two should go to your grandparents' place for a bite. You know how your uncle and aunt are, they'll surely share with you. You are their own grandchildren, after all. They wouldn't dare shortchange you. Take some bread and dip it in the bone broth. They might not be willing to eat it all themselves." Lin Liqiu and Lin Shou shook their heads, insisting they would not go. They were no longer children, capable of discerning right from wrong, and recognized their mother's suggestion as inappropriate. Old Uncle Lin frowned. "Why let good cured meat go to waste? If you're reluctant to eat it, just hold off. Stop thinking about frivolities. Your parents are older. Old Fourth's family has the right to a decent meal, and you shouldn't begrudge them." Tomorrow, I'll head to the river and see if I can catch a fish to satisfy my cravings, old Uncle Lin sighed, adding a note of resignation. Second Aunt Lin remained silent, acknowledging her husband's virtues but also noting his inflexible nature. She merely intended for the children to enjoy some bone broth with their bread, not to raid the elder couple's provisions. Why couldn't they understand her? Chapter 86. A reliable mother. Upon seeing the meat, old Lady Lin immediately recognized its origin. Today, her son-in-law, the fourth brother, had come to visit, and she surmised that the meat was indeed a gift from him. The bones were generously adorned with meat, unlike the large bones sold at the communal meat station, where the flesh is meticulously scraped off, leaving not a trace behind. The seasoned butchers there had honed their craft over many years, and it was futile to expect any advantage from them. Hearing some commotion in the courtyard, old Lady Lin feigned ignorance. It was they who had stirred the pot about dividing the family, and now, seeing the fourth son enjoying meat, they sought to take advantage. How naive of them to think they could benefit from the division. Once the separation was made, it should be clear-cut. Apart from gathering for festive meals, there was no need for further interaction. Old Man Lin paused momentarily, casting a glance at his wife. Though they exchanged no words, decades of marriage had rendered them adept at understanding each other with just a look. Old Lady Lin served her husband a generous piece of meat-laden bone, saying, "Eat up, don't mind them, the fourth couple has a good heart, they remember us old folks even when enjoying their meal. We must not act in gratitude towards their filial piety." She knew without stepping outside that the stealthy figures outside were surely from the second household. The eldest son's family was too proud to lower themselves in such a way, while the third did not possess the audacity to intrude. After years of understanding her daughters-in-law's temperaments, old Lady Lin had a clear grasp of their natures. The second family was not malicious, merely lacking in subtlety. The wife was too embarrassed to come herself, sending the children instead. Old Fourth remained unperturbed, serving both his parents a piece of meat-laden bone. Observing her in-law's reactions, Li Chuanqing privately sighed in relief. She had been concerned that if the elderly couple were too soft-hearted, they might call the children from their sister-in-law's family to join in, which would lead to future expectations of sharing good food, as the old couple had always favored their family. Filial respect was acceptable, but it must not extend to others. Ultimately, she was gratified by the elderly couple's response. The meal was a source of immense satisfaction, particularly flavorful. Lin Cece patted her little belly, feeling somewhat overindulged. Her older brothers shared similar sentiments, all three of them having feasted to their heart's content. Lin Nan and his sister exchanged knowing smiles, their expressions revealing their contentment with the meal. Li Chuanqing was also pleased. As long as her children were well fed, the effort put into cooking the large bones was worthwhile. Her brother had brought a substantial amount today. With careful distribution, they could enjoy 3 or 4 meals. Today, her little daughter had successfully advanced a grade, and in her joy, she had prepared an ample portion, ensuring her family could feast to their heart's content. Initially, she felt a pang of regret, but seeing the smiles on her son and daughter's faces made her feel that the abundance of bones was not wasted. There were still some remaining, which she planned to use for bone soup for the children later. She remembered her sister-in-law mentioning that children, who were growing, should drink more bone soup. Previously, she had not been a particularly reliable mother, believing that as long as her children were fed and not starving, everything was fine. However, she hoped to change that moving forward. The grim outcome she had dreamed of for her children partly stemmed from her and their father failing to set a proper example. Change was essential, and she was committed to it. Look at how her little girl was thriving now, having skipped a grade. How remarkable! Li Chuanqing felt an immense pride, certain that her daughter was destined for greater achievements than those she had envisioned in her dreams. After the meal, Lin Cece insisted that Li Chuanqing not tidy up, as her mother had already worked hard cooking. The remaining chores were left to her and her 2 brothers. Both older brothers agreed. They divided the tasks accordingly. The eldest brother cleared the table, the second brother washed the pots and dishes, while Lin Cece swept the floor and then assisted her second brother. The 3 siblings worked diligently, much to Li Chuanqing's delight. Old Fourth Lin blinked in surprise. Were the children becoming increasingly sensible? Could he finally relax? But just as he began to entertain such thoughts, he caught the stern gaze of his wife, which jolted him back to reality. No, he was a man, and he could not afford to rest. He had to ensure that his wife and children enjoyed a good life. The following day marked the first workday after the new year. Early in the morning, Li Chuanqing prepared breakfast, and after the 3 children finished eating, they set off for school. After her meal, Li Chuanqing headed to work as well. Old Fourth Lin was tasked with delivering straw ropes to the supply and marketing cooperative. After a 3.5-day break for the new year, the work of making straw ropes resumed on the 4th day of the Lunar New Year. The funds received before the holiday had invigorated everyone for the work ahead. Moreover, everyone had agreed beforehand to keep their earnings confidential, leading to a harmonious atmosphere without jealousy. As the village returned to work, those involved in making straw ropes continued diligently. Team leader Su, along with the former secretary and village leadership, had discussed that this side business would remain operational outside of the busy farming season. It was a lucrative endeavor. The investment was minimal, as the straw required was readily available. With some labor, and without worrying about market demand, they could easily convert their efforts into money. With time, these workers had become skilled, and their production output was substantial. After breakfast, the family dispersed to their respective tasks. Lin Cixi accompanied her older brothers to school, while Lin Lidong and Lin Dongji also headed out. Lin Lidong greeted them, but was quickly pulled away by Lin Dongji, who wore a serious expression. Lin Nan whispered, "Is she unwell? She is always so glum. It's as if we owe her something." Lin Dong shrugged. He and their father had noticed something off about Lin Dongji, but chose not to share it with their younger siblings. "Let her be, we've separated our households, and it's no longer our concern." Lin Nan nodded. "I understand, but every time I see her, it dampens my mood. I just want to confront her and teach her a lesson." "What is her problem?" Upon hearing this, Lin Cixi's heart raced, and she quickly interjected, "Second brother, please don't act impulsively. Listen to eldest brother, we need to keep our distance from her." She feared her brother might follow the same troublesome path as before. Lin Nan glanced at his little sister. "Why are you so anxious? I'm just speaking casually." Lin Cixi. They arrived at school just as the bell rang for class. Lin Cixi followed Lin Nan into the third-grade classroom. Upon entering, she was met with numerous curious gazes, some intrigued, some eager for gossip, and others appraising. The third graders were not strangers to Lin Cixi. When she first started school, they had even formed a group to sneak a peek at her. Word had spread that Lin Nan's sister was enrolling in school, and everyone was eager to see what she looked like, especially since Lin Nan was quite the notable figure, unafraid of anyone or anything, including teachers. However, no one anticipated that the excitement would directly involve them. Lin Nan's sister's advancement had become common knowledge throughout the village overnight. While skipping a grade was a topic of casual conversation, the 2 years' worth of tuition fees saved by such an achievement captured the attention of many parents. After all, why was it that one could self-study at home while others merely ran wild in the village? Earning money as an adult was no easy feat. Failing to study diligently meant missing out on opportunities. Excelling in studies and skipping grades not only saved money but also brought honor to the family, truly a win-win situation. Chapter 87 in Fundamental Skills. Lin Cixi was blissfully unaware of the inner thoughts of her new classmates. She maintained a commendable attitude during class, swiftly earning the recognition of her third-grade teacher. Moreover, her previous teacher, Mr. Su, had often praised Lin Cixi in the staff room as a promising student. Now that this promising pupil was in his class, which teacher would not cherish a diligent and academically gifted student? The delightful morning of lessons passed in a flash. However, this delight was confined to a few students and did not encompass everyone. Lin Nan was one of those who felt less than pleased. His younger sister sat in front of him, and whenever she answered questions, she was met with approving glances from the teacher, while he invariably received a look of disappointment. That gaze seemed to question whether they were truly siblings. How could such a bright sister have such a dim-witted brother? Lin Nan felt increasingly frustrated, particularly during today's class, where he was especially attentive, not daring to let his mind wander for even a moment. Upon hearing the school bell signaling the end of the day, Lin Nan let out a sigh of relief. Finally, school was over, but when would this kind of day come to an end? He gazed skyward, acutely aware that this was only the beginning. Why didn't his sister simply skip to the 4th grade, allowing him to experience the suffocating pressure of being overshadowed by her? Lin Nan felt overwhelmed. At the school gate, Su Shaoqing waited for Lin Cixi to walk home together. Originally, they had shared a desk, but after Lin Cixi transitioned to 3rd grade, her seat was reassigned to another student. Su Shaoqing found the day's classes particularly awkward, frequently calling her new deskmate by Lin Cixi's name. Su Shaoqing asked Lin Cixi, "Cixi, how is your class in the 3rd grade? Are you adjusting well?" Lin Cixi affectionately linked arms with her, grinning as she replied, "The studies are fine, it's just that I've grown accustomed to sitting next to you, and having someone else beside me feels a bit strange." Su Shaoqing beamed, revealing her little tiger teeth, feeling validated. "Cixi, me too. You have no idea how many times I mistakenly called my new deskmate your name today. Cixi, you will always be my good friend. Shaoqing, you will always be my good friend as well." Having spent considerable time with her peers, Lin Cixi spoke these words without any sense of awkwardness. In class, when children went to the restroom or played together during recess, they regarded each other as good friends, such as the purity of childhood friendships. Upon arriving home, the 3 siblings found Li Chuanqing back from work to prepare dinner. Lin Laotai was not at home, busy tending to the vegetable garden in the backyard. Lin Cixi went to the kitchen to assist her mother with the meal. Their older cousin, Lin Lixia, also joined them in the kitchen after school. Their other cousin, Lin Liqiu, arrived a little late and could only make some soup in a clay pot, separating her dough for lunch from that of the eldest uncle's family. This arrangement was the result of discussions between Aunt Lin from the first house and Aunt Lin from the second house, ensuring that they could all eat promptly upon returning from work. The firewood from either household would be reimbursed accordingly later. Lin Liqiu felt a bit awkward after being urged by her mother the previous day to ask for meat from the grandparents. She was shy and had stood at the door with Lin Shou for quite some time without daring to call out to anyone inside. Among the younger generation in the family, what they feared most were not their own parents, but rather Uncle C and Aunt C. Their own parents would typically scold them a little but would not resort to punishment, while Uncle C was indifferent to such considerations and would not hesitate to reprimand anyone, regardless of age. Lin Laosi did not return for lunch, having gone to the commune to deliver goods and would not make it back in time. At the dining table, Lin Laodai told Li Chuanqing, "I'll cook dinner. Don T rush back from work, pick some wild vegetables on your way home." "I understand, mother," Li Chuanqing replied. Lin Sisi took a few bites of her meal, then said, "Grandma, my brothers and I will also go gather wild vegetables after school." "All right, good. I'll go collect some firewood as well," Lin Dong added. And me. Lin Nan, seeing that both his sister and brother had expressed their intentions, quickly chimed in. Li Chuanqing smiled, saying, "Very well, but don't overexert yourselves. You'll need to complete your homework upon returning. I'll also gather some on my way back." The three siblings nodded in agreement. Lin Laotai and Lin Laorun were pleased to see their grandchildren's enthusiasm. The siblings, not merely making promises, dashed home after school, still early in the afternoon, dropped their school bags, grabbed a basket and a backpack, and hurried off to collect wild vegetables. Lin Nan, who had always loved running through the mountains and fields, knew where the wild vegetables were plentiful, and since few people were aware of these spots, he led his brother and sister there. They picked every wild vegetable they encountered along the way, gathering as they walked. To reach the area Lin Nan mentioned, they had to traverse a patch of woods and ascend a hill. Upon arrival, they discovered an abundance of wild vegetables, untouched by others. Without exchanging a word, the three siblings squatted down and began their work. Lin Dong and Lin Nan were adept at identifying wild vegetables, which is a fundamental skill for children raised in farming families. Some wild vegetables needed to be dug up, while for others, only the tender leaves at the tips were to be plucked. They had to discern which were old and inedible, as only the tender leaves could be consumed. Lin Sisi had been oblivious to this knowledge until she arrived in this world, where she had lost count of how many wild vegetables she had eaten. Typically, she would follow her mother to assist in gathering wild vegetables, having learned which ones were edible and which were meant for feeding pigs and chickens. The three siblings worked swiftly together. The wild vegetables here had not been discovered by others, and they could simply squat and gather without much effort. Soon, Lin Sisi's basket was full. Lin Dong and Lin Nan carried their harvest in a backpack. Lin Sisi poured the wild vegetables from her basket into Lin Dong's backpack. After continuing to gather for a while, Lin Dong assessed both his and his younger brother's backpacks and said, "We've collected enough for today. Little brother, you can carry the wild vegetables, and I'll gather firewood. Once this backpack is filled with firewood, we'll head back." Lin Nan did not switch to his elder brother's backpack, saying, "It's fine. I can manage." There was plenty of firewood in the grove they had just crossed. The three siblings decided to go there to collect firewood. They placed the backpack and basket down, spread out, and began to gather branches around the backpack. After a while, Lin Sisi returned to organize the branches, which were quite tangled and difficult to fit into the backpack, so she stepped on them with her foot to break the forks and neatly placed them inside. Once the branches filled the backpack, Lin Sisi felt as if her feet were going numb from the vibrations. "Elder brother, second brother, that's enough. If we gather any more, we won't be able to carry it back today," Lin Sisi called out. Hearing this, Lin Dong and Lin Nan ceased their gathering and tied their recently collected branches with some slender grass rope. They would carry those by hand shortly. On their way back, Lin Dong and Lin Nan took turns carrying the filled backpack. Lin Sisi also wanted to swap with them, but they wouldn't let her. Lin Nan took a deep breath and said, "I also know where to find spring bamboo shoots. I'll take you both to dig them up tomorrow." Chapter 88. The visionary old lady enjoys the sweetness of success. The three siblings reaped substantial rewards as they spotted Grandma Lin leisurely pacing at the entrance. "Grandma, Grandma, Grandma," they called out in unison. Upon seeing her grandchildren return, Grandma Lin's expression softened considerably. Lin Sisi proudly puffed out her little chest and declared, "Grandma, look at how capable I am with my brothers. We gathered an abundance of wild vegetables and collected plenty of firewood." Grandma Lin's gaze fell upon their harvest, and she nodded in approval. "Indeed, quite impressive. Now, let us head home." The firewood they had collected needed to be dried under the sun to remove moisture before it could be used for cooking. Lin Dong and Lin Nan busied themselves unloading the firewood from the baskets. Meanwhile, Lin Sisi and Grandma Lin sat on a small stool, diligently plucking the wild vegetables. They carefully removed the withered leaves, leaving only the edible parts. This task was a slow and time-consuming endeavor. After a while, once Lin Dong and Lin Nan had neatly stacked the firewood against the wall, Grandma Lin instructed the three siblings to wash their hands and faces and then go inside to drink some water and have a snack before completing their homework. Grandma Lin was a strong proponent of her grandchildren's education. It must be said that Grandma Lin was indeed a woman of vision. Regardless of the disparaging remarks made by outsiders, she ensured that the children in her household received an education and learned to read. Unless a child lacked the aptitude or the desire to study, which was beyond her control, she could hardly force them to learn. Each individual must take responsibility for their own life. As an elderly lady, she could not oversee every detail, unlike the villagers, especially the neighboring old lady Kai, who often lamented the futility of education. Grandma Lin never felt the need to engage in arguments with them. If education were truly useless, then why were all the easier jobs in the village reserved for those who could read and write? Positions such as village accountants, scorekeepers, and storekeepers all required a certain level of knowledge. It wasn't merely a matter of having attended school. At the very least, one needed to possess the qualifications to compete for such positions. Lin Dong, Lin Nan, and Lin Sisi, aware that they had yet to finish their homework, complied with their grandmother's request and set to work. The eldest brother, Lin Lixia, the second brother Lin Shou, and the third brother Lin Lidong, along with Lin Dong and Lin Nan, were all engaged in gathering firewood and foraging for wild vegetables, just like the Lin family. Not only the Lin family, but others also followed suit. Lin Sisi had completed part of her homework in class and finished it quickly. Lin Nan, who struggled with some questions, received assistance from Lin Sisi, who explained them to him. For some reason, when the teacher spoke, Lin Nan found it incomprehensible and drowsy, but he could grasp the explanations from his sister with ease. Lin Nan thought his sister was quite remarkable. In the evening, Grandma Lin steamed 2 eggs for the 3 children to share. Lin Sisi, Lin Dong, and Lin Nan did not indulge selfishly. Each took a spoonful for their grandparents and parents before finishing the remainder themselves. With Grandma Lin's support, Lin Laosi and Li Chuanqing could return home from work to a warm meal. Lin Da's wife and Lin Er's wife whispered to each other, lamenting that while their children had also cooked their own meals, it was not the same. Both families had sons and daughters-in-law, yet the old lady only lent her assistance to the fourth household. The fourth household, consisting of 5 members, had only 2 elderly individuals, making it seem as if the fourth household was reaping the benefits. They secretly cursed the fourth couple for being so cunning as to think of teaming up with the elderly couple. Why had they not thought of that themselves? Even if they felt discontent, they dared only to murmur in private, fully aware that even if a dispute arose, they would not fare well. The third household was equally tumultuous. After Lin Sanbo and his wife returned from work and had their meal, Lin Dongji voiced her thoughts. Lin Dongji wished to build a wall in the courtyard. She did not want to be in constant view of the other branches of the Lin family, including the grandparents. Additionally, now that they had a pot at home, she wanted to start a food business. With such a large family, there was no privacy whatsoever. Anything she did could be seen by others, especially the fourth uncle and aunt, who had no boundaries and might learn her business secrets. Ideally, she hoped to build a new house, allowing for greater distance, but at present, they did not even have the funds to construct a single room, making the prospect of a new home seem distant. Thus, she contemplated erecting a wall in the courtyard. Lin Sanbo and his wife both shook their heads in disapproval. How can you do such a thing? We are all family. How can one build a wall in the courtyard? People will mock us for it. Besides, if your grandparents find out, they will surely be upset. Lin Sanbo disagreed. Seeing her daughter stirring up trouble again, Lin Sanbo's wife lowered her head and began to wipe her tears, fervently nodding at her husband's words. It made sense. Although they had split up and were living separately, how could they build a wall in the courtyard without inviting ridicule? She felt miserable, as her sisters-in-law all had sons and daughters, while she only had 2 daughters, and her youngest was a handful, never allowing for a moment of peace. Previously, when her youngest daughter had insisted on dividing the family, she had hoped that once separated, life would calm down. Yet now, another issue had arisen. A square courtyard with a wall separating it down the middle would obstruct half of the main house's entrance. If the grandparents learned of this, she would surely face their wrath. Lin Dongji seemed to sense her parents' concerns. Mother, father, consider this. Before the new year, my father worked hard catching fish to sell. Now, I have a much better idea that doesn't require him to rise early and toil. Think about it. Even if we don't pursue this, someone else will. It's a lucrative opportunity. Anyone who passes it up would be a fool. Lin Sanbo and his wife felt a flicker of indignation at being called fools by their daughter. The earning potential was indeed tempting. The profits from fishing during that season surpassed what could be made in the fields over 2 years. Now that their daughter spoke of another path, they felt compelled to listen. After all, having come from a life of poverty and tasted a bit of sweetness, who wouldn't be intrigued by the prospect of earning money, especially for Lin Sanbo's wife? After having some money of her own, she instinctively held her head a little higher when facing her 3 sisters-in-law. In the past, she had been timid, often squeezed out by their subtle digs. Though she did not possess the gift of eloquence, she was not foolish. She understood her situation perfectly. It was merely that lacking sons and money had made her feel inferior in the presence of her sisters-in-law. Lin Dongji noticed the change in her parents' demeanor. Mother, father, think carefully, it's just a wall. When my father builds it, he can shift it a bit toward our side, ensuring it doesn't T-block the main entrance. My grandparents are reasonable people, they won't be angry with you. Once the wall is up, my father can also build a chicken coop come spring. We can inquire who is hatching chicks and trade for some. Once the chickens are grown and laying eggs, my mother can replenish her health. I am certain that the nutrition was insufficient when she gave birth to my sister and me. Once she is well, perhaps she can have a little brother, and our days will be filled with hope. Who would dare to say our family is without heirs then? Lin Dongji's words, though initially meandering, struck a chord with Lin Sanhua and his wife in the latter part of her speech. Lin Sanhua's wife, still with tears on her face, nodded fervently, feeling that her daughter understood her. It was undoubtedly true, the toll of childbirth had taken a toll on her health, explaining why she had not conceived for so many years. Lin Dongji subtly smiled, realizing that her parents' heartache stemmed from not having a son. She knew precisely how to appeal to their emotions. In her previous life, her parents had only her and her sister, and in this life, it was unlikely they would have a brother. Nevertheless, she felt that having just her and her sister was sufficient. She had no desire for a brother. Chapter 89, a moment of clarity in the human realm. Oh, brother Lin heir. Lin Dongji feared that her parents would not believe in her ability to earn money, so on the following afternoon, she refrained from attending school and asked her sister to excuse her from class, claiming to be unwell. Instead, she busied herself at home preparing delicacies. This brings to light the advantages of their separation. Not only had they divided their finances, but they had also apportioned various items, including peanuts and red beans. Lin Dongji resolved to create 2 dishes: spicy salted peanuts and red bean cakes. In this era, the most sought-after commodities were undoubtedly grains, cloth, meat, and various foods. As grains, fabric, and meat were exceedingly scarce, she could not procure them. However, culinary endeavors were her forte. By the end of the afternoon, she had produced quite a number of treats. Having completed her culinary creations, Lin Dongji felt an urgent need to erect a courtyard wall. Just moments ago, she had spotted her grandmother making 5 or 6 trips to the outhouse, which was clearly not merely for that purpose, but rather an attempt to spy on her activities. The rest of the family had gone about their daily duties, some to school, others to work, leaving only her grandmother at home. Aware that she could not maintain her secrecy, especially with the enticing aromas wafting through the air, she resolved that as long as her grandmother kept silent, there was little to worry about. Lin Dongji hurried back to her room and secured the door from the inside. Lin Nan spoke with certainty about the whereabouts of spring bamboo shoots. He was not merely fabricating tales, for he had once roamed the mountains with great zeal. He was well acquainted not only with the locations rich in wild vegetables and spring bamboo shoots but also with the ponds teeming with fish, the trees harboring nests, and the beehives. Though tempted by honey, he understood the dangers of disturbing a beehive, knowing full well that a careless encounter could leave him with a face full of stings, an experience he was not willing to risk. Lin Cixi believed that her second brother had devoted all his mental faculties to matters of food, leaving little for his studies. Fortunately, her brother was remarkably clear-headed now, avoiding impulsive actions. How refreshing it was, she thought, to have a brother who was so level-headed. Lin Cixi found herself intrigued by these pursuits. Perhaps, in the future, she could accompany her brother on his expeditions, thereby stockpiling provisions for their growing bodies, including their parents and grandparents, who also required nourishment. Presently, her height was a concern, and if she wished to grow tall, she needed to supplement her diet diligently. Lin Nan led his older brother and younger sister along a path parallel to that of foraging for wild vegetables, albeit a bit farther, traversing a dirt slope before continuing on. At long last, they arrived at a bamboo grove, an unkempt paradise, exuding a chaotic beauty indeed. As Lin Nan had mentioned, the area was abundant with spring bamboo shoots. Without further ado, the 3 siblings rolled up their sleeves, ready to embark on their labor. Today, they had brought 2 baskets, aiming to gather as many spring bamboo shoots as their strength would allow. Some bamboo shoots required digging, while others could simply be snapped off by hand. There were myriad ways to prepare them, and any surplus could be dried for future use, soaking them in water when needed, a most convenient method. The only sounds that filled the air were the crisp snaps of bamboo shoots being harvested, accompanied by the sweet melodies of birds and the gentle rustle of the spring breeze through the bamboo. Lin Cixi instantly fell in love with this symphony of nature, finding it profoundly soothing. The act of harvesting spring bamboo shoots was particularly suited for times of fatigue, be it from labor or study, allowing the mind to settle in this pure, natural environment. The 3 siblings worked efficiently, creating small piles of harvested shoots and filling their baskets to the brim. With their baskets nearly full, they decided they had enough and could return home. Concerned for the younger siblings, Lin Cixi urged them to take care not to overexert themselves at such a young age. After gathering a few more wild vegetables, the trio began their journey home, taking breaks to rest their weary shoulders along the way. The path was long and arduous, winding through the mountains, making travel difficult. After a brief delay, they encountered Lin Laosi, who had come to fetch them. Lin Laosi took the baskets from his children, carrying one on his back and holding another in his hands. Each basket was quite heavy, and both Lin Dong and Lin Nan gritted their teeth under the strain. Lin Cece observed her father's frail appearance as he shouldered 2 baskets and worried whether he was overexerting himself. "Father, if you're tired, please rest for a moment. It's perfectly fine to return home a little later," Lin Cece suggested. Lin Laosi chuckled at his soft-hearted daughter, realizing she perceived him as weak. Well, he acknowledged this truth. He was indeed not the strongest, but that was all right. He did not rely on physical strength, having always depended on his intellect, yet, he felt a sense of pride in her concern, for his wife often remarked that their daughter was like a little cotton-padded jacket, caring and considerate. "Not at all, my dear, I am not fatigued today, I hardly worked at all," Lin Laosi reassured her, winking to convey that she need not worry. Understanding, Lin Cece realized her father had likely taken it easy. She felt relieved. Her father was certainly not one to willingly subject himself to hardship. "Laosi, your children are quite capable, they are far better than you were at their age. It seems your children are quite sensible. They ought to be a good example for others. Let us hope they don't end up like some of the adults. I've heard that Laosi's little girl is quite the scholar, having advanced 2 grades after only half a year of schooling, saving the family quite a bit of money." "Really, that's impressive. She certainly appears bright and clever. There is no doubt she will excel in the future." As they walked along the village path, they encountered various villagers who, upon seeing Lin Laosi with his children, could not help but exchange playful banter. Lin Laosi's reputation in the village had improved significantly, and while some comments were not particularly flattering, they were indeed made with good intentions. The baskets were filled with spring bamboo shoots and wild vegetables, nothing particularly rare, as such items were plentiful in the mountains, and every household would gather some. With diligence, everyone could partake in the bounty, so no one felt envious upon seeing their haul. Upon returning home, Li Chuanqing admired the siblings' collection and praised, "You 3 are becoming increasingly capable. Tomorrow, I shall prepare stir-fried cured meat for you." Yay! Lin Nan and Lin Cece nearly leaped for joy. Lin Dong also desired the meat but did not express his excitement as overtly. Grandmother Lin emerged from the house with the tools for peeling bamboo shoots. Upon inspecting the baskets, she noted the impressive quantity. Her daughter-in-law had just mentioned the plan for stir-fried cured meat, and this cured meat ought to be reserved for the more laborious days ahead. A little today, a little tomorrow, enough to last through several meals. Though Grandmother Lin felt her daughter-in-law was not particularly meticulous in managing their household, she refrained from voicing her concerns. She understood her position as a mother-in-law. Some things could be said, and others could not. Since they had divided their household, meddling too much would only lead to discontent among the family. Chapter 90. Third brother, what trick are you playing? Lin Laotai's gaze was filled with disappointment as she looked at her son. She had gathered some fresh bamboo shoots, instructing Lin Laosi to take them to Li Chuanqing's maternal home the next day. They had just finished the meat and large bones sent by Li Chuanqing's elder brother, and there was little of value to reciprocate. These bamboo shoots would serve as a fresh offering. Regardless of their worth, it was the thought that mattered. Lin Laosi agreed, promising to go first thing in the morning. After the family had dined, they sat under the moonlight, peeling the bamboo shoots together. It was only in this era that Lin Cece truly appreciated the moon's radiant brightness, so pure that there was no need for an oil lamp. Such luminous moonlight was a rarity in later times. The family chatted amiably while preparing the shoots, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Lin de Boma and Lin Er Boma had gone out to wash clothes and returned to see the elder couple and the family of the 4th room appearing as if they were the only kin in existence. Lin Er Boma's eyes lit up upon seeing the bamboo shoots. She stepped forward with her wooden basin and exclaimed, "Oh, these bamboo shoots are truly fresh. Mother, do you think you can finish them?" Without batting an eye, Lin Laotai replied, "Of course we can finish them. We'll eat some and dry the rest for bamboo shoot preserves. We won't have enough otherwise. How about you go dig some from the second family's place tomorrow to honor me and your father-in-law?" Lin Er Boma chuckled, "Mother, I hardly have the time. My husband and I go out early and return late every day. The older kids have to work, and the younger ones need to go to school. After school, they still have to forage for wild vegetables and gather firewood, only to rush home to cook. Our 4th sister-in-law is quite clever. She eats from the same pot as you two, and when her husband comes home, there's hot food waiting. It is so convenient, unlike me and my sister-in-law, who have to take turns cooking. It's just too much trouble." Lin Laotai teased with a smirk, "You seem rather resentful. Why not give me your grain, and I'll prepare a pot of food for you? You're always looking for something without making an effort to fetch it yourself. Why are you so fixated on what others have? No one owes you anything. Why does the 3rd family get to cook without taking turns like you do? The money was given to you, yet you're reluctant to spend it. Who can you blame?" Having finally gained control of the household and managing to shake off the leeches of the 4th room, Lin Er Boma felt a twinge of discomfort seeing the 4th family seemingly living more comfortably than her own. Unable to suppress her bitterness, she let slip a few sour remarks. Suddenly realizing her mistake, she remembered how peaceful her life had been lately, forgetting the hardships endured under Lin Laotai's rule. The matriarch was not one to be trifled with quickly. She smiled apologetically. Mother, I was just a bit confused. Let my daughter Li Qiu handle the cooking. She is old enough to learn how to manage the household. We should save where we can. How can we compare to the third couple? My Lin is about to marry soon. How can we not save some money for that? Upon mentioning this, Lin Erboma had much to say, eager to express her grievances to her mother-in-law. However, catching Lin Laotai's piercing gaze, she quickly retreated. Mother, I won't trouble you further, I'll go hang up the laundry. Lin Laotai understood her second daughter-in-law's nature. She was merely envious and seeking to gain something for herself. It wasn't that she harbored any ill intentions, but rather her jealousy clouded her judgment, causing her to utter irritating remarks from time to time. Whether or not the third family overheard her was uncertain. The third family, appearing taciturn, was plagued by the absence of a son, which weighed heavily on them, especially given how much money had been spent on remedies for this ailment. Lin Laotai realized that Li Chuanqing had also picked up on this discontent. The earlier complaints from the second sister-in-law had drawn out the matriarch, rendering Li Chuanqing unnecessary to intervene. The courtyard was small, and any commotion could be heard across the walls, especially by the third sister-in-law, who was keenly aware of the gossip. Lin Sanboma's wife, with her head down, was shedding tears, angrily pounding her own belly, lamenting her body's betrayal. The last time her mother had secretly taken her to a local practitioner who specialized in her condition, she had been given a final dose that had yielded no results. Lin Dongji approached. Mother, did you hear? Aside from us, no one outside wishes us well. You and father often remember we are family, but do others? It's often our own kin who look down on us and want us the most. Lin Sanboma remained silent, her tears flowing more freely. Observing her mother's distress, Lin Dongji felt a pang of guilt for her harsh words. However, she concluded that it was for her mother's own good. Her mother was too kind-hearted, and her assertions were not unfounded. Often, it was family who would stab you in the back. Reflecting on her past life, Lin Dongji believed the third family had wronged no one. Each member had been diligent and selfless, yet they ended up in dire straits. The fourth sister-in-law's act of introducing her to that ill-fated man had been motivated by greed for a high bride price, leading to Lin Dongji's tragic life. Had it not been for the fourth sister-in-law, she would never have left home and encountered such a scoundrel who ruined her life. In the end, the fourth sister-in-law had married her daughter off to that man for the sake of the bride price, inadvertently allowing Lin Cixi to benefit. Lin Dongji believed that Lin Cixi's survival was a testament to her resilience. After all, those who were despicable often had the hardest lives. Deep down, Lin Dongji harbored another frantic thought. Why should Lin Cixi have a better life than her? Her own hardships were due to the fourth family, while Lin Cixi thrived, suggesting that she was nothing but a joke from the start. Lin Dongji refused to accept such a possibility. It had to be someone else's fault, otherwise, why would the heavens grant her a second chance at life? As Lin Sanboma returned home under the cover of night, neither she nor Lin Dongji had yet fallen asleep. How did it go, father? How much did you earn? Lin Dongji asked eagerly, her eyes full of anticipation. Lin Sanboma gulped down a bowl of water before excitedly retrieving some coins from his pocket. I made a fortune. I took your advice and went to the county black market instead of the communist. I offered 1 yuan per pound and sold them quickly at a lower price. All the delays were due to travel time. Tears of joy welled up in Lin Sanboma's wife's eyes once more. Lin Dongji beamed with happiness, affirming that her current direction was indeed correct. Father, mother, I knew I could make money. You never doubted me, right? Now that we're earning, you can't say I was just being foolish. She shot a sideways glance at her parents. Lin Sanboma chuckled. Lin Dongji nudged her mother with her elbow, urging her to speak up. However, Lin Sanboma's tears shifted from joy to a sense of grievance. Life was indeed difficult. As the Lin family returned from work that day, they unexpectedly discovered a half-built wall in the courtyard. Lin Laotai's expression darkened, her gaze towards her third son fraught with disappointment. Lin Laotai's husband, returning from work, couldn't suppress his frown either. Third, what is this game you're playing? Shame washed over Lin Sanboma, particularly under the disappointed gaze of his respected parents. He recalled his wife's tearful plea to build a wall to shelter chickens, thus nourishing her body to eventually bear him a son. She had never asked him for anything in their years of marriage. This was his first act of defiance against his parents in his 30s, yet he had his reasons, believing that once his wife bore him a son, his parents would forgive him. With this thought, Lin Sanboma's resolve strengthened. Facing the disappointment and anger of his parents, he mustered the courage to speak, albeit hesitantly. Father, mother, I'm sorry, I wanted to build a chicken coop. Lin Laotai erupted in anger. Third, I truly misjudged you. I thought you were a good son, but it turns out you are the most cunning among your brothers, raising chickens, with such a large yard. Why couldn't you build a coop elsewhere? Look at this isn't a chicken coop. It's a barrier against people. What good things do you have that require a wall? Who are you protecting against? Is it me or your mother who has wronged you? What need is there to embarrass us? Lin San Boma hung his head, accepting his father's scolding. Lin de Boma and his wife returned, equally shocked, staring in disbelief at the transformed courtyard that Lin San Boma had created. Such situations were not unheard of in the village. After a division, some brothers would erect walls in their yards, often stemming from fierce disputes or grudges. However, the Lin family's division had been remarkably amicable, one of the most dignified separations in the village, without any uproar. Logically, even if a family had divided, there was no need to erect a wall, especially since everyone was struggling just to make ends meet. In the village, it was customary for families to leave their doors open during the day. Anyone who closed their door would attract curious looks unless they were heading out on a journey. Without consulting anyone, Lin San Boma unilaterally decided to build a wall. His parents, valuing their reputation, were furious at this public display of discord. How could they not be angry? Not long ago, people praised Lin Laotai and Lin Laotai for their fair parenting during the division, earning the respect of their children. For years, the family lived together harmoniously without any conflicts. Now, so little time had passed, and Lin San Boma had publicly embarrassed them. How could his parents bear the shame? Lin de Boma's wife felt that her third brother's actions were inappropriate. Lin Er Boma, returning home a little later, was equally astounded by the commotion. Unable to close her mouth in disbelief, her father rarely interfered in family matters, and she turned to her sister-in-law, bewildered. What happened today for father to be scolding third brother? Third brother is usually the most hard-working in the family. It's unusual for him to be reprimanded. Lin de Boma gestured towards the half-built wall, indicating her sister-in-law should take a look. Lin Er Boma clapped her hands in exasperation. Oh dear, what on earth is going on? Why would third brother build a wall in such a fine courtyard? This is simply unsightly. A third brother, you can't blame father for scolding you. This is entirely your fault. Outsiders might think there has been some terrible falling out in our family. If you don't want to live here, you could ask the village leaders to allocate you a plot of land. You can build however you wish. Aren't you just inviting gossip from outsiders? Lin de Boma nodded in agreement. Exactly, I've never heard you speak so coherently before. Lin Laotai pounded her chest in despair. Anyone who praised her parenting skills now seemed to mock her. Just look at the third son. Everyone had claimed he was the most honest and simple-minded, yet sometimes, the most straightforward individuals were capable of astonishingly foolish acts. Li Chuanxing, returning from work, had gathered some wild vegetables and was taken aback to find a crowd forming at her home. Her heart raced with concern. What had happened? Just then, Lin Laosi returned and had heard the news. It was the end of the workday, and Lin Laotai, unable to contain his voice, had attracted curious onlookers, including Kai Laotai, who had been peeking from next door. The crowd at the Lin family estate grew larger. With so few entertainment options available, everyone was eager to witness the spectacle. Some in the crowd were eating from their bowls, while others munched on vegetable pancakes, treating the commotion as a meal. A few were so engrossed in the gossip that they neglected to return home for dinner. As Lin Dong, Lin Nan, and Lin Sisi returned from school, Lin Nan pointed at the gathering with urgency. Elder brother, younger sister, look at all those people by our door. What is going on? Lin Dong and Lin Sisi exchanged glances before racing home, with Lin Nan following closely behind the three siblings. Leveraging their height, quickly squeezed through the crowd. Upon entering their home, they were met with confusion, uncertain of the situation. Lin Sisi observed and listened to snippets of conversation, slowly piecing together the circumstances surrounding the wall that Lin San Boma had erected. It was clear that Lin Dongji was behind this decision. People were less concerned about privacy these days, especially since Lin Dongji was starting a business. A few days prior, she overheard her grandmother mention that Lin Dongji had taken a day off from school to prepare delicious food, which had drawn curiosity from neighbors. This only added to Lin Laotai's ire towards Lin San Boma, who had failed to share any of the delectable dishes with his mother. Unlike the fourth room, who shared their meals with the elderly couple without hesitation, the first and second rooms occasionally sent over a few warm pancakes or dumplings, just enough to change their palate, likely to prevent Lin Laotai and her husband from supporting Lin Laosi. The elderly couple was aware that what the first and second rooms provided was merely for their consumption. The three children of the fourth room were considerate, recognizing that the elder brother and sister-in-law were honoring their parents, and they never asked for anything. Since the division of the family, no matter what the third room prepared, they had never once offered a morsel to Lin Laotai and her husband. Lin Laotai had assumed that her third son simply forgot, but now she realized it was a deliberate oversight. He had no regard for her and her partner. Hearing the chatter outside, Lin Laotai felt utterly humiliated, believing she had never experienced such disgrace in her life. She dreaded the thought of her old friends gossiping about her in the future, especially that insufferable Kai Laotai. Chapter 91. The infuriated old lady Lin felt dizzy, unable to stand steadily. It was Lin Sisi who first noticed her grandmother's pallor and hurried over to support her. Lin Dong quickly followed suit, lending his assistance from the other side, while Lin Nan trailed behind his elder brother and younger sister. Lin Cece gently urged her grandmother to rest in the house, and seeing her discomfort, old lady Lin did not resist, allowing her 3 grandchildren to guide her inside for a respite. When Lin Cece emerged from the room later, she found Aunt Lin San in the courtyard, weeping and insisting that it was all her fault. She claimed that Uncle Lin San had acted upon her counsel, taking all the blame upon herself. While Old Man Lin could chastise his son, he found it inappropriate to scold his daughter-in-law. Uncle Lin San, witnessing his wife's distress, immediately conceded that it was his fault as well. The couple both scrambled to shoulder the responsibility. Lin Cece furrowed her brow further, feeling as though her grandfather resembled a tyrant from the old society, with the couple appearing as the oppressed victims of his tyranny. Lin Cece shared a similar sentiment with her father. Lin Si, like Lin Cece, was perplexed, pondering why it was that the quarrel had arisen from the actions of his third brother and sister-in-law, yet they now acted as if they were the aggrieved parties. Lin Si could not fathom his brother's reasoning. It seemed as though his brain had been kicked by a mule. He was thoroughly disheartened by the idea of living together as one family and thought it best to simply build a separate house. Although the money from their division would not suffice for a lavish dwelling, a mud brick house would certainly do. Surely, the brothers could pool together a little more, even if it was not a gift, as they could repay it gradually. It was nonsensical to engage in such foolishness, especially with so many people around. Gossip could easily spread, and even if nothing happened, tales could emerge. Lin Si finally broke the silence, saying, "Father, what should we do now? Please provide us with some guidance. This is all rather chaotic. We still have work this afternoon, and we are wasting our time. Both my elder brother and second brother will heed your wishes." His implication was clear. If their father declared the wall building off limits, Lin Si and his brothers would promptly tear down what Lin San had constructed. Old Man Lin paused for a moment, then replied with a low voice, "So, third brother, you are resolute about building this wall, are you?" Uncle Lin San's honest and simple demeanor revealed a look of guilt as he nodded in acknowledgement. Old Man Lin's back hunched slightly, no longer the vigorous man who had just shouted moments before. He seemed to have aged several years in an instant. With a long sigh, he said, "Then build it. Continue until completion. Since you've begun constructing the wall, you should also create a new door behind it. From now on, you shall use the door eldest, second, and fourth." Do any of you share third brother's sentiments? If so, let us build together. Uncle Lindy, Uncle Lin Air, and Lin Si all shook their heads in unison, replying, "No, father, we shall not build. My family has nothing to hide." "We will not construct a wall," added Lin Si emphatically. Old Man Lin shot a warning glance at Lin Si, signaling him to refrain from such remarks in front of so many people, as they were still brothers, and he did not wish to bring trouble upon third brother. Lin Si scoffed lightly, "They do not regard you as a father, yet you treat them as a son." Uncle Lin San's face turned a ghastly shade, as if he had swallowed a fly. Caught between his wife and children and his own parents, he felt torn, as both sides were dear to him. Whatever decision he made brought him great sorrow. "Enough of this nonsense," Old Man Lin snapped, shaking off his sleeve and retreating to the house. After Old Man Lin departed, Lin Si did not even spare a glance at the couple from the third household. Disgusted by the entire situation, Uncle Lindy and Aunt Lindy also sighed and went back inside. Aunt Lin Air, straightforward as ever, contemplated advising Uncle Lin San, lamenting that while he may be satisfied with the wall, it was he who had instigated this matter. What a shame it would be to build such an eyesore in the courtyard. It would sound terrible if it were to be spread around, as if our family had suffered a great grievance. Before she could voice her thoughts, her husband pulled her back inside. "What are you pulling me for?" "I want to discuss this with third brother and his wife," she protested. "What is there to discuss? Father has consented. It is no longer your concern. If even our parents cannot intervene, how could you? You are capable, but refrain from engaging in such thankless tasks," Uncle Lin Air replied, his mood dampened by the situation concerning his third brother. Aunt Lin Air pondered this and, while she understood her husband's reasoning, she remained puzzled about third brother's intentions. "What do you think he hopes to achieve?" "I have no idea. It is not our affair. He is not a child, he must take responsibility for his actions. Just look at how upset our parents are. I am almost tempted to punch him awake," Uncle Lin Air said, his frustration palpable. Aunt Lin Air contemplated, "But I feel that third brother may not have come up with this idea on his own. It could very well be that he is taking cues from his second daughter. That girl has quite the knack for schemes. If we were to divide the family, she would certainly take a hefty share of the credit. Without her, we might not have managed to separate for another decade or so." Uncle Lin Air, who usually paid little attention to the children, began to recall that it was indeed third brother's second daughter who often clashed with his wife in the past, leaving him with a faint impression. The more Aunt Lin Air thought about it, the more convinced she became that this was the case, prompting her to question what benefits third brother might reap from this endeavor. Surely, there must be some advantage, for who would go through such trouble without it? Did he truly believe that he could build a chicken coop to raise poultry? Anyone who believed that was a fool. Aunt Linaire considered her family far more astute. She was certain others might believe him, but not her. Raising chickens could easily be done in the yard, and if that proved unfeasible, there was ample space in the backyard. Even pigs could be kept there. This whole affair struck her as suspicious, and she resolved to keep a closer watch on the movements of the third household, determined to uncover any hidden motives. Additionally, she needed to hasten her own plans to find a spot to raise chickens, partitioned off with a fence. With the weather warming up, she had arranged with her family to reserve a few chicks for her when they hatched, planning to allow her family to care for them a bit longer before bringing them home. The atmosphere in the Lin household was notably somber due to this incident. Old Lady Lin was genuinely unwell from the distress, feeling dizzy, and it was not an act. Lindsay sought out a barefoot doctor for a consultation, who prescribed several herbal concoctions. Old Man Lin grew even more irate. In comparison to his heartless third son, he felt a greater concern for his ailing wife. Lindsay accompanied the barefoot doctor back to fetch the medicine and returned with it, while Aunt Linda prepared the concoction. Aunt Linaire stayed by Old Lady Lin's side. Attending to her, Old Lady Lin expressed her disdain for her second daughter-in-law's chatter, suggesting that with Old Man Lin present, there was no need for so many people, and urged her to return home. Uncle Lin San squatted in the corner of the main room, cradling his head. As people entered and exited, both adults and children alike ignored him. Initially, when he entered the room, Old Lady Lin's gaze upon him only aggravated her dizziness further. Old Man Lin, worried for his wife's health, shooed him away, and to be honest, he himself was also angered by his son. Lin Dong, unable to bear the sight, felt that they were ostracizing his father and went over to pull him back inside, not wanting him to continue pressing his face against the cold shoulder of others. Uncle Lin San's eyes filled with regret as he glanced at his second daughter. Earlier, when he had entered the house, he had been ruthlessly expelled by his parents. The entire family, regardless of age, had chosen to ignore him, leaving him with a particularly sour feeling. He had not anticipated that his parents would react with such fury. Initially, he had thought that once his wife recovered and bore him a son, their family would be blessed, and his parents would surely forgive him, easing their anger. Who could have guessed that his mother would fall ill from the distress he caused? It's all my fault. Just think, why did I have to build a wall in the courtyard? Your grandparents are furious, and now your grandmother is unwell. Father, this is not your fault. We did not do anything wrong. It is merely a wall. I remember that in our village, such things happen often. It is only because grandmother is overly sensitive that she is upset. How can she fall ill suddenly? She has always been robust. You need not fret. Do you not recall how she pretended to be sick last year? Lin Dong reminded him, recalling the incident vividly when his father had slapped him for it, a memory he would carry for life. Lin Dong saw no issue with building the wall in the courtyard. He had greater ambitions. The food he prepared previously had sold well in the black market, and although the profit was slim, it was manageable given the simplicity of the ingredients. He resolved to create more dishes, encouraging his father to sell them more often, and once he accumulated enough funds, he would branch out into more profitable ventures. Moreover, he still harbored resentment towards his grandmother and Uncle C's family. The wall was intended as a precaution against them. After all, they were known for their unscrupulous nature. If they discovered his means of earning, they would surely try to replicate his success. He would not allow Uncle C and Aunt C to surpass him. If they were to try and steal his ideas, he could lose everything. Uncle Lin San frowned disapprovingly at his second daughter. What sort of words are those? How can you speak of your grandmother like that? Whether she feigns illness or not, you must not speak so lightly. She is your elder. You must show her filial respect. Do you understand? I understand, Lin Dong replied dismissively, unconcerned. She had no intention of being dutiful to a grandmother who favored others, whether in this life or the last. Her only obligation was to her parents and ensuring her sister led a good life. The rest mattered little. Though she harbored such thoughts, Lin Dong judiciously kept them to herself, knowing that if she voiced them, her father would surely be angered. Father, you should go rest in the house. Grandmother has people looking after her. You being here does not help, and you need to preserve your strength during the day to avoid exhausting yourself, she urged. After some contemplation, Uncle Lin San agreed. His parents were still upset with him, and seeing his mother fuming would only worsen the situation. Once things had calmed down, he would return to Old Man Lin administered medicine to his wife, asking gently, Dear wife, are you feeling any better? Yes, I should be improving. I no longer feel nauseated, but my head is still somewhat dizzy. You should also take a break. There is no need to stay beside me, Old Lady Lin replied, her eyes closed. No worries, I am not tired, Old Man Lin said, sitting by her side. Partners in old age are the most reliable. As we age, it is still our old partner that we can count on, Old Lady Lin remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Old Man Lin patted her hand, signaling her to stop overthinking. Old Lady Lin suddenly recalled her granddaughter's comment about third brother squatting by the outer wall of the main house. Old man, Could you please check by the window to see if third brother has left? Old man Lin grunted, his expression darkening as he rose to comply with her request. He peered out the window and, in a deep voice, reported, "There is no one there that we cannot rely on third brother. He is heartless from now on, we shall not count on him. We still have other sons and daughters." Old Lady Lin shifted slightly to allow Old Man Lin to lie down beside her for a moment of rest. He did not refuse, saying, "Ah, my dear wife, you were so much livelier in your youth. Now, our bodies are not what they used to be. In our younger days, I could toil all day and still venture into the fields at night, as if I had boundless energy. Even when I was exhausted, a good night's sleep would rejuvenate me for the next day, and now, alas, it is no longer the case. I cannot defy the passage of time." As Old Lady Lin succumbed to her condition, Li Chuanqing became noticeably busier. Previously, when they returned from work, Old Lady Lin would have prepared the meals, allowing them to eat without delay. This highlighted the benefits of having someone to rely on, and now, upon returning from work, she hurried to prepare dinner, and thankfully, the 3 children were older and able to assist her, gathering wild vegetables, collecting firewood, and cutting pig grass after school. This year, Old Lady Lin, in partnership with the 4th household, raised 2 pigs, and the task of gathering pig grass fell to the 3 siblings. Lin Dong, Lin Nan, and Lin Cece eagerly anticipated the prospect of enjoying pork and cured meats by the time the new year arrived, salivating at the thought. Without raising pigs, how much meat could they possibly obtain from their parents' annual earnings? Would they even have enough for a meal of meat dumplings? If their parents were not of much help, they would have to rely on themselves. To ensure they could eat meat during the new year, the 3 siblings worked diligently, striving to complete their homework at school, leaving them especially busy after classes. The 4th household's ability to raise pigs alongside Old Lady Lin left Aunt Linda and Aunt Lin envious. They too wished to raise pigs. If they did not, how much meat would they receive when the new year arrived? This was one of the downsides of having split the family. When they were all together, their collective labor points could be pooled, allowing for a better selection of meat and more to share. Those good days were now a thing of the past. The division of the family brought both advantages and disadvantages. To take charge of one's own household inevitably meant sacrificing certain benefits. One cannot reap all the rewards without consequence. Lin Cece still pondered Lin Nan's mention of the beehive, yearning for the sweet honey. With her grandmother's health in decline, it was essential for her to consume herbal medicine, which had a particularly bitter taste. Each time her grandmother drank it, Lin Cece would stand by, watching her grimace at the unpleasant flavor. Thus, she resolved to prepare some honey to sweeten her grandmother's palate. However, obtaining a beehive was no easy feat. Bees could sting, and one careless move could lead to a painful encounter. This called for some careful planning. Lin Cece shared her idea with Lin Dong and Lin Nan. Lin Dong had no solutions to offer, and Lin Nan had long desired honey but was too afraid to pursue it. Besides, he was wary of letting his younger sister know about his cravings. Her penchant for jinxing things was notorious. The memories of their previous encounters still haunted him, including the time when even the fish had bitten him. He could only imagine the consequences of his current predicament. Chapter 92. How remarkably clever is his sister. Now that his sister is about to leave, Lin Nan couldn't agree more. He was determined to offer his full support. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly exclaimed, "I have a brilliant idea." Lin Dong and Lin Cece turned their gazes towards him in unison. Lin Dong raised his chin. "Let's hear it. How about I use a long stick to poke the beehive down and then make a swift escape? After all, I am quite fast." Lin Nan proposed his ingenious plan. Haha, Lin Dong already knew that his younger brother's mind was not quite in the right place. He shouldn't have held any expectations for him. Lin Cece covered her face. "Second brother, are you faster than the bees?" Lin Nan thought for a moment and tentatively replied, "I should be faster than the bees, right? Where does your confidence come from? Who instilled it in you?" Lin Dong retorted mercilessly. Lin Nan puffed up his cheeks. "Eldest brother, I haven't even tried yet. How can you be so sure that I can't? Then why haven't you done it before?" Lin Dong inquired, fully aware of his brother's tendencies. Fearing that a quarrel would break out between her brothers, Lin Cece quickly interjected, "Are bees afraid of water or fire? Water is too high for us to reach, and we don't have enough of it. If we use fire, it's dry and windy today, we might accidentally start a forest fire, and that would be disastrous. We would become the villains. The mountains here are interlinked, and if a fire were to break out, it would be extremely difficult to extinguish, let alone in this era devoid of fire trucks." Lin Nan felt disheartened. He truly did not want to miss this opportunity. Yet he had been yearning for that beehive for a long time, and if he didn't bring it back today, he wouldn't sleep well tonight. "If that won't work, then what should we do?" Lin Dong looked towards his younger sister. "Surely you have another idea, little sister?" Lin Cece chuckled. "Actually, I do have one, but I can't be certain if it will work. We can only give it a try." Lin Nan, filled with anticipation, urged, "If you have a good idea, why didn't you say so earlier? I'm on the edge of my seat." Lin Dong admonished, "What's the rush? Let's wait for our sister to think it through." Out of respect for his sister, Lin Nan refrained from arguing with his elder brother Lin Sisi, then shared her thoughts, which required neither fire nor water, but rather smoke to drive the bees away. Lin Dong clapped his hands. "Little sister, that's brilliant, this idea is sure to succeed." Lin Nan grinned widely, filled with a mysterious confidence in his sister. "She will definitely succeed, let us go right now. We still need to prepare some things. We should bring matches and grass ropes from home, and we can find some wood in the forest since it's abundant," Lin Sisi suggested. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong and Lin Nan hurriedly scattered to gather the necessary items. Eldest sister Lin Lixia had been assigned by the family to look after their grandmother. Seeing her younger siblings bustling about, she curiously asked, "Where are you three off to in such a hurry?" Lin Sisi blinked. "It's a good thing, cousin Lixia. Wait until we come back, and we'll show you." Lin Lixia shook her head with a smile. Her three younger cousins were always so full of energy. Previously, she had not been fond of her cousins from the fourth household, believing they were spoiled by their parents. Now, however, she found their personalities quite likable, especially the deep bond among the siblings. Returning to the house, Lin Grandma asked her, "Are those three little rascals causing a ruckus?" "No, Grandma. My cousins are quite good, they said they were going out to find something nice and promised to show me when they return," Lin Lixia replied with a smile. Lin Grandma's expression softened at her granddaughter's words. For a brief moment, Lin Lixia thought she saw her grandmother smile, but when she looked again, Grandma's face had returned to its usual demeanor, as if the smile had never existed. Meanwhile, Lin Dong and Lin Sisi followed Lin Nan as they dashed towards the forest. The beehive was located near a wild fruit tree, which they could not reach after the fruit had ripened. The village children frequently came to this area, plucking the wild fruits before they had a chance to mature, fearing they would miss out. The beehive was also coveted, but no one dared to approach it, afraid of being stung by the bees. If it weren't for their fear of the bees, this fortunate opportunity would not have fallen to the three siblings. Lin Nan bounded through the forest, filled with excitement. After all, this was the honey he had longed for. Lin Dong and Lin Sisi were slightly out of breath from running so quickly. However, Lin Nan kept pace with them and even ran a bit faster without showing signs of exhaustion. Lin Sisi thought her second brother looked somewhat like a clumsy bear while running through the forest, laughing at the thought that her second brother probably had no idea who that clumsy bear was. The three siblings stood beneath the beehive tree, their eyes gleaming with desire. Lin Dong teased, "Second brother, you really do run fast. How about we try your method first? My sister and I can hide while you poke the beehive and then make a quick getaway." Lin Nan wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Eldest brother, please don't tease me. That was a terrible idea. I'll go gather some firewood instead." Lin Sisi chuckled from the side. "It would be best to find a long stick, one a bit thicker than your arm." "Got it," Lin Nan replied, quickly locating some wood. At this point, those gathering firewood had not ventured too far, and it was easy to find. As villagers began storing dry firewood for winter, more people were out collecting, making it gradually easier to find wood in this area. It's not yet the season for the wild fruits to ripen, so there is no one around here now. "Let us get started," Lin Nan urged. They first gathered some small sticks that burned well, ignited a fire, and tied one end of the stick with a thin grass rope. Lin Nan, the best climber among them, ascended the tree. He threaded the grass rope through a branch above the beehive. After the bottom of the stick had burned for a while, he pulled on the grass rope with all his might. The smoking stick was brought beneath the beehive, and the end of the grass rope was tied to the tree trunk. The three siblings quickly scurried to their predetermined hiding spot. This position was perfect. It would neither alert the bees nor hinder their view of the bees flying out of the hive. Lin Nan, filled with admiration for his sister, marveled at how clever she was. How could she think of such a simple yet effective solution when he had not? They were all born of the same parents, yet the disparity between them was astonishing. He had not lacked any of the good things at home. As Lin Nan observed the bees, his thoughts wandered. He believed his sister to be the smartest in the family, even surpassing Lin Dong. At that moment, he felt an immense admiration for her. In academics, he could not compete, and in play, he fell short as well. He was both happy and a bit melancholic. From the beehive, numerous bees began to emerge, initially buzzing around the hive as if they were scolding the perpetrator for polluting their home with smoke. The dense smoke was indeed the bees' greatest fear. Before long, several bees, appearing dazed, fell from the air, while many others buzzed away, flapping their wings. The number of bees in that hive is truly astonishing. They are swarming out in droves. I've never seen so many bees before. Thank goodness I have such a clever sister who can devise a plan. Otherwise, if I had poked the hive with a long stick, I surely would have been stung to the point that no one would recognize me, Lin Nan lamented, resting his chin on his hand. Like the pig heads our grandma raises, Lin Dong added with a smirk. Lin Cece laughed. Lin Nan, the chapter 93, do not waste her intelligence. After a while, the number of bees emerging from the hive gradually diminished. Lin Nan, filled with impatience, yearned to retrieve the hive, yet he hesitated, uncertain if the moment was opportune. Turning to his sister, he inquired, "Little sister, is it about time?" He held a deep admiration for her, placing unwavering trust in her judgment. After all, his sister exuded confidence in everything she undertook. Lin Cece squinted at the hive and noted that the smoke had lessened compared to before. "It should be sufficient now, what do you think, elder brother?" Lin Dong nodded in agreement. "We have waited quite a while, and the bees have all flown away. Let us go take a look." Lin Nan gazed upward at the hive once more, then lowered his gaze to the ground where a few bees, flapping their wings furiously yet unable to take flight, were aimlessly struggling. "I never knew bees were afraid of smoke. This is indeed a revelation. In the future, I need not merely stand by and watch when encountering a hive." With remarkable agility, Lin Nan climbed the tree and, using a stick, prodded the hive until it fell with a resounding thud onto the grass, causing a few more bees to buzz out. Once those bees had departed, Lin Dong cautiously retrieved the hive from the ground. This hive was no small feat. With some processing at home, they would soon enjoy sweet honey water, filling the three siblings with delight. Particularly Lin Nan, the little foodie, who had long been yearning for this moment but had hesitated to act. The trio set the hive aside and took care to extinguish the smoking stick to prevent any accidental fires, tidying up the area around them. Shortly after the three siblings departed, a swarm of bees returned, darkening the sky as they circled the tree multiple times before finally buzzing away in a huff. Lin Nan, having never tasted honey before, mistakenly believed that merely retrieving the hive would grant him honey to drink. To his dismay, he realized he had no idea how to extract the honey, and his initial excitement swiftly faded, leaving him as dispirited as a wilting eggplant, lacking motivation for anything. It was only when he heard Lin Cece suggest that she could attempt to extract the honey that his eyes lit up. "Little sister, you really can? Let us give it a try." "It should be possible," Lin Cece replied modestly, aware only of the theoretical knowledge without any practical experience, but at that moment, Lin Nan was utterly enamored with his sister, trusting her capabilities more than his own. "Sister, I am certain you can do it. Whether or not I can enjoy the honey depends on you." Lin Cece directed him to assist, taking advantage of the free labor available. Eager to savor the sweet honey water, Lin Nan complied with her every instruction. Grandma Lin, astonished that her three grandchildren had managed to procure such a large hive, scrutinized them carefully before assuring herself they were unharmed. Lin Lisha praised the trio for their bravery, noting that despite their youth, they had successfully gathered the hive without being stung. Observing her granddaughter directing her grandson in filtering the honey, Grandma Lin hurried to find 2 glass jars for Lin Lisha to clean, preparing to store the honey. In this time of scarcity, even empty jars were cherished and retained for future use. After considerable effort, they finally extracted the honey, filling more than half of 2 glass jars. 1 jar was given to Grandma Lin while the other was bestowed upon the 3 siblings, acknowledging their hard work. "Grandma, in the future, when you take your medicine and find it bitter, just mix it with a bowl of honey water to sweeten it," Lin Cece suggested softly. Though Grandma Lin did not express it verbally, she felt warmth in her heart. With everyone sharing in the bounty, Lin Cece had Lin Nan fetch several bowls from the kitchen, and each of them enjoyed a bowl of honey water together. Lin Lisha was taken aback, exclaiming, "Is there one for me too? Such a precious treat, you should keep it for yourselves." Despite her words, Lin Cece noticed Lin Lisha swallow hard, clearly longing for a taste. Indeed, during these times of scarcity, everyone knew honey water was sweet, yet few had the opportunity to enjoy it. "Of course, there is one for you, Lisha. This is not a rare find. We obtained it from the mountain. Let us share it and relish the flavor together, and we can always seek out more hives in the future," Lin Cece assured her. "Well, thank you. No need for thanks. We are all family, after all. It's just a bowl of water." As they spoke, the honey water was already prepared, ensuring it was not too hot for mixing. "Oh, the honey water is truly sweet, with a floral aroma. It's delightful," Lin Nan exclaimed after taking a sip, relishing the sweetness and contemplating how clever his sister was. He resolved to take her on more outings, ensuring her talents were not wasted. He found himself craving fish, contemplating a trip to the puddles to see if his sister could help him catch some. Lin Nan felt that spending time with his sister had made him wiser. Although he could not play by the water's edge, he could certainly bring along both his brother and sister to enjoy the experience together. It would surely yield more than his solo endeavors with friends, where he had to split the catch, whereas with his siblings, all the spoils would belong to their family. Lin Nan delighted in his newfound cleverness. Lin Dong nudged his sister with his foot, signaling her to observe Lin Nan. When Lin Cece looked over, she saw her second brother sipping the honey water, alternating between chuckles and laughter, his large eyes filled with confusion. "Second brother, what are you laughing at?" Lin Nan nearly revealed his intentions but refrained, knowing the time was not right. Besides, it must be done while maintaining his academic standing, otherwise, his sister would never agree. He understood her temperament well. If he excelled in his studies, she would be amenable to his suggestions. Conversely, if his grades slipped, he would find himself relegated to chores at home, with all attention focused on his studies. Little did they know, he preferred work over studying any day, for at least work allowed him to run about and breathe in the fresh air, while studying felt unbearably dull, confined to sitting and writing endlessly. Waving his hand dismissively, he remarked, "Oh, it's nothing, I'm simply overjoyed about the honey water. It's so sweet, and we owe it all to you, little sister." Though Lin Cece recognized her brother's true sentiments, she chose not to comment. Upon the return of their parents, Lin Cece and her brothers also prepared a bowl of honey water for each of them. Their parents, seemingly oblivious, were far more focused on the honey water than on the well-being of their children. Grandma Lin, ever attentive, carefully examined whether the three siblings had been stung by bees, while their parents remained blissfully unaware, praising the trio for their feat. Having enjoyed the honey water, it seemed nothing could have possibly gone amiss. Had there been any trouble, their parents would undoubtedly have prioritized the situation over the honey water. Though they were laid back in their parenting approach, they were nonetheless aware of their children's needs. Chapter 94 of their luck today was extraordinary. Lin Sanbo found the time to complete the construction of the courtyard wall, as his wife and daughter had been persistently urging him. Old man Lin was quite irritated by the sight of his son and directly instructed him to build another door, effectively severing their familial ties. When Lin Xiaogu returned home for the weekend from school and beheld the situation in the yard, she felt disoriented. Had this not been the home where she grew up, she might have thought she had wandered into the wrong place. How had her home transformed so drastically? What was the purpose of this unexpected wall? Just then, she encountered her second sister-in-law and inquired about the situation. Without lowering her voice, Lin Urbani gestured towards the area enclosed by the wall, saying, "Oh, dear sister-in-law, you wouldn't believe how lively our home has been while you were at school. This is precisely what you see now. Your third brother and sister-in-law must have lost their senses, perhaps unwilling to witness our entire family together, so they erected this wall right in the courtyard. Just think, how could they have turned our perfectly good yard into this? Your third brother was quite unwilling to build it, and it has made our mother ill with worry. Our mother is such a proud woman. This action is akin to trampling on our parents' dignity, especially since she is currently on medication." Lin Urbani was also vexed. Her son was already in his teenage years, and good news never travels far while bad news spreads like wildfire. A harmonious family is more favorable in the eyes of potential brides, and she worried it might affect her son's future prospects. Her son was still quite young, and the urgency was palpable, particularly for her elder sister-in-law. The eldest son, Lin Feng, had reached the age for courtship, and Lin Lichuan was also at the point of discussing marriage. Lin Xiaogu was taken aback by the multitude of changes that had transpired in just a week of her absence. Upon hearing that her mother was unwell, her heart leapt into her throat, and she quickly asked, "Sister-in-law, is mother all right?" "She has merely been upset, her anger affecting her health." "Sister-in-law, please go inside and keep her company. I must head off to work now," Lin Urbani replied before leaving with her tools. Upon entering the room, Lin Xiaogu noticed her mother appeared reasonably well, and her worries began to ease. "Mother, are you feeling any better? Is there anything else bothering you? Shall I take you to the public health clinic?" Old Lady Lin was delighted to see her daughter return. "It's nothing serious, no need for such fuss. I am not that fragile, just a bit dizzy. Your fourth brother prescribed some medicine, and your sisters-in-law have been taking turns brewing it. I feel much better after a meal. That's a relief. Mother, do let me know if you feel unwell again." Lin Xiaogu pouted while affectionately hugging Old Lady Lin. Old Lady Lin patted her daughter's back with a sigh. "I know, I'm not a child anymore." "Has my father gone to work?" Lin Xiaogu asked. Old Lady Lin nodded, "Yes. Why haven't I seen my fourth brother's children?" Lin Xiaogu peered outside. Normally, her three little nephews and nieces were quite lively, always surrounding her upon her return. Today, the quietness felt somewhat unsettling. They took their baskets and went out to forage for wild vegetables, Old Lady Lin said, a hint of amusement crossing her face as she spoke of the three siblings. "There's honey in the cupboard that they brought back. You should have a cup. They know how bitter my medicine is and specially fetched honey to sweeten it. They are quite thoughtful." Lin Xiaogu raised an eyebrow, smiling. "Oh, they are quite impressive. I'll reward them when I get the chance." Meanwhile, the three siblings, who were the subject of Lin Xiaogu and Old Lady Lin's conversation, had made their way to the foot of the mountain. This time, Lin Nan was leading the way. While they claimed to be foraging for wild vegetables, Lin Nan had ulterior motives. He wanted to search for bird eggs, knowing his older brother and younger sister would likely protest. He planned to take them along under the pretense that this area had more wild vegetables. Indeed, there were wild vegetables to be found, but whether they were plentiful or had already been picked depended on luck. As they walked, Lin Cece observed the surroundings. It was different from the flat areas where they usually foraged. Here, dense thickets surrounded them, and they would need to push through the underbrush to find any wild vegetables. Lin Dong frowned and asked, "Lin Nan, are you sure we should be foraging for wild vegetables here?" Feeling a bit guilty but not showing it, Lin Nan replied, "I remember it being here. Let us just walk a little further to see if we can find them ahead." The three siblings ventured deeper into the woods. As they proceeded, the thickets lessened, but they encountered many patches of weeds, some as tall as their calves. Lin Cece tugged at her elder brothers. "Let us not go any further, the grass is too thick. We could encounter snakes, and I don't see many wild vegetables here. Let us find another spot." Lin Dong nodded in agreement, fully endorsing his sister's suggestion. "Right, let us change locations and head back down." Lin Nan, however, was anxious. He had spotted numerous bird nests ahead. "We've come this far, it would be a shame to turn back now. Let us just go a little further, and if we don't find anything, we can return, alright?" Seeing Lin Nan's reaction, Lin Dong began to piece together where Lin Nan was leading them. "Are you certain you want to take us to forage for wild vegetables?" Lin Nan's gaze faltered, and his voice dropped. "Actually, there are wild vegetables ahead too, and it's still early. We can search for bird eggs first and then look for wild vegetables later." He kicked the grass beside him, a hint of uncertainty in his demeanor. Lin Cece and Lin Dong exchanged glances, feeling exasperated with their brother. "You should have said so earlier. We've just taken this long detour." Lin Nan, realizing his intention had been uncovered, scratched his head sheepishly. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Cece suggested, "Elder brother, we can still go today. We have more than enough time to practice an extra sheet of writing for our homework." Caught between the dilemma of foraging for bird eggs and finishing his writing assignment, Lin Nan found the decision quite challenging. Ultimately, he opted for the bird eggs, reasoning that he could still manage to write later. The three siblings resolved to press forward. Returning now would feel like a wasted effort. Just as Lin Cece was about to take a step, she noticed movement in the thicket to her left. To her surprise, a wild rabbit was peeking out from its burrow, cautiously surveying its surroundings. Quickly, Lin Cece tugged at Lin Dong ahead of her, her large eyes blinking as she held a finger to her lips, signaling for silence, then pointed towards the direction of the rabbit. Understanding her cue, Lin Dong and Lin Cece shared a silent agreement. Realizing their younger sister had spotted something noteworthy, they hushed their voices, stealing glances at the rabbit. Their luck today seemed almost miraculous. Lin Dong, eager to alert Lin Nan, who was blissfully unaware of their find, leaned close, whispering, "My dear brother, keep quiet, both little sister and I have seen it." Lin Nan, with his mouth covered, nodded in excitement, ensuring he wouldn't make a sound. This was a feast. He knew if he startled it away, he would regret it for a lifetime. Chapter 95. A pleasant surprise. For a moment, the three siblings hesitated to act, fearful that their movements might frighten the wild rabbit back to its burrow. How could they possibly catch the elusive creature? They found themselves in a quandary. The surrounding area was thick with underbrush and vigorous weeds, making their approach difficult. The rabbit was nimble and agile, and if it managed to escape, they would undoubtedly be left in tears. Lin Cece's mind was already conjuring images of spicy rabbit meat and rabbit stew with potatoes, causing her to swallow in anticipation. "Big brother, second brother, let us spread out and encircle the rabbit in a triangular formation. We must catch it. Whether we can have a feast on our table today depends entirely on our efforts," she proposed. Lin Dong and Lin Nan nodded emphatically, crouching low to minimize their profiles as they cautiously dispersed towards the rabbit's location. Treading softly on the plush grass, the three siblings moved with utmost care, wary of startling the rabbit. The rabbit had ventured far from its burrow. Lin Cece noticed that the grass at the entrance of the burrow was notably denser than elsewhere, effectively concealing it. Had the rabbit not emerged just then, she might not have realized it. It was no wonder that there was a saying, "Rabbits do not eat the grass near their burrows." Small creatures possess their own form of wisdom. Just as they were a mere step away from the rabbit, it caught sight of them and, startled, darted away, only to find more humans behind it. It zigzagged in a panic, but Lin Dong was quick-witted enough to catch it. His arm trembled slightly as he held the rabbit firmly, exclaiming, "Quick, come help me." Lin Nan and Lin Cece's hearts raced with excitement as they rushed to assist. Lin Nan grasped the rabbit by its ears, while it kicked its legs wildly in protest. After taking a moment to steady his racing heart, he found that catching the rabbit was far more exhausting than running up a hill, primarily due to the intense tension. "I've got it." "Oh my, that was not easy. We finally caught it, little one. Where do you think you're going?" he laughed triumphantly. "Today, we can feast." Lin Dong chimed in. Indeed, this rabbit is quite plump. Lin Cece added joyfully, relishing the prospect of meat. With the rabbit secured, Lin Nan abandoned his earlier pursuit of bird eggs. They had some grass twine in their backpack, and the three siblings conferred on tying the rabbit's legs. They bound the front legs together and the back legs together, ensuring the rabbit would not escape, for there would be no place to weep if it did. Lin Cece glanced at the rabbit's burrow, pondering whether rabbits were social creatures and if there might be others inside. Big brother, second brother, make sure to tie the rabbit's legs tightly. Let's investigate further to see if there are any more rabbit burrows nearby. Lin Nan's eyes widened in disbelief. Could there be more rabbits in the burrow? Who knows, we should check, Lin Cece responded, uncertain, as she had no prior experience in such matters. Lin Dong agreed, alright, that sounds good. If there are more, that would be splendid. If not, it's no trouble. We've already captured one, and it's just a matter of putting in a bit more effort. With the rabbit's legs securely bound, the three siblings set out to search for more burrows. Lin Nan, brimming with excitement, called out, Big brother, little sister, come quick, doesn't this look like a rabbit burrow? Lin Cece and Lin Nan hurried over. It resembled the previous burrow closely, surrounded by lush grass. It must be. Let us cover this entrance with soil first, then continue searching for more, Lin Cece instructed. Lin Nan began to shovel dirt over the entrance with his hands, ensuring it was packed tightly by stepping on it before feeling satisfied. After discovering this new burrow, the siblings felt their strategy was sound and grew increasingly confident in their search. As long as it pertained to food, Lin Nan's intellect was always sharp. He was the one to find another rabbit burrow, while Lin Cece and Lin Dong searched meticulously but found nothing. In total, they discovered 3 rabbit burrows. The last one, however, remained uncovered. Today, Lin Nan had his own little scheme, as he planned to roast some bird eggs. Being thoroughly prepared with matches and other necessities, the siblings conferred about starting a fire nearby. The burrows were interconnected, and by smoking the rabbit burrow, any rabbits inside would likely emerge. They blocked one burrow with a basket, ensuring that if any rabbits came out, they would run straight into it. Lin Dong would guard this spot, waiting patiently for the rabbits to appear. They had not prepared as thoroughly as they could have. A sack would have been more advantageous than a basket, but it was too late to return home for one. They would make do with the basket for now. Lin Cece and Lin Nan took charge of igniting the fire. Lin Nan picked a large leaf to fan the flames, alternating with Lin Cece as they took turns to avoid fatigue. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Nan's enthusiasm waned, and he fanned the flames with less vigor. Little sister, do you think any rabbits will come? It's been ages since we've seen one. Lin Cece could not guarantee their appearance but thought it was worth a try. After such a long wait without sight of a rabbit, she suggested, let us hold on a little longer. If nothing appears, we can head back. It will be just the right time to prepare dinner, and we can have Mom stew the rabbit meat for us. The thought of soon savoring meat made Lin Nan salivate. Lin Dong, too, was growing weary. He leaned against the basket, stretching and relaxing his arms. At that moment, Lin Dong felt the basket shift, as if something were bumping against it. Quickly, he pressed down on the basket with both hands, his heart racing with excitement. There was a rabbit, and not just one. Second brother, little sister, come help, he called out. Lin Cece and Lin Nan, hearing their brother's exclamation, rushed over in a flurry of excitement, realizing that rabbits were indeed emerging. The smoke from the burning twigs kept wafting into the burrow, enticing any rabbits inside to venture out. Squinting through the woven gaps of the basket, Lin Nan counted aloud, 1, 2, 3, oh my, there are even 3. Lin Cece was equally astonished, not expecting so many. It was a delightful surprise, especially since they had approached this endeavor with a mere sense of curiosity. Lin Dong shared in their joy with the one they had previously caught. There were now 4 rabbits in total. Second brother, little sister, I'll lift the basket. You both keep an eye on the rabbits to prevent them from escaping, Lin Dong instructed. Currently, the basket was inverted at the burrow's entrance. To prevent the rabbits from diving back into the burrow amidst the smoke, Lin Dong carefully maneuvered the basket away from the entrance. The 3 siblings worked together, swiftly flipping the basket upright. The rabbits, disoriented by the sudden movement, found themselves tumbling from the ground into the bottom of the basket. Lin Cece, Lin Nan, and Lin Dong grinned broadly, bending over the basket to gaze at the snugly huddled rabbits within. Lin Nan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he exclaimed, we can enjoy several hearty meals now. Chapter 96, A Bountiful Harvest. The 3 siblings gathered around the basket, sharing silly smiles for quite a while. Our basket is filled with so many rabbits. It's just too conspicuous. Eldest brother, second brother, on our way here, we passed a spot abundant with pigweed. Let us collect some to put in the basket, Lin Cece suggested. Alright, I'll follow your lead, sister, Lin Dong nodded in agreement. Well then, what are we waiting for? Let us head back and gather some pigweed. Lin Nan exclaimed, taking the lead as he did on the way here, with Lin Dong following behind. Carrying the basket, Lin Nan swung a dogtail flower in his hand, leisurely saying, I never imagined we would catch so many rabbits today. This is fantastic, eldest brother, little sister, shall we come back to the mountain again when we have the time? It also dawned on him that following his sister meant there would be meat to eat. His sister was exceptionally capable. Second brother, what fanciful thoughts are you entertaining? Such fortunate occurrences aren't simply handed to you. Today, we were merely lucky to have such a bountiful harvest, which is already a delightful surprise. Lin Dong couldn't help but lecture his younger brother. Unperturbed, Lin Nan persisted, I'm not saying it's guaranteed, elder brother, but what if we find more, wouldn't we be able to improve our family as meals? With this experience, I now know what rabbit burrows look like. I can gather firewood while searching, it won't hinder our main task. Lin Dong chose not to argue further, feeling that such good fortune was unlikely to be encountered again. Before long, they arrived at the location Lin Sisi had mentioned. Little sister, your observations are remarkably astute. We all passed by together, yet I failed to notice this place where the grass is precisely what pigs adore, Lin Nan remarked. Lin Sisi replied candidly, second brother, you were rushing us along without paying attention, so it's understandable that you missed it. We didn't go looking for bird eggs today, but you still owe me that piece of writing. Upon the mention of studying, Lin Nan rubbed his face, making a grimace as if he had a toothache. Little sister, can't you let me off the hook this time since we caught so many rabbits? If I hadn't brought you here, where would we have found the rabbits? Second brother, a real man must honor his word given our bounty. We won't hold it against you that you tricked us into coming up the mountain today, Lin Dong interjected. Lin Nan puffed out his cheeks. A glance from Lin Sisi made him relent. Alright, I'll write it. It's just a piece of writing, it's no big deal. That's more like it. The three siblings filled their basket and began their descent. On the way, they encountered several village children who had come out to work, comparing their achievements privately. I gathered more pigweed than you. My wild vegetables are fresher than yours. Even children possess a sense of rivalry. Upon returning home, the trio spotted Aunt Lin in the yard, hanging up laundry. Oh, Auntie, you're back. Lin Sisi exclaimed, realizing that the village school was on break. She calculated the time and deduced that Auntie should have returned, wondering if she would be astonished by the changes at home. Auntie! Lin Dong and Lin Nan chimed in. Aunt Lin pinched Lin Sisi's chubby cheek, which felt as smooth as tofu. Yes, I'm back, did you miss me? Yes, the three siblings replied in unison, their voices bright and cheerful. Then you all behave, and Auntie surely has rewards for you. Each of you will receive a piece of candy, she declared, pulling 3 fruit candies from her pocket. Nowadays, fruit candies cost a penny each, but one must go to the commune's supply store to buy them. Thank you, Auntie, the 3 siblings exclaimed in chorus. Auntie, have my parents not returned from work yet? Lin Sisi inquired, noticing the absence of the adults. Not yet, but they will be back soon. I'll be cooking in a bit. Which one of you 3 will help me light the fire? Aunt Lin said. She found herself reminiscing about the days before they divided the household, when several sisters-in-law and a multitude of nephews and nieces were around. During holidays, she didn't need to cook and could indulge in a little laziness. Since the division, they each maintained their own households. Though their mother didn't require her to work in the fields, household chores still awaited her. Only doing housework, however, was still preferable to many girls her age in the village. For instance, her sister-in-law's eldest niece, Lin Lichuan, had to labor alongside the production team every day. Aunt Lin believed she couldn't endure such hardship. Previously, she had contemplated marrying into the commune to become a worker, much like her eldest sister, but that notion had since faded. Many classmates were secretly dating, and those from rural backgrounds who found partners in the commune felt a sense of pride when she had such thoughts. She had even considered a rather decent prospect, but after that individual began to show her affection, she found it uninteresting and didn't wish to engage with him. As she reflected on this, Aunt Lin felt a bit exasperated. Auntie, take a look at the treasures in our basket, Lin Sisi's voice interrupted her troubled thoughts. What treasures? Isn't it just a basket of pigweed? Aunt Lin remarked, inspecting the basket filled solely with pigweed. Don't be hasty, Auntie, it's not just that. Lin Sisi replied, and together with her elder brother, they began to pull out the pigweed. Being so secretive, could it be that you 3 little rascals have found something remarkable? Aunt Lin raised an eyebrow, peering into the basket. She thought to herself, even if they pull out something quite ordinary, she would still praise them to avoid dampening their spirits. What little rascals, we are all grown up now. Lin Sisi retorted, displeased with Auntie's characterization. All right, I misspoke. You three are indeed grown-ups, Aunt Lin conceded with good humor. Dun dun dun, Auntie, is this not something wonderful? Ah, could it be rabbits, Aunt Lin gasped, nearly exclaiming before recalling that there might be ears on the other side of the wall. She quickly silenced herself, for old Lady Kai, that bothersome woman, often eavesdropped at the corners of their home. Lowering her voice, Aunt Lin whispered, "Oh my heavens, there is not just one. Let me count, 1, 2, 3, 4, you three are incredible, I truly misspoke. You are not mere little rascals, you are far superior, other families' children cannot catch rabbits, yet you managed to catch so many. How did you do it? Did you uncover a rabbit warren?" Lin Dong, Lin Nan, and Lin Sisi proudly puffed out their chests. Aunt Lin certainly knew how to flatter, they loved to hear her praise, laughing heartily. "Pretty much, we should consider it as having discovered a rabbit warren," Lin Dong replied. "How did you manage to catch them? Do tell me." Aunt Lin was immensely curious about how these three little ones had achieved such a feat. Upon returning, her mother had gulped down a bowl of honey water, remarking how sweet it was, and she said it was also brought back by these three children. In the blink of an eye, they had managed to bring home so many rabbits. Ai and her childhood memories, only families that set traps in the mountains could catch prey, catching one rabbit was by chance. Catching so many must indicate genuine skill. Chapter 97 of The Rescue Troops, narrated by Lin Nan to Lin Shogu. Lin Nan's tone was humorous, making the story quite engaging, and Lin Shogu listened with rapt attention, occasionally nodding or furrowing her brow in tension, fully satisfying Lin Nan's desire to show off. The crux of the matter was that this was not something to be shared with outsiders. Given their personalities, Lin Nan's parents would have focused solely on the meat aspect and shown little interest in hearing his tale. Thus, with Lin Shogu eager to listen and Lin Nan keen to narrate, both were ultimately quite pleased. Lin Shogu could prepare simple meals, but she had never cooked a substantial dish like braised meat. This necessitated a call for reinforcements. There was a formidable ally at home. Grandma Lin. Upon learning that her three grandchildren had caught rabbits, Grandma Lin was quite astonished and praised the children's industriousness. Now that her spirits had stabilized and with her health improving thanks to medication, she was no longer dizzy. The family urged her to rest at home and not rush back to work. The plan was to have Grandma Lin direct Lin Shogu in the kitchen. However, the first step in preparing the meat involved skinning the rabbits, a task Lin Shogu was hesitant to undertake. When Grandma Lin attempted to help, she was promptly stopped by Lin Shogu and the three children, as their grandfather had expressly forbidden them from allowing their grandmother to work. They would rather go without meat than endure their grandfather's nagging. Upon his return, Lin Shogu understood her father's character well. His usual silence was merely a sign that he had not yet been provoked, especially regarding her mother. She believed that the men in the Lin family, like her brothers, had inherited their father's tendency to dote on their wives. The three siblings were immensely disheartened. They had initially returned home with great enthusiasm for a meat feast, only to realize that preparing it was fraught with complications. They could only wait for their parents to return and handle the butchering. Uncertain if they would even get to eat that evening, Lin Shogu felt guilty for holding them back and did not call on her siblings to help with the fire, opting instead to cook by herself in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Lin Dong, Lin Nan, and Lin Sisi leaned against the courtyard wall, their longing for dinner palpable. At long last, Lin Si and Li Chuanqing returned amidst the siblings' eager calls. "Mom and Dad, you're finally back," Lin Dong said, feeling somewhat deflated since they hadn't eaten any meat. "What's the matter? You all look like wilted eggplants," Lin Si remarked, glancing at his wife, both puzzled by their children's demeanor. Lin Nan rushed over, taking Lin Si's hand and leading him to where the baskets were kept. "Dad, we caught rabbits. I want to eat meat," Lin Si exclaimed in surprise. Li Chuanqing looked excitedly at the baskets. "Did you catch these? Are they all ours?" "Yes," came the affirmative reply, and Lin Si and Li Chuanqing's eyes brightened. Meat was on the menu. It was not just the children who craved it. Both adults were equally eager. It seemed that in these times, no one was immune to the temptation of meat. "Sigo, go on, listen to the children and get to butchering," urged Li Chuanqing, hastily encouraging him. A lack of enthusiasm for meat was a troubling sign. Lin Si, delighted, carried the basket to the backyard. Lin Nan shrugged, observing how his parents were only concerned with when they could eat meat, showing no interest in how it came about. He had a thorough understanding of their priorities. Upon learning that they hadn't eaten meat at noon due to their inability to butcher the rabbits, Li Chuanqing lamented, "Had I known, I would have sent your father home earlier. He was just idling around anyway." Just as Lin Si came by to fetch something, he overheard, "Wife, when have I ever slacked off? Don't tarnish my reputation in front of the children. I worked diligently." This remark elicited laughter not only from Li Chuanqing but also from the three children. Li Chuanqing chuckled, "Sigu, you see, I can't be blamed for this, they are the ones laughing." Lin Si couldn't argue with his wife and shook his head in exasperation as he went to the backyard to skin the rabbits. Rabbit pelts are highly valued for their warmth. the more intact the fur, the more expensive it is. However, Lin Si had no intention of selling them. He planned to keep them for winter, so his wife could show their daughter what could be made from them since rabbit fur is remarkably warm. With determination, Lin Si swiftly butchered all 4 rabbits, saving one for dinner that night, while the other 3 were to be dried and hung from the beams, ready to be prepared whenever desired. With meat hanging for the afternoon, Lin Nan had eaten much at lunch, saving his appetite for dinner. Given Lin Xiaogu's limited culinary skills, the midday meal had been rather uninspiring. That evening, Li Chuanqing had already briefed Lin Xiaogu on how to cook the rabbit meat, detailing which ingredients to add at each stage. Lin Xiaogu nodded attentively, committing everything to memory. Lin Er's wife, drawn by the tantalizing aroma, approached and was astonished to find 3 dried rabbits hanging in the corner of the house adjacent to the wall built by the third child. Her eyes nearly glued to the sight, she exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, who hung up all this meat? Where did it come from? It doesn't matter whose it is, it certainly isn't yours, so stop coveting what doesn't belong to you," came a voice from behind. Lin Er's wife felt a chill run down her spine and turned around, smiling awkwardly. "Mother, I didn't mean anything by it, I was just curious." Grandma Lin raised an eyebrow. "The 3 children of Sigu brought these back to help my health. Are you hoping to take advantage?" "Who, Sigu, which 3 children?" Lin Er's wife was momentarily taken aback. "Your 4th brother, who else could it be? No one outside would provide such good fortune. Honestly, your brain must be addled." Grandma Lin replied, exasperated. Lin Er's wife stood wide-eyed, still struggling to believe it. The children of the 4th branch were so young, the eldest would only be 11 or 12 after the new year, while the other 2 were even younger. How could they have possibly caught so many rabbits? "Mother, you must be joking. I could believe that my father went to the mountains to catch them for you, but saying they were caught by your 4th brother's children is far-fetched. The children from the 4th branch are the youngest among our family, even adults struggle to catch that many, let alone 3 mere children." Grandma Lin huffed, "Who was joking? Who has the time to jest with you? Do you think everyone else is like you, incapable of even outdoing a child? Listen here, Lin Er's wife, if you dare to touch these 3 rabbits hanging here, I will personally flay your skin. Today, I caught you sneaking around, and I will remember it. If anything goes missing, you will be the one to pay." Seeing the determination on Grandma Lin's face, Lin Er's wife reluctantly accepted that the rabbits had indeed been caught by the children, her disbelief slowly fading. Hearing her mother-in-law's words, Lin Er's wife protested, "Mother, you can't do this, you can't blame everything on me. I have the heart of a thief but not the courage, you know me well. I can speak harshly, but I wouldn't dare act without your permission." Chapter 98. Haven't I always been one to bend my elbow outward? Lin Laotai cast a sidelong glance at her, aware that she lacked the audacity for such a confrontation. This was not mere jealousy, it was a deliberate admonishment. The family had been divided, clearly and unequivocally, and she must act with impartiality. After all, this was something that the 3rd child had painstakingly acquired. It was evident that the little one must have exerted considerable effort to obtain it, and it must be preserved for the 3rd child's sustenance. Outsiders need not aspire to it. With the 2nd branch in the forefront, the eldest branch, being astute, would certainly refrain from raising any objections to avoid unnecessary discord. Lin Er Boma, feeling wronged, retreated into the house, having gained nothing but a sense of grievance. Unable to contain herself, she muttered, "You, the head of the family, are unaware that under our mother's roof hang 3 rabbits, purportedly caught by the 3rd child of the 4th brother. I find myself a tad incredulous. How could such a little one possibly manage that? Even we adults struggle to catch one." Lin Erbo, resting, opened his eyes upon hearing his wife's words and chuckled, "You're referring to the 3rd child of the 4th brother? While young, he does bear a slight resemblance to his father at that age, clever, just as his father was." Lin Erboma rolled her eyes. "What are you implying? Why are you so partial? You and the 4th brother have your own families now, you ought to support your own wife and children. Has the 4th brother sent you anything delightful to eat? Do you consider him your younger brother, while he views you as his elder? What capabilities does the 4th brother possess? He only seems to be making something of himself now. Have I only just started bending my elbow outward? Haven't I always done so? Why should anyone provide for me? We have divided our households, and I have my own family to consider. What have I given to others?" Upon finishing, Lin Erbo noticed his wife's displeased expression and hastily added, "I understand your concerns. If we hadn't divided our households, we might have shared in some benefits, but now that we are separated, whatever hangs under our mother's roof is of no concern to us. Were you not pleased with the division just a while ago? Are you still pleased now?" Lin Erbo knew that his wife merely spoke out of habit. After so many years of marriage, she could not change. Although she loved to chatter, her intentions were never malicious. If it came to actual wrongdoing, she would be too frightened to carry it out. Lin Erboma sighed heavily, her heart aching with frustration. "You may be content to bend your elbow outward, but I am not. Is it not just a matter of missing out on a morsel of meat? I would rather forego meat altogether. The thought of the money saved from the division made Linner Boma realize that missing a bite of meat was trivial. She had savings and could buy whatever she desired. Linner Boma laughed. Then it is settled, my dear, things will improve in the future. Our family is not particularly poor, we are reasonably well off in the village, able to fill our stomachs and keep warm. The children are obedient, what more could we wish for? The dream of having meat at every meal is a temporary one. Reflecting on this, Linner Boma found it reasonable and ceased to dwell on it. Though her husband did not speak sweetly, he always responded to her, which was far better than her own futile musings. Linner Boma turned from the Kong. It's time to go to work. Linner Boma replied, yes, go, but drink some water first. With that, she exited the room. Just then, Linda Boma emerged from her room, casually glancing towards the direction where the dried rabbits hung. Second sister-in-law, what a coincidence, we shall walk together. In the afternoon, Lin Cece and Lin Don Lin Nan were at home completing their homework. Lin Nan had to write an additional sheet, as agreed upon. There would be no shirking. Lin Cece primarily thought her second brother's handwriting was quite ugly and wanted him to practice more. She quickly finished her own homework and, feeling restless at home, suggested, elder brother, shall we go gather wild vegetables? The sooner we go, the sooner we return. Auntie is making meat, we should keep an eye on it. It is her first time cooking meat, and we wouldn't want it to turn out poorly, wasting such a fine ingredient. Lin Don wanted to retort that meat could never taste bad, even if boiled in plain water without any seasonings. However, he knew his little sister, while seemingly easygoing, had high standards when it came to food. She detested fatty meat and preferred lean cuts. Fatty meat was delicious, while lean meat lacked flavor and was difficult to chew. If there were options, he believed she would avoid fatty meat altogether. All right, let us go, I'll finish up shortly. Lin Nan groaned from his desk, I want to go too, wait for me, will you? I'll be done soon. Lin Cece leaned over to check, second brother, make sure to write neatly, otherwise, that piece won't count, and you'll have to write again. What, how is that fair? You both wait for me, I'll write properly, Lin Nan negotiated. Fine, we'll wait for you. After all, they were merely going to gather wild vegetables and stroll about. The pig feed had been brought back in the morning, so they would just collect some firewood along the way. Meanwhile, Li Chuanqing was working in the fields. Her reputation among the women had improved significantly, and she had made a few acquaintances of a similar age. One of them was Wang Huahua, married to Lin Xuanzhu. Their homes were not far apart, being in the same small team, and they often worked together. Wang Huahua was particularly curious about Li Chuanqing's life post-division. She had not experienced a split and lived with her in-laws and sisters-in-law. While there were no major conflicts, the incessant trivial matters were quite bothersome. Wang Huahua approached Li Chuanqing with her hoe and quietly asked, Chuanqing, how do you find life after the division? Is it quieter than before? Was it a good decision to split? Li Chuanqing pretended to wipe her brow, glancing around. Fortunately, the team leader and the squad leader were absent, allowing her a moment of respite. It was not uncommon for her to steal a break. In the past, she had been quite discreet about it, avoiding the leaders. With no one paying attention, she whispered, how can I put it? Both division and unity have their merits. I haven't felt much difference, as I did little work before the split. Life has indeed become quieter after the division, though I now have more tasks. However, it's not burdensome. My children have become much more responsible. They manage household chores clearly and efficiently. After school, they help me out, making my life significantly easier, and I need not worry about their studies. My mother-in-law has also been quite helpful, sharing the load considerably, otherwise, I wouldn't be so relaxed. Many were curious about her feelings post-division, and Li Chuanqing was aware of this. However, she was reluctant to share. Some things, once spoken, could change in interpretation and become exaggerated. Silence is indeed an art, as the saying goes. It takes a year to learn to speak but a lifetime to learn to be silent. When asked, she would give vague replies, for she was not one to be easily intimidated. Wang Huahua, having spent considerable time with Li Chuanqing, was a good person, quite warm-hearted, and not a gossip. Today, her inquiries seemed warranted, and Li Chuanqing was willing to share a bit more. Chapter 99. All right, this is indeed a stroke of good fortune, Wang Huahua remarked upon hearing the news. She was acutely aware that she could not compare herself to this situation, not one to be foolish. Wang Huahua grasped the implications of Li Chuanqing's words. She understood clearly that she was not in the same league as Li Chuanqing. Regardless of whether Li Chuanqing tended to be lazy or how diligently she worked, one thing was undeniable: Li Chuanqing had better luck in life. There was no need for Wang Huahua to envy the tranquility of Li Chuanqing's post-separation life. Whether before or after the division of property, Li Chuanqing's life had always been satisfactory. After the separation, her in-laws favored her, her children were well behaved, and her husband was attentive to the family. Wang Huahua dared to assert that among the families she knew in the village, none could rival Li Chuanxing's circumstances. Her life was far more comfortable than that of the other young wives in their age group. Villagers, whether they had sons or daughters, used Lin Laosi as a cautionary example, suggesting that one should not marry a man like Lin Laosi, who was merely a pretty face with no ambition. Who would have thought that Li Chuanxing, as Lin Laosi's wife, lived such a prosperous life? Many women in the village pitied Li Chuanxing for marrying such an unreliable man. Wang Huahua could hardly contain her indignation upon hearing someone express sympathy for Li Chuanxing's predicament. For heaven's sake, how can they pity her? They have no idea how much better her life is compared to theirs. Even Wang Huahua herself felt a pang of envy. Previously, she believed that Lin Laosi earned fewer work points than her own husband. However, upon reflection, she recognized that he had many redeeming qualities. He was handsome and cherished his wife. Even if he did not work and merely stayed at home, he was still a pleasant sight to behold. Today, Wang Huahua could not resist asking Li Chuanxing about her feelings after the separation, prompted by a minor spat with her sister-in-law. Her mother-in-law's favoritism toward her sister-in-law left her feeling somewhat aggrieved and contemplating the idea of separation. She was aware that such thoughts were futile. Given her husband Lin Xuanzhu's personality, he would never take the initiative to discuss separation with his parents. Even if they did separate, her circumstances would differ from Li Chuanxing's. She would be left with all the household chores, and her husband was not as considerate as Lin Laosi. He was the type who would not even help if the oil bottle fell over. Perhaps it was best not to separate, especially since her children were still young and could not assist her. For now, it was better to make do with the current arrangement, as she and her sister-in-law could alternate tasks, allowing each of them a day of rest. Upon finishing her thoughts, Li Chuanxing noticed the pensive expression on Wang Huahua's face and recognized that her words had resonated. Unbeknownst to Li Chuanxing, Wang Huahua had already categorized her in the realm of fortunate individuals. Li Chuanxing did not consider herself fortunate. If she were truly lucky, how could her children have met such a tragic fate in her dreams? Fortunately, everything was now moving in a positive direction. Lin Nanji diligently completed a piece of writing, which Lin Sisi reviewed. Well done, second brother, you've made progress. Keep up the good work, and if you maintain this level of seriousness, your handwriting will undoubtedly improve even further. Lin Nanji grinned. Though he felt that writing was of little utility, he instinctively heeded his younger sister's advice. Regardless of whether practicing writing was valuable, if his sister asked him to do it, he would comply. Lin Xiaogu fed the pigs with fodder and noticed the three siblings carrying baskets. Are you three going out? Yes, Auntie, we're going to gather some wild vegetables and pick up some firewood. Lin Dong nodded. All right, go ahead. Very well done, Auntie will get you some candy, Lin Xiaogu praised. Each of them received a piece of candy. Lin Laodai, cheerfully sitting on the threshold of the main house with a small basket of needles and thread on her lap, remarked, they're at the age of losing their baby teeth. You should give them some candy, just be cautious of cavities. I'm not worried, I'm only giving them a few pieces. If anyone gets cavities, it will be you, dear mother, as you are the one who gives them the most candy in our family, Lin Xiaogu replied with a laugh. Lin Sisi chimed in, Grandma, Auntie, we're being careful, we won't get cavities. Daddy bought us toothpaste and toothbrushes, and we brush our teeth diligently every day. Lin Dong and Lin Nanji nodded in agreement. Grandma, Auntie, it's getting late, we should be off. Go on, they urged. The three siblings did not stray but made their way to the spot where they would first gather wild vegetables. The wild vegetables there were abundant, and as of yet, no one else had discovered them. There were so many that even if they came every 2 days, they would never exhaust the supply, as new ones would sprout quickly. Some wild vegetables were overripe, tough and inedible, so they avoided those. The three of them had become quite adept, only harvesting the tender shoots. While Lin Sisi and Lin Dong gathered wild vegetables, Lin Nanji went to collect firewood. He carefully returned with an armful of wood, setting it down as he said, there is a Chinese tun tree over there. The flavor is rather peculiar, and I don't like it. Would you like to pick some to take home, big brother and little sister? Yes, our grandparents enjoy that. Let's gather some for them, as I don't like the taste either, Lin Sisi replied. Lin Dong interjected, I think Chinese tun is quite delicious. Don't you both like it? Lin Sisi and Lin Nanji shook their heads in unison, not at all. Then I'll go and pick some, Lin Dong said, and after confirming where the Chinese tun tree was located, he dashed off to gather some shoots. Once Lin Dong returned with the Chinese tun, the three siblings prepared to head home. Upon arrival, Lin Laotai asked them to place the wild vegetables with her, promising to prepare them. When she spotted the Chinese tun shoots, she exclaimed, Did you find a Chinese tun tree? I must admit, I've been craving that. It was second brother who spotted it, and big brother went to pick it, Lin Sisi said as she dashed over, dropping this tidbit before quickly running back. She wanted to check on the meat that Auntie was stewing in the kitchen. She did not hear Lin Dong and Lin Nanji tell their grandmother, "Grandma, it was little sister who remembered your and Grandpa's tastes and mentioned that you both enjoy eating it." Lin Laotai gazed affectionately at her two boisterous grandsons, who had grown half a head taller than the previous year, and their temperaments had matured significantly. "Good, good, good. You three siblings are all wonderful. I haven't spoiled you for nothing." Lin Cece entered the kitchen, cheerfully announcing, "Auntie, let me help you with the fire." Sitting by the stove, Lin Cece added a couple of pieces of firewood, while Lin Shogu added some lard. Once the oil was hot, she placed the rabbit meat into the pot. The sound of sizzling filled the air as Lin Shogu deftly wielded the spatula. "Auntie, I'll go get some white wine to eliminate the gamey smell. It will taste even better." Lin Cece remembered that Grandpa sometimes enjoyed a drink and that they had some bulk white wine. Lin Shogu pondered for a moment. Surely, fourth sister had instructed her to add white wine, right? She added water to the pot and, following Lin Cece's suggestion, poured in a splash of white wine, added soy sauce for color, salt for flavor, and a bit of bean paste. Yellow braised rabbit meat. High-quality ingredients often require the simplest cooking methods. It was cooked over high heat and then reduced to a simmer. Just let it stew. Lin Shogu also prepared some potatoes, carrots, and white radishes as side dishes, planning to add them to the pot once the meat was nearly ready. Chapter 100. On my desire to date you, Lin Nan's extraordinary adventures. For dinner, they had a hearty stew of rabbit meat accompanied by a pot of assorted grain pancakes. Today, Grandma Lin was in high spirits and took out 2 eggs to prepare a wild vegetable egg drop soup. Initially, she considered using just 1 egg, but given the number of people present, 1 egg seemed too meager. Thus, she resolutely opted for 2. Lin Cece had been assisting in the kitchen, tending to the fire, which granted her the privilege of tasting the stew to ascertain its doneness. Lin Nan envied her greatly and regretted not coming to help her. Fueled by this grievance, young Lin Nan harbored grand aspirations. In the future, I shall become a master chef in a state-run restaurant. Regardless of the dish, I must taste it first to check its doneness. In that era, chefs in state-run restaurants held a relatively high social status, requiring considerable skill that was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Working as a chef in such establishments came with job security, akin to holding an iron rice bowl, and it was indeed a lucrative position. It was not merely an accomplishment to work in a state-run restaurant. Even having a distant relative employed, there was a point of pride. Aunt Lin chuckled, "My little nephew is truly ambitious. When you become a master chef, don't forget to treat your aunt to a splendid meal." "That is not an issue at all, just watch and see," Lin Nan boasted. Aunt Lin laughed, saying, "Well then, little Nan, you must put in the effort. I am eagerly waiting." Amidst the laughter and banter, the workers returned home. Except for the third house on the other side of the courtyard, which remained unscathed by the aroma, the first and second houses were not spared. Lin Lixia and Lin Liqiu, responsible for cooking in the main and secondary houses, were particularly overwhelmed by the fragrant onslaught. In the kitchen, which was suffused with the enticing scent of meat, they prepared a porridge of wild vegetables and grains, which, when viewed in contrast to the meat aroma, appeared almost akin to swine feed. Lin Laosi and Li Chuanqing eagerly awaited off-duty time. Hastening home along the way, they exchanged laughter with acquaintances, for who wouldn't be excited to return home to such a sumptuous feast? Lin Laosi and Li Chuanqing dined with their children in the main house. The table, spacious enough to accommodate everyone, held 2 bowls of rabbit meat stew at the center. Although the quantity of rabbit was scant, the ample vegetables added flavor to the dish, making it far more delectable than usual. There was also a bowl of wild vegetable egg drop soup and a basket filled with pancakes made from the finest sorghum. Lin Dong, Lin Nan, and Lin Cece found it quite challenging to restrain their appetites, eagerly swallowing saliva, yet they couldn't eat until the elders had made their move. Lin Cece felt no embarrassment. She too was yearning for the meal, her body craving the rich flavors, and upon seeing the meat, her mouth watered uncontrollably. After a long day of labor, Grandpa Lin returned home, equally famished. With such delightful dishes before him, he wasted no time in diving in. "Wife, we have meat today. With such a splendid spread, it would be a shame not to share a drink with Laosi." Grandma Lin replied, "Then you should drink less today. I'll fetch you some. No need. I'll get it myself. Let the children eat first." Grandpa Lin insisted, rising to fetch the drinks himself, taking 2 small cups for the wine. "Wife, why is my wine so scarce?" he remarked as he took his seat. Lin Cece, happily gnawing on the meat, momentarily paused at her grandfather's words, realizing he was astute enough to notice the addition of some ingredients to mask the gamey flavor in the stew. Grandma Lin chuckled, knowing well her daughter's intentions for the wine today. "You fuss over your wine as if it were a treasure. No one has stolen it. It was added to the stew to enhance the flavor for everyone, so it wasn't wasted." Grandpa Lin lifted the cup to his nose, inhaling deeply. "Isn't it to prevent waste. I never said anyone stole it. Whoever wishes to drink may do so. I'm not stingy." At that moment, Lin Laosi chimed in, "Father, go ahead and drink. Once you finish, I'll fetch more. When I earn money in the future, I'll buy you better wine." "Ah, my dear son is so filial. Today, let us share a cup. We'll each have one small cup, no need to overindulge," Grandpa Lin replied. Grandma Lin thought to herself that even her husband was reluctant to drink more. He could sense the difference in quantity. The three children, Lin Dong, Lin Nan, and Lin Sisi, along with Aunt Lin, were too engrossed in their meal to converse. Aunt Lin was pleasantly surprised by her culinary success, realizing she had a talent for cooking. Outside, Aunt Linda and Aunt Lin Air caught whiffs of the delicious aroma and looked up at the three dried rabbits hanging from the eaves. The pervasive scent of meat in the courtyard indicated that the main and fourth houses had prepared rabbit stew, raising the question of whether they had indeed caught more than 3 rabbits. How did those 3 children manage that? Were there truly so many rabbits on the mountain? Both Aunt Lindy and Aunt Lin Air considered sending their children to the mountain to try their luck as well. The next day, Lin Sisi noticed that her older siblings from the main house and the second house had not gone to work but were instead carrying baskets up the mountain. It seemed excessive to send so many people to gather wild vegetables and firewood. Today, the trio, Lin Dong, Lin Nan, and Lin Sisi, was joined by Aunt Lin. Shortly after stepping out, they encountered Su Cheng not far from their home. "What a coincidence! What are you up to?" Su Cheng greeted them with a bright smile, showcasing his pearly whites. Lin Sisi glanced at her vibrant cabbage, wishing to call her grandparents to witness a pig rooting through their vegetable patch. It appeared Su Cheng had been deliberately waiting for her aunt, considering he had been squatting for quite a while, his legs likely numb. Aunt Lin rolled her eyes in a ladylike manner. "It is indeed a coincidence. How come we keep running into you, Su Cheng? Aren't you supposed to be working? I can choose whether or not to work. In any case, I won't be here much longer. I've signed up to join the army and don't know when I'll be leaving," Su Cheng said, his gaze fixed on Aunt Lin, trying to discern her reaction. Aunt Lin paused, realizing that the captain would undoubtedly arrange a future for his younger son joining the army. "That's wonderful news. It's a great opportunity, and you will surely thrive in the future." Su Cheng was about to speak when Aunt Lin interrupted him. They both began to speak at once, and after being cut off, Aunt Lin forgot what she intended to say. Lin Sisi felt anxious for Su Cheng. Why was this grown man hesitating? Was it so difficult to say, "I want to date you"? If it worked out, splendid. If not, at least there would be no regrets. What was there to be embarrassed about? "What do you want to say?" Aunt Lin felt an inexplicable nervousness rising within her. Lin Sisi couldn't help but feel tense for her aunt and Su Cheng. Were they too conspicuous with her and her brothers present? Should they leave to give the two some privacy? Lin Dong and Lin Nan, however, remained oblivious to the silent exchange, glancing back and forth in confusion. What are they both so hesitant about? They wondered at joining the army. What does that mean? Young Lin Nan asked, voicing his curiosity. Lin Sisi looked at her older brother, second brother. It means going to serve in the military, wearing green uniforms to protect the homeland. It is very heroic. Lin Nan recalled witnessing many people sending off recruits, adorned with red flowers, looking quite impressive. That is so cool. Uncle Su Cheng, hurry up and join the army. I'll be a great hero. When I grow up, I want to be just like you, Lin Nan declared, suddenly feeling inspired to enlist as well. Lin Sisi and Lin Dong exchanged glances, exasperated. Just yesterday, he had declared his ambition to become a master chef at a state-run restaurant, and now he was changing his mind. Aunt Lin chuckled, her nephew's words easing her earlier tension. She had felt that Su Cheng was about to say something significant, which had made her anxious. Little Nan, your aspirations changed so quickly. Just yesterday, you were adamant about becoming a chef at the state-run restaurant and treating me to a meal. Now, after just a night, you've forgotten. I've remembered all along. Lin Nan scratched his head, chuckling sheepishly as he recalled his earlier declaration. And, think about it, heroes also need to eat. In the future, I'll be the one cooking for the heroes. That way, I can still make you a meal. Aunt Lin exclaimed. Oh, so my little Nan aspires to be a cook for the army? That is wonderful. I'm sure you'll excel at it. Lin Sisi felt that her older brother was rather unreliable. It was best not to linger as a third wheel, so she suggested, Aunt and Uncle Su Cheng, why don't you chat for a bit? My brothers and I will head off. Lin Dong and Lin Nan nodded in agreement, uninterested in the riddle their aunt and Su Cheng were entangled in. They preferred to go gather wild vegetables instead. Aunt Lin intended to clarify that she and Su Cheng had nothing to discuss, but before she could voice it, she watched as her niece and two nephews dashed away. Aunt Lin, for some reason, she felt nervous again. Su Cheng glanced in the direction the three children had gone, his gaze steadfastly resting on Aunt Lin's delicate, fair face. She was so beautiful, now a middle schooler with an education. Suitors would line up to court her. Today was a rare opportunity. If he didn't seize it now, he might not have another chance before he left. Who knew if they would meet again in a year or two? With so many variables in life, by the time he returned, she might already be betrothed. Just the thought of it made his heart ache as if a knife were carving into it. She was the little girl he had long protected. Taking a deep breath, Su Cheng steeled himself. Shui Mei. Aunt Lin was unsure of his intentions but sensed something significant was about to unfold, sending her heart racing. She lowered her head, keenly aware of her heartbeat, nervously kicking a clod of dirt with her foot. What is it? Meanwhile, Lin Cece, Lin Dong, and Lin Nan, with their baskets, headed off to gather wild vegetables. Today, the three siblings chose not to venture up the mountain but instead went to their secret hillside to forage. This spot had earned its name because no one else came here except for the three of them. Lin Dong and Lin Nan racked their brains, pondering what Su Chang had wanted to tell Aunt Lin, why his words had been so hard to utter. They believed their younger sister, being more perceptive, might have an inkling of the truth. Sister, can you guess? Lin Cece glanced at her two brothers, realizing they were still too young to comprehend matters of love. I'll tell you, but you mustn't share this with anyone. Alright, we won't say a word, Lin Dong assured. Not a word, Lin Nan echoed, mimicking a zip-it gesture. Lin Cece leaned in closer, whispering something pertinent regarding her aunt's reputation, mindful that whether Aunt Lin accepted Su Chang was still uncertain. She couldn't afford to speak carelessly. Lin Dong and Lin Nan's mouths fell open in shock, their expressions akin to epiphany. So that's how it is. Does dating mean kissing? Aunt, don't kiss Su Chang, Lin Nan exclaimed, his reaction exaggerated. Lin Cece shot a glance at her second brother. Don't worry, our aunt knows her limits, she won't let anyone take advantage of her. But how do you know that kissing is part of dating? Lin Nan's gaze wandered. I just know, it happened when I was up in the trees looking for bird eggs. I climbed up and saw two people at the base of the tree kissing for a long time. They made such sounds. Was it really that sweet? It's not like they drank honey water. I was too shy to move, afraid they'd notice me. I was up there so long, my legs nearly went numb. Lin Dong, Lin Cece, whether it was sweeter than honey, she couldn't say, for she had never experienced such a thing herself, having never been interested in any boy in her previous life. She was surprised by her brother's peculiar encounter while climbing a tree. They felt sympathy for the couple for a moment. As they chatted, they arrived at their foraging spot. The three siblings fell silent and began digging up wild vegetables. With many mouths to feed at home, wild vegetables could be used to make pancakes, served as a side dish, or cooked into soup. Any excess could be dried for winter when vegetables would be scarce, making wild vegetables highly sought after. Thus, they never wasted their foraging efforts. Elder brother, little sister, there are so many ants here, Lin Nan exclaimed, peering at the commotion. Lin Cece glanced over and looked up at the sky. With ants moving about, it seemed rain was imminent. The crops in the fields were somewhat thirsty. A rain shower would be quite beneficial for the harvest, truly a timely blessing.